Chapter 481. Grouped together to fight the bear? Jiangning thought about it, and roughly knew which countries the survivors were from. There are historical grievances, hatred and discrimination in regions and blood, and the problem of the eldest, the second, and the third. Knowing is knowing. But you must not take it lightly. There is a lot of snow in front of you. People hide in the snow pile. As long as you don't move, you can't be detected. Defense is actually not easy. Fortunately, there is a dog. And now there is Bai Shui. Especially Bai Shui. It has lived in the wild for a long time. And its vigilance and sense of smell are far superior to humans. This made Jiangning feel a little relieved. After making sure that there was no problem around, the three of them returned to the house. Jiangning checked the outside of the container. The ice was very thick, and a special bulletproof steel plate was welded inside the door. However, since there were fierce and aggressive survivors, defense had to be put on the agenda. Patrol every 2 hours during the day, and keep someone on guard at night. Don't think that Guzi has been very wild in the past 2 months. That's because he met love. Now that danger has returned, his desire to survive and fight has instantly awakened. Huishan kept watch at night, so that Jiangning and Dao could sleep peacefully. With wolves and dogs at home, they didn't have to spend the night in the snow. He went out every 3 hours, and the 2 dogs always accompanied him. Even though Bai Shui was pregnant, she still insisted on patrolling, and did not relax because she found a long-term meal ticket and was taken in by a 2-legged beast. In fact, she was more excited at night, and couldn't help but want to howl at the moon in the sky. If the dog hadn't stopped her in time, Bai Shui would have been unable to help but open her voice. It was a peaceful night. Huishan took a hot bath and went to sleep, and Jiangning and Dao took over the patrol. Around noon, Jiangning had just climbed up the snow hill with the dog when she saw something moving at the end of the snow. She quickly took out her binoculars and found that it was the group of Russians from yesterday. They came back again. They moved very slowly, as if they were dragging something. They were all equipped, and they soon found Jiangning and even waved to say hello. Not just one person, but all of them waved to say hello, trying their best to express their friendliness. Jiangning's eyes were cold, and he raised the sniper rifle in his hand. Guzi went back to report the news, and Huishan and his sister hurried over. There were 6 people in total, dragging 2 stretchers on the snow, and it seemed that there were people lying on them. Seeing Jiangning holding up the sniper rifle, they did not continue to move forward, but sent someone to wave over, as if they wanted to negotiate. Huishan recognized him. It was the one who could speak Chinese yesterday. He had no weapons, and came waving his hands in the snow. More than 1,000 meters. The snow did not reach the knees, and it was particularly difficult to walk in. Jiangning wondered whether to shoot, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. As the land sinks, more and more people will arrive at the North Pole, and conflicts or contradictions will become more frequent. Since they came earlier than me, I can try to find out the bottom, so as not to be in the dark. When there were about 200 meters left, Jiangning raised his gun again, signaling him not to approach. To volley. The other party waved and greeted, using poor Chinese to show goodwill. My name is Avante. I once studied in your capital, and worked for several years before returning home. I like your culture and food. You are very friendly and united. I am here to seek help this time. No matter how much he flattered her, Jiangning ignored him, and pointed the cold muzzle of his gun at his head, because they were too far away, and he was afraid that he couldn't hear clearly. He took out a mini loudspeaker. Several of our friends are injured and dying. Do you have any medicine? Jiangning also took out a loudspeaker, and refused coldly. No. I didn't expect that Avante was an expert in China. Oh, dear friend, you don't know Chinese medicine, acupuncture, etc. Find a way to save our people. Afraid that she would refuse, he quickly said, we won't ask for it for nothing. We will repay you. Jiangning thought for a moment. What can I give you in return? Vodka and ham. Wow. There is still wine and ham after 10 years of natural disasters? It seems that life is pretty good. Jiangning asked him to take off his mask. Avante did as he was told, revealing his scruffy beard and red rosacea. He has a weathered face. Strictly speaking, he is not thin, so he probably has no problem eating. What kind of injury did he suffer? Gunshot wound. Avante said quickly, we dug out the bullet with our bare hands yesterday, but they got a fever today. Jiang took the opportunity to ask, "Who beat them?" Eagle sauce. Southern monkey. Korean. Foot basin. This is a long story, and it would take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. But Jiang insisted on asking questions. Ivante could only make it short. We planted potatoes and corn in Siberia a few years ago. Affected by the regional temperature, the Mao bears are naturally cold-resistant and more advanced in the research of cold-resistant crops. With a sparse population and vast land, the country decisively controlled the export of grain when it realized that the natural disaster was coming. So food was not a big problem in the years before the natural disaster. When it was extremely hot, they moved to colder places. The black soil in the country was fertile, and they planted a lot of potatoes, corn and wheat. After they were full, they also stored some food. Later, the natural disaster became more and more serious. The team of tens of thousands of people was separated in the storm. The ship where Yent was located was separated. When they drifted to the North Pole, there were still more than 500 people. At that time, there was ice, but it was not very thick. It took another 2 months to freeze solid. The North Pole is very large. They brought excellent extreme cold potato seeds, so they could still live. I just didn't expect that there were survivors of the United Army besides them. They were composed of military survivors from multiple countries, and even had established an underwater base. But Ivan and his team didn't find it. Once they found it, they started a fight. There were more than 20,000 survivors in the United base. They found the Russian bear when they were looking for supplies, so they immediately showed their nature and robbed it. But the Russian bear was a fighting nation, and they didn't care about the crushing of numbers. Just do it, even if it means you have to do it to the last one. As a result, fighting broke out repeatedly between the two sides. The Russians were reduced from more than 500 to only 100, and the joint base was reduced from 20,000 to more than 3,000. It is true that they are a fighting nation, but Jiang felt that it was too unreliable. How did you fight to destroy the joint base of 17 hulls from more than 20,000 to only more than 3,000? They are hypocritical and cunning. They actually bribed our internal people, resulting in a lot of food being stolen. It is true that there has been long-term regional and strength discrimination, but it is undeniable that many Russians still yearn for the West in their hearts. No matter how many beatings they receive, they will not wake up and think that there is real civilization and freedom. As long as the joint base uses a little trick to lure them, they will be easily fooled. As a result, the entire army of the headquarters was almost wiped out. Fortunately, they fought hard enough to save their lives. The losses were heavy, and the Russians were not convinced. Chapter 482. While the joint base was celebrating its victory, the Russians braved the blizzard and reached the submarine base. The Arctic was frozen at this time, but the entrance and exit of the submarine base were still on the ice. Kill the sentry. Pour the crude oil from the vent. Throw a few smoke bombs, and plug the vent when it is almost burned. Anyone who wants to come out will be shot into a sieve. In that incident alone, half of the joint base was killed or injured. There were several more fights later, and neither side got any good results. Yesterday, we had another bloody fight. The Russians ran out of ammunition and medicines, but they couldn't watch their companions die, so they had to try their luck. I didn't expect to meet the Chinese, but after being forced to retreat, I could only dig out bullets with my bare hands. I didn't expect the situation to get worse today, so I had to take the risk again. Infante expressed his intention again. As long as it can save people. Wine or ham. Corn and potatoes are all fine. Jiang didn't say anything, but exchanged glances with Huishan. Huishan looked down at Bai Shui, thought for a while and said, "You can try." There is a scar on Bai Shui's body, which was caused by a machine. So, it is true that there are other survivors in the Arctic, and the wolf is extremely vengeful. If it was the Mao bear that hurt it, it would not be as calm as it is now. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You don't have to be close friends, but you can cultivate them in special times. There is no need to make enemies. Jiang agreed after weighing the pros and cons. The most precious things in the end times are food and medicine. The Mao bears have no shortage of food. And as for medicine, Chinese medicine is profound and extensive, let alone giving them herbs. Even the survivors in China may not use them. However, Jiang said it in advance. We don't have Western medicine, and there are not many herbal medicines left, so we can't guarantee a cure. Infante was very happy. It doesn't matter. If you can cure it, it's the best. If not, I still give you a ham and 2 bottles of wine. Just consider it as making friends. Jiang Ning replied. Drag those 2 patients over here. Only one can drag one, and the others wait where they are and cannot get close. Fanti walked back on the snow and called a companion to drag the unconscious patient on the sled over. As expected of a bear, he is naturally cold resistant. He was so sick, but he still survived after being dragged here in the snow and ice. On the sled, there was a ham and 2 bottles of wine. The amount of food that the bears ate was proportional to their bodies. The authentic pork ham still weighed more than 10 pounds after being air-dried. Huaishan asked Fanti and his companions to retreat 50 meters, and Jiang Ning squatted down to feel the patient's pulse and flip his eyelids. Infected? The temperature in the wild was too low to check the wound. Jiang Ning searched the 2 people and confirmed that they had no weapons. So he called Doubted to drag them back home. Huaishan and Guzi stayed where they were, staring at Avante and the Mauzi in the distance. Jiang Ning collected all the things that shouldn't be there, and then dragged the 2 sick Mauzi back to the house. The house was warm, and after they recovered, she began to check the wound. The Mauzi was really fierce, spraying vodka on the wound, and then digging out the bullet with a dagger. As expected, it was 100% infected. Jiang Ning needed to dig out the necrotic muscles of the wound and then suture it. Reluctant to use anesthesia, Jiang Ning used acupuncture to relieve pain and block blood flow, blocked the patient's mouth, tied the body with a rope, and performed the operation after disinfecting the instruments. As expected, the unconscious Mauzi was awakened by the pain and screamed in his mouth. He looked around the unfamiliar environment, realized that he was being rescued, and forced himself to endure the pain. But his body was so weak that he soon fainted from the pain. After skillfully treating the first one, Jiang Ning followed the same method to sew up the second one. After treating the external injuries, she went into the room to get medicine from the space. Some were decocted, and some were boiled to clean the wound. Fanti said that there were several other cases of pure external injuries. Seeing that the Russians were generous, Jiang Ning also prescribed a few doses of herbal medicine. Then, he dragged the people and the herbs back. Jiang Ning only gave 3 days' supply, told Avante how to take it, and a few simple acupuncture point massages. Avante had been in China for a few years and had some knowledge of Chinese medicine. Jiang? Hua? Thank you. I go back and try. At the same time, he did not forget to remind that the people in the joint base were ruthless. Be careful. Don't let them find you. Jiang Ning smiled. Hurry up and leave. They will freeze if it's too late. After watching them disappear at the end of the snow, the 3 of them patrolled a circle before returning. After entering the house, Jiang Ning unscrewed the bottle. It was indeed vodka, with a rich and choking aroma. A strong liquor. The ham was also genuine, and well preserved, with no peculiar smell. However, Jiang Ning did not try it easily, but put it into the space for preservation. For 2 consecutive days, no abnormality was found. It was rare for the Arctic to be calm. Jiang Ning and Huaishan were shoveling snow in front of the house, and Doubted was keeping watch with the 2 on the snow hill. On the morning of the 3rd day, Fanti came again. Knowing that Jiang Ning was on guard, he came alone, with an empty gun without bullets for show. It was freezing cold, and he almost froze to death on the way here. He shivered and drank 2 sips of vodka to warm his body. When he warmed up, he rubbed his hands and smiled. Jiang, your Chinese medicine is really magical. Those 2 brothers survived. Thank you. He came to trade this time and wanted to exchange more herbs. Do you have vegetables? After living in the Arctic for a few months, Fanti couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I heard that all Chinese people can grow vegetables. In the past, your scientific expedition team also grew vegetables in the Arctic, and our country's scientific expedition team often came to eat vegetables. At that time, the 2 countries were as close as one family. I hope you can also exchange some for us. Every day they eat either potatoes or corn, or frozen meat jerky, and the smell makes them want to vomit. They miss the green vegetables. Huaxia is a very peculiar nation. I heard that they are also studying how to grow vegetables on the moon. So isn't it normal to grow vegetables in the Arctic? No. Even if there is, Jiang Ning won't give it to them. People's appetites will be enlarged by feeding. Last time they gave herbs, and this time they asked for vegetables. And next time, they should ask for something else. It's a pity that there are no vegetables. But Ivante insisted on asking for herbs. Many of us are sick, and we could exchange them for supplies. In addition to potatoes, corn and ham, they also have crude oil. Maybe they don't have anything else. But the bears are rich in crude oil, and they brought a lot of it. Without refined crude oil, Jiangning would be useless. At most, it can only be used as a combustible. But the black smoke is particularly large. Burning crude oil in the Arctic. Isn't this exposing your coordinates and inviting the enemy to visit? She is not that stupid. As for medicine, you can give some. Don't expect to become friends. But at least don't become enemies. Before asking for wine and ham. In order to show that his family is not rich, Jiangning said that he would report the herbs he could give. And then asked for 100 kilograms of corn and potatoes each. Ivante felt that it was not cost-effective. But who made him lack medicine? So he did not bargain. At the same time, he also extended an olive branch. Jiang? What? You Chinese have an idiom called lips and teeth are cold. His purpose of coming today was not only medicine, but also to form an alliance. Chapter 483. The joint base also lacks medical care and food. It is true that all the Russians are fighters, but they are flesh and blood. If they have a choice, no one wants to die, and they have run out of bullets. The reason why the joint base did not dare to do a complete bloodbath is that the Russians lied that they had a small handheld nuclear bomb. Come if you are not afraid of death. Let's die together. Before the natural disaster, the Russians were so bad, and the joint army was really not sure whether they had nuclear bombs. You say he dares to fight, but he may not dare to fight. You say he dares not fight, but he really fights suddenly. In short, provocation is provocation. As long as the joint base still has some rationality, it will not dare to force the Russian bear into a dead end. Even if it fights every now and then, it dare not completely wipe out the people. Jiang and Hua have few people, but they have weapons, medical knowledge and medicine. The most important thing is that before the natural disaster came, the leaders and people of the two countries were quite friendly. The red fire of China was ignited and passed on from their country. In that special era, the two countries had close exchanges. Therefore, whether from an emotional or practical perspective, Jiang and Hua are the best alliance partners. Ivante made an invitation. Those people are ruthless and cruel. Not only do they torture prisoners, they have a lot of weapons in their hands. Once we are slaughtered, you will be the next one. So we must unite. Jiangning refused rationally. Thank you for your suggestion. But we are used to freedom, and have no intention of forming an alliance. Except for those around her who have experienced life and death. She will not easily trust anyone. Being tied to the Russians means becoming an enemy of the joint base. Whether it is the 5,000-year-old culture or the doctrine of the mean. Jiangning will not ally with a foreign race. If we really talk about ethnicity or history, the Russian bear's ass is not clean. Born with a heart towards the west, he looked eastward helplessly after being ostracized. Not out of sincerity. If he really encounters a critical moment, Jiangning will only leave his back to the closest person. She clarified her position and can maintain friendly exchanges, but will not ally with anyone. The implication is that it would be the same even if the joint base came. Ivante has been in China for many years and is relatively familiar with Chinese culture. He came here in such a hurry, not only to get medicine and to form an alliance, but also to worry that the joint base would get there first. Ivante knew the character of the joint base very well, and it would be Jiang and Hua's turn sooner or later. Alliances cannot be forced, and if the two of them suffer a loss one day, they will come to the door automatically. After agreeing to trade tomorrow, Ivante turned and left. Jiangning returned to the house and prepared the medicinal materials according to Ivante's requirements. The medicine is very simple. It can relieve inflammation, relieve pain, reduce fever, stop bleeding, etc. It is a standard for the end of the world. With eagle sauce, the firepower of the joint base will not be bad. Jiangning thought about it and poured water on the igloo to make the ice layer thicker. If the joint base really wants to attack one day, the defense will be stronger. Huishan was not idle either. Holding a shovel and building a snow trench 50 meters away, there were cracks in the snow, and Jiangning poured water on it. The water seeped into the cracks in the snow and quickly condensed into ice, making the trench harder. After finishing the 50-meter stack, They continued with a 100-meter stack. The three of them worked so hard that they were sweating in the Arctic, where the temperature was dozens of degrees below zero. They stopped and went home immediately to take a hot shower in the space. They dared not stay outside for too long. Otherwise the sweat would easily condense into ice, and they would definitely get sick. The next day, Evante brought his partners to trade. Half a sack of herbs was exchanged for 200 kilograms of supplies. In order to show his friendliness and sincerity, Evante also gave a big bar. Jiang, Hua, you try the food of our country. I don't know when it was made. It's frozen harder than a stone. It can definitely kill people if used as a stick. Everyone is short of supplies during natural disasters. Even the landlords have to cry poor. Jiang Ning not only did not refuse, but accepted it happily. In return, she taught Evante a few acupoint massages. It's good for keeping warm. You can practice more when you have nothing to do. The transaction was successfully completed in the wild, and they turned around and went back to their own homes. When they were almost home, Huishan turned around and looked into the distance, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Jiang Ning asked, "What's wrong? I feel someone is watching from a distance." Jiang Ning quickly took out a telescope to scan, but found nothing. But it didn't seem like there was anyone there. After all, it was white everywhere. If the other party used the snow to cover up, it would be difficult to detect. This reminded Jiang Ning. Back in the house, she took out the rabbit skin stored in the space. Find out the information and let Dao learn to make rabbit skins. There were still many rabbits stored in the space that had not been slaughtered. Jiang Ning picked out the white rabbits and asked Huishan to act as the ripper. Smelling the blood, Bai Shui drooled. Jiang Ning knew it was not hungry after feeding it, but still rewarded it with one. As expected, she dragged it outside and buried it in a pit. Dao had no experience in tanning, and was afraid of damaging the rabbit's skin. She repeatedly checked the information before daring to start. First soak the rabbit's skin in clean water for a few hours to soften it. Then use a knife to scrape off the remaining meat and dirt attached to the skin. And then put it in warm alkaline water and wash it with a brush. Completely wash off the grease and dirt. Use alum, salt, and water in proportion to make a tanning stock solution, and put it in a basin to immerse the animal skin. Take out the soaked animal skin. Stretch it on a frame and dry it in the shade. Then rub it repeatedly with your hands to make it soft. And then rub the smooth surface of the rabbit's skin with an iron tool. It took a few days to finally prepare the rabbit's skin, and the fur became soft, smooth and odorless. Dao, you are amazing. Jiang Ning praised her to the sky. What do you want to eat tonight? Let's have an extra meal to celebrate. Dao was very happy to learn a skill. Whatever. She is not picky about food. Jiang Ning took out a mini sewing machine and made coats and scarves for the three people and the dog. White hat, white coat. Standing in the snow is really not easy to be found. The dog is wrapped in a rabbit coat. Pure invisibility cloak. Jiang Ning not only thought of Dahui and Xiaobai. They dug a hole with their offspring and ran away. And I don't know if they survived the natural disaster. The land sank. How could they? Forget it. She didn't think too much. She was busy in the house. And suddenly a whistle sounded outside. Dao blew two short and one long. Someone appeared. Jiang Ning and Huishan hurried out. And three figures appeared in the distance. Without a weapon, he walked over with a confident step. He was not tall, so it was obvious that he was not a Russian. When they were 200 meters away, they had no intention of stopping. So Huishan fired decisively. The bullet shot through the hat, frightening the man and making him stumble and fall to the ground. The man was angry and jumped up and started cursing. The man next to him was quick to grab him, then bent down to greet the two. Do and I Jiwa. Jiang Ning almost spit out a mouthful of blood. They really were not going to die. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the other one continued to greet. Xi and Chow. Still no response. So the one who fell down came over. And Ning Ha Taiyo. Come on. Nan Ho, Kimchi, and Foot Basin are all gathered. This is sent by the joint base. Chapter 484. Jiang Ning looked at them in the distance, and suddenly thought of the traitor who played the front in the drama. But now, it was changed to an international version. When he found out that they were Orientals, he sent 3 families to test them. Jiang Ning was not polite. Get lost. Hearing get lost, the 3 people were not angry, but very happy. Jibin was good at superficial work. nodding and bowing. Very polite and considerate. You too. You are guests. We are friends. Nanho felt uncomfortable and stood there like a dead person. Pao Kai was full of pride and felt that the whole world belonged to him. They were all disgusting people. Jiang Ning was not polite at all. Get lost. Pao Kai was so angry that he opened his mouth to curse again, but was tightly covered by the foot basin. Nanho whispered beside him. Keep a low profile. We are all in the Confucian cultural circle after all. Pao Kai was not convinced and cursed. Ah! Confucius is from our family. And they plagiarize so rampantly. Nanho and the foot basin were speechless about this self-brainwashed guy. Do you still want to complete the task assigned by the eldest brother? When it comes to big brother, Pao Kai is silent. Jiabin continues to nod and bow. Friends of China, we come here with sincerity. We are all Orientals, and we should stick together to survive in difficult times. Jiang Ning wanted to laugh. Who are you and where are you? Jiabin felt hopeful, so he proudly introduced. We are from the joint base, and we want to unite all the survivors in the world to survive the natural disaster. Now there are survivors from 17 countries. Jiang Ning didn't want to listen to his whitewashing nonsense. Who has the final say in the base? We are for peace, democracy, freedom, and unity. Jiang Ning had no patience. Who cares? If not, get out. Jiao Ben looked unhappy, but still smiled. It's the eagle sauce. If you join, what do you need to do? Seeing that things were turning around, Jiao Ben was very happy. You need to move to the joint base and hand in all your supplies and weapons. The base will distribute them, and you will never starve. Who will distribute them? Jiao Ben paused. Eagle sauce. Is there meat to eat after entering the base? As long as you behave well, you can get meat. How long have you not eaten meat? Jiao was stunned, not understanding what she meant. Look at you. Skinny and unmuscular. How long has it been since your father, Eagle sauce, fed you saliva meat? Jiao was very angry, but still tried to hold back. What do you mean by that? Didn't you just say that Orientals should stick together to survive? Why are you licking Western eagle sauce? Jiang Ning smiled. Your father eats meat every day. And does he let you lick the meat bowl after eating it? In other words, if you three want to fight, whoever wins gets to lick the plate. Foot Basin was furious and clenched his hard fists tightly. The land is sinking. The world is flooded. There is no distinction between East and West. We are all one family. We are all one family. Why don't you be the masters of the house? But let the eagle sauce have the final say. They asked you to come. You have to roll over like a dog. Foot Basin's smile gradually solidified. So, you don't want to join the joint base? If you want to be a dog, just do it. Don't drag us into it. Jiang Ning stared at them coldly and sneered. I don't want to be a spineless dog. Asaba. You are the dogs. Kai Kai ran away and spit shit at Jiang Ning. You Chinese are great. There are also your people in the base. They are the real pigs and dogs. They dare not go right when asked to go left. They dare not drink urine when asked to eat shit. Who do you think you are? I came here today to give you face. Don't be shameless. Yes, they can't eat meat every day, but at least they can eat military hot pot from time to time. Although it was fished out of the bucket. The Chinese people in the base didn't even have the chance to drink the slop. We are all Orientals. Why are Chinese superior? Self-deception. As soon as Pao Kai finished speaking, Hui Yishan fired another shot, which rubbed against his face. His face was burning and painful, and he fell to the ground again in fear, with wetness between his legs. Neho saw him wet his pants, and thought he was really finished this time. He would be frozen to death in this weather. Who made him so mean? He thought that everyone in the world would spoil him just because he had the big brother leg. Look, I met a ruthless person who had no vision. As expected, the wet pants were quickly frozen, and the panicked Pao Kai cursed even more hysterically. Jiubin completely tore off the hypocrisy and threatened, you Chinese people really don't know what's good for you. You don't accept the toast and drink the penalty. You're dead. Waiting. After speaking, he left without looking back. He ignored Pao Kai. Anyway, he couldn't survive if he took him back, so it was better to save food for his mouth. Nanho was thoughtful and followed Jiubin away. Jiang Ning reminded loudly, didn't your joint base say that it would unite all the survivors in the world? Why did you abandon your partners? Pao Kai kept cursing, but his pants were frozen, and he couldn't walk far. Jiangning ears were buzzing because of the noise. And he sneered, "Why are you arguing? Now the whole world belongs to you. Are you happy?" The show stopped, and the two went back to the house to discuss. Dongfang Sansing would definitely exaggerate when he returned. What happened to Mao Xiong would happen to him soon. Calling Daodu, the three of them discussed how to fight, but didn't notice that Bai Shui quietly slipped out of the house. It stepped on the snow, with a cold and gloomy look, and walked towards Pao Kai, who was struggling in the snow, then showed its sharp fangs and pounced on him. Pao Kai screamed heartbreakingly, but soon returned to calm. Bai Shui dug a pit, dragged the body in and buried it. There are more than 3,000 people in the joint base. Jiangning will not act rashly before he knows their strength. She hopes to live in peace and not invade each other. But with the faces of the dozen countries in the joint base, it would be strange if they let others go. Even the lackeys have a bad life. If they choose to join, in addition to the materials and weapons being taken away, they will probably end up being two-legged sheep. More than 3,000 people. How much food will be consumed every day? And they are not good at planting. So, now there is still the bear to be plundered. What if the bear is plucked bald? In the end, they still have to swing their swords at their own people. The joint base is divided into different levels, and the first to suffer will be the lower-level survivors. For example, the eastern survivors. The higher-level survivors don't have to do it themselves. Just let their lackeys hurt themselves. After all, this is the game they are best at. If there is a real conflict, I don't know how many people will come to the joint base. So it's really hard to make a response plan in advance. Daodu said, "Brother and sister-in-law. The joint base is on the seabed. Easy to defend but difficult to attack. But the Russian bear took the opportunity to smoke many of them to death before. Can we do it too?" Jiangning smiled. "It's a good idea. But they suffered a loss once, so they shouldn't make the same mistake again. Otherwise the Russian bear would have killed them long ago. The soldiers of the countries headed by the Eagle Sauce are definitely not bad in terms of weapons. If they rush in, the container will not be able to withstand it. To deal with them, you have to catch them by surprise." Jiangning suddenly came up with an idea. Chapter 485. At night, it was pitch dark. Huishan was patrolling with his dog. Jiangning was walking in the snow, collecting the thick snow into the space. She cleared out 2 floors of space and kept collecting the cold snow inside. Don't underestimate 2 floors. You can store a lot. After finishing, she placed a few steel nail boards at the must-pass places of the joint base. In just one night, they will be covered with snow. At noon the next day, Jiangning took the dog out for patrol. And suddenly, there was a gunshot in the distance. She took out the binoculars and saw a group of people escorting a group of ragged people from a distance. The escorts were of different heights, and it was no wonder that they were all from the joint base. There were both men and women being escorted. About 60 or 70 people, ragged like beggars, shivering with cold, and talking from time to time. Without exception, all of them had oriental faces. Jiangning stared at the faces of the people being escorted, and it seemed that they were not speaking Chinese. Huishan heard the noise and came out, stared for a moment, and said, "It's Koreans." It turned out to be kimchi. Suddenly, something happened. Several kimchis tried to run away. The escorts rushed over and grabbed their hair, slapped their ears, kicked their stomachs. All kinds of punches and kicks. The perpetrators looked irritable, cursing and beating them to death, as if they had some deep hatred. It made people feel that they either killed their fathers or dug up their ancestral graves. Without exception, all the people who went up to beat and abused were from the east. Even the ones who cursed the most and beat the most fiercely were also raised on kimchi. It seemed that the harder they beat, the greater their merit. The tall, blonde and blue-eyed escorts stood by with their arms folded and smiled. Their smiles were friendly and easygoing, like the smile of God, kind and compassionate. Jiangning's eyes became colder and colder, and his hand holding the telescope became tighter and tighter. One of the blue-eyed people turned sideways and looked in Jiangning's direction. He took off his mask and greeted with a smile. "Honey." It was because they were far away. Otherwise Jiangning would have slapped him a few times. This scene today was just a show of power for her. These people have been investigated very clearly, and they are not in a hurry to take action at all. Life is boring, and the eldest brother needs interesting games to entertain himself. And this family has medical skills, weapons, wolves and dogs. so they can have a good time. And there is no need to be violent right away. After saying hello, Bai Yin spoke up to stop the violence and asked them to take the two-legged sheep back. The Korean stopped beating the kimchi. When leaving, Bai Yin did not forget to wave to Jiang Ning and threw a kiss in the air. Jiang Ning didn't feel anything. But don't forget that Hui Yishan was standing next to him, and his eyes narrowed immediately. She went back to the house to warm herself by the fire. And she couldn't help laughing when she thought about their killing a chicken to scare the monkeys today. It was really funny. They were reduced from more than 20,000 to only 3,000 by the Russian bear. I don't know where they got the confidence to threaten others. However, they were really confident. The day after the two-legged sheep were taken, the joint base came with weapons. 10 blue-eyed people holding submachine guns and 50 people of other skin colors came with a step of not recognizing relatives. It was the foot basin from last time. Still smiling, and very politely said, "Have you thought it through?" Jiang Ning nodded. "I thought it through. You Chinese have an old saying. Who knows the current situation is a hero. It seems that you understand it well. How ruthless she was the day before yesterday. How cowardly she is today." Her tactfulness made Jiobin happy and mocking. She was happy that the task assigned by her elder brother was completed, and mocked the hypocrisy of Chinese civilization, which was nothing but cowards, who were greedy for life and afraid of death. What an eloquent person. You are really pretending. Then, Jiobin asked Jiang Ning and others to pack up and return to the joint base with them, in order to punish her for her offense the day before yesterday. All supplies must be handed over, and she must obey the command of the base unconditionally. If she violates the rules, the submachine guns raised by the blue-eyed people can sweep them into sieves in a minute. Jiang Ning raised the loudspeaker. "You are too far away. I can't hear what you say. Come closer and talk." She glanced at Hui Yishan, and got a response before she stood up. In order to show her sincerity, she put down the gun in her hand, and walked towards the trench with the same step of not recognizing relatives. Standing on the trench, there was a steel nail plate in front of them. Jiang Ning was enthusiastic and hooked his finger at them. "Come on. Come over here." Jiben frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Then Bai Yin pushed him away, came over with a machine gun, and smiled even brighter. "Honey, life in the base was boring, and they hadn't seen such a beautiful and lively woman for a long time. Red roses are beautiful only with thorns." They were extremely confident and came over with machine guns. The foot basins did not dare to neglect and followed behind with nods and bows. Soon, 60 people were in front of Jiang Ning. Less than 3 meters away, Jiang Ning showed a mysterious smile to the blue-eyed people. F***K. The blue-eyed people were stunned and thought there was something wrong with their ears. "Honey, what do you say?" Before they finished speaking, they suddenly saw a vast expanse of white in front of them. The snow on the second floor fell from the sky, and the 60 survivors of the joint base were buried in an instant. Looking at the snow pile in front of her, Jiang Ning turned around and slowly left. Back at the snow hill, she sat side by side with Hui Yishan and took out 2 cups of hot coffee. "Sugar or milk?" "Black coffee. Thank you." Jiang Ning was not used to black coffee, and didn't want to let Hui Yishan get his wish, so she added a lot of sugar to his cup. "Mr. Hua, your coffee." Hui Yishan was used to it, so he took it with a smile, tasted it and said, "Too much sugar." She glanced at the snow pile. "How long do you need to simmer it?" "Half an hour for medium rare. 1 hour for well done." Jiang Ning finished her coffee and ate snacks after cooking. It was cold, and she didn't take out the snacks on the table, but fed them directly into Hui Yishan's mouth. Shrimp dumplings, beef balls, and steamed buns. Hui Yishan's mouth was stuffed with food. He hugged her and kept each other warm in the snow, fearing that it was not cooked. Jiang Ning waited for 80 minutes before getting up. After making sure there was no surveillance around, the two walked to the snow pile. Jiang Ning was too lazy to dig with a shovel. What if someone was alive and not dead, but attacked and shot him? The corpses and snow piles were directly collected into the black soil garden in the space. Bang! 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 The space kicked out 3 lumps. 2 blue eyes and 1 black skin. TSK. They really have a long life. The blue eyes were pale, still holding a machine gun in his hand, and the black skin had an axe in his hand. There were more than 20,000 people in the base, and there were more than 3,000 left, but no one had a hot weapon. Either the base did not have enough weapons, or the white skin led by the eagle sauce looked down on other skin colors. Huaishan confiscated the weapons in their hands. Do you want clothes? Jiang Ning thought about it. Yes. He didn't need it. But who knows if it would be useful in the future. It's better to be prepared. He got an axe, 2 submachine guns, and 4 grenades. Huaishan stripped them down to their underwear. At this time, a blue-eyed man opened his eyes in a daze and murmured, "Help." Chapter 486. Huaishan felt that the blue-eyed man who asked for help looked familiar, as if he was the man who blew a kiss to Jiang Ning yesterday. Honey? Cut his neck with a knife. The other 2 were also sent to see God. Dowdu was on patrol, and the 2 returned to the house and entered the space, afraid that the snow would melt and wet their weapons. The 2 kept digging with shovels. It took more than an hour, and they had 8 more machine guns, 5 daggers, 16 pistols, watches, gold chains, and a pile of clothes and shoes. Jiang Ning felt unlucky, so she threw all her clothes and shoes into the container in the space, and even refused to let her enter the villa. The accumulated snow melted in the black soil garden and irrigated the crops. 60 people were killed by a pile of snow, which meant that they had a complete grudge against the joint base. Jiang Ning didn't care. They didn't give her a chance to choose. Tolerating them blindly would only make them worse. Oh, it's just 17 gangs, and our ancestors have fought before. If we can win once, we can win the second time. At worst, we can hold a sports meeting? Of course, I was joking. At night, Jiang Ning went out to dump the bodies and collect snow. Fearing bad luck, she deliberately walked a little further away, first collected the snow around, threw the bodies on the ice, and then buried them with snow. After piling up 2 floors of snow, Jiang Ning went back to the house to rest. I thought the joint base would send troops to the border that night, but who knew it would last all night until dawn? They didn't come, but the Russians came again. They brought a few pounds of potatoes and corn, and still wanted to form an alliance with Jiang Ning. Don't underestimate the intelligence capabilities of the Russian bears. They know what happened yesterday. As expected, every Chinese person is very capable. They are usually gentle, patient, and easy to talk to. But when they get angry, they can kill the enemy without making a sound. They are so envious that they want to learn from their experience that they can survive 3 to 60. Evante is very determined. Jiang, Hua, the people who came yesterday never came back. They will not let you go. We should join hands. Jiang Ning said the same thing. Thank you for your kindness, but we are used to freedom, and don't like to form an alliance with anyone. Evante is helpless. Okay, but we are still friends. There was no hope of forming an alliance, but he still pointed out the direction of the headquarters of the joint base. They have submachine guns, bombs, grenades, gasoline bombs, flamethrowers. Jiang Ning wanted to laugh. With so many weapons, they were annihilated to only more than 3,000 people. Why are they still so confident? Perhaps it is not self-confidence, but the contempt for other skin colors. In exchange for his potatoes and corn, Jiang Ning exchanged them for equivalent dried sweet potatoes and taro. Evante was very happy. I finally don't have to eat potatoes. As he was leaving, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Have you encountered anything strange recently? Jiang Ning was puzzled. What? Evante thought for a moment. Like animals or something? Jiang Ning reacted quickly. Were you attacked? One of our team members was missing last night. At first, they thought it was done by the joint base. But later the team went out to look for supplies, and found a gnawed and bloody body. After identification, it was the missing team member. In addition to guarding against the joint base, we now have to be wary of wild animals. Before the glaciers melted, there were many animals in the Arctic. It is hard to say whether they survived or mutated into more ferocious animals. This also reminded Jiang Ning that the water ball is not only for humans, but also for animals. In the 10 years of natural disasters, many animals became extinct, but new species were also born, such as various mutant creatures in the ocean. In addition to the harsh living environment, the same kind with their own ulterior motives. We must also pay attention to ferocious species. When I got home, I found Bai Shui anxious and kept walking around. She was very irritable, and she pawed at the dog that came to give her warmth, and bared her teeth and told him to get out of the way. Bai Shui dragged the nest to a corner and turned over and over restlessly. Jiangning felt that she was about to give birth. Her belly was very big, and the fetal movement was very obvious. Jiangning took some mincemeat, straw, etc. from the space. Bai Shui finished eating the mincemeat, took the straw back to the nest, and kept stacking it. After a few hours of howling, there was blood. The dog became nervous, and even when he was beaten, he stayed with his wife, sniffing from time to time. Then she ran back to the poop shoveler. Woof! She looked worried and uneasy. Jiangning comforted her. I know. You're going to be a father soon. An hour later, the first cub was born. Out of maternal instinct, Bai Shui kept licking the mucus on the cub's body, then bit off the umbilical cord and ate it. Jiangning squatted in front of the nest and gently picked up the cub. Bai Shui stared at it closely, afraid that she would take it away from the child, and kept humming anxiously. The fur color is like a horse dog, but the head is very pointed. It is indeed a cross between a wolf and a dog. Jiangning was very happy, and stroked the dog head wildly, saying, Kola, you are going to be a father. Kola was confused, but he also knew that it was his own cub, so he licked it gently. Bai Shui was very anxious, and stretched out her claws to try to dig it out. So Jiangning quickly returned the cub to it. It immediately lay down and let the cub suckle. In more than an hour, a total of 3 cubs were born, 2 boys and 1 girl, which made the ruthless couple very happy. Looking at the children, the dog seemed to suddenly have the consciousness of being a father, lying beside him to guard his wife and children, and kissing his wife from time to time. Fearing that Daodu would be withdrawn, Jiangning arranged a task. Daodu, you will take care of Dabao, Erbo and Sanbao from now on. Bai Shui needs to stay in confinement after childbirth, and she needs milk to feed her baby, so she needs to eat nutritious meals every time. The arrival of a new life made Daodu very happy. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will take good care of Bai Shui and her baby. Fearing that the 3 babies would be confused, Jiangning took out 3 different colored straps from the space and made them into elastic collars to wear around the babies' necks. Red, yellow and blue. Dabao is red, Erbo is yellow, and Sanbao is blue. Jiangning gave Bai Shui extra food every day, and the little ones were born big like their father, and they looked plump in the hand. They inherited the advantages of their parents perfectly, and they looked not only good-looking, but also very lively and active, constantly sucking milk. But they haven't opened their eyes yet, so I don't know who they look more like. For fear of freezing them, Jiangning took out a small sun and put it next to them to keep them warm. After giving birth, Bai Shui was very tired and closed her eyes to rest. The dog stayed by her side. 60 people mysteriously disappeared, but Jiangning's side was not hurt at all. The joint base looked at the people straight in the eye and felt that this group of Chinese people was different from the ones detained on their side. There is no enemy that is difficult to deal with. If it is difficult to deal with, it means that the firepower suppression is not enough. In this case, let them taste what it means to be crushed by the god level. Tremble, Chinese people. Send out 50 blue eyes, 50 yellow skins, and 50 black skins. Don't save bullets for me. Attack! Attack with all your strength. Smash them into sieves. So, the boom came again, and the blue-eyed man in the lead wore sunglasses and held a pipe in his mouth. He had a hooked nose and an extremely arrogant face. He drove a snow tank and swaggered over. His expression seemed to say, I will blow you into pieces today. Chapter 487. Jiangning was on patrol, and when she saw the eagle tank approaching, she turned around and ran away without saying a word. Seeing her running away in panic, Pipe Blue Eyes became even crazier, driving a tank to chase her all the way. Scared. Scared. The beautiful girl from the east was scared. Ha ha ha. It was a pity that it was too late. There would be something more scary for her later. She ran. He ran. Today she couldn't escape. In short, the blood of the joint base was boiling instantly, and the hunting game began. Some people are born lowly, and they are the best game for entertainment, especially in the end of the natural disaster. There are natural hunting grounds everywhere, which is really exciting. The rumbling tank flew up, leaving the other team members far behind, and took the lead to chase Jiangning. When they were still 500 meters away from the house, there was a loud bang on the snow. The tank was blown over. The ice layer was exploded, and the whole tank fell into the ice hole. It sank. Oh my god! Mike is gone. The people who were running with blood in their blood were shocked and dumbfounded. How could the tank be gone before the war even started? Jiang Ning stood on the snow hill, raised his middle finger at them, and then ran away. Bai Yan, who had reacted, was so angry that he had a brain hemorrhage and cursed loudly. They were so angry that they charged and chased after them. They must kill them today. The seawater was extremely cold, and the tank was extremely heavy. If they fell into it, they would keep falling to the bottom of the sea. The soldiers in the tank, Bai Yan wearing sunglasses and holding a pipe, had no time to climb out of the tank before their clothes were soaked by the seawater that poured in. It was impossible to breathe in the sea, so they had to hold their breath desperately to escape. But their thick cotton clothes were soaked by the seawater, and their bodies became extremely heavy, and the seawater was like an invisible ice cone that kept piercing their bodies. It was dozens of degrees below zero, and they couldn't breathe under the sea. Their hearts suddenly contracted due to the low temperature. Their sunglasses were washed away, and their pipes were nowhere to be found. Bai Yan couldn't care less, and he struggled to climb out by stepping on the tank soldier's head. But his clothes were getting heavier and heavier, as if the devil's hand was dragging him to the bottom of the sea. Oh, God, save him! However, I don't know whether God didn't hear me, or God didn't control the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. He swam hard, becoming more and more stiff and tired, and his body kept moving upwards. The light coming through the ice surface was getting farther and farther away, and getting darker and darker. God, Lord, Amen. It was useless to shout, and none of the Western gods reached out. As he continued to fall, he saw a huge monster approaching rapidly in the distance. When he saw what it was, he was so shocked that his pupils trembled. Oh, no! As soon as he opened his mouth, cold seawater poured in. The bloody mouth came in an instant and swallowed him in one gulp. The people on the ice had no idea what was happening on the seabed. They only knew that the tank had not sunk. Even if they wanted to save it, they were unable to do so. So they gave up decisively. The start was not good, and the most important thing now was to tear the culprit to pieces. They rushed forward in a swarm, but screamed when they rushed to the trench. There was something sharp under the snow. They stepped on the steel nail plate, and the nails were rusty. Pain, pain, pain. They rushed too fast, and the ones in front didn't have time to break, and the ones behind them hit them. Like a human pyramid, they were pressed down, and were directly pierced by the steel nail board like a hedgehog. They wanted to teach the stubborn Chinese a lesson, but they fell twice, and even dropped the leader of the tank into the sea. Anger burned their reason, and the blue-eyed people led the low-level team members to bypass the steel nail board and rush towards the ice house. They raised their submachine guns in anger and fired wildly at the steel door of the ice house. The sound of machine guns resounded across the vast Arctic. The steel door was shot into a dent like a hornet's nest, but it didn't penetrate. The blue-eyed eagles used 3 violent methods to break into a private house. Several low-level team members rushed up and smashed the door with hammers. The steel door fell down, and several men with submachine guns rushed into the house and fired crazily without saying a word until they ran out of bullets. It was the turn of the men with flame guns, who sprayed fire dragons several feet away into the house continuously. The whole ice house was on fire, instantly engulfing all the Joint Base personnel who rushed into the house. Then, shrill screams came one after another. Several team members escaped from the sea of fire, but their bodies were burning with flames, and the severe pain made them flutter around like headless flies. The incident happened suddenly, and everyone was shocked at first, and when they came to their senses, they quickly retreated and dodged. Some people were unable to dodge, and were splashed by the flames. The people on fire tried their best to put out the fire, but they couldn't put it out, so they fell in the snow and rolled around. But gasoline is not easy to extinguish, and it burns for a long time, so rolling around is useless. The entire igloo was ablaze, and tragic sounds were constantly coming from inside. But no one dared to rush in to put out the fire. They had never expected that the Chinese, who had always been cowardly and incompetent, would not only resist the Joint Base, but also pour gasoline in the house. The Chinese dared to die with them. The members of the base were too arrogant, not only rushed in and opened fire, but also used flame guns. But this was also their own fault, who made them afraid of snow blindness, wearing sunglasses to look cool. If they had rushed into the house 2 seconds later, looked at the situation in the house clearly before looking at the gun, They would not have been tricked by the Chinese. What a bunch of self-righteous fools. The West is no more than this. The flexible little Binzi despised them in his heart, and secretly retreated behind the crowd. He retreated outside the crowd, but when he turned around, he found a woman standing in the trench not far away. It was the Chinese woman. She was not dead. Jiang Ning gave him a death smile, and replied to him in Binzi language. Beast. The little Binzi raised the gun in his hand, and wanted to kill her. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning moved faster, and the snow on the second floor poured down, instantly burying hundreds of members of the joint base, who surrounded the ice house alive. The world suddenly became quiet, with only the boundless white snow and the blazing fire. Looking at the burning house, the dog was so anxious that he wanted to pounce on it. Jiang Ning quickly comforted it. Don't worry. Our home is still there. She had already put the entire container into the space, and made a fake door in front of the ice house to lure the enemy. In other words, the eagle sauce is confident, and likes to violently break into private houses in the middle of the night every day. If it were anyone from other countries, they would not be so crazy, and her trap would not succeed. Sister-in-law. Someone ran away. Daodu, who was hiding in the trench in front of the door, suddenly fired a gun and jumped out to chase him. Jiang Ning hurried to chase him, and found that the fish that escaped was actually the king of escape. The Korean. They are really good at running. Their legs are like launchers, but no matter how fast they run, they can't be faster than bullets. Jiang Ning and Daodu's shooting skills are very accurate, and they shot them all to see Confucius. Let Confucius answer in person which country he is from. Chapter 488. More than 100 people came, and they stood in a relatively scattered manner. The sticks were the best at talking, and they retreated when they really fought with swords and guns. It was not surprising that the snow did not crush them. After confirming that they were dead, the two hurried back. As expected, the few who struggled out of the snow had all been slashed in the neck by Huishan. Even with bulletproof vests and helmets, they still needed to be cautious. 3 or 5 people hid behind the trench and waited for them to crawl out before taking action. 10 minutes later, a few more crawled out one after another. They were suffocating, and their consciousness was blurred. Even with the gun in their hands, they didn't even have the strength to shoot. Jiang Ning aimed with a crossbow and sent them to see God. They didn't crawl out later. After 2 hours of stewing, Jiang Ning made sure there was no surveillance around, and then he put the snow pile into the space neatly. The family followed in, and started to dig the bodies with shovels. This group of people came prepared, and the supplies they seized were very rich, which made Jiang Ning so excited that she almost called Dad across the air. Her guess was right. The joint base was divided into levels according to skin color. Apart from those who were burned to death in the igloo and 20 soldiers who were suffocated by the snow, the rest were ordinary members. The soldiers were equipped with the best equipment, all of which were top-grade military submachine guns. They were not only protected by bulletproof vests, but some even wore military exoskeleton equipment. The ordinary blue-eyed ones were civilian submachine guns and had no bulletproof vests. As for the other skin colors, they were more ordinary pistols. Not only were they thinner, but even their warm clothes were much worse. It can be seen that the grading system was very serious, and there was no equality at all. But it was just the law of the jungle. After removing more than 100 bodies, they found 3 flamethrowers, 20 military submachine guns, 23 civilian submachine guns, 60 grenades, hundreds of pistols, and a batch of bullets. There were also daggers, watches, cigarettes, canned luncheon meat, etc. This thigh is so thick. This equipment was given to her by her father. Even her father doesn't spoil her like this. Among them, the flamethrower made Jiang Ning most satisfied. She was in need of this thing. This Model Cs can not only disperse and spray over a large area, but also has a maximum range of 50 meters. And the maximum temperature reaches 1,800 degrees. After looting the weapons, the rest of the process was not suitable for children. Jiang Ning took Daodu back to the villa to rest. Mr. Hua, you've worked hard. What could the hard-working Huishan say? The dog couldn't bear it, so he chose to help the trainer. He still stripped down to his underwear, and threw all the clothes into the container. This was a physical job, and he was exhausted after the work. Jiang Ning asked him to take a shower quickly to get rid of the bad luck. Mr. Hua, you've worked hard. Not only did he flatter her, but he also gave him a massage to relax. It was several hours later when he came out of the space. The igloo melted in the flames, and several charred bodies lay on the ice. The snow hills were still there, providing shelter from the wind and snow. Jiang Ning did not want to choose a new location, so the three of them worked together to clean up the charred bodies, flattened the charred ice surface, sprinkled a layer of clean snow, laid a layer of wooden boards on it, and then took out the container. Water was poured again to freeze it, and the ice layer was thicker. After dark, Jiang Ning came to the place where the tank sank. The explosives were sufficient, and the thick ice layer was blasted open for more than 10 meters. The seawater is flowing, and it takes time to refreeze. After freezing for a long time, it was only covered with a thin layer of ice. Jiang Ning took out a bamboo pole to break the thin ice, and threw hundreds of corpses into the sea to feed the fish. The ocean was very fast, and the corpses disappeared without a trace. The joint base failed again, and their revenge would only be more crazy. In fact, she just wanted to live a simple life. But someone didn't let her do it. The end of the world is like this. It is not only a natural disaster, but also a man-made disaster. There is no good or evil or reason. Back home, Huishan is still keeping watch. Go Zi is the patrol deputy, and Bai Shui is at home nursing the cub. In the morning, Jiang Ning is still sleeping. The dog rushed in excitedly. Woof! It spit out something from its mouth. A gift for the poop shoveler. Jiang Ning initially thought it was an egg that it had hidden from space. But when he picked it up and looked at it carefully, he found that it was much larger than an egg. Goose egg? It felt about half the size. Jiang Ning used a flashlight to find that it was a fertilized egg, and the shell was very hard. Where did you pick it up? The dog was very excited and kept wagging its tail to take the poop shoveler to pick it up. Huishan had just returned from patrol and brushed off the snow on his body before entering the house. There's something unusual over there in the ice hole. We need to pay attention to it. He also picked up 2 eggs. Overnight, there were many more eggs in the snow around the ice hole. In other words, an animal crawled out of the ice hole last night to lay eggs. Jiang Ning beat an egg into a bowl. The egg liquid was not frozen, and it was very fresh. It smelled fishy when you got close. It was amazing that it didn't freeze in such cold weather. She was a little curious. What kind of egg is this? Huishan's expression gradually became serious. It may be a crocodile egg. Jiang Ning was a little surprised. Crocodile is a freshwater creature. Think about it. It is possible that species are forced to evolve under the pressure of survival crisis after 10 years of natural disasters. When they cannot survive on land, they continue to migrate to the ocean and reproduce wildly after adapting. How many eggs are there like this? A lot. All piled up in the snow, with at least a dozen eggs in a nest, and as many as 50 or 60. Jiang Ning's scalp tingled when he heard it. Crocodiles are reptiles that lay more eggs, and can lay 10 to 60 eggs each time. They even dare to eat humans. Once they become a disaster, the consequences will be disastrous. Wearing thick clothes, Jiang Ning went to the ice cave. There was snow everywhere, and there was nothing to see. She took a spike rake and turned it over in the snow. After a while, she caught a lot. The more she caught, the more panic she felt. This time is indeed the season for crocodiles to lay eggs. But this temperature is not suitable. Crocodiles are afraid of cold, and it is suitable for breeding and reproduction in the south. Now they are in the Arctic. Think about it. Don't humans also drift around the world? So nothing is impossible. But crocodiles should still be afraid of cold. Otherwise they will hatch eggs on the spot after laying them. There is no trace of them now. They should be staying in the sea to keep warm. Crocodiles are irritable during the spawning period. Once they adapt to the temperature of the glacier. Jiang Ning searched all around the ice hole and threw all the crocodile eggs she found into the sea. She returned to the house and was busy with the things at hand. Bai Shui fed the cubs and played with the dog outside. The two played farther and farther. They dug crocodile eggs in the snow and brought them back excitedly to bury them next to the house. At night, Huishan came out for patrol. The dog suddenly barked at the front. When Hui hid deep in the trench, he used a flashlight to scan the distance. It was too far away to see clearly. He turned off the flashlight and stared carefully for a while before he found that there were red dots moving in the distance. And more of them. It was not like the joint base. And humans could not move like this. But it was not like a pack of wolves. So, oh no, it was a pack of crocodiles. Chapter 489. Huishan and his dog quickly retreated. As he ran, The red dot in the distance moved faster and quickly chased him. The white wolf in the house noticed something unusual and bared its teeth to rush out. Jiangning and Daodu subconsciously pulled out their guns. The two men and the wolf just rushed to the door and just happened to run into Huishan and his dog running back. Jiangning asked, "What happened?" Huishan quickly locked the door, locking all three bolts. Crocodile group. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crash outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Dense and violent. The whole container was shaking. The dense feeling was like flying fish hitting a yacht at sea. Jiangning was puzzled. The crocodiles came ashore to lay eggs last night and did not come to harass them. Why did they attack tonight? The collisions did not stop and became more and more frequent. Front, side, through the container and the ice. Jiangning could imagine the dense scene outside. She approached the sentry post with a gun, wanting to check the situation outside. A pair of red eyes suddenly appeared at the dark sentry post. Cold and bloodthirsty. Wow! It's actually a red crocodile eye. If the whistle was not only 20 centimeters wide, blocking the crocodile's head, they would keep coming in. Even so, the crocodile with its head stuck kept drilling in, trying to eat the people inside alive. Could it be because she threw their eggs into the sea? A whole day had passed, and even if there were traces and smells left, they would have been blown away by the wind and snow. Jiangning was puzzled, but the red eyes were creepy. So she quickly closed the whistle. She put on night vision goggles and passed through a higher sentry point, and found that there were densely packed crocodiles outside. At least hundreds of them. If they broke through the container, 3 or 5 people would not be enough to fill their teeth. Across the door, the dog and the white wolf were fierce, and they confronted each other in defiance. Woof woof woof. Ah. Woof. This caused the collision outside to become more intense. Jiangning was speechless. These two were making things worse. It was probably because the smell of human beings aroused the crocodile's ferocity, and they had no confidence that they could defeat them. If you can't afford to offend, hide. Jiangning put the whole container into the space. Let's sleep in the space tonight, and see who can last longer. We talk about it when the sun rises. There is no danger in the space, and both people and dogs are very relaxed. Going upstairs and entering the room, Jiangning washed up, turned off the lights, and discussed with Huishan how to deal with the crocodile. Crocodiles are ferocious, crawl very fast, and have very hard skulls. It's hard to aim when they shuttle through the snow, which is much more difficult than dealing with the members of the joint base. After thinking about it, there is no best solution for the time being, so we can only wait until we get enough sleep. When we woke up the next day, it was already past 8 o'clock after we had eaten and drunk enough. The three of them were fully armed. Even Guzi and Bai Shui had bulletproof vests. Bai Shui's clothes were modified by Daodu overnight. The bullets were already loaded, and even the flame gun was taken out. Come on, baby crocodile. The victory or defeat depends on this round. However, it was quiet outside. Jiangning opened the whistle to observe, but did not find any trace of the crocodile. Could it be that it returned to the ocean after dawn? After confirming again and again that there was no crocodile, Jiangning opened the door. Hey, there was shit everywhere. The shape is similar to pig shit. These bastards. They shit to vent their anger when they didn't catch anyone. Their revenge is really strong. The three of them endured the nausea and swept the crocodile shit around the house. Huishan is not only thrifty, but also a good at living. Do you want to dry it and use it as fuel? Jiangning felt disgusted. No. The space has stored fuel, so there is no need to burn crocodile shit at all. After thinking about it, she still felt that something was wrong. According to the level of revenge of the crocodile group, it is definitely not a food chain relationship that met by chance. It is much easier for them to hunt fish in the sea than to go ashore to find food. So there is no need to do this. I really couldn't figure it out. So I checked around the house again and again. Wow. There are dozens of crocodile eggs buried in the snow, and they are buried very deep. You can tell with your toes that it is Bai Shui and the dog who did this again. It would be strange if the red-eyed crocodile didn't fight hard to hide the cubs. Thinking of the danger he experienced last night, Jiangning was very angry and called Bai Shui over, pointing at its nose and teaching it a lesson. Don't think that I dare not teach you a lesson just because you are a new bride. Once you enter this house, I will not let you go hungry. If you hide messy things in the future, I will punish you. I have said it so many times. But he still ignores me. He hides everything. Not even a bone. Making the area around the house look like a garbage dump. Just after scolding him, the dog came to protect his wife and raised his paw to let go of Jiang Ning's hand. Woo! Woo! Don't scold. Don't hit. Jiang Ning grabbed the dog ear. And you? You have no position. After scolding them, she picked up the crocodile eggs that the two had hidden. This time, she didn't throw them into the ice hole, but placed them not far away on the shore. Crocodiles are not afraid of heat, and simple flames probably won't scare them. In the evening, Jiang Ning took out steel nail plates and placed them around the house to try to prevent the red-eyed crocodiles from attacking. The three of them had dinner early, and no one rested after dark, and the weapons were placed beside them. Let's see if the red-eyed crocodiles will come. At 8 or 9 in the evening, screams suddenly sounded outside. It sounded like a person's scream. Then came the sound of gunfire. The two were intertwined. Huishan climbed up to the sentry post at the top and used a telescope to observe the situation outside. It's the people from the joint base. They encountered the red-blood crocodile, and the two sides are fighting. It was obvious that the people from the joint base were rushing for a night attack. But they didn't expect to encounter an obstacle halfway. The two sides started fighting as soon as they disagreed. Jiang Ning really didn't know what to say. Red-Eye Baby is great. The sentry post couldn't see clearly, so the two quietly went to the side of the snow hill and used night vision binoculars to scout the battle situation at the ice hole. The fight was fierce. With submachine guns, flame guns, grenades, the firepower of the joint base was very strong. And the red-eyed crocodiles kept crawling out of the sea. They were very fast. And they didn't know what fear was. They rushed towards humans in the hail of bullets. It was a bloody battle. Either you die or I live. Faced with the endless red-eyed crocodiles, the members of the joint base were scared and retreated while fighting, while the red-eyed crocodiles kept chasing them. It can only be said that the brave win when they meet on a narrow road. It is estimated that they never thought that they were just here for a sneak attack, but unexpectedly became a meal for the red-eyed crocodiles. The gunshots became sparse and distant, and finally disappeared completely. It is unknown who will win or lose. The two hurriedly retreated back home and waited for more than an hour, but did not wait for the arrival of the red-eyed crocodiles. Go to bed. Chapter 490. After daybreak, Jiang Ning rushed to the battlefield fully armed. There were bloody broken limbs everywhere. There were dozens of human corpses, and the blood spread far away. There were also many dead red-eyed crocodiles, with bullet holes all over their bodies. But their bodies were relatively intact. Huishan went to pick up the dead's weapons, and Jiang Ning squatted down to check the bodies of the red-eyed crocodiles. They were about twice as big as ordinary crocodiles. It was true that they had mutations, but their skin was smooth and without growths, and it seemed that they were not affected too much by the ancient virus. Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of Lan Lan. Apart from being irritable and itchy, it didn't have any other major problems. This might be the magic of living things. Thinking of the fight last night, Jiang Ning frowned. After another defeat last night, the joint base would not let go of its own. They can even take out tanks. Is it possible to fire 2 missiles? Don't underestimate the Xipus. Their hegemony is supported by military forces. Even without missiles, they can still be so arrogant in the end of the natural disaster. And they must have a powerful weapon in their hands. Jiang Ning stared at the crocodile corpses and then put them into the space. After collecting all the crocodile corpses, she searched the area twice and picked up more than 200 crocodile eggs. Huishan collected dozens of weapons, including submachine guns, pistols, grenades, etc. Clothes and shoes were not taken, either torn to pieces by the crocodiles or covered with blood. The blood spread far away and disappeared only after 2 kilometers. In this gunfight, there were more than 60 crocodile corpses alone, and even more human deaths. The two worked together to throw all the useless corpses into the ice hole. For the safety of her family, this hole cannot continue to exist. After throwing the body, she took out a few wooden boards, tied them with ropes, and threw them under the hole. Use ropes to secure the wooden boards to the shore to ensure that they will not be washed away by the current. The two piled snow on the wooden boards and poured a layer of water on them. It was freezing cold, and the water and snow quickly froze after mixing. This was repeated several times to completely block the hole. After freezing for a whole day, The crocodile would not be able to climb out from here. Just after finishing the work, Evante came again. He dragged a big bag and was particularly excited to see two living people. Jiang? Hua? I'm here to bring you meat. The Russian bear has been eyeing the joint base. And they have been making such a big move in the past 2 days that it is hard for others not to know. The base even sent out tanks. Evante was worried that Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan would be blown to pieces. So he couldn't help but make a special trip. Who knew that the two didn't even lose a hair? The Chinese are really hidden. Seeing the blood ice debris all over the snow, Evante was shocked. What happened? Jiang Ning didn't hide it, but selectively said, the day before yesterday, people from the joint base came over. We blew up their tanks and blew a hole in the ice. But who knew that the red-eyed crocodiles crawled out of the sea to lay eggs? Last night they came to attack again, and probably crushed the crocodile's testicles. So a fight broke out between the two sides. There were corpses all over the ground. And we were so disgusted by the sight. So we threw all the corpses into the sea and patched up the holes. Evante was immediately anxious. You threw all the crocodiles away? Yes. To keep them for bad luck. Don't you Chinese dare to eat anything? Evante, who knew the truth, felt very painful. Crocodile meat is delicious. You are really too wasteful. That look was like cutting off his thigh meat. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. Aren't you afraid of being infected by the ancient virus? I praised your Chinese cuisine. You really don't know anything about food. Evante took the opportunity to educate the two people. It is true that marine life is contaminated by ancient viruses. But not all animals are inedible. Those that are smooth and slippery, even if they become larger, as long as their bodies do not become deformed or grow gross, humans can eat them. If you are worried about safety, just make sure they are cooked thoroughly. Jiang Ning was very skeptical. Are you sure? Don't worry. We ate it a few years ago, especially in Siberia, and we ate raw pickled ones. If something really happened, we would have died long ago. The bears love meat, so it's better to let them eat potatoes every day than to die. They would rather eat meat than live in vain. Life without meat has no meaning. Each nation is different. Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing. It's true that he wanted to get information, but he still had to pretend. Evante knew the Chinese way of life very well, and he came here with gifts. Jiang? Hua? I brought you gifts. A few pounds of crocodile meat and seal meat. Crocodiles are not easy to fight. They took a lot of effort to catch a few, and some people were injured. There were seals in the Arctic before the disaster, but I haven't seen them for so long. I didn't expect the Russians to eat them. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. The seals are back again? Yes. They swam up from the sea one after another, in order to adapt to the disaster. The seals also mutated and became more aggressive. The Russians don't care. Anyway, either you eat it or it eats you. Just do it. However, they don't eat randomly. They choose those with smooth and undeformed bodies. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Ning has her own way of dealing with the world. She has just shown off her muscles. Even the tanks of the coalition army are gone. The Russians should not dare to make a fuss. But there is no need to be hostile to each other in the Arctic. So, she was full of pain and regret, saying, Oh, Evante, if you had come earlier, I would not have thrown more than 100 crocodiles into the seabed. My meat? Oh, dear Jiang, there are more and more crocodiles and seals from the outside, and they are constantly migrating inside. With your skills, you will not lack meat. He even thought that digging an ice hole to trap crocodiles was feasible, and he could try it when he returned. This time, they still had the intention of forming an alliance, and the Russians thought that if the two were injured, they could take the opportunity to win them over. Who knew that not only was they unscathed, but they also made the people from the joint base come and go without returning. Evante didn't mention it again, and didn't forget to share the news when he left. Jiang? Hua? The Arctic glaciers are getting bigger and bigger, and more people are drifting ashore. The periphery is relatively chaotic, and the powerful teams are constantly moving in. It is estimated that someone will move in here soon, so you should be careful. Jiang Ning thanked him. Okay, you should pay attention too. Just as they were about to leave, he suddenly said, Your spring festival will be here soon. Will you celebrate it? If he hadn't mentioned it, Jiang Ning would have forgotten about it. He was stunned and laughed. Yes, it's our traditional festival. Evante knew that the Chinese were hospitable, and he was expecting the two to invite him over. But no one asked. He had no choice but to touch his nose and leave with regret. The ice hole was completely blocked and frozen solid, and the crocodiles really couldn't get ashore. After a few days of quiet, Jiangning knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Just as he was about to take a nap, he heard the howling of wolves outside. Jiangning reacted quickly and rushed out with his gun. From a distance, he saw Bai Shui caught in a fishing net and dragged heavily onto a snowmobile. The dog roared and ran after her, but he was too far away, and the snowmobile flew up and soon disappeared on the other side of the glacier. Jiangning chased her and shouted, "Coke, come back!" Coke rushed towards the direction where Bai Shui disappeared. Chapter 491. Jiangning and Huishan chased to the place where Bai Shui was arrested and found a piece of pork on the ground. It hid food again. Jiangning had scolded it several times, so it hid farther away for fear of being discovered, but was lured and captured. Who else could it be? It couldn't be done openly, so they resorted to kidnapping. It's worthy of being a wicked joint base. Jiangning was worried and didn't go out rashly. First, he couldn't catch up. Second, there were people at home. And third, it would be easy for him to fall into their trap. Looking at the direction where the two disappeared, her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe, and her hands clenched into fists. She wanted to kill them. Huishan held Jiangning's cold hand. They kidnapped Bai Shui just for us. Bai Shui's life will not be in danger for the time being. Let's go back and make a long-term plan. Daodu was protecting Sanbao, and at the same time guarding against the enemy's feint to the east and attacking in the west. Seeing her brother and sister-in-law coming back, she asked anxiously, "Where is Bai Shui?" Not only was Bai Shui gone, but even Coke was gone. She opened her mouth to ask, but found that her brother and sister-in-law's faces were not very good, so she didn't say anything else. Jiangning sat on the sofa, looking gloomy and silent. She remembered that Avante said that the headquarters of the joint base was in the submarine base, and the main members were the armies of Western countries, their warships, aircraft carriers, transport ships, etc. The submarine base with more than 3,000 people living in it was even easier to defend than to attack. To put it bluntly, 3 people were going to deal with a base with 3,000 people with unlimited firepower. It was simply like hitting a rock with an egg. The last 2 times they were able to win easily. One was by surprise, and the other was by using space assistance. This time they threatened Bai Shui, which undoubtedly forced them to give themselves up. Looking for mommy to eat grandma's sanbao. Hungry. Jiangning had a headache. Bai Shui was caught, and even Gozi might be caught. She looked at Huishan and Dodo, turned her face away, and clenched her fists tightly. Bai Shui's life is life. But whose life is not life? Jiangning went back to the room and closed the door. Gozi came back, whining anxiously. It kept jumping on Huishan and biting his trouser leg. Then it broke into Jiangning's room again. Woof, woof, woof. Jiangning looked at it. His eyes were sore and uncomfortable. Huishan came in and drove the frantic dog out. He sat down next to him and said calmly, "If you want to go, I accompany you." Jiangning looked up and said solemnly, "This time it's not a joke. I'm afraid I go, but not come back alive." Huishan knew that people's hearts are evil. This time it was Bai Shui. Next time it was Coke. Next time it might be Daodu. And more likely it's you or me. Even in peacetime, it's like this, let alone the end of the world where human nature is annihilated. Bai Shui had just arrived, and animal instincts could not be changed. Besides, the joint base was not targeting Bai Shui. For one group to destroy another group, it often only takes a thought, and even no reason is needed. Just like the saying, "I destroy you, and it has nothing to do with you." They both knew that one day it would be Kayleigh's turn, and Jiangning would not be able to bear it, and Huishan would not be able to watch his sister in danger. In this case, it is better to seize the opportunity than to regret it after losing it. They are a family, and have long been inseparable. Either don't fight, or fight as soon as possible. Jiangning made up his mind and said coldly, "I want them to die." They discussed it as soon as they said it. Although there is space, it is dangerous to fight, and it is inevitable that there will be time when they can't take care of each other. Daodu has grown up, and she will stay at the base camp. Even if the two of them are in danger, she can survive with Guzi and Sanbao. As for the specific combat plan, It must be adapted to local conditions, and first understand the terrain of the joint base. Dowdu wanted to join, but Guzi was not so strong and cried anxiously. Dowdu, it's not convenient to have too many people. We will come back safely. Whoever falls into their hands will be a bargaining chip to threaten Jiangning and Huishan. Dowdu was anxious because she couldn't help, but she still agreed. Brother and sister-in-law, don't worry. I will take good care of the house. With her, the home is there. Be sure to pay attention to safety. After thinking about it, Jiangning was still worried. She put away the unnecessary things in the house, leaving a dozen submachine guns and grenades, and then took out the escape pod. The escape pod was made of aviation materials and had a high bulletproof level. She warned Dowdu, if you encounter danger, don't be brave. Dowdu nodded. I know. The two carried submachine guns and walked away step by step on the snow. After walking for more than an hour, they arrived at another snow hill. Huishan climbed up and looked at his home with a telescope, but found no danger. The joint base was 20 kilometers away. In such a harsh environment, it would take half a day to walk on two legs, and you had to be in good physical condition. Worried about being followed, the two did not rest during the day. When it got dark, they dug a hole in the snow with a shovel and hid in it to keep warm, eat, and replenish their energy. At this time, they were still 5 or 6 kilometers away from the joint base, and they could vaguely see it with a high-power telescope. They did not see the entrance and exit of the underwater base, but they saw warships and transport ships frozen in the glacier. There were a lot of them, and the number seemed to be 5 or 6. After all, it was composed of 17 hulls, and its strength should not be underestimated. They were all steel monsters, and they were luring them into a trap. There was no chance to catch them off guard. The two squatted in the snow and discussed feasible solutions. Jiangning thought about the combat effectiveness of the red-eyed crocodiles. Do you think it is possible to lure them over and disrupt their formation? After all, the giant squids were used to eliminate the book monsters in the past. But the joint base has strong military strength, and it is impossible to eliminate them with the red-eyed crocodiles alone. It is best to attract a wave of firepower. Even taking a few of their eggs requires killing the whole family, which shows the bloody brutality of the crocodile group. Jiangning had been keeping an eye on the situation, so he collected the crocodile eggs and corpses. Huishan repeatedly observed the base of the joint base. You can try. So, the two entered the space. It was still early, not the best time to take action. Jiangning smashed and stirred the crocodile eggs. Crocodile skin can be made into bags, belts, or clothes. Huishan peeled them first, and then put the meat into the grinder. The smell of blood was very strong, and he did not forget to wear a mask and a raincoat. It was late at night when they finished their work. The two braved the night and moved forward. About 3 kilometers away from the base, they took out the silent cutter and cut a big hole in the ice. Scattered egg liquid and crocodile mincemeat around the ice cave. The two men moved towards the base while scattering mincemeat and egg liquid. When they were only about 1 kilometer away from the base, there were occasional circular sweeps of lights. The two men hid in the snow, avoiding the patrol lights and observing secretly. The lights came from 2 warships, which were equipped with several turrets and guarded by heavy machine guns. After carefully looking several times, Jiangning did not find the entrance to the underwater base. The people on the warships should be sentinels, and most of the members live in the underwater base. There is running water flowing under the sea, which is much warmer than the glaciers. As long as the circulation problem is solved, it will be fine. Huishan analyzed. The entrance to the base may be behind, blocked by warships. So, the two continued to move forward quietly, intending to go around to the back. As they walked, they felt a rustling sound behind them. Turning their heads, they saw a tiny red dot flashing. Friendly troops have arrived. Chapter 492. The red-eyed crocodile was very fast, and Jiangning and Huishan had no time to hide. In order not to become the target of attack, they quickly hid in space. The red dots appeared more and more, and the rustling sound became louder and louder. The sentry on the warship soon found something wrong, and several lights were used to sweep. They didn't find anyone, and crocodiles are afraid of yellow light, and the sweeping lights are yellowish. So the crocodiles swept by will subconsciously close their eyes. The high beam did not scan anything unusual, but the noise outside was getting louder and louder, and the sentry with a gun came out. He stood in the darkness and saw red lights flashing on the snow. At first, he thought he was dazzled. But when he closed his eyes and opened them again, there were more flashing red dots. And they were moving quickly. When he saw the densely packed things on the snow, his face changed in a hurry and he shouted, "Fire!" Upon hearing the signal, several sentries opened fire at the same time, sweeping wildly outside. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. After sweeping for half a minute, the first round of bullets was finished. They were full of confidence, not to mention flesh and blood. Even steel would be beaten into dust and slag. But he still waited quietly for 2 minutes before opening the door to check the situation. What these people didn't know was that the continuous shooting for half an hour made their eardrums buzzing. And they didn't hear the continuous rustling sound at all. Just after opening the door and taking 2 steps, a huge monster rushed over. "Ah!" A scream rang out. On the snow, the blood continued to spread. But there were still many red-eyed crocodiles rushing forward. Jiang Ning kept time and stayed in the space for 20 minutes before coming out. The gunshots and screams continued, but they came from behind the warship. And the snow under the feet of the 2 people was still bloody and exciting. Many red-eyed crocodiles were killed on the snow. It seems that friendship is quite powerful and is broken through the first level. The 2 put on fasakinis and night vision goggles and followed carefully with guns. Not in a hurry to get to the front line. The 2 climbed up to the warship sentry post and saw mess and blood everywhere, with scattered limbs everywhere. Those who picked up weapons picked up weapons. And those who finished off the knives finished off the knives, making sure there were no survivors outside before they felt relieved, so as not to be killed later. There was an unlucky guy who hid in the transport warehouse when the crocodiles came and did not dare to come out, hearing no more noise outside. He came out tremblingly with a pistol in hand. As soon as he opened the door, he was killed by Huishan. With a silencer installed, there was not much noise. There are many cabins under the warship, and I don't know if there are people or other weapons inside. Those that can be locked from the outside are either locked with a lock or blocked with a steel pipe. For induction doors, twist a few wires and hang a grenade on them. After dealing with the first warship, the 2 quickly climbed to the second one and found shoulder-fired armor-piercing shells at the sentry post. And there were 3 of them. Jiang Ning couldn't help but want to laugh. Could it be that in their eyes she was actually very capable? They were actually preparing to deal with her. Thank you, my sponsor, for not letting them down. Huishan was very cautious. He quickly harvested the 3 lives hiding in the dark, and followed the same method to eliminate the danger of the second warship. Standing on the warship, the entrance to the underwater base suddenly appeared. The entrance was about 10 meters long, shaped like a smoke absorber, and the black door was closed. The joint base was waiting for the opportunity, and even ambushed many people in the snow to deal with Jiang Ning family. They never expected that what they were waiting for was a group of brutal crocodiles. While beating the crocodiles, they called the people inside to open the door. However, there was no movement inside, even if they shouted at the top of their lungs that there were only crocodiles outside. Seeing the crocodiles getting closer, Jiang Ning certainly wanted to help them. Can the armor-piercing bullets blow the door open? The underwater base is their strongest fortress, and the shoulder-mounted armor-piercing bullets are also their most powerful models. The relationship between the spear and the shield, who is more powerful, can only be seen after a test. Jiang Ning thought it was okay to give it a try. After all, this was the North Pole, where the temperature was -40 or 50 degrees Celsius. Even the most powerful materials would degrade after being used in this environment for a long time. But she was a little worried. Can you fight? Huishan gave her confidence. Yes. What are you hesitating about? Hurry up. Jiang Ning was in charge of keeping watch, while Huishan aimed at the gate of the base and fired. The armor-piercing bullet flew away, and with a bang, a hole was shot through the specially made gate, followed by a deafening roar from inside. One deterrent is not enough. Shoot them all. The second one. The third one. The hole on the gate is getting bigger and bigger. After 3 explosions, a big gap was made in the base gate. At this time, the team members at the gate had been slaughtered by the red-eyed crocodiles, and they kept pouring in from the big gap. Although there were many casualties, there were still about 100 or 2. Soon, the screams of the horror monsters came from inside. Jiang Ning and Huishan were not in a hurry to enter through the gate, but shuttled between the warships and transport ships. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, So the joint base must have an entrance or ventilation channel. Sure enough, behind an inconspicuous snow hill, there is a ventilation duct hidden. They have covered it up. If it weren't for the red-eyed crocodile's indiscriminate sweep and killing the sentry team members, it would be really difficult to find it. Others are unkind, but Jiang Ning is unjust. She took out ether from the space and poured it into the ventilation duct, fearing that it would not evaporate quickly enough. Jiang Ning even took out a powerful electric fan to blow it, then sealed the vent with a mixed cement. They can't be suffocated to death. After taking care of the ventilation vent, the two continued to look for other entrances and exits. While walking, Huishan suddenly hugged Jiang Ning and rolled on the ground, took out a pistol with a silencer and fired continuously. 2 bodies fell from the boat. After picking up the weapons, the two walked around the ship and vaguely heard a slight conversation. The first and second sentry points were all armed with heavy machine guns. They completely ignored the team member who was bitten by the crocodile just now, and only opened the sentry point with the gun, so that the crocodile could not get in. Seeing their team members being torn into pieces, they hid in fear and forgot to guard against other enemies in a hurry. They murmured with their teammates, who were also hiding at the sentry point, about surviving the disaster. This gave Jiang Ning and Huishan an opportunity. The two tiptoed around to the back and placed a bomb at the bottom of the sentry point. With a loud bang, the entire sentry point was blown up and collapsed. The blood-stained sentry crawled out from inside with difficulty, but saw a shadow standing in front of him. He looked up with difficulty and found a pair of cold eyes, followed by a cold light flashing, and blood gushed out. After eliminating the 2 sentries, the second entrance, hidden behind the hull, was exposed. Chapter 493. The entrance and exit are really hidden corners. If you don't firmly believe that the joint base has a backup plan, you might think it's a ship's hull slot when you see it in broad daylight. It's only more than 1 meter wide, and even the door is rusty. Jiang Ning was so wicked that he first poured 2 buckets of sulfuric acid in, then sealed the door outside, and then tied 2 bombs to it. As long as the person inside pushed the door, the fuse of the bomb would be pulled, and then the body would be blown to pieces. The two walked around and didn't find any other entrances, so they walked towards the main door. Considering the ether and sulfuric acid that had just been poured, Jiang Ning took out a gas mask and put it on. The two looked at each other and resolutely stepped into the blown-up gate. It was dark and cold inside, and the terrain kept going down. The bodies of base members and crocodiles could be seen everywhere. With the help of night vision goggles, the two slowly entered with weapons. After walking for about half an hour, a faint light began to appear. The red-eyed crocodile was extremely destructive, and blood was everywhere, and the base was in a mess. Huishan noticed that there was a red light flashing in the hidden corner at the top of the corridor. The base not only has an electrical system, but also cameras installed. He raised his gun without hesitation and smashed the camera, and at the same time used his eyes to remind Jiang Ning to pay attention. I don't know how deep the water is in the joint base, so don't let the secret of the space be exposed unless it is absolutely necessary. The long passage leading to the seabed ended, and the view in front of me suddenly opened up. Rows of well-shaped houses made of the same special materials, with lights that flickered and were eerie. The underwater base was not only unexpectedly large, but also designed as a maze. Unlike the blood and mess in the corridor, this place is very clean and tidy. Even the door handles are the same, and there are no numbers. The two did not separate, and whenever they found lights and cameras, they were all destroyed. Huishan tried to push the door, but several doors could not be opened. But the next one suddenly opened. A foreigner was standing in the room, staring at the two with wide eyes. Jiang Ning was about to intervene, but the men fell down with a bang. There was still a weak breath, probably poisoned. Jiang Ning finished the attack, and then looked around the room. The room was about 10 square meters, empty and with nothing in it, except for a ventilation duct on the top. Hui stared at the ventilation duct and found that it could be selectively closed. This meant that there might be many survivors in the base. The maze was dead silent, but there was no blood or mess, which was enough to show that the red-eyed crocodile had not broken in. Jiang Ning looked down at the ground, and there were traces of crisscrossing slide rails, and the same was true for the ceiling. If I guessed correctly, these houses were movable and could be infinitely combined. She had a bad feeling. Without saying anything, she turned off all the lights within range. A voice suddenly rang from the ceiling. "Welcome to the underground city." A man's voice was deep, and had a bit of magnetism and teasing. Jiang Ning raised his gun without hesitation and blew up the speaker. There was a sudden movement behind him, and a room moved in to block the corridor. The door of the room at the end of the corridor suddenly opened, and thick yellow smoke sprayed out. Poison gas. The joint base is fighting back. Wherever the yellow poisonous smoke reaches, the coated rooms will corrode and change color instantly. Not only is it poisonous, but it is also extremely corrosive. It is simply not something that ordinary protective clothing and masks can withstand. Hui Yishan's face changed. Run! He pulled Jiang Ning and ran to the back. However, the exit was blocked by the room, and no matter how hard they kicked, they couldn't kick it open. In a hurry, the two could only kick the rooms on both sides. It was also as solid as a rock and couldn't be kicked open at all. The yellow poisonous smoke was getting closer and closer. Hui Yishan made up his mind and rushed towards the poisonous smoke with Jiang Ning. Before the poisonous smoke came over, he unlocked the house where the body was found and hid inside. The room was extremely dark, and Jiang Ning quickly flashed into the space. The poisonous gas was very strong and corrosive, so the two could only change their equipment and take out the best fully enclosed biochemical suits. I knew that the joint base was not easy to break into, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. The two secretly broke into a cold sweat. This was not a joint base, but a biochemical base. Fortunately, we stockpiled biochemical suits before the natural disaster, but it is hard to say whether they can withstand the poison gas attack. Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder, is this still the base where more than 10,000 people were wiped out by the Russian bear? It seems that the Russian bear is either lying or the base has been upgraded. The two sat down to rest, and Hui Yishan analyzed. The ventilation duct was blocked by us, but they still dared to release poison gas, which means that the foundation has layers on the seabed, and the ventilation of this layer cannot threaten them. Jiang Ning was suspicious. Are you saying that they have other ventilation systems? It's not necessarily a ventilation system, but an oxygen production cycle. They have warships and transport ships, and the living conditions on them are not bad. But they chose to build an underwater base, which must be for safety and comfort. It is probably similar to China's national plan. They want to build a national base. But something went wrong during the period. This team has very few people, but they picked up a lot of allies during the escape, and then collected a lot of lackeys, and finally arrived in the Arctic to settle down and build a new base. Judging from the number of ships, they would have arrived with a large number of people. Nearly 20,000 people were killed by the Russian bear. Firstly, because of arrogance and underestimation of the enemy. Secondly, it is very likely that the submarine base had not been completely built at that time, and they were killed by surprise. Now, the submarine base has been completely built, and it is not easy to break it, regardless of whether it is easy or not. Jiang Ning has no way out. They are determined to make things difficult for him. Now that people are in the base, they can only bite the bullet and go to the end. This is how survival in the end times is. It is not that you are forbearing or compromising, and others are willing to show mercy. The two of them waited patiently for half an hour, put on their biochemical suits, opened the oxygen valve, and left after making eye contact. Wearing biochemical suits, holding weapons becomes extremely clumsy. The moment he flashed out of the space, Hui Yishan protected Jiang Ning in his arms. He was afraid that there was danger outside, or that the poison gas would corrode the biochemical suit. It was still the same room as before. The body on the ground was already a pool of rotten meat, and the door was corroded with countless holes. The body should have been corroded by the poison gas that came in through the holes. Such a strong biochemical poison gas can't help but make people shudder. However, when the two came out, the yellow poison gas had disappeared. But Jiang Ning did not dare to take it lightly, and stared at his and Hui Yishan biochemical suits. Fortunately, there was no change. The biochemical suits he exchanged with Qin Chuan were very advanced, with a built-in sensor system, which would warn in case of damage or leakage. The two looked at each other, turned the door and walked in. The corridor was extremely dark, but many of the rooms that were closed before were opened. Rotting corpses can be seen everywhere. In other words, there are living people in many rooms. Judging from their twisted bodies, they died very painfully. Looking at these rotting corpses, Jiang Ning felt heavy-hearted and his scalp was numb. Chapter 494. Those who can live in these houses should all be members of the joint base. In order to deal with just two invaders, they actually ignored the lives of the members and carried out a cleansing plan of survival of the fittest. The joint base. It's really a big joke. They are so cruel even when dealing with members, let alone invaders. The two of them were very alert and continued to explore the maze. Huishan opened one of the rooms and found that it was a two-way passage that could lead to another corridor. One was looking forward. The other was alert behind. Jiangning noticed that there were traces of tight seams on the floor. Huishan guessed correctly that the base was divided into layers. And this was only the first layer. After going around and around, through several passages, they still couldn't find the exit. Could it be that they wanted to trap the two of them here to death? Speaking of maze games, it can be traced back to Chimenduanjia, which has a history of more than 4,600 years, almost as long as the history of Chinese written records. But now others have played it so well. As they walked, Jiangning vaguely heard some sounds, some harsh and sharp, but sometimes not. But Huishan didn't hear it. Maybe it was because the biochemical suit was thicker. There was no need to relax. After walking for a few minutes, the dead door in front suddenly opened, and something black flew out. They were in the dark, but they were wearing night vision goggles. They saw black animals flying out continuously, with two big ears and two pointed fangs on their round heads, and their curled wings were very large when they were spread out. They were very fast, and kept rushing towards Jiangning and Huishan. A harsh sound came out of his mouth, which sounded very much like the sound of electromagnetic waves. Bats. Biochemical bats. They bared their fangs, waved their sharp claws, and pounced on Jiangning like a vampire in the dark. The bats were several times larger than the ones Jiangning had seen before. This animal carries countless deadly germs, and is the first choice for biochemical research. Countless disease outbreaks in human history are also related to them. And now Jiangning is facing biochemical bats. And the danger has increased hundreds and thousands of times. Not to mention fighting with them. Even the germs they carry are enough to kill people. Not to mention, they are flying towards the two people. They are very fast and arrive in an instant. Jiangning did not hesitate at all, and took out the flame gun from the space and sprayed them. In the darkness, a fire dragon of dozens of meters was burning. The flame was not only fierce, but also extremely hot. The biochemical bats squeaked in pain and fell from the air to the ground. The temperature of the flame is more than 1,000 degrees. And there is no escape from death if you are sprayed. The jet gun's attack was indeed fierce, but it was not sustainable. And there were thousands of biochemical bats. The weapon was too heavy. And if Jiangning hadn't been exercising every day for 10 years, it would have been difficult to lift it. After more than 10 consecutive jets, the fuel had been used up. And the biochemical bats were not dead, but many were temporarily forced back to their nests. This gave Jiangning some time to catch her breath. She quickly took out another one and threw it to Huishan. The burning space was scorching hot, and the biochemical bats were not in a hurry to come out. Huishan did not spray at the nest at the end, but adjusted the flame gun to the highest temperature and sprayed continuously at the ground, continuing at an altitude of 1800. The solid alloy material was deformed by heat and began to melt. Jiangning did not hesitate, and threw 2 bombs and a grenade directly after he finished spraying. The two of them could not always be trapped on this floor, letting poison gas, biochemical bats and so on take turns, while letting the people of the joint base eat melons and watch the show on other floors, since they could not get out of the maze. Who knew what was more terrifying behind? Oh, let's share the good and the bad together. After Jiangning threw the bomb, Huishan pulled her and ran. After running a few dozen meters, there was a loud bang behind him, and he held her tightly in his arms. Both of them were in a mess, but their eyes through the isolation mask were clear and firm. The bomb was very powerful, and blew a big hole in the floor. There were panicked screams from below, and light came from the blasted hole. Thinking of what he had just experienced, Jiangning was not polite. He took out another bomb and threw it down. Bang! Another fuel oil explosive. Bang! Finally, a bottle of ether. There was no sound from below. You want to see who is more mad than you? It seems that no one is. The high temperature faded, and the vibration of the bombs again provoked the biochemical bats, and they flew out in large numbers. Jiangning pulled Huishan to the dark space. The biochemical bats heard the noise, and kept flying in from the hole that was blown open. After waiting for 10 minutes, the two came out of the space. There was no trace of the biochemical bats anymore. standing at the hole and looking down. It was a large room with more than a dozen bloody corpses lying on the ground. Worried about the safety, the two did not go down the cave, but looked for another safe exit. At first glance, the rooms looked exactly the same, but Jiangning and Huaishan were very careful and found subtle differences after observation and comparison. The patterns on the floor and the door handles were slightly different. After walking around and entering the new room, Huaishan found that the dark patterns on the floor had changed. The two gently fiddled with the things in the room, and just as Jiangning kept turning the door handle, the wall of the room suddenly opened, and a staircase leading down appeared. The staircase was dark and gloomy, with no end in sight. Jiangning had a bad feeling that there must be danger inside. But instead of being trapped here, it was better to go in and try. The longer it took, the more dangerous Bai Shui might be. Turning on the flashlight, the two walked down the stairs. After walking along the stairs for a few minutes, they came out of a closed door. Jiangning looked around with the flashlight and found another door on the wall next to him. It was not a normal door, but more like a safety door of the power system device. He tried several times, but couldn't open it at all. Jiangning attached a bomb to it, and then he and Huaishan flashed into the space. When they came out again, the switch had been blown to pieces. Fearing that it was not completely destroyed, Jiangning put on insulating gloves and poured a basin of acid rain over it. It was hard not to get out of trouble now. The stairs ended at this floor, and the only exit was the closed door. Huaishan twisted it, but it couldn't be opened. He had to kick it several times. He thought he was going to get the explosives, but he kicked it open. It was just dark everywhere, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Wearing night vision goggles, the two groped forward in the dark. Be careful. Huaishan suddenly embraced Jiangning and rolled on the ground to avoid the dense machine gun fire. It was like setting off firecrackers. The two hid behind the pillars in the dark. After the continuous shooting, light and dense footsteps sounded in the dark. With the help of night vision goggles, Huaishan saw their hiding place and threw a grenade over. With screams, many figures were blown away. The other party was not a pushover. After finding the hiding place of the two, they fired crazily again. Chapter 495. As soon as Huaishan threw the grenade, Jiangning hurriedly hid into space. He stayed there for only a few minutes before coming out quietly. Not far from the two of them, 5 or 6 armed team members were searching and muttering. Damn! Where are the people? The two of them flashed up from behind and wiped their necks cleanly. No matter how careful they were, there was still a slight movement. The ruthless machine guns in the distance fired again. It seems that they are divided into countless teams, and no matter whether the team members are dead or alive, they will fire at anyone who finds any clues. Jiangning was relieved now. When it was quiet again, she threw a shoe into the distance. There was another round of shooting. A few minutes later, a few people approached quietly. She threw another shoe over. She repeatedly killed stupid teammates by mistake, which completely pissed off the other party. Damn it. Every place was smashed to pieces. But the enemy was not dead yet. The bullets were almost used up. Once people are angry, they tend to act impulsively. This time, Jiangning threw not a shoe, but ether. He was beaten to pieces again. Not long after, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. I don't know if it was a real feint or a trick. Just when Jiangning was thinking about how to finish off the enemy safely, there were continuous sounds from the ceiling, and the harsh lights were lit up continuously. This floor was very large and open, like a stadium, with dozens of bodies lying on the open ground. Laughter sounded from above, in fluent foreign language with a bit of surprise. Superpowers? No wonder so many people in the base died in your hands. The voice was proud and arrogant. Jiangning did not deny it, and said coldly, "Where is my wolf? Join us. Not only can we return the wolves to you, but we can also write off all previous grudges." Jiangning was surprised. "We killed so many of you. Are you sure we won't pursue the matter?" The voice was majestic, and his status in the base should be high. But his mind was clear. "We need the strongest partners, and those who can be killed by you are all garbage. They are naturally good at winning people's hearts. As long as you are willing to join, we can give you a seat in the Five Eyes Alliance." At the same time, it was a threat. "Otherwise, you will also die here. I always like to threaten others." Jiangning sneered. "But I don't like to be threatened." What a coincidence. The leader of the base is also like this. There is no room for negotiation. Hee hee. You wait to be sliced. Being the big brother for a long time. The arrogant leader doesn't like to speak in a roundabout way. A new game has begun. I hope you won't regret it. As soon as the voice fell, the door in the distance opened heavily, and the sound of neat footsteps came out. Tall and strong men came out. 10 babies. Jiang had no martial ethics. He raised his hand and shot with his gun. Bang, bang, bang. It hit, but he didn't fall down, and there was not even any blood. Damn. Is it an intelligent combat robot? Under attack. The tough guys raised their guns and fired back, and the bullets flew. If the two hadn't reacted quickly and hid behind the pillar, they would have been shot into pieces. It was indeed an eagle-like tough guy, holding the gun and shooting at the same time. It felt like the pillar was about to be shot through. Their steps were so big that they almost broke their balls. But fortunately, the bullets were limited, and they ran out of bullets just when they were about to reach the pillar. However, they started to talk about martial ethics and actually fought one-on-one. One-on-one? It was simply the biggest joke. They just wanted to capture her alive and slice her intact. Jiang slowly stood up and suddenly threw a grenade at them. The action was very fast. The grenade was already smoking in the air, and it exploded when it landed. However, one of them rushed out, jumped into the air, and kicked the grenade away. He jumped more than 2 meters high, and his action was perfect to the extreme. It was indeed an intelligent robot. They seem to have X-ray vision, and by scanning your bones and muscles, they can predict your next move in advance. You are fast, but he is faster than you. And it is not just a little bit faster, but in trillions. First it was biological weapons, and now artificial intelligence. So how can you win? Jiang didn't believe it, and fired at them with a machine gun again. This time they didn't even dodge, and let her fire non-stop. All shot into the simulated muscles. But they were unharmed. Damn. Isn't it just an intelligent robot? Just destroy their circuits and chips. Jiang didn't stop there, and a bucket of sulfuric acid fell from the sky and poured it on them. Fuck. The simulated silicone is actually resistant to strong acid. They are not hurt at all. When Jiang was thinking about what to do with them, Number 1 and Number 2 rushed over and attacked them respectively. The two did not back down and immediately fought each other. Move quickly. Attack the vital points. However, they have 360-degree capture and analysis without blind spots. Predict and analyze the opponent's moves in advance, and respond and fight back. No matter how good Huishan is, he is no match for the intelligent robot. Jiang was in even more of a mess. She was grabbed by the neck and held in the air after just a few moves. Since the natural disaster, she has never encountered such a setback. But Jiang is not the type to give up easily. Suffocation instantly makes her survival consciousness burst. She can't die yet. She has to help Kale find his wife. Dowdu is waiting for her to go home. She also wants to live until the natural disaster is completely over and see her lost relatives and friends. A fire extinguisher suddenly appeared in her hand, and she swung it hard at Number 1's head. Once, twice. Isn't it just an intelligent robot? Since humans can create it, they can also destroy it. After being hit several times, Number 1 raised his hand to block the fire extinguisher. Taking advantage of his blocking action, Jiang took out a roll of several tons of steel bars and smashed it down. It was too close, and the steel bars appeared out of thin air. Number 1 had no time to dodge and was smashed to the ground. Unlike ordinary people, Jiang had space to assist. With a slight wave of her hand, what she threw out might be a piece of paper or a circle of steel bars. Intelligent robots could not make judgments based on her body movements and force trajectory. Bug. This is a bug. And this is the bug that Jiang is stuck with. Number 1 was pressed under the steel bar, but he was not flattened yet, and he was struggling to stand up. Climb. Crawl for me. Jiang was very angry, and another circle of several tons of steel bars fell down, with a total of 7 or 8 tons of things pressing down. Number 1 was completely unable to move. The system started to alarm, and countless set programs were activated, but they were stuck one after another. The power of the intelligent robot was rapidly consumed. Jiang coughed violently and gasped. Seeing Huishan being thrown to the ground by the perfect intelligent robot Number 2, she was instantly furious. How dare he hit her husband? Jiang rushed forward and raised her hand to swing at number 2. Seeing number 1 being knocked down by the steel bar, number 2 subconsciously dodged when he wanted to hit Huishan vitals. But Jiang Ning only feinted and took the opportunity to pull Huishan up from the ground. "Are you okay?" Chapter 496. Huishan reacted quickly and took protective actions when he fell to the ground, so he didn't hurt his vital parts. It was predicted and scanned without blind spots. This intelligent robot should be a military killing weapon, and it was not put into use before the natural disaster. It is the latest weapon of the military. Once it is put into war on a large scale, the consequences will be disastrous. Number 2, who was dazzled, rushed towards the 2 again, and Jiang Ning raised her hand to shake him again. Her movements were captured, driving number 2 to perform a dodge action. But who knew it was another dodge? Come again. Shake again. After several times, it was all false. The program could not capture Jiang Ning's correct movements and began to doubt itself. So it refreshed the data. This refresh was extraordinary. The system no longer considered her raising her hand as a valid movement. So even if number 2's movements were fast, fierce and accurate, he would no longer dodge when he saw her raising her hand. So, he ended up with the same fate as number 1, being hit by several tons of steel bars. The people in the monitoring room, who were watching everything, were furious. The Chinese were mean and cunning. They had supernatural powers, but were unruly. Since they could not be used by themselves, keeping them would be a threat. Thinking of the sacrifice members and the red-eyed crocodile just now, they lost thousands of members in just a few battles. And even the bears were not as brave as them. The leader no longer had the joy just now. Don't worry. Just keep your breath. The keyboard was quickly tapped, and new instructions were reissued. The program was refreshed, and the one-on-one fight instantly turned into a group fight, without any martial ethics. The 8 triplets were fully armed. They knew the boxing and stick techniques of the whole world. And Chinese Kung Fu was even more of a problem. The Southern boxing and Northern leg 72 sword techniques were simply textbook level. The Kung Fu was as good as a circus. The key was to use the numbers to bully the few, facing them who were invulnerable. Jiang Ning failed to cheat several times, and was thrown to the ground. She felt that her ribs were about to break, and a salty smell rushed up her throat. They rushed over again, wanting to cripple her. After all, the procedure they received was to leave her with one breath. Leaving her with one breath, in their understanding, was really just leaving her with one breath. They attacked in groups. Some smashed her head. Some hit her chest. Some broke her hands and feet. Jiang Ning had no way to avoid it. And in a hurry, she took them into the space, thinking that they would be kicked out of the space later, and then bombs would be thrown to blow them up. Hey, why weren't they kicked out? Jiang Ning was a little confused, and hurriedly used his consciousness to check. They were thrown into the living room, and they couldn't find the target of the program attack. They were confused. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that the space did not kick them out, because they were not human beings. Even if they had the same appearance as humans, they were still intelligent robots. They needed program control. And now they were suddenly thrown into the space, which was undoubtedly disconnected from the network and became a standalone version. But after all, it was the most advanced artificial intelligence. Jiang Ning was afraid that the space would be damaged, so she quickly used her consciousness to throw them into the container of the black soil garden. The container was very thick and locked from the outside. Even if the program could still run, it would take some time to get out. Jiang Ning was temporarily out of trouble, but Huishan was in danger. There was no way. This batch of machines was perfect. She rushed over to fight with them, and fought and retreated. The last 2 robots realized that something was wrong and turned around to escape. But it was too late. Jiang Ning threw a net over, and threw the net and the robot into the space container. The 2 were covered in wounds, looking at each other anxiously and worriedly. But at the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief. These people are really hard to deal with. If you don't have the golden finger, you will be doomed. Does it hurt? Huishan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said guiltily, I didn't protect you well. Afraid that he would worry. Jiang Ning grinned with pain. I don't feel any pain. How about you? Huishan's bones were about to fall apart. I don't feel any pain either. Jiang Ning teased him. Finally someone can beat you. Huishan defended. They are not you. Looking at the 2 people showing off their affection in front of the screen, The leader was extremely angry when he thought about the latest artificial intelligence robot secretly developed by the military being swallowed up. This is the latest war weapon of the military, and it is still in the development stage and has not been mass-produced. There are only 10 of them, and now they all belong to the other party. The leader was unwilling to accept it. Keep contacting them. Captain, countless instructions have been issued, and there is no way to contact them. Only the 2 people who were pressed under the steel bars felt it. But the program kept giving alarms, and the battery was consuming rapidly. The subordinates hurriedly reported. No. The last 2 have also lost contact. Yes. They are all missing. The leader watched with his own eyes as Jiang Ning took away the robot and the steel bars. He stared at the screen intently, veins popping out on his forehead. He was angry and greedy. If he had such a powerful ability, who would be his opponent? Poison gas? Biochemical bats? Intelligent killing machines? None of them were his opponents. The key is, you never know what else she has in her hands. Send out all personnel. Kill without mercy. Since there are so many concerns about capturing them alive. Dissecting the bodies is also possible. The other members of the Five Eyes Alliance were shocked. Big brother. Send out everyone. You know, there are nearly 3,000 people in the base. All of them are sent out just to capture 2 people? You are crazy. No. There are only 2 of them. And they came for the white wolf. How about giving the wolf back to them? Yes, big brother. At worst we don't interfere with each other. Shake hands with these 2 people. And treat them as bears. The net set up outside the base was easily broken. And even the poison gas and biochemical bats could not do anything. The 2 people easily broke into the negative 2nd floor. Bang! Bang! The 2 people who sang against the eldest brother fell down, with a bloody hole on their foreheads and their eyes wide open. The leader blew on the steaming pistol and looked at the 3 allies. Do you have any objections? One of them reacted quickly. Brother, I will arrange it immediately. Jiang Ning had no idea what happened here. But since he was here, he couldn't let the base continue to exist. Playing hide and seek. Right? She didn't have time to waste with them. Throwing grenades while walking. There's an oxygen cycle. Right? Sprinkling gasoline while walking. Throwing a fire. Exploding. Turning into a sea of fire. Jiang Ning turned into a madman. And wanted to force them out with bloodshot eyes. And they did come out. Holding weapons and rushing forward. Facing the crowd rushing over. Jiang Ning was so crazy that she couldn't stop. When the machine gun swept over, she didn't dodge. But a bulletproof steel plate appeared out of thin air to block the bullets in front of the 2 people. Seeing them evading, the base members rushed over to capture the 2 alive. But they all disappeared in an instant. The next moment, they were kicked out by the space. And none of them fell. If they were kicked to the ground, it would be fine. But Jiang Ning was facing the raging fire. And they were all kicked into the sea of fire. Ah! The screams continued. Wherever Jiang Ning went, countless blood was caused. It was simply hell on earth. Chapter 497. The gasoline continued to burn. The base became hotter and hotter. And the burning flames destroyed the circuits and surveillance. More than half of the hundreds of large screens somewhere were black. The leader wanted to explode. And kept cursing. Bring that damn wolf here. Explosion. Fire. High temperature. Black smoke. Suffocation. The base team members continued to pour in. They shuttled through the sea of fire. Some attacked Jiang Ning and Huishan. Some were choked by the thick smoke. And some ran out of the base. They were originally a bunch of scattered sands. They only clung to the big brother because his legs were thick enough. But they didn't expect to eat meat, and didn't get a single cut. No one is a fool. And their own life is the most important. Now that the big brother legs have been cut off, how can they cling to him? Moreover, this is not the real big brother, but one of the big brother shadow clones. The leader of the detachment, who was separated from the national team when surviving at sea and encountered a huge storm. It's said to be separated, but who knows the truth? After all, this team belongs to the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense, a fleet specializing in transporting important technical materials. Although the military strength of the big brother is very strong, the internal struggle is very fierce. The 2 parties want to kill each other. And the Navy, Army and Air Force are racking their brains to cheat the budget of the Congress. Otherwise, where would the sky-high coffee cups and toilets come from? Every department is the big brother. And the boss of the powerful department doesn't even listen to the words of the #1 leader. Therefore, it is very likely that he deliberately got separated with important supplies. After all, it is not as comfortable to let others be the big brother as to be the big brother yourself. Life is at stake. If the first one runs away, there will be a second one. In the chaos, Jiang Ning and Huishan changed their clothes and put on their gas masks. The base was originally a hodgepodge of skin colors, and there were also many oriental faces. In the chaos, those who were slow to think did not recognize the two. Those who were recognized were killed. A high-ranking person was caught and trembled with fear. Don't kill me. They are on the -3rd floor. At the moment of life and death, he confessed everything. The submarine base has 3 floors. The -1st floor is for low-level members. The -2nd floor is for middle-level members and prison cells. And the -3rd floor is the residence and entertainment venue for high-level personnel, as well as the munitions and ammunition depot. Take us there. Jiang Ning put a gun to his head. The other party was choked by the smoke and kept coughing. You need to skin your pupil to enter and exit the underground 3rd floor. I don't have this authority. Jiang Ning didn't believe it and wanted to kill him. If you don't believe it, I can take you there. So the man took the two of them around in many twists and turns. During the process, he tried to escape, but Huishan shot him in the thigh, and he fell to the ground screaming. I don't know. There are several levels to get to the 3rd floor. The first is the password. The second is the fingerprint. The third is the iris. And the fourth is the voice. The man didn't even have the password. He just wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Seeing that he was useless, Jiang Ning raised his gun to send him to see God. I can't get into the 3rd floor, but I can take you to the prison room. The man didn't want to die, and begged humbly. There are many people there. Maybe your friends or relatives. Prison room? Jiang Ning thought of what Avante said, and the kimchi survivors who were caught last time. Where is it? She said coldly. Take us there. The man didn't dare to play tricks, and obediently took the two to the prison. The prison is very large and divided into sections. The innermost section is separated by skin color and gender, and outside are cells. When the members of the joint base are bored, they will pick a few people out and torture them. They are really good at playing. In addition to violence, they also use spirit or language. There are many different ways to play, just to make themselves happy. Many people were taken out and had no chance to go back. When Jiang Ning broke into the base, there were still people who were having fun, and they were not even sent back. She opened one of the rooms and saw the abused survivor with bruises all over his face. He huddled in the corner and hugged his body quietly. Even though it was a mess outside and the room was not locked at all, he had no intention of escaping. His heart was imprisoned forever. The same skin color, similar facial features, like a broken doll without vitality. Jiang Ning was so angry that he sent the man to see God with a knife. They all said they believed in God. Did God let them do such a thing worse than pigs and dogs? The two continued to walk inside and heard painful groans. Jiang Ning found the room and opened the door. A woman with a big belly was lying on the bed. Naked, her body stained with blood, and her thin hands were struggling weakly. It was obvious that something had happened before. A bunch of beasts. Help! Save me! Seeing the man coming in with a fascini, the woman was scared at first, and then begged, please save me. The woman was very thin, so her belly looked particularly big, and blue veins on her body were visible everywhere. Hearing her voice, Jiang Ning's numb face revealed a complex expression. But unfortunately, she was wearing a fascini, so no one could see it clearly. What a bad fate. I didn't expect to meet Chen Yanfei in the Arctic. She was very thin. Her eyes were sunken, and there were scars on her face and hands. It was hard to imagine how Chen Yanfei got all the way from Jiaqing base to the Arctic, and then was imprisoned in the joint base and abused. Jiang Ning was not happy, nor did he gloat over her misfortune. Instead, he stared at Chen Yanfei's face for a few seconds, then turned and left. Let's go! This was said to Huishan, but Chen Yanfei's eyes widened. Jiang Ning! Jiang Ning! Jiang Ning found it funny and turned to look at her. You have such a deep impression of me? Of course, even if her voice turned into ashes, Chen Yanfei would still remember it. Chen Yanfei bled a lot, and it felt like countless knives were cutting the flesh in her stomach. She begged in pain. Jiang Ning, help me. Jiang Ning said calmly. You are bleeding so much. You can't survive. I know. Qin Yanfei panted. Please, give me a quick death. Why should I give you a quick death? Jiang Ning asked. You don't even have the courage to die. But you want me to help you? She stood in front of Qin Yanfei, looking down at her. How dare you ask me to help you? Don't you want to kill me? Now that I've given you a chance. Why don't you kill me? Jiang Ning ignored her provocation. Sorry. I want you to live well now. Qin Yanfei looked up at her with a half-mocking smile on her lips. Jiang Ning. Why do you hate me so much? Jiang Ning didn't know how to answer this. Forget it. Why bother with a mentally ill person? Jiang Ning was not interested in knowing how she fell to this point. Living was the greatest punishment. But Qin Yanfei's experience was not something to be happy about. There were many people who were worse off than her. In other words, who would have a good ending if imprisoned here? Jiang Ning threw a dagger to her and turned away. Chapter 498. The two continued to move forward, and the stench continued to come from inside. There were 200 or 300 people imprisoned in the innermost part. Men and women of all skin colors. Ragged clothes. Dirty faces. Dull eyes. They saw someone coming in, wearing a fascini and a gas mask, holding a heavy submachine gun. They were afraid at first. But the person who came didn't dress like a member of the base. Some people's eyes came alive, begging or saying nice things. There were all kinds of languages among the group of people. Jiang Ning even heard the most familiar language. However, letting them out now would be courting death. If she has a chance to get out, it won't be too late then. After a circle, Jiang Ning came out again, just as she was trying to find a way to open the quadruple smart lock. There was a sudden sound of gunfire from above. If I guessed correctly, the escaped base members encountered the enemy. Jiang Ning quickly realized that it was the Russian bear. They were deeply persecuted by the joint base and had been secretly paying attention to the movements. Seeing that the base was attacked, how could they miss such a good opportunity? The base was too big. How could the two of them really fight more than 2,000 people alone? And there was no opportunity to chase and kill the escaped people. It's good to have a bear picking up the slack behind us. Huishan frowned. There are many who escaped. What if they reveal your secret? Jiang Ning didn't hesitate. Whoever knows. We kill him. There are too many people in the joint base. And it's impossible to annihilate them all in the underwater fortress. But no matter how much they run, they can't escape the Arctic. This is the Arctic where survival is harsh. Not the watching base with the whole country's strength. If she really wants to wield the butcher knife, she won't have any psychological burden. Outside the base, the fighting is in full swing. In fact, the bears did not expect that the opportunity for revenge would come so soon. The ironclad joint base would be destroyed so badly. They were divided into several teams to guard outside, killing one if one came out, and killing two if two came out. After confiscating a batch of weapons, their lost self-confidence returned again. Ola. In the darkness, a bear dragged a bloody member of the base over. Captain, the situation has been clarified. He said that 2 people with special powers broke into the base. Special powers? Still 2. The leaders laughed and shot the base member, who was beaten half to death on the spot, and scolded the idiot. These people are liars. How dare you believe them? They lied to them many times. They have been fighting for decades, and they have never lied. In short, it's a pity to believe them. They must want to trick them into buying bread. The captain gave an order with a sullen face. Listen carefully. Unless you want to die, don't give them a chance to complain. Kill them without mercy. Sleepless tonight. Don't let any eagle fly out. No matter what superpowers. Even God can't help. Just kill them. There's nothing to say. Only when all the people in the joint base are dead, they can be truly safe. Whoever dares to be soft-hearted, he will kill him. The leader of the joint base never thought that he would be forced into a dead end because of a white wolf. The negative first floor was destroyed. The negative second floor was destroyed. The base has communications. He knows that the Russian bear is picking up leaks. Jiang Ning doesn't like to play by the rules. The 4 doors are too difficult to open. Isn't it just a special material? Can a living person be suffocated to death by urine? First, use a 1800-degree flame gun to spray continuously. Then use bombs or sulfuric acid to corrode. And high-speed impact drills are also available. Now that you are here, let alone a copper wall, even the 18 levels of hell must be penetrated. When the flamethrower was halfway used, the door to the negative third floor opened. This is the last floor of the submarine base. There was light coming out. Jiang Ning did not hesitate, and walked in with Hu Yishan cautiously. All 4 levels were open, and the road was unobstructed. They probably thought that their tricks were no longer effective, so they behaved much more honestly this time. Through the 4 doors was the elevator going down. The two looked at each other, and then walked in. As the elevator went down, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think, what if he was trapped in the elevator? But this was a game, and the two could live in space for several months. But what about the people of the Five Eyes Alliance? The Mao Xiong was waiting outside. The ventilation system of the base was destroyed, and poisonous gas was everywhere. How long could the oxygen circulation and electricity of the negative 3 floors last? So, they opened the door on the 3rd floor. With a ding, the tightly closed elevator slowly opened. The two walked out of the elevator. In the distance were hundreds of armed base members, with their guns pointed at the two. Woo! Woo! Bai Shue's wailing voice came. Jiang Ning looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Bai Shue being held in the hands of the soldiers. A dozen soldiers came with 3 base leaders. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. These are the leaders of the joint base? Why do they feel a little watery? The other party didn't waste any words, and said straight to the point, if you want it to live, give up its superpowers. Jiang Ning chuckled. What do you think of exchanging a wolf for my superpowers? If it's not important, why did you come here? I think you seem to have made a mistake. It's not that we want to come here, but you force us to come here again and again. Jiang Ning stated the facts. We just want to live our own lives, but you are unwilling to give us a way to live, so we can only kill you. The leader didn't believe it at all. They relied on their supernatural powers to destroy the underwater fortress, and they dared to say such arrogant words. The gun was pointed at Bai Shue's head, and the soldier threatened, do you believe I will blow its head off? The two wore fasakinis, but Bai Shue still heard it. Woo! Woo! I came here for myself today, and I can handle more than 2,000 people. Facing Bai Shue's miserable condition, Jiang Ning was not moved at all. We have all experienced the 10-year natural disaster. Don't make such a childish joke. If it were you, would you give up your special powers for a wolf? Once you give it up, you will die faster. While they were negotiating, Bai Shue, who was wailing, suddenly resisted violently, and the sharp wolf claws scratched the soldier's arm. The injured soldier threw Bai Shue heavily to the ground in anger, and pulled the trigger to shoot him directly, wanting to teach the other side a lesson. Bai Shue screamed, and blood gushed out of her body. Jiang Ning was instantly angry, but he restrained himself and didn't show it. Once you show your emotions, you will be easily controlled. Fortunately, Bai Shue was not shot to death, but her thigh was injured. In addition, she had been struggling for a whole day and was already dying. She fell to the ground and struggled weakly. Seeing that the two were really indifferent, it seemed that if they wanted to get superpowers, they had to use force. So, the leader sneered at Jiang Ning and waved his hand gently. In an instant, countless bullets were fired at the two. Jiang Ning took out the bulletproof steel plate to defend himself. But unexpectedly, an armor-piercing bullet came through. The powerful impact shook the bulletproof steel plate away, and Jiang Ning and Hu Yishan fell in a pool of blood. Chapter 499. With internal pain, Jiang Ning struggled to get up, but vomited blood. At the same time, a flying net came over and trapped the two. Jiang Ning didn't care about being captured, and reached out to push Hu Yishan, who was also shot, and fell to the ground. Ashen. Hu Yishan was covered in blood and had no consciousness. Knowing that the Chinese were cunning, the leader did not walk over, but asked his men to drag Hu Yishan over and put a gun to his head. One wolf is not enough. What about him? Jiang Ning wanted to get up, but his eyes were stained with blood. He said anxiously, don't touch him. The leader showed an arrogant sneer. Give me a reason. I can give you my superpowers, but you must let him go. Otherwise, I will commit suicide immediately. Threatening us? This seemed to be the most ridiculous joke in the world, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Ning laughed along, then put the gun to his forehead. My superpower chip is hidden in my brain. Once I die by self-destruction, my superpowers will disappear immediately. If you let him go, I will give you the superpower. The leader narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light. Are you talking to me about conditions? If you don't believe it, You can try it. Jiang Ning spoke weakly. But you have to discuss it well. There is only one superpower chip, which can only be used for 2 hours a day. And frequent use consumes a lot of mental energy. Once it exceeds 2 hours, it will become ineffective. The leader stared at Jiang Ning, as if he was doubting whether her words were true or not. The base is full of surveillance equipment, both open and hidden, and the two people's every move is under their eyes. The man is very skilled, but he has no special powers. The woman has special powers, but after observing her throughout the process, she seems to be getting more and more tired. Just now on the -2nd floor, the two of them whispered that her special power is about to run out of time and must fight quickly. She was shot in many places, and such serious injuries can't last long. Seeing Jiang Ning dying, okay, as long as you give me the special power, I will let him go. After observation, her special power can not only store things, but also make people disappear out of thin air. But every time she reappears, it is in the place where she disappeared. In other words, she could only disappear on the spot. If he found the weakness, he would not be afraid of not being able to trap her. To be honest, he was unwilling to believe the Chinese who were so cunning. But now he had no choice at all. He wanted to deal with them at the beginning because they knew medicine and were close to the Russian bear. But there were only 3 people. Either surrender or die. It was a piece of cake, but he never expected that they were a bottomless pit. Groups of people went without returning, while the Chinese were not hurt at all. This is the North Pole, a place where he has the final say, and he will never allow threats to his existence. So he tried to trap the white wolves and lure them into the base to get rid of them. He used all kinds of weapons in turn, and even threw the entire base into the battle. This is not the result he wants. There are only a few people left in the base, and it has been destroyed. Even if he kills these 2 people today, his arm will be cut off. Will these survivors still listen to him obediently? Only he knows how he got his current status. Don't be fooled by the fact that these people usually call each other Big Brother. In fact, they are all licking dogs who change their ways according to the situation. Once there is no benefit, will they take the opportunity to rebel? He didn't dare to gamble, so he had to get the superpower. As long as he has the superpower, even if the base is beaten to pieces, he is still the Big Brother. So, he threatened Hui Yishan life. However, Jiang Ning didn't believe it and asked him to swear in front of God. I don't believe you, but I believe your God. If you lie, God will punish you with 5 thunders. The leader was unwilling, so she just held on, her finger on the trigger. Seeing her spit out blood again, the leader wavered. What if she was not lying, and the supernatural power really disappeared after death? At this time, the person behind him blinked quietly. The soldier with a gun walked towards the leader and whispered in his ear. The leader's eyes flashed with surprise, but it soon disappeared. He raised his hand and swore to God. After he finished swearing, Jiang Ning suddenly put forward a condition that he would make sure that Hui Yishan was still alive before he was willing to perform surgery to remove the supernatural chip. The leader did not object. Okay. Jiang Ning struggled to get up and staggered towards Hui Yishan. She lost too much blood and her body was not under control. Her steps were shaky, but she never put down the gun on her head, knowing that she had the ability to collect everything. The soldiers retreated while holding their guns to avoid contact with her. Unexpectedly, just when she was about to walk in front of Hui Yishan, a soldier standing beside her suddenly attacked and quickly attacked Jiang Ning gun-holding hand. Jiang Ning was shot in many places, and her reaction was much slower. The gun was thrown out. At the same time, a soldier chopped his neck with a palm. Darkness came. Jiang Ning fainted, and was immediately tied up. The leader was overjoyed. Send him to the operating room immediately for surgery. As long as the superpower chip can be found, everything today is worth it. I remember she said that the superpower chip must be removed while the host is alive. In other words, after taking it out, it must be transplanted into his body in a hurry. Time is very tight. He had to go to the operating table at the same time. However, before that, her body must be scanned to see if there is a chip. The Chinese are too cunning. Don't trust them completely, thinking that her special power will soon become his own. The leader was extremely excited and couldn't help but want to sing a song. God bless. Big Brother. Be careful. The second of the Five Eyes Alliance suddenly shouted. The leader turned back subconsciously. Bang, bang, bang. The body was hit by several bullets, and the leader was shocked at first, then looked down in disbelief, looking at the bloody hole on his chest. Why? Why? He is the big brother. At the same time, crazy shooting sounded. The incident happened suddenly, and the leader's confidants were surrounded and swept into a sieve. The second brother stepped forward and smiled at the leader. Brother, I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The leader covered his chest tightly. Maple Leaf, are you crazy? He couldn't believe that the second brother, who always regarded himself as the most respected and could not make a fart, dared to stab him in the back. This bastard has been following him for decades. He was not afraid of anyone but this grandson. The second brother, who had always been low-key, no longer concealed his ambition. Brother, I have wanted to be the eldest brother for many years. The second brother not only looked gentle, but also spoke politely. Thank you for the base and the special chip. Big brother. The leader fell down with a bang, and died with his eyes open. The third brother came over with a gun, happy as a big fool. Second brother, congratulations. The second brother pushed his glasses and patted the third brother on the shoulder. From today on, this base is ours, and my position now belongs to you. Are you happy? If it weren't for the third brother's unintentional words, he wouldn't have realized this. Now, all of this belongs to him. Ha ha! Happy? The third brother laughed loudly, but suddenly stopped. But I don't want the second brother position. The gentle second brother was stunned. What did you say? The pain came, and he subconsciously looked down at his abdomen, where a sharp military knife was stuck. The white knife went in. The red knife went in. The stupid third brother stabbed him repeatedly for more than 10 times, revealing a sinister look. Second brother, I have also wanted to be the eldest brother for many years. Why you? If it weren't for me, he would never have been able to sit in the third seat. Chapter 500. Why? The third brother changed his previous image of a brainless big guy. His eyes were extremely vicious. The third brother who doesn't want to be the eldest brother is not a good third brother. The second brother has relied on the eldest brother for decades, and even the country is guarded by the eldest brother. How can he get military strength by using the back door? He couldn't find a chance to take action. But a fierce enemy broke in, and the eldest brother killed the fourth and fifth brothers. If he didn't take action, he would be the next to die. Superpowers? He wouldn't be stupid enough to open his brain. No matter how powerful the supernatural power is, as long as it is destroyed, the North Pole will be yours. The second brother fell to the ground, staring at the third brother. It turned out that he had been using him all along. The third brother didn't like his look, squatted down and smiled. You have nothing. Why do you want to be the eldest brother? The people he secretly bribed were actually arranged by himself. The third brother was not a talkative person, and shot him to death. The blood splashed on his face. He reached out to wipe it, put it in his mouth to taste it, showed a ferocious smile, and then looked at Jiang Ning, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Kill her, and everything will be over. It is true that many people died in the base, but none of them were his people. It would be better if they died, with weapons in hand. It is not too easy to start over. He stood up slowly, wanting to kill Jiang Ning. Unexpectedly, the white wolf lying in a pool of blood suddenly jumped up. Not only was it agile, but it was also as fast as lightning, biting his throat steadily and accurately. Ah! The soldiers with guns rushed over quickly, but no one dared to shoot randomly. What if they opened the boss? The incident happened suddenly, and no one paid attention to the white wolf, who knew that the dying wolf was actually faking it. Wolves are the most cunning. Bang! A gunshot hit the head of the third brother. The soldiers turned their guns and saw Huishan, who had already died, leaping up. Just as they were about to shoot, a pile of snow fell from the sky and buried them in an instant. Then came several containers, all pressed on the snow pile. Jiang Ning cut the rope and stood up. She didn't say anything, endured the pain and ran towards Huishan, and put him and the wolf into the space. In the space, the two people covered in pig blood hugged each other tightly, so nervous that they dared not even breathe. Are you okay? Are you okay? They spoke at the same time, feeling uneasy. The gamble was too big, and if you were not careful, you would lose your life. Winning the gamble was largely a matter of luck. Just thinking about it made my heart tremble. Jiang Ning knew that surveillance was everywhere, and he knew that there were eyes watching behind him. The space was exposed, which was both a danger and an opportunity. Human nature was greedy, especially those in power in the last days, who knew their ambitions and the covetousness of others. Therefore, Jiang Ning used the space to constantly lure them. At the same time, he exposed the regrets of using the space, so that these people felt that they had an opportunity to take advantage of it. Finally, he tried to sow discord. Power is complicated, especially in the joint base. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Moreover, facing such a great temptation and the collapse of power, anyone who is ambitious and courageous will probably not miss this opportunity. Therefore, Jiang Ning dared to take the risk. After surviving the disaster, he was terrified. The two hugged each other tightly, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They didn't want to have this experience again. Just as they were in a state of oblivion, Bai Shui, who had fallen to the ground, howled. Jiang Ning came to her senses and squatted down to check its injuries. The bullet hit the wolf's thigh. It was not life-threatening, but it was bleeding. The situation was too complicated. Jiang Ning had no time or energy to train Bai Shui. She quickly stopped the bleeding and sutured its wound, and fed it pork. She and Huishan took off their blood-stained clothes. Both of them were covered in wounds, with bruises and swellings on their bodies. But fortunately, there was no fatal injury. Quickly change equipment and eat food to replenish energy. The situation outside could change at any time, so the two did not stay in the space for long. They flashed out after fully equipped. There were still gunshots outside the base, but the negative third floor was quiet. Jiang Ning put the snow containers and buried soldiers into the space. There were several containers under pressure, and there were no survivors this time. Not only were they crushed to death by the snow, but also the eldest, second and third were taken in. I don't know if there are still enemies in the dark, and the bears may rush in at any time. Jiang Ning did not stay for long, but looked for the monitoring room. Bai Shui limped, following the two people while keeping vigilant guard. It didn't take long to find the monitoring room. Unexpectedly, there were two bodies in the monitoring room. Judging from their clothes, they were of high status. Time was tight, so Jiang Ning did not destroy the equipment, but dismantled it and put it all into the space. The footage was taken and then slowly destroyed when he returned. Not only moved the equipment, but also dismantled the power equipment. Coming out of the monitoring room, the noise above was getting louder and louder. It should be the bears coming in. If we go out now, we will probably run into them. The two men and the wolf are almost exhausted, and they are not suitable for a head-on confrontation with the fighting nation. Besides, they fought for this with their lives, so how can they always let others take advantage of it? Jiang Ning remembered that there was an arsenal on this floor. The two did not stop and continued to search. The third floor below ground only houses the Five Eyes Alliance, and both the living room and the entertainment hall are very large. After a quick investigation, they soon found the arsenal and material warehouse next to each other. These two warehouses are not easy to open, and there is no key at all. Jiang Ning stared at the smart lock and could only take out the leader's body. Search! Huishan searched the body and found a metal chip from the necklace on his neck and put it on the smart sensor. There was a beep, but the door still didn't open. Huishan dragged the body up and tried with his 10 fingers. Jiang Ning thought that if he couldn't open it again, he could only dig out his eyeballs. Fortunately, it opened. Jiang Ning had no shortage of supplies, and the first thing he opened was the arsenal. 2 amphibious tanks, 3 snowmobiles, 10 boxes of military exoskeleton suits, 20 boxes of submachine guns, pistols, flamethrowers, various bullets, grenades, bombs, armor-piercing bullets, shoulder-fired cannons, and half a warehouse of fuel. In addition to military weapons, there are countless military uniforms, military boots, gloves, military binoculars, and a lot of military fabrics, tents, etc. There are countless, hundreds of tons. Before the natural disaster, these supplies were nothing to the eagle sauce. But for the natural disaster 10 years, even the national base is not inferior. Jiang Ning's heart is pounding. Adrenaline is surging. These are all hers. Chapter 501. Facing the fancy hot weapons in the entire warehouse. Jiang Ning did not say a word and tried his best to collect them into the space. A material warehouse of thousands of square meters was gone in an instant. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and went to the warehouse next door. Using the same method, he opened the door of the warehouse. There were canned pork, canned fish, canned fruit, canned nuts, etc. A total of hundreds of tons. And they were produced a few years after the natural disaster. It is estimated that a lot of preservatives were added, and the shelf life was as long as 10 years. Jiang would not eat them, but it did not prevent him from accepting them all. Coffee, sugar, various alcoholic beverages, dried fruits, dehydrated vegetables, freeze-dried milk powder, etc. All calculated by tons. At least 30 tons at a glance. 20 boxes of coffee cups at $1,280. 10 boxes of coffee pots at $3,000. Power strips at $300. Toilets at $10,000. More than 300. And various spare parts. Really. They love to bring them even when the land is submerged. Jiang couldn't let it go. She had to try the 100 million fairy toilet. If I'm not mistaken, these supplies are only for the Five Eyes Alliance. The warehouses for the mid and low-level team members should be on the negative first or second floor. And they are probably not that rich. Surprisingly, there are also 10 bores of medicines. They are all produced after the natural disaster. They are commonly used but in great demand. Anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing. Hemostatic and analgesic. Antibiotics. Gauze. Surgical instruments. Iodine and alcohol. Etc. They are all life-saving medicines, which are much more useful than other supplies. Jiang roughly flipped through them and found that they were all not expired. Thanks again to the sponsor. This trip was worthwhile. It was a great pleasure to have sex. Jiang didn't even leave a single wooden pallet in the warehouse of more than 2,000 square meters. After leaving the warehouse, the two were about to leave when they found another door next to it. This door had nothing written on it, but its level was higher than the previous two, and it actually required facial recognition. Jiang hunch told him that the more low-key it was, the more connotation it had. Open! So, first the chip was sensed. Then the fingerprint was recognized. Huishan dragged the body up and pressed his face against the recognition device. After 3 consecutive beeps, the smart door slowly opened. It was cold. Very cold. And the chill was overwhelming. Bai Lang didn't notice the danger, and the two of them walked in carefully wearing gas masks. It seemed to be a freezer, but the temperature was only minus 30 degrees. There were rows of cabins on the ground, which were similar in shape to coffins, but seemed to be smart. There were corpses inside, but they were not human. Jiang scanned the rows, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. Fish, chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, turkeys, pigs, cows, sheep, kangaroos, monkeys. There were dozens of animals, each with more than 20, all with skins and fur. Frozen animals don't have this kind of stuff. Huishan stared at the strange-shaped cabin. These sizes are tailor-made for animals. Maybe a hibernation cabin. Jiang was surprised. Hibernation cabin? The so-called hibernation cabin only appears in science fiction movies. But now there are really frozen people in the world. But I don't know whether they can be awakened. After all, it was only the technology of a few years before the natural disaster. There were customers who were frozen because of a fatal disease that had not been conquered. As for whether it is real technology or a fake scam, it is impossible to verify. But some creatures can really survive in low temperatures, such as the cold-blooded insects in the Arctic and Antarctic. When it gets cold enough, they stop growing, lose their ability to move, stop eating and moving, and prepare to spend the cold winter. Strictly speaking, this is hibernation. Jiang doesn't know if the animals lying in the sleeping cabin are really still alive, but she hopes so. When the disaster ends, if they exist, the collapsed ecosystem will recover quickly. It has to be admitted that the technology of Eagle Sauce is indeed better than the world in some aspects. Jiang felt a little regretful. His space couldn't hold living things, and the bears outside love meat. Once these things fell into their hands, they would most likely become food. Huishan looked at her concerns and said, "How about giving it a try?" Since they were sleeping in the hibernation capsule, their breathing and heartbeat would have changed a lot from normal. They entered a deep sleep and even stopped breathing. Jiang thought about it and agreed. Let's give it a try. It wouldn't cost them any meat. At most, they would be kicked out of the space. So, she tried to collect the sleeping cabin filled with dozens of chickens into the space. The sleeping cabin disappeared on the spot. and the warehouse was quiet. Jiang Ning stared at the watch, and was not kicked out for 3 minutes. The space really collected it. She hurriedly used her consciousness to check, and the sleeping cabin was quietly staying in the space. So, are these chickens dead or alive? Bai Shui let out a low roar, warning that someone was approaching. Mao Xiong had already broken into the second floor below ground. No matter who it is or whether it is alive, collect them all first. The villa can keep fresh. But Jiang Ning dare not put the sleeping cabin in the black soil garden. What if something unexpected happens? As for whether the animals are dead or alive, take them back and study them slowly. So Jiang Ning accepted all the more than 50 sleeping cabins in the warehouse. Close the frozen warehouse. Don't forget to take the leader's body with you. And leave the underground third floor in a hurry. Afraid of colliding with the bear in the elevator, Jiang Ning wore night vision goggles. Hu Yishan carried Bai Shui on his back, and looked for other exits in the opposite direction. Efforts pay off, and another exit was really found. The two climbed up the narrow and secret staircase carefully in the dark. After climbing for about 20 minutes, they found a sealed door. After pushing it open with great effort, it turned out to be connected to the fire hydrant door of the warship. This is the outermost warship, far away from the entrance of the base. The Russian bear has few people, and has not sent anyone to guard it for the time being. Hu Yishan jumped out first, and then pulled Jiang Ning out. Jiang Ning looked at the warships and transport ships in front of him, and really wanted to swallow them. Unfortunately, the space is not that big, and it can only accommodate one warship at most. Besides, these are all past the eyes of the Russian bear. Once they disappear, if they have a rich imagination, it is easy to guess. Forget it. According to the nature of the eagle sauce, all the good stuff should have been moved to the submarine base. There must be warships and transport ships, fighter jets, fuel, and other supplies. But if you eat meat, you have to give soup to others to live in harmony. Eating alone will easily make people hate you. Jiang Ning gave up decisively. The two of them and the wolf bypassed the bears and walked towards home in the cold wind and snow. Worried about the safety of Daodu and Coke, he was eager to go home. It was already early in the morning, and it would be light soon. After they were far enough away and confirmed that there was no one following them, Jiang Ning took out the snowmobile, and Hu Yishan carried her, and Bai Shui through the snow in the dark. He was not very skilled at driving at first, and almost flipped over. Fortunately, he was very calm and mastered the skills in a short while. It was very slow when coming here, and it took less than 2 hours to return. At this time, the sky in the east was pale, and the front of the house was in a mess, with dried blood and corpses everywhere. It was the people from the joint base, and they really made a feint to the east and attacked in the west. Jiang Ning's heart was hanging in her throat. Her lips trembled, and she uttered several times in a row, Coke? It was very quiet inside. Hu Yishan rushed over and knocked hard on the door. Daodu? He kept knocking on the door and almost broke it. Chapter 502. After a while, there was a slight movement in the house. Daodu. Coke? The two kept shouting. Bai Shui was also very anxious, and she kept making wailing sounds. The door was opened. Daodu's face was pale, but she held the gun tightly in her hand. When she saw who was coming, her eyes lit up. Brother? Sister-in-law? After saying that, the whole person felt relieved, and her body softened and fell to the ground. Hu Yishan was quick to hug her. Daodu. How are you? Daodu was injured in many places, and her clothes were stained with blood. She tried her best to smile. Brother, I have protected the house, and you are finally back. She was so scared that she couldn't wait for her brother and sister-in-law to come back. She was too sleepy and tired to speak, so she slowly closed her heavy eyelids. Daodu. Hu Yishan's face turned pale. Daodu. Wake up. Don't sleep. Brother is back. Jiang Ning was frightened. Hurry up and carry her in. Hu Yishan's hands trembled, and he reached for Daodu's nose, and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she was still breathing. Jiang Ning entered the room, and the ruthless couple entered the space, and hurriedly checked Daodu's body. Daodu was shot once in the thigh and once in the arm, and had many other external injuries, which showed that he had experienced a terrible battle. There was no fatal injury, but the bleeding was not stopped in time. After a fierce battle, Jiang Ning was exhausted, but he could not take a rest, and hurriedly arranged surgery for Daodu to remove the bullet. It took more than an hour to remove the 2 bullets and disinfect and bandage the other wounds. After giving Dowdu anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics, Jiang Ning took the time to check the dog body. The dog was also injured, and one of the wounds was so deep that the bone could be seen. But Dowdu did a hemostatic bandage. It is not afraid of pain, while letting the shoveler sew up its wound. It flirts with its wife, sometimes softly whispering, sometimes muttering and scolding it. Dowdu lost too much blood and fell into a coma. Huishan was anxiously accompanying him. He wanted to give Dowdu a blood transfusion. We are brothers and sisters, so we should be able to do a blood transfusion. Jiang Ning disagreed. Dowdu's blood loss is not particularly serious. Let's observe it first. Blood transfusion between relatives can easily cause immune diseases. Dowdu fell into a coma because the bleeding was not stopped in time and because he had experienced a fierce battle, which made him fall into a deep sleep with high mental and physical tension. Not to mention Dowdu. Even she was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. Huishan was still worried. You go and rest. I watch over Dowdu. As they were close brothers and sisters, Jiang Ning said nothing more. Went back to her room and took a warm shower. Took out an anti-inflammatory and analgesic spray and sprayed it on the wound. And didn't forget to take a few anti-inflammatory and hemostatic pills. Back to Dowdu's room. He took her pulse, measured her heart rate, and checked her eyelids. Her condition is relatively stable. You go take a shower and rest. Huishan then went back to his room. When he came out, Jiang Ning was so tired that she could hardly open her eyelids. Coke and Bai Shui are watching over us. They will call us if anything happens. Even a strong body cannot bear the continuous fighting. Worried about the situation outside at any time, he did not stay in the space for too long. He carried Dowdu out, added a warm charcoal fire in the room, and turned on the small sun and electric blanket in the room. Hui hugged Jiang Ning and fell asleep. It was afternoon when he woke up. Dowdu was still awake, but there was no problem after the examination. Jiang Ning was sore all over, so tired that she felt uncomfortable breathing. But she still gritted her teeth and got up. She opened the door and cleaned up the mess outside the house. 1 man and 1 dog killed 30 members of the base. Just looking at the battlefield outside, one cannot imagine how difficult this battle was. Jiang Ning felt distressed and guilty. But this was the cruel end of the world. He could protect her for a while, but not for a lifetime. She would always have to grow up bloodily. After making sure that there was no one around, she put the frozen corpse into the space. Huishan came out with a shovel and helped clean up the blood on the ground and wipe off the traces of last night's battle. After finishing all this, Dowdu had already woken up. She was very weak, so Jiang Ning did not ask about what happened last night, but fed her a bowl of chicken soup. After drinking the chicken soup, Dowdu fell asleep again. Surviving in the end times is not easy for anyone, except for the 3 newborn babies, who were all covered with scars. Jiang Ning took out a sumptuous dinner and ate it hard to reward himself. After washing up, he got into bed and slept until dawn. His body felt much more relaxed, and he finally recovered. He took out the medicinal wine, and the 2 of them massaged each other to relieve blood stasis and swelling. Dowdu also felt much better, but he could only eat light lean meat porridge because of the wound. There was nothing much to say about what happened the night before. The joint base not only lured the 2 of them there, but also wanted to capture Dowdu as a hostage. After suffering several losses in a row, they did not act rashly and waited until dark before surrounding them. Dowdu noticed something was wrong during the day and had secretly buried a bomb in front of the house, and then used the sentry post opened by the container. Before it happened, I was really scared. When the fight really started, I forgot to be afraid. After I killed them, I was so scared that I trembled all over. I was not worried that I would die, but I was afraid that my brother and sister-in-law would not come back. After what happened the night before, Dowdu became more mature, and his eyes became resolute. Brother and sister-in-law, I have grown up. You don't have to worry about me. After breakfast, Huishan came back from patrol and went into the space with Jiang Ning to collect the bodies. The bodies had been left in the black soil garden for a day, and the snow had melted long ago. Jiang Ning was worried about accidents, so he not only wore protective clothing, but also only picked up weapons, and no longer let Huishan take off their clothes. The clothes and fabrics collected at the joint base were enough for hundreds of people to use in their lifetime. The black soil garden is not fresh. And the bodies need to be handled in time. Otherwise the space will be polluted, and it will be troublesome. After coming out, the two walked a few hundred meters away from home, hid behind a snow hill, took out the silent cutter and dug a hole. Jiang Ning reached into the ice hole and threw all the bodies into the sea, including the leader of the joint base. 17 hulls are gone. But the North Pole is still the North Pole. The old boss is gone. And there will be a new second soon. I hope they can show mercy and stop messing with her. After throwing the bodies, Jiang Ning stared at the ice surface and thought, the ice is thicker again. She was right. The Arctic is slowly recovering. What about outside? The sound of a dog barking in the distance brought Jiang Ning back to her senses. The two returned to the house and found two snowmobiles speeding over. The joint base was not completely wiped out. The two immediately became alert and began to scout in the trench. The snowmobile stopped 200 meters away, and the flag of the Mao bear was waving in the air. It was Ivan and his companions who came, shouting and cheering. Davari. Mao bear is naturally optimistic. Even if the sky falls, as long as there is wine and meat, he will still be free and easy. But compared with before, a huge change in mood can still be detected. He is arrogant, crazy, and his mouth is grinning to the back of his ears. Chapter 503. The snowmobiles driven by the bears belong to the joint base. Jiang Ning has one in his space, and it is brand new, while theirs is only about 70% new, still at a safe distance of 200 meters. Ivante ran over on the thick snow. Jiang? What? How have you been recently? Not bad. The joint base didn't come to harass us these 2 days. Jiang Ning pretended to be stupid and asked with concern, how about you? Were you not robbed by those bastards? Ha ha ha. As Ivante laughed, his eyes fell on the two of them. We destroyed the joint base. Jiang Ning's jaw dropped. Are you kidding us? Ivante was surprised. Don't you know what happened the night before? Jiang Ning was confused. What happened the night before? Seeing that they didn't seem to be pretending, Ivante paused for a moment, then laughed again. The joint base was bombed the night before, and many people were killed and injured. I thought it was you who did it. Jiang Ning was amused. We? Isn't it? Ivante asked in surprise. We rescued the two-legged sheep imprisoned by the joint base. They said that 2 people broke into the cage, but they were wearing gas masks and holding heavy weapons. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ivante, if we were so powerful, why would we come to the Arctic to suffer? We should have saved the Earth long ago. You don't think we are monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms? Do you? 2 people against 3,000 people? Are you kidding us? Or are those imprisoned people mentally disturbed? Or are they deliberately saying something ambiguous to fool you? Ivante thought about it, and it was true. Those people were tortured by the joint base every day, and their minds had long been disordered. More than 300 people. Most of them said they didn't see it. Only a part saw it. And the answers were not exactly the same. Some said it was 2 people wearing gas masks. Some said it was Jesus coming. Some said it was totally Tianwang with 100,000 heavenly soldiers. And some said it was Shiva. If it wasn't Jiang Inhua, who else could it be? After all, they had quietly killed dozens of people in the joint base. Not only he suspected, but others also suspected. Otherwise, Ivante would not have come here specially today, just to test their attitude. If so, we should be careful in the future. The Chinese appear modest and non-warlike, but in fact they are very cunning. They are a nation with a history and culture of 5,000 years. They not only know how to hide their shortcomings, but also are good at being wise and foolish. But 2 people against 3,000? When we think of the attack and destruction of the underwater fortress, as well as the mysterious disappearance of the joint team members, arms and supplies, it is beyond human power. Ivante dispelled his doubts. When we heard the noise and rushed over, we saw the bodies of the joint team members and red-eyed crocodiles everywhere outside the base. They were most likely attacked by the crocodile group first, and then some high-level officials took the opportunity to rebel, and the civil strife caused countless casualties. Trampled, killed, choked to death by poisonous gas and smoke, shot at each other, suffocated, attacked by crocodiles or biochemical bats, etc. All kinds of deaths. The whole underwater fortress looks gloomy and terrifying. And those who don't know would think that a supernatural murder has occurred. Ivante doesn't believe in gods. If it wasn't Jiang Inhua, It is very likely that the poisonous gas seeped into the detention room, making them confused and hallucinating. No matter what the truth is, the bear is the biggest beneficiary. Evante is very happy. Jiang, in your words, the fisherman benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. They were guarding outside, and we killed them one by one as they came out. It was so cool. Jiang Ning still couldn't believe it. Did you really kill them all? We killed them all, leaving only a few hundred imprisoned sheep. Jiang Ning was so happy that he almost jumped up when he learned that the joint base was completely wiped out. He gave Evante a thumbs up. You are worthy of being a fighting nation. You have eliminated harm for the Arctic. The fighting nation who picked up the leak felt embarrassed, but couldn't tell the truth. Ha ha ha. After praising the rainbow fart wildly, Jiang Ning pretended to ask casually, Evante, the joint base is gone. How do you deal with the people they captured? Evante really didn't know what to do with the two-legged sheep, and it was not something he could decide. But what was certain was that they had no habit of cannibalism. First, they would lose their humanity. Second, they would be prone to disease. And third, they could grow potatoes and corn, and catch crocodiles and seals. They should be released. Those who are willing can stay, and those who are not willing can leave. They had no hobby of torturing prisoners, but they had a need to expand their strength. Jiang Ning did not ask any more questions, but changed the subject. Evante, are you here today to change herbs? No, I'm giving you a gift. After destroying the joint base, they found some supplies, ammunition and medicine on the second floor below the seabed fortress. Warships and transport ships. They don't need herbs for the time being. Evante took a box down from the car and said mysteriously, open it and have a look. Hui should open the wooden box with a complicated expression. Jiang Ning was surprised and walked forward to check. It turned out to be the animal heads of the 12 zodiac signs, and the dragon head that had been missing for a long time. Evante studied and worked in the capital of China for many years. He knew that this civilization was a priceless treasure of China, which was lost overseas more than 100 years ago. The dragon head was found from the transport ship, where a large number of cultural relics from various countries were placed. Cultural relics cannot be eaten, and the Russian bear is not interested at all. When he learned that the dragon head was from China, he asked Ivan to send it over. In addition to repaying the last life-saving grace, he also wanted to win over Jiang Hua. There are still many cultural relics on the ship. We can't recognize which country they are from. If you are interested, you can go and pick them yourself. After saying that, he changed the subject and said, the joint base is gone, but there are more and more survivors landing in Antarctica, and there will be no less trouble in the future. We plan to move to the joint base. The warships and transport ships are very large. If you are willing to come, we can allocate a separate ship for you. The underwater fortress was destroyed beyond recognition. It is not safe to live in it. They don't want to have a tragedy again. Living on the ship is not so warm, and the space for activities is limited. But it is countless times better than living in an igloo. The destruction of the joint base is too strange, although there is no evidence. Evante always feels that it has something to do with the two of them. People's hearts are unpredictable, but whether from the perspective of emotion or history, the relationship between the two countries can be cooperated. Evante and his gang are just ordinary survivors. They can form a group or alliance if they get along well. They don't have such big ambitions that they have to bully or eliminate potential threats. To put it bluntly, they came here today by invitation. How could Jiang Ning not hear it? Evante sent the animal head openly, but in fact he came here to test. Jiang Ning politely refused. Thank you for your kindness, but we are used to living alone, so we won't bother you. Evante didn't insist, but took down a few boxes from the car. These are also searched from the ship. They are hydroponic vegetable utensils. We tried but failed. We thought that everyone in China is an expert in growing vegetables, so we sent them here. Not only utensils, but also fertilizers and nutrient solutions, as well as several vegetable seeds. There is no way. The planting gene flows in the blood. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up when he saw these. Wow. Thank you. Chapter 504. Seeing that she was happier than seeing the animal heads, Evante knew that he had made the right gift. Jiang Ning did not refuse. I try, but I can't guarantee that I can grow it. It's rude not to reciprocate. So she asked Evante what he wanted to exchange. Evante said honestly, these are useless to us. If you can really grow vegetables, just give us some. Jiang Ning said straightforwardly. No problem. If you can really grow them. We split them in half. Before leaving, Evante was a little unwilling. Jiang, are you really not going to move over there? Jiang Ning smiled and waved goodbye to him. Watching them leave, Huishan frowned and said, these bears are not easy to deal with. Fortunately, you sprinkled ether when you entered the detention room, making those people confused and thinking they were hallucinating. Jiang Ning also felt that it was difficult. After all, the bears who killed more than 10,000 members of the joint base could not be just stupid. Be careful in the future. The two moved their things back to the ice house. As soon as they entered the door, Daodu said seriously, brother, sister-in-law, after you went out just now, someone was secretly following us. Jiang Ning didn't find it strange. Who is it? Observing through the sentry post, Daodu saw it clearly. The bear. Huishan frowned. It seems they are still worried about us. Send Evante to the front to attract the attention of the two, and the other team will go around to the back to observe secretly. Jiang Ning thought it was normal. As long as they don't have bad intentions, they can do whatever they want. We just need to pay more attention to them in normal times. After 10 years of natural disasters and repeated persecution by the joint base, who wouldn't be neurotic? Jiang Ning carefully picked up the dragon head. This is a treasure of China. But unfortunately, natural disasters are unpredictable. And now it is just a piece of scrap copper and rotten iron. If she took it out to exchange with others, it would probably not be worth half a pound of potatoes. Jiang Ning smiled bitterly, gently stroked the dragon head, and then put it into the space to save it. There should be many civilizations belonging to China on the ship. But unfortunately, the bear picked up the leaks too quickly, and she didn't have time to check them one by one. If she asked them for it, it would be easy to be exposed. In the end times, people are living in poverty, and the landlords have no surplus food. Who are the people who choose to ask for cultural relics? Jiang Ning is not so stupid. This matter can only be done slowly. Huishan was thoughtful. Will Mao Xiong really release those prisoners? Daodu was hopeful. Brother, Mao Xiong is a victim of the joint base. He should feel the same and let those people go. Right? That may not be the case. Jiang Ning had a bad feeling. If Mao Xiong and the joint base exchanged their identities, would they rob others for survival? In the end times of life and death, there is no humanity. Mao Xiong was forced to resist, and now they are the winners. But Evante called the prisoners two-legged sheep, which shows that he does not respect them much. Once upon a time, they were also two-legged sheep in the eyes of the joint base. What was the difference between them and the prisoners? Daodu opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. Human nature is too complicated. After 2 days of rest, his body recovered. Jiang Ning's eyes fell on the ruthless couple. You two come here. Don't think you can escape by wagging your tail. She took out a cane from the space, and said with a fierce look on her face, immediately, right now, don't let me say it a second time. Drag the two into the room and beat them up. They wailed and begged for mercy. But the brother and sister sat on the sofa and did nothing. Beating the children on a snowy day is a good way to do it. Although the joint base is targeting people, the ruthless couple deserves to be beaten. Jiang Ning was more ruthless and almost broke the legs of the two dogs. He also starved them and said murderously, if you do it again, I will twist your heads off. Bai Shui shrugged her head and dared not even fart. The dog exposed its belly and let the shit shovel beat it. But no matter what, with the destruction of the joint base, Jiang Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. Survival is like this. There is no such thing as absolute safety. The joint base is gone. Now it depends on whether Mao Xiong and his men will be the big brother. If the same disease occurs, Jiang Ning will not be polite. Her request is very simple. Just a safe and happy family. After being beaten, Bai Shui no longer runs outside, no longer hides food, and stays at home to feed the baby. Jiang Ning lets the two out for a walk every day and runs wildly in the space for half an hour. The three of them looked at the green plants in the space and ate some fruits to adjust their mood. Fortunately, the surveillance of the bear did not continue, because there was no capture by the joint base. The newly landed survivors continued to move inland. Jiang Ning went out for patrol and found new neighbors. All of them wore colorful headscarves, white robes, and walked with no regard for relatives. They came, There was a huge team of about 50 people, with bodyguards holding guns in the front. The men in the middle were empty-handed, and the people behind were dragging heavy luggage. They walked around and looked around, and seemed to have taken a fancy to this feng shui treasure land. Jiang Ning didn't want to live under the eyes of others. Without saying a word, she took out a submachine gun from the house. Not only her, Huishan and Daodu also had submachine guns in their hands. The three of them stood in front of the house like door gods without saying a word, with fierce and sharp eyes. The white-robed rich people were a little nervous, and they looked back from time to time while walking. Is this family crazy? Finally, they set up camp 2 kilometers away. With neighbors, Jiang Ning was even more reluctant to go out. Every day, he either ate or slept, and was so idle that he counted his foot hairs at home. To kill time, she thought about the vegetable hydroponic container that Ivante gave her, to see if she could grow vegetables in the Arctic. There was no shortage of fuel, and the temperature in the house was still okay, almost above 0 degrees. Jiang Ning placed the hydroponic container next to the stove to ensure constant heat. Fearing that the seeds Ivante gave her would not work, Jiang Ning took out the cold-resistant cabbage and lettuce she'd bought at the southern military base. She had grown hydroponic vegetables on the 18th floor. She first soaked them in warm water for half a day, then evenly spread the seeds on the container, then covered them with cloth, and set up a warm light next to them. Daodu was helping out. Sister-in-law, can vegetables really be grown in the Arctic? All the ones she planted with soil died. Jiang Ning smiled. Yes, our scientific expedition team members have grown them before. It's easy to plant, but the environmental temperature changes greatly, and some parameters and techniques need to be adjusted slowly. It's cold, and I like to sleep in. When she was half asleep, Huishan came over, rubbed her head, and kissed her on the forehead. Aining, happy birthday. Jiang Ning was a little dazed. My birthday? Chapter 505. Yes, today is Jiang Ning's birthday. The birthday is at the end of the year, very close to the spring festival. Jiang Ning still remembers that in the first year of the natural disaster, Huishan accompanied her on her birthday. At that time, they were not lovers, and she was quite resistant to dating. Now I think about it, and wonder how he persisted. That year was extremely cold. Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, Zheng Weili, Huishan, Daodu, and Coke all accompanied her on her birthday, and cooked several sumptuous dishes. For the first time in her life, so many people accompanied her on her birthday. Unexpectedly, it has been 10 years since the natural disaster. The only people who stayed with her were Huishan, Daodu, and Kailei. Since her 20th birthday, Huishan has never been absent for 10 years. 10 years. So many separations and deaths. But he has always been there. Jiang Ning was overwhelmed by joy, but tears came out. Huishan was stunned. What's wrong? If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that today is my birthday. Jiang Ning hugged his neck. Mr. Hua, thank you for remembering. However, she is 1 year older. Jiang Ning doesn't pay much attention to her clothes, and mainly focuses on comfort and leisure. After all, it is the end of the world, and if she dresses flashy, she will be the first to be noticed. But she still spends a lot of time on skin care. Various masks, skincare products, and luxury creams are all free, and she is ruthless when applying them on her face. So, she still looks very young at the age of 30. But it is still different from the age of 20. After Huishan was with her, he realized that women care so much about age. But he never cared. Aining, everyone will grow old. Whether it is 10 or 20 years, I will accompany you to grow old slowly. With his words, Jiang Ning's mood brightened. Speaking of which, Huishan was also changing. Although she was attracted by his appearance, it was undeniable that he had changed from fresh meat to cured meat. Not so fresh, but especially fragrant. The look in their eyes became not so normal, and they chewed slowly and reluctantly. Jiang Ning teased him. Mr. Hua, it's my birthday today. What gift did you prepare? Gift? No matter what he had hoarded before, or what he had bought for free in these years, all of them were placed in her space. Huishan's pockets are cleaner than his face now. But after 10 years of sleeping together, both his emotional intelligence and his face are improving. He turned over and let Jiang Ning sit on him, straightened his waist and hinted, the gift is right in front of you. Didn't you notice it? Jiang Ning almost burst out laughing. You stinky guy. You are getting more and more oily. But Jiang Ning still enjoyed it very much. After all, after 10 years of natural disasters, who doesn't lack oil and water? In 10 years, the relationship between the two has become more and more stable. But the passion has become less and less. Unlike the first few years when they were together, they wanted to die on each other. There is the influence of watering, and the inseparable relationship. Distance creates beauty. This sentence is really true. Breathing your breath every day. Even dry wood and raging fire would have burned out long ago. Counting it up. The two have not communicated for a long time. There is despair floating on the sea. Living in the cold in the Arctic. And having to be on guard against the dangers outside all the time. There is really not much demand in that aspect. Being teased by him. Jiang Ning suddenly thought. She reached out to touch his waist. Let me check the goods. And return them if they are not good. Well, fortunately, the male dog waist is still there. And the abdominal muscles have not disappeared. It has been a long time since they last had sex. And Huishan's reaction was a bit exaggerated. Go in? The container is not soundproof. And any slight movement can be heard. The key is that whether it is Daodu or the ruthless couple, their hearing and curiosity are excellent. There are a few months of storage. And Jiang Ning did not hesitate. Yeah. Long separation is better than a new marriage. Huishan's birthday gift is sincere for a long time. Jiang Ning almost died. And it took a long time to recover. When he came out of the room, it was almost noon. Daodu came back from patrol and jumped in front of her with a bright smile. Happy birthday, sister-in-law. 10 years. From a glutinous rice ball to a graceful lady. Time flies. Cola and Snow White came over, wagging their tails. The three of them hummed in the nest and slowly crawled out. Jiang Ning was surprised to find that their eyes had opened. Dabao's pupils were like a dog. Erbao and Sanbao were like Snow White, with cold and arrogant eyes. Mixed blood babies. Very good looking. And fat and plump. They feel good to touch. Since the joint base was destroyed, life in the Arctic has become much more comfortable. And several families have moved to the surrounding area. They were on guard against each other. And no one dared to approach easily. The closest one was more than 1 kilometer away. And they lived in an igloo made of snow. So they kept to themselves. Daodu talked about what he saw during the patrol. Brother and sister-in-law. The family in white robes is getting along with the bears. Just now, the bears came over on snowmobiles. And they seemed to be exchanging things. There were about 50 local tyrants in total. They consumed a lot of supplies. And they were rich and looked at everyone with a clear conscience. It was normal for them to approach the bears. If you want to be safe, you have to pay party dues. The Arctic is either windy or snowy. It's freezing cold, and there's nothing to do. Daodu wants to make a cake for Jiang Ning. There are ingredients for making cakes in the space. And Jiang Ning finds them all. So, Daodu spent half a day making cake bases, whipping cream, and finally making an exquisite fruit cake. The baking smells good, but the vent is on the roof, and the neighbors are far away, so there's not much smell coming out. After living casually for a long time, you need a sense of ritual occasionally. Jiang Ning found a set of sexy clothes suitable for a socialite. Not only put on light makeup, but also did her hair. She has been exercising for many years, and has a good body. She has no fat on her waist and looks slim. Jiang Ning is quite satisfied with her condition. When she came out, not only Huishan couldn't take his eyes off her, but even the dog was attracted. Woof! Daodu had never seen her put on makeup before, and was very surprised and said, Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. She looked like a different person, stunning to the point of being soul-stirring. Huishan came back to his senses. Sit down and eat. It's a birthday. Everyone has something to do. Huishan personally cooked fried steak, and had some decanted red wine. The table was covered with tablecloth, knives, forks, plates, and candles. The red wine swayed, and the candlelight shone continuously. Daodu put candles on the cake. Sister-in-law, make a wish. The wish for the 10th year of the natural disaster is the same as the one made in the first year. I hope that the people she cares about can survive the natural disaster in health and happiness. Even if they can't meet, I hope they are well in the corner of the world. After making a wish, we cut the cake. Daodu's craftsmanship is very good, and the taste of the cake is very good. The fruits are all picked from the black soil garden, which is delicious and fresh. Jiang Ning loves cream. And she doesn't mind getting fat even if she exercises every day. So she couldn't help but eat 2 big pieces. Drinking red wine and eating steak. The atmosphere was particularly warm. She had a vague illusion that the natural disaster had never happened. And she lived a happy life. After eating steak, there was also a seafood feast. King crab, shrimp, mussels, squid, etc. Afraid that Jiang Ning would dirty her clothes, Hui Shen peeled them and put them in her bowl. Eat slowly. Dowdu was envious and had an inexplicable yearning in her heart. But she didn't know that there would be some in her bowl the next moment. Thank you, brother. Having a lover, a sister, and a dog made Hui Shen extremely satisfied. After eating and drinking, Jiang Ning sat on the sofa to eat fruit to relieve her greasiness and turned on entertainment programs to pass the time. Hui Shen sat down next to her. Are you going to celebrate the Spring Festival this year? Jiang Ning didn't hesitate. Yes. Chapter 506. Her homeland no longer exists. But her deep identity has not changed. She is willing to celebrate traditional festivals. With the space cheat, her life is much better than that of ordinary survivors. As long as there is no special reason, she will not miss any festival. After her birthday, the countdown to the Spring Festival begins, and the family prepares to buy New Year's goods. It is more accurate to say that it is buying, but it is more accurate to kill time. The space has everything, and it is inconvenient to steam, stir fry, cook or deep fry because there are neighbors around. Jiang Ning counted the supplies and planned to replenish a batch of semi-finished products. Bozi, dumplings, steamed buns, flour rolls, etc. A lot of what was made before was consumed, so it must be replenished in time. Just put it in the space after it is made, and steam it when there is a chance in the future. So, mixing the dough, kneading the dough, fermenting. Dowdu became busy, and Hui Shen and Jiang Ning would also help after patrolling. The hydroponic vegetables sprouted, but the germination rate was average, and the growth was not very good. Jiang Ning repeatedly adjusted the temperature, changed the fill light, and the nutritional formula also changed. After repeating several times, he slowly found the way, and the cabbage and lettuce gradually started to grow. When patrolling at night, there was a sudden noise in the distance, followed by gunshots. Hui Shen observed with a telescope. They are rounding up crocodiles. There is no way to grow food in the Arctic, but people need to survive, so they have to catch crocodiles, digging holes in the ice during the day, and catching them with luminous nets at night. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. Those local tyrants? Hui Shen smiled. The world has changed, and now you are the real local tyrant. After making sure there was no danger around, the two hurried home, locked the door tightly, and didn't care about other people's business. On the 28th day of the lunar year, Evante drove over in a snowmobile. Jiang, how do you make dumplings? The bears have been living comfortably lately, and have begun to pursue a quality life. On the day the base collapsed, they picked up a lot of crocodile carcasses from outside the base, all of which were edible and could be used to make dumplings. This time, Evante brought someone with him. From his appearance, he looked like an Oriental man, about 50 or 60 years old, with a thin body, sunken eye sockets, sparse hair, and yellow eyes. When he saw Jiang Ning, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, and he could see that he was missing a few teeth. Evante was observant and asked with a smile, Yang, do you know each other? The man surnamed Yang paused. Jiang Ning? The voice was hoarse and extremely weak. Jiang Ning looked at him for a few times, but there was no impression in his mind. If he guessed correctly, he should be a two-legged sheep detained in the base. Evante was there, and Jiang Ning was calm and collected. Do you know me? Even Chen Yanfei could go to the North Pole, so it is possible that some of the prisoners were from Jiaqing base. After so many years of natural disasters, the survivors have changed a lot, but others still recognize her. The man smiled awkwardly. Well, we know each other. We used to live in the same neighborhood and occasionally met downstairs, but we never talked. You probably don't recognize me. Jiang Ning followed his words. What's your name? Yang Weiman. Jiang Ning thought for a while and shook his head. Sorry, I don't remember. The man didn't say anything else, lowered his head and kept silent. Evante teased. Jiang is so beautiful. Any man will remember her after seeing her. Jiang Ning didn't indulge him. Evante, There is no one in China who doesn't know how to make dumplings. Comrade Yang must know how to make dumplings. Why did you come to ask? Evante spoke without thinking. Yang has been locked up in the joint base for a long time. And his mind is not clear. He says he can do it. And then he says he can't. Last time, he made dumplings into glutinous rice balls. It's not just him. Many two-legged sheep in the base are like this. As if they have Alzheimer's disease. Jiang Ning looked reluctant. And cursed the joint base a few more times. And then told Evante how to make dumplings. Evante listened carefully. But it was a little fuzzy. Jiang, you said to add the right amount of salt. How much is the right amount? Jiang Ning didn't know how to explain. Ask Yang. He should be able to remember. So, Evante asked Yang Weiman to remember it clearly. After understanding the process, Evante asked again. Jiang, I heard that you need to put green vegetables in dumplings. Have your green vegetables survived? 40% of them survived. Jiang Ning did not hide anything. It's just right to pick them. I get them for you. Evante's mouth watered when he heard about green vegetables. Jiang Ning went home and picked half of the white milk and lettuce according to the verbal agreement. About 8 pounds. There was enough light to supplement the greens. Evante almost ate them raw on the spot and said excitedly, Jiang, you Chinese people are amazing. Green vegetables. Live green vegetables. The first time I didn't plant them well. The germination rate and dead seedlings were high. I replanted a batch. You can come back in about 10 days. Evante waved goodbye. And the snowmobile flew. Watching the two leave. Jiang Ning's face darkened. Yang Weiman. Yang Jia's father. The deputy captain of Aoyuan. I didn't expect that he would also drift to the North Pole and become a two-legged sheep. I thought Mao Xiong was simple-minded before. How many times has he tried to test me? Dowda frowned. Sister-in-law. What does Evante want to do? Human nature is complicated. Jiang Ning couldn't say. They may not want to harm us. But they are very cautious. After the death of the eldest brother, the second brother took over. But he didn't win by real swords and guns. He was uneasy sitting on his butt, always afraid that the tragedy of the eldest brother would happen again. And he was nervous about everyone. But Yang Weiman. What does he mean today? Not only did he reveal that the two knew each other, but he also acted as if they were not familiar with each other. Hui thought deeply. Yang Weiman's life in the base should not be easy. The bears have food in their hands. And they are not as cruel as the joint base. Not only did they not attack the two-legged sheep, but they also gave them freedom. But this freedom is limited. From today's perspective, the relationship between the two is not equal, but subordinate. In other words, the Russian bear still divides them into different levels. Back at the base, Ivan showed off the green vegetables. Diwali. Green vegetables. Yang Weiman quietly returned to the planting area and planted potatoes with a dull look. At night, he dragged his numb body back to the second floor of the submarine fortress. There was no light in the room. It was dark and cold without sunlight. More than 30 people were crowded in one room. No one spoke. Like zombies. Working when they woke up and sleeping when they lay down. After more than 10 minutes, another person lay down beside him and said in a low voice, Old Yang, I heard that Mauzi took you out today. Yang Weiman came back to his senses a little. Well, take me to a place to get some vegetables. Vegetables? The man frowned slightly. Chinese? Not only Chinese, but also old acquaintances. Tianming was surprised to learn that it was Jiang Ning and Huishan. Why did they come to the North Pole? Chapter 507. Seeing that Yang Weiman didn't say anything, Tianming asked again. Are they doing well? Pretty well. I recognized them at a glance. And they didn't seem to have changed much since they were in Aoyuan. Tianming didn't find it strange, as anyone with extraordinary abilities could always live well, whether in a peaceful and prosperous era or a natural disaster. On the contrary, he was curious about the relationship between the two and Mauzi. Yang Weiman didn't know either. The Mauzi was quite polite to the two, and I guess they can grow vegetables or have other uses. In short, it seems that they have a good relationship with Mauzi. He didn't want to think too much about the relationship between the two, but worried about the current situation. Old he, do you think we can leave the Arctic? He has lived hard until now, just to find his son. The son has entered the southern military base, and with the protection of the military, he must be alive and well. Tianming knew that he was anxious, but it was useless to be anxious. There will always be a chance. Yang Weiman didn't want to wait for a day. Mauzi said that if we want to leave, we can leave at any time. He Tianming rubbed his brows. We came on the same ship. And there are only these 30 or so people left. Some want to leave, and some don't. How can we do things if people are not united? The Russians are slightly better than the people at the joint base. But people's hearts are different. They seem to be polite to the Chinese, unlike those who beat or scold those troublesome countries. But how can we be sure that they are not false? If they are really friendly, why did those who chose to leave not only not get any supplies, but were bitten to death by crocodiles when they left? Yang Weiman knew it well. Those people's countries are not friendly to the Russian bear. I'm afraid they are. We are not united, and we will die if we leave empty-handed. He Tianming also wanted to leave, even in his dreams. But now was not the best opportunity. Old Yang, there is definitely a chance. It depends on whether we can hold on. Old He, it's not that I don't believe you, but I'm afraid that if I hold on any longer, I will never have the chance to see Ajay again. Yang Weiman was thinking about his son, but he also believed in He Tianming's judgment. After all, he was a psychologist. After the natural disaster, he entered the government department and was promoted continuously, and even became the deputy mayor of Fengcheng. Whether the other party is a human or a ghost, he will never be wrong as long as he sees it. If these Russians really wanted to be friendly to China, why would they break them up? Especially the one today, who seemed to be friends with Jiang Ning and Huishan. But none of them were really stupid. Yang Weiman was puzzled. What do you think they want to do? He Tianming thought for a while. They should want to recruit them, so they continue to show friendship. But they are worried that Jiang Ning and others will threaten them. Yang Weiman recalled what happened today. Jiang Ning and Instructor Ho are capable. Do you think they will find a way to save us? He Tianming dispelled his inappropriate thoughts. Old Yang, if they have the ability, they will lend a hand even if we don't ask for help. If they don't have the ability, you will hurt them if you speak up. Yang Weiman knew that when people are in despair, they can't help but fantasize. In fact, Jiang Ning is still his savior. Otherwise he would have died a few years ago. He Tianming's words dispelled his inappropriate thoughts. Jiang Ning didn't know the situation here, but her encounter with Yang Weiman still reminded her of Fengcheng, Zhang Chao, Lu Wei, and many other people. Only when you are embraced by loneliness for many years can you not help but recall the miserable days in the past. Now recalling them are actually still a little sweet. I didn't sleep well at night, so I got up late. The sound of snowmobiles was heard outside again, and there was more than one. Yes, Ivan is here again, with a lot of boxes. They are all glass containers for hydroponic vegetables, as well as seeds and nutrient solutions. Jiang, the green vegetables you grow are top-notch. His hand speed is fast enough. And he didn't grab a few pieces yesterday. There are Chinese people in the base, but they tried many times but couldn't keep them alive. So I brought all the containers. The harvest is still split 50-50, and the excess can be exchanged for other materials. Jiang Ning disagreed. Ivante, growing vegetables in the Arctic requires constant temperature, which consumes a lot of fuel. In addition to the share of the crops we planted before, it was barely enough for our family to eat. And there is really no way to give more. Having spent a few years in China, Ivante's mind is more flexible. 46 or 37 is fine. We can exchange it for fuel or materials. The base has set up a hunting team, which can dig ice holes to catch crocodiles or hunt seals. And the planting team is also expanding the planting of potatoes and corn. Ivante was very generous. If you need meat, how about 1 pound of meat for 1 pound of vegetables? Jiang Ning looked embarrassed and thought for a long time before agreeing. 30-70. You 30 and I 70. Then we can exchange for fuel or meat. There are more and more neighbors, living under the eyes of others every day. Eating, drinking, defecating and urinating must have a source. Selling vegetables to the Russians is a good idea. But she didn't finish her words. There is no room in the house. We have to build another ice house. If it succeeds, we will cooperate. If it doesn't succeed, we will return the utensils to you. Ivante said. No problem. After that, he asked his men to move the boxes. Yang Weiman also came, taking the opportunity to help. He saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he couldn't help asking. Jiang Ning, have you seen Ajay? Jiang Ning lowered his voice. I saw him once at the military base. He went to the mall to buy an escape pod. He will definitely survive. Yang Weiman is aging terribly, losing his hair and teeth. From his mental state, Yang Jia may be his last spiritual support. 10 years of natural disasters. Many people rely on spiritual support to survive. Jiang Ning didn't know his situation at the base, and she didn't have the opportunity to ask. She acted out the whole play, and asked Evante carefully how to build an igloo. She really asked the right person. Evante had lived in Siberia for a few years, and she was very familiar with building an igloo, and she wanted to build one for her immediately. Jiang Ning was not polite. Call a few people over, and the fee will be deducted from the vegetables. There are so many neighbors, and there are all kinds of birds. Let the bear come to show off his muscles, and see who dares to attack her house. Evante readily agreed. Okay, I bring people over tomorrow. After watching them leave, Jiang Ning did not move the hydroponic equipment into the house. First, there was no place to put it, and second, he was afraid that he would have to move it around tomorrow. He just put it at the door of the house, and no one would dare to steal it. The bear is already the big brother in the Arctic. Who dares to steal the big brother vegetable growing tools? As early as when the white-robed local tycoon settled down, Jiang Ning began to enclose the land, and the 100-meter range in front of and behind the house was all included as his own yard. And a snow wall more than 1 meter high was built with thick snow. Water was poured on the snow wall from time to time, and it had become a thick ice wall that even bullets could not penetrate. When the ice wall below was frozen solid, Jiang Ning planned to continue to pile it up to more than 2 meters. In this way, it would be difficult for others to peek through with a telescope. The ice wall was piled up, and the view of the container's whistle was blocked. But the hearing and smell of the wolf-hearted couple were sensitive, and no matter how small the wind and grass were, they would not be able to escape their ears. No matter how powerful the other survivors were, they were just scratching the surface compared to the previous joint base. They were not a big threat to Jiang Ning and Huishan. Evante brought people here early, 5 bears and 5 Chinese people. In addition to Yang Weiman, Jiang Ning found another old acquaintance, He Tianming. Chapter 508. He Tianming has a distinctive appearance. Even though he is thin and old, Jiang Ning recognized him at a glance. His face is calm, but his heart is still in turmoil. The butcher knife of the end of the world is particularly sharp. I still remember when I first met He Tianming. He was gentle and elegant, even though he experienced even worse disasters later. He went from being the head of Aoyuan to the deputy mayor of Fengcheng. Time has aged his face, but it has precipitated his temperament. But now he is a withered old man. He was so thin that he seemed to be easily blown down by the Arctic wind. Jiang Ning had mixed feelings in his heart, but his face was calm and peaceful. After Evante's introduction, he showed the appropriate expression of meeting a fellow villager in a foreign land. What a fate! I didn't expect that we are both from Fengcheng. After the greetings, Evante led everyone to work. They brought wooden stakes and steel, all of which were found on the transport ship, to expand the area of the igloo. First, choose a piece of land, repeatedly tamp the snow to make it solid, and then use a sharp long knife or saw blade to cut it into large snow bricks, and pile them up one by one. As it was about the supply of green vegetables, Evante was particularly concerned about the igloo. Jiang, it takes a long time to freeze the snow bricks into ice. You should find a way to melt the snow. So Jiang Ning took Dowdu to collect snow from outside, boiled it, and carried it out in a wooden barrel. Evante took a spoon and gently sprinkled it on the snow bricks. At dozens of degrees below zero, the snow and water quickly melted and froze, and the hardness was increasing. The project was huge, and Jiang Ning provided food. The roasted potatoes and crocodile meat were exchanged with Evante before. They were roasted in the igloo. Everyone sat around the fire, roasting potatoes or grilling meat, and it was so refreshing to take a sip of vodka. Jiang Ning beat a few crocodile eggs into the boiling iron pot, and then threw a few handfuls of green vegetables into it. As soon as the pot was opened, it was emptied out, so fast that he wanted to reach into the pot to fish. Evante ate very quickly and spoke very hypocritically. Jiang, why don't you eat? Jiang Ning smiled. You have worked hard today. Eat more. After drinking the egg drop and vegetable soup, Evante ate the crocodile meat with big mouthfuls. If there is chili and some cumin, it will be perfect. I miss the barbecue. Hot pot. Stewed and bean juice in China. Jiang Ning and Hui should only eat potatoes, and will not touch food that they are not sure is 100% safe. As for Dowdu, neither of them let her show up. The girl has grown up, and her beauty is blooming in the prosperous age. But it is not a good thing in the end times. There are more and more survivors in the Arctic, and the bears are following the old path of the previous big brother, constantly recruiting soldiers and expanding their strength. The vast majority of survivors are men. What if one day they have enough food and clothing and have lustful thoughts about Dowdu? Therefore, Dowdu tries not to show up. And even if she does, she will wrap herself up so that only her eyes are left. The heartless couple became more alert after being beaten, and would not make any noise unless there was something special. Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan followed to help, and finally built the snow house around dusk. The place was quite spacious, more than enough for growing vegetables. But they were worried that the snow bricks were not strong enough and would suddenly collapse. Jiang, please trust my skills. It will definitely keep you warm and safe. Evante was full of confidence. Make a fire and bake it. The hot water vapor will float upwards, and it will be more solid when it freezes into ice in the house. Jiang Ning thanked them and sent them out. She didn't talk too much to Tianming and the others, saying goodbye to them all. Be careful on the road. Evante waved. Jiang, Hua, Happy New Year, they said in unison. Happy New Year. Jiang Ning noticed that Tianming had a complicated expression, but soon returned to his numb and sluggish look. On the way back, Evante happened to be on the same snowmobile with Tianming. Seeing him sitting there in a daze, Evante thought, Are you afraid of us? Tianming came back to his senses. Before the natural disaster, our two countries were very friendly, and you rescued us from the joint base. We can't thank you enough. So how can we be afraid of you? Evante smiled cunningly. But I always feel that you are afraid of us. I am afraid. Tianming didn't rush to refute. I'm not afraid of you, but I'm afraid of all the survivors. Natural disasters devour human nature. I have seen children being eaten and brothers killing each other. But all this was forced by the end of the world. If there is a choice, no one is willing to do it. But reality forces them to do evil. Many people are angels today, but they may be demons tomorrow. So fear is human instinct. Tianming looked at Evante calmly. Do you understand what I said? Evante did not answer directly. In fact, Jiang and Hua are very good people. They know medical skills and have saved our teammates. They are your compatriots. If you want to leave, I can communicate with them. I believe they will be willing to lend a hand and take you in. Then you can grow vegetables and trade with us. We are all friends. Who knows? Tianming shook his head. When it comes to life and death, even fathers and sons will draw their swords against each other. What does brotherhood mean? I am quite satisfied with the current situation. As long as I can get food through labor. Natural disasters are not easy for anyone. I don't want to rely on anyone for help. So I won't bother them. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Evante said nothing more. The motorcycle roared in the ice and snow, and soon returned to the camp. Tianming and others took 2 baked potatoes and returned to the underwater fortress to rest. This is their dinner today. Barely enough to fill them up. Yang Weiman sat over. Are the Russians testing you again? You get used to it. Tianming peeled off the charred black soil and put it into his mouth. Chewing slowly. I'm afraid that the Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. Yang Weiman frowned. He was right. The Russians destroyed the joint base. But they are slowly turning into a joint base. They have recruited more than half of the prisoners. And during this period, they are still recruiting troops and horses to subdue batches of survivors who landed in the Arctic. Yang Weiman was worried. I heard that a group of our country's survivors landed some time ago, with a total of more than 200 survivors. The Russians not only did not recruit them, but they became more wary of us after they came back. Tianming nodded. This guy named Evante seems to be very good to Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan. But he is actually secretly on guard. This is about survival. It is extremely complicated and hard to describe in a few words. Yang Weiman couldn't figure it out. Since they are so wary of us, why don't they kill us quietly? Chapter 509. Facing the current predicament. Tianming is clear-headed. These Mazi are just ordinary survivors, not shrewd politicians. Their humanity has not been completely annihilated, but they have been persecuted by the joint base. Now that they are in the position of the big brother, they will also guard against the future, since it is a precaution. It is natural to be extremely sensitive to people who may be potential threats. Mauzi thinks that the Chinese pursue peace and are not warlike, and are actually quite suitable as partners. But thousands of years of Eastern civilization make them feel wary. After all, the Russians have only been the big brother for a few decades, while China has been the beacon for thousands of years. This superiority and thought are in their blood. Facing the end of the world due to natural disasters, they may bow their heads, but they are good at seizing opportunities. Stranded in the Arctic, He Tianming actually has no better way to save himself. He only hopes that the day when the Russians completely turn into evil dragons will come later. All we can do now is wait, and there is a chance to continue living. While the two of them were muttering, Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan were sitting in the snow house, burning a bonfire to keep warm, and roasting sweet potatoes and taro. The current situation of He Tianming and others today is enough to show that they are not free in the base. The Russian bear's place is not shallow. Jiang Ning opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Hua Yishan spoke first. People will change. We can trade vegetables with the Russian bear, but we can't take it lightly. As for other things, don't jump to conclusions. He peeled the roasted taro and handed it over, saying gently, try it. Jiang Ning bit the fragrant pink taro, with dogs and wolves accompanying him, and a warm current surged in his heart. Dowdu eats sweet potatoes. Sister-in-law, are we really going to grow vegetables in the igloo? Jiang Ning has this plan. You can try it. If it doesn't grow, take out the one stored in the space before. Dowdu has been growing vegetables in the backyard for a few years in the villa complex, and he hasn't eaten them yet. Dowdu is very positive. We will plant them tomorrow. The entrance of the igloo is narrow, and the windproof curtain is hung, so the heat is not easy to flow out, and it is still quite warm. It should be possible to use a fill light, a stove or a heater. One day, when you get tired of growing vegetables, put them in the space during the day and put them in the igloo at night. In short, Jiang Ning had no pressure and completely handed the task to Dowdu. Do a good job. We will rely on you to exchange supplies with the Russian bear in the future. Keep her busy so that she won't be sentimental. So, Dowdu really got busy, assembling hydroponic vessels in the snow house, doing various technical parameters, and adding light or keeping warm in time. Hua Yishan supported his sister, found a heating tube and a batch of tools from the space, and made a constant temperature heating system installed at the bottom of the planting vessel. Jiang Ning got busy for the Spring Festival. In the end times, it is impossible to post Spring Festival couplets and set off firecrackers in the North Pole, but the customs of the Spring Festival must be followed. She took a few small red lanterns and hung them in the living room, pasted the word Fu, and placed a few pots of flowers. Then she entered the space, posted Spring Festival couplets in the villa, and hung big red lanterns. The New Year's Eve dinner was very rich, with chicken, duck, fish, seafood, stuffed tofu, pickled cabbage and fried pig intestines, and a pot of aged huoyao. The container was narrow, and the full table of dishes could not be moved, so the family entered the space to eat and drink in the big villa. After the lively meal, Hua Yishan and Jiang Ning gave Dowdu a red envelope for the new year. There are also ruthless couples, but they give fish and pork bones. The three little ones are no exception, but they are still drinking milk, so Jiang Ning will keep them for them and give them to them when they grow up. They need to wear new clothes on New Year's Eve, and Jiang Ning picked out a few sets in the warehouse. Mr. Hua's, Dowdu's, the dog came over and expressed his dissatisfaction. Jiang Ning glanced at it. You already have a wife. Why are you pretending to be a man? Just be a good dog. The dog returned to Bai Shui with grievance. Bai Shui flirted with it in front of the three people, and then kissed her children. After coming out of the space, the whole family sat on the sofa to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Even though it has been played countless times, and even the host's next line can be recited by heart, it is still very interesting to watch. Feeling the family unity, wonderful dance, hilarious crosstalk, and hilarious skits in the show. So far away, but extremely down to earth. Jiang Ning felt mixed emotions and leaned lightly on Hua Yishan's shoulder. Perhaps we can still see such a wonderful Spring Festival Gala in our lifetime. Hua Yishan was more optimistic. Since the land sank, although the disaster has recurred, the degree is not as serious as before, especially during the period from Huacheng Base to the North Pole. The weather changes frequently, but they are all within the acceptable range. He felt that the earth was constantly repairing, and hope surged in his heart. Jiang Ning looked forward to it. I hope so. At the beginning of the year, they got up early and had a hearty breakfast. Dao opened the door, subconsciously raised his hand to cover it, and then quickly retreated. Kaylai and Baishua went out in a flash to find a place to solve their urgent needs. Dao quickly called them and waved them to come back quickly. The two held their breath and went back to the house. Jiang Ning looked over. What's wrong? Dao looked unhappy. Sister-in-law. The sunlight seems wrong. Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan walked over. The sunlight was indeed wrong. It was bright red and dazzling. Jiang Ning felt uncomfortable after just looking at it twice. Chinese people are particular about it. There was an abnormality on the first day of the new year. Just yesterday. They said that the natural disasters tended to be stable. But today they came to show their power. My mood suddenly fell to the bottom. The new year did not start well. And I had a bad feeling. Jiang Ning rubbed his eyes. Found antibacterial, anti-inflammatory and anti-allergic eye drops from the space. And immediately dripped them. After dripping it on himself, he gave it to Dao and Hua Yishan. Kaylai and Bai Shui had no discomfort, so they didn't need it for the time being. He quickly closed the door and resolutely refused to go out. How could the sun suddenly become like this? As a non-meteorological expert, it was really hard to figure out the strange phenomenon. Besides, there had been so many incredible disasters in the past 10 years, which could no longer be explained by science. If there had to be a reason, Jiang Ning thought it was probably related to the atmosphere, the ozone layer, or the solar storm. No matter which reason it was not something she could solve. So hiding was the right thing to do. After applying eye drops several times, the discomfort disappeared in the evening. The family did not go out. Hua Yishan occasionally looked outside from the rooftop whistle post and heard a sound far away. The Arctic is covered with ice and snow all year round. Sunlight is rare and the temperature has risen. Someone is going out to commit suicide. Jiang Ning was still cautious and did not go out for several days. The red light of the sun gradually faded and returned to normal on the 5th day of the first lunar month. Jiang Ning was not very reassured. He wore radiation clothing when he went out and tried not to stay for too long and not look up at the sun. On the 6th day of the first lunar month, a snowmobile roared in. Ivan brought several patients over, including bears and ordinary survivors. He Tianning was among them. Chapter 510. They came to seek medical treatment. Their eyes were red and swollen, and they kept crying. And some were even bleeding. Jiang Ning pretended to be confused. What's wrong? Ivante was anxious. It's probably related to the sunlight these days. They have hurt their eyes, and are almost blind now. Not only these people. Many people in the base have their eyes exposed to sunlight. Jiang Ning looked helpless. Ivante. I'm not an ophthalmologist. And even if I am, I don't have any medicine. Ivante said kindly. Jiang. Except you. No one knows medical skills. And your Chinese medicine is profound. Please help me take a look. Whether it can be cured is another matter. If the treatment is not in vain, you can exchange it for supplies. At this point, Jiang Ning had no choice but to let them in. It was impossible to enter the house. So they were led to the snow house in the front yard. This was built by Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan. The area was not large, and it could accommodate more than 10 people. And there were 2 rooms. Jiang Ning checked them. Their eyes were very swollen, and the secretions were not only a lot but also bloodshot. She went back to the house to find a few medicines, took them to another snow house to boil, and then asked them to come one by one to fumigate their eyes. A few injured bears came first, and then the injured ordinary survivors. He Tianming was in the middle, looking painful, but forcing himself to endure it. There was no one outside. Jiang Ning poured out a few anti-inflammatory and antiseptic Chinese medicine pills, and gave him acupuncture. He Tianming said softly, "Thank you." He just heard the people in front say that the treatment was just to smoke the eyes. And he was obviously treated specially. Worried that the wall had ears, Jiang Ning kept a low profile. It should be. As long as you are alive, you will see the dawn one day. He Tianming paused. Is there really a dawn? Really? People need hope to live. He Tianming took a deep breath. His eyes were sore. After the treatment, he went back and waited quietly. Ivante asked. What treatment did Jiang give you? Using medicine mist to fumigate your eyes. It feels like you were away for a long time? He Tianming pulled the corner of his mouth. We are all Chinese. I couldn't help asking a few more questions. I didn't delay you. Did I? In fact, it didn't take long. After treating everyone, Jiangning gave Yavante a pack of medicine. These are all I have. You try to fumigate your eyes a few times. Rest more and drink more water. If it still doesn't work, I can't do anything. The medicine plus treatment would require a total of 50 kilograms of meat or crocodile eggs. Potatoes and corn would also work, but the quantity would have to be doubled. Ivante readily agreed. I deliver it tomorrow. Just after sending the bear away, the rich man in white robes came. After being neighbors for so long, this was the first time they came to visit. They didn't speak Chinese, but English. After 10 years of learning foreign languages, Jiangning spoke awkwardly, but managed to express himself. They also had injured eyes, and wanted Jiangning to help with treatment. And they also wanted vegetables. Jiangning wanted to refuse, but her eyes were fixed on the gems on his 10 fingers. This was a rich man, the ultimate representative of the rich. When she was poor, she had to eat steamed buns. Seeing the rich man with golden clothes on TV, she secretly vowed to wear gems on 10 fingers one day. The rich man was very conspicuous and immediately took off the gems on his 10 fingers. But gems can't be eaten as food. So Jiangning asked for 10 more kilograms of meat. So, the rich man gave him 20 kilograms of seal meat. Jiangning gave him 3 doses of medicine and 5 kilograms of green vegetables. Back in the house, she put on 10 gem rings on her hands, and then covered her face in surprise. Dowdu was very understanding and took photos of her sister-in-law immediately. Not only taking photos, but also adding light. The gem shone brightly under the lights. Huishan thought she was very vain. Dowdu also played around, not only wearing gems, but also hanging more than a dozen gold necklaces around her neck. Huishan didn't look at it, and closed the door when he returned to his room. The next day, Ivante sent 50 kilograms of meat and a box of cultural relics. 2 paintings, 3 ceramic vases, full of ancient Chinese style, probably flowed overseas in the early years. Jiangning was very happy. It's just right. I can use it as a urinal, so I don't have to get up at night. This made Ivante laugh. Jiangning asked, how are their eyes? It hurts a little less, but I still can't see clearly. Jiangning also taught him acupoint massage. You can try it more. Jiang, your treatment method is pretty good. We have a place to live, and not many people have their eyes hurt by the sun. But those survivors on the Arctic coast are in trouble. Ivante felt sympathy. Some time ago, our hunting team went to the coast to kill seals. I heard that many survivors from your country came. Do you want to help them? Jiangning had a complicated expression and sighed quietly. The land sank. The world is one family. There is no difference between skin color and race. I am lucky enough to take care of myself. How can I have the energy to help others? She kicked the ball back calmly. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You have such a large house, and can grow potatoes and corn. You can find a way to help the victims along the coast. We have taken in quite a few people, and we are still trying to find a solution. Jiangning praised him. Diwali family. Great. The two dragged the things back to the house. Jiangning threw the crocodile meat into the space, picked up the porcelain bottle, and looked at it carefully. Huishan teased her. Use it as a urinal? Jiangning rolled his eyes at him. I said I treat them as treasures. Do you think Ivante will give them to me next time? Who said Mao Xiong is stupid? He has a lot of tricks like a sieve. Brother and sister-in-law. If you hadn't destroyed the joint base, it wouldn't be their turn to check for leaks. Dowdu was dissatisfied. They got the advantage but still acted like a good kid. They are either testing or doubting us every day. Jiangning was very clear. It is because they are beyond their ability that they are afraid of losing. What if they want to deal with us one day? Then kill them! After Huishan appraisal, both the painting and the porcelain vase were top-rate products, so they were put into the space for preservation. Jiangning was bored, so he took out the ball to play with the two. Coke and Bai Shui were flattered, and they competed to play with the ball. And they were so anxious that they even bared their teeth at each other. However, Jiangning's smile slowly froze. She locked the two in a cage and played with them by herself. Huishan was sitting next to them and also noticed something. The floor is tilted. When did it tilt? Was it because the ice surface was not flat? Or was it because the ice layer was thicker? The two of them went outside and looked left and right, horizontally and vertically. But they couldn't figure out the answer. Huishan took out his mobile phone to record the speed of the ball rolling to the right, and then went to the ice house to take pictures of the hydroponic solution. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the bear came to trade vegetables. I saw a few familiar faces, but Avante didn't come. Tianming was there. Explaining, Avante was bitten on the leg by a crocodile, and he didn't come because he was recovering. Jiangning nodded. Are your eyes healed? Tianming took anti-inflammatory drugs, and he will be fine after a few days of rest. But some of them are seriously injured, either with blurred vision or blindness. As for their fate, who would support a disabled person in a natural disaster? Tianming was very lucky that it was Jiangning who saved him again. The first batch of green vegetables is 80 kilograms. Enough for the Russians to eat for a few meals. But forget about others. 80 kilograms of green vegetables, minus the share. The rest will be exchanged for crocodile eggs. The next batch of transactions will be in 5 days. Chapter 511. In addition to the bears, the dog owners also come to exchange vegetables from time to time. The work of growing vegetables is done by the brother and sister, and Jiangning plays with the ball or records videos every day. The ball rolls to the right every time. You can't see anything day by day, but if you compare it with the half-month storage, there are still new discoveries. The speed of the ball has increased. This means that the slope is increasing. Thinking of these days, when Jiangning was half asleep, her body would suddenly shake. She thought it was a nerve twitch. In the same area, the seawater temperature under the ice layer is the same. So it is impossible for the ice on the seabed to be uneven. The only possibility is that something on the seabed pushes the ice up, slowly causing the ice surface to tilt. Huishan compared the photos of the hydroponic solution he took, and the liquid tilt did increase compared to half a month ago. But it was not particularly obvious. Jiangning suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the land is rising and pushing up the ice? It was just a guess, but it still made Huishan and Dao to hold their breath. Is the land really going to rise? What rises must fall, according to the Earth's revolution and rotation. The rising and setting of the sun and the moon, and the tides. The land will reappear sooner or later. My heart was pounding. But everything is just speculation. How can we get evidence? Dao was smart. Sister-in-law. They are digging holes in the ice to catch crocodiles and seals. Why don't we dig a hole to see if there is a mountain on the seabed? It's okay to dig a hole, but the Arctic ice is getting thicker and thicker. Some ice layers are already several meters or more than 10 meters. It's not easy to break through. Besides, the seawater is very cold, and the few people don't have the cold resistance of the bears in winter. Besides, there are crocodiles and other ferocious creatures on the seabed. But what if the land is really rising? Jiangning was itching to go into the space and searched around, and actually found an underwater camera. He was immediately full of passion, and he fought, afraid of being peeped. Jiangning and Huishan built an igloo in the backyard, and Dao stood on the snow hill to keep watch. After the igloo was built, it was smoke solid with a fire. Take out the silent cutter. Hey, the ice surface is very solid, and it didn't cut through. First crush the ice, and then store it in the space. I didn't expect the project to be so huge. It took the two of them a whole day to break through the ice, and they almost broke the silent cutter. The ice layer was more than 4 meters high. I didn't take a break, so I quickly installed the underwater camera and put the pole into the sea. I took several pictures, but it was dark and I couldn't see clearly. Even with my eyes falling out, I still figured out what was going on. The camera didn't have a night light function. After digging a hole for a day, Jiangning was a little unwilling. Why don't I dive down? The seabed is too dangerous. Huishan is worried. I go. What's the point of him going? There's no way to hide when in danger. But she can go into space. Seeing her brother and sister-in-law arguing sweetly, Dao really couldn't bear to watch. Why don't you go together? And I pull the rope on top? One explores, the other protects. And they are not afraid of danger. The seabed is very cold, but there are diving suits. As long as the speed is fast enough, the body should not be frozen. The agreement was reached. First pile up the ice surface and tie the rope. Jiangning and Huishan put on diving suits and jumped into the ice cave. The seawater was so cold that it almost froze people into icicles. Huishan turned the searchlight to the brightest and pulled Jiang Ning to swim towards the container. Jiang Ning moved towards the huge black shadow, and Huishan was her strongest support. Not far away, but her hands and feet were frozen stiff. As her sight got closer, her hand touched the hard reef. It was really a mountain, firmly supported by the bottom of the thick glacier. For a moment, the hot blood rushed to the brain, forcing back the bone-chilling cold. The mountain was not big, and it took less than 2 minutes to go back and forth. But when you look at the seabed, you can only see mountains undulating and spreading into the distance. The land is really going to rise. They are slowly rising, constantly approaching the thick glaciers. Due to the cold weather in the Arctic, the gaps that are pushed up are not large, and the seawater that pours in quickly freezes into ice. So there are no serious cracks on the ice surface. Jiang Ning couldn't hide her excitement and couldn't help swimming forward to hug a protruding reef. Be careful. Huishan pulled her to hide behind the reef, and a huge marine creature rushed past. Maybe it was because of poor eyesight or because it had just eaten. It did not attack the two. After the excitement, the cold came again. It was so cold that it hurt the bones. The two did not dare to stay on the seabed for long and hurried back to the entrance of the ice cave. Just as they were about to go up, Jiang Ning saw a seal swimming in the distance. In a good mood, she waved to the seal. The seal found its prey and swam over with its clumsy body. Unfortunately, the two moved quickly and climbed out of the ice cave. Dowda threw the wooden pallet into the hole to block it, then pushed the snow up, and then watered the ice to seal it. She was nervous and expectant. Brother, is there really land? Huishan's limbs were stiff, and he smiled hard. Yes. The land has risen. Dowda's eyes were red, afraid of being frozen. She wiped it off quickly, unable to bear the cold. Jiang Ning flashed into the space to take a hot bath, not forgetting to add some cold-dispelling herbs. After taking a bath, she put on warm clothes and drank 2 bowls of ginger soup to warm up. Seeing the 3 people's faces full of smiles, the ruthless couple came to ask for food for the children. Woof. Ah. Oh. Jiang Ning stroked the dog head. Cola. Maybe we can return to land. Excited? Let's have a big meal to celebrate. In the evening, there was a loud bang. Cola and Bai Shui jumped up in fright, while Sanbao whimpered in the nest. At first, it was thought to be an earthquake, but the glacier did not continue to shake. Jiang Ning was worried and hurriedly ran up the snow hill to check. There was no big ice crack around. In the distance, there seemed to be black smoke rising. Using a telescope to observe, but it was too far away and it was about to get dark, so it was impossible to see clearly. After making sure there was no danger around, Jiang Ning didn't take it seriously and went back to the warm bed. He was in a good mood and couldn't sleep. In a daze, a voice came from outside. Is there anyone there? Jiang Ning thought he was dreaming, and the 2 dogs in the living room stood up. Kaylee came in and warned the poop shovel. It was snowing outside, and the voice was blown away. Huishan went to the door and listened. There was really someone outside. He was still speaking Chinese. Seeing that there was no response in Chinese, the person outside switched to English. 100 meters away from the front yard, Huishan opened the door and walked out. Who? Hearing the same language, the person outside was very excited. Hello. I am affiliated with the Air Force Department of Huacheng Base. The plane I was driving encountered a malfunction and was forced to land. I walked a long way to find here. Can I stay here for 1 night? Huacheng Base. How could it be such a coincidence? Huishan was very alert. Where is Huacheng Base? Afraid that the other party would not believe it, the person outside reported the latitude of the base. Don't worry, fellow villager. I have no ill intentions. I accepted the mission from the base to find Chinese survivors. The warship is more than 100 nautical miles away from the North Pole. Out to find survivors? Huishan was very cautious. Since you are from the base, I wonder what Huacheng Base looks like. Our base is very large and can accommodate more than 100,000 people. Chapter 512. What the visitor said was almost the same as what they said when they left. Huishan groaned. Wait a moment. He returned to the house and told Jiang Ning about the situation. There is only one person who came out from Huacheng Base to look for Chinese survivors. He took off from a warship more than 100 miles away, and an accident occurred when the plane crossed the Arctic. When they left, food was still scarce, and the base was in ruins. How long have they been away? And they are out looking for survivors? I wonder if they are looking for ordinary survivors or high-ranking military officials. Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of Gu Tinglin. Has he arrived at the watching base? Let him stay for one night. Worried about meeting acquaintances, the two put on masks and scarves, wrapping themselves up with only their eyes exposed. Hui Shen opened the door, and Jiang Ning hid his weapon behind him. The man was shivering with cold. His mouth was purple. But he was indeed wearing an Air Force uniform from the Eastern Military Base. It was impossible to live in a container. So Hui Shen took him to the snow house in the front yard and used crocodile dung to make a fire to keep warm. The man squatted in front of the fire to keep warm and took off his mask. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have frozen to death here tonight. Jiang Ning sat down next to him. Is it cold in watching base? It's cold, but only about 10 degrees below zero. And there's no ice on the sea. The water in the enamel cup boiled, and Hui Shen handed it to him. The man's name is Xiao Quan. He's in his 30s. His face is quite vicissitudes, but he's not too thin. Huacheng Base has a food factory, which has solved the problem of venom glands of marine species. So eating shouldn't be a big problem anymore. Jiang Ning asked knowingly. Do you live on the sea? Xiao Quan nodded. The base has built more than a dozen large offshore residential platforms, and is now reclaiming land to build islands. There is already a small land, and it will get bigger and bigger in the future. He gave a general description of the base, and then curiously asked, How did you get to the Arctic? Jiang Ning smiled bitterly. Our ship ran out of oil, and drifted along the ocean currents, and somehow drifted to the Arctic. Xiao Quan had no doubts. From your accent, you seem to be from the south. Yes, we are from Guangdong province. Hearing that they were from Guangdong province, Xiao Quan was very happy. There are many survivors in the base from the south. Are they soldiers or ordinary people? Both. There are more than 30,000 people in the base now. Jiang Ning added crocodile feces to the fire. Before the land sank, we lived in the southern military base, and went out to pick up scraps to support ourselves. Once we were robbed by bandits on the road. If it weren't for the senior leader of the military passing by, we would have almost died. She talked about some things about the southern military, and then asked, Are the senior leaders of the southern military also in the base? It seems that there are, but not many. Jiang Ning only described the shoulder badge pattern of the senior leader. I asked his name, but he didn't say it. Xiao Quan analyzed. The one who saved you should be the chief of the southern military base. Jiang Ning looked surprised. I didn't expect his position to be so high. Xiao Quan frowned slightly. But he hasn't arrived yet, and the base has been looking for him. One of the chiefs of the 5 major military bases in China has been confirmed to have died of illness. And now there are still 2 chiefs who have not been found. The mission of this voyage, in addition to finding the high-level teams of the 2 major bases, is to bring back ordinary survivors. Jiang Ning was stunned. How could they not be found yet? He is the head of the military base. Even if he evacuates in the end, the escorting army should be powerful. Many survivors of the official base can survive. How could he? The fire flickered, and Jiang Ning's whole body was dim and bright, and her face wrapped in a scarf could not be seen clearly. Hui Shen did not speak, but gently held her hand. Xiao Quan drank boiled water, and his frozen body gradually warmed up. Can you repair airplanes? When crossing the Arctic, he saw a large ship on the ice shore, with a 5-star red flag on board. This is a Chinese ship. There should be quite a few survivors. Survivors from various countries gathered along the Arctic coast, and the living environment was too harsh. He had to fly back to the warship as soon as possible and ask the army to pick them up. Neither of them knew how to respond to this. He was an Air Force officer and couldn't even repair an airplane. So how could 2 people who burned crocodile dung for heating do that? Xiao Quan also realized that he had lost his composure. Sorry. I was too anxious. He told them that there were many Chinese survivors stranded in the Arctic. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. You didn't go back on time. The warship should be here soon. Right? This is what Xiao Quan was worried about. The Arctic is huge. There are no exact coordinates, and it's too difficult to find it along the coastline. The land sank. There was no overseas port for supplies. And the fuel, food and fresh water on the warship were limited. If they took too many detours, ran out of fuel, or had other problems, it was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to get back. In order to save time and fuel, the plane was sent across the Arctic. More importantly, There were only 200 soldiers on the warship, and landing in the vast Arctic to look for survivors was fraught with danger. 10 years after the natural disaster, many survivors have long lost their humanity. According to Zhao Quan's observation, there are at least thousands of survivors in the Arctic. Seeing the Chinese survivors being taken away, they are likely to rush in. How long can the soldiers hold out? No matter what the reason, Zhao Quan does not want the warships to land in the Arctic. Jiang Ning felt bad, but could only tell the truth. Sorry, we don't know how to repair planes. Zhao Quan thought for a while, then inquired. On my way back, I saw several warships and transport ships frozen not far from you. Is there a base over there? Jiang Ning nodded. It used to be a joint military base of various countries led by the Eagle Sauce. But it was later destroyed and occupied by the Russian Bear. The Eagle Sauce military? Seeing his eyebrows twisted into knots, Jiang Ning felt something was wrong. Well, is there a problem? Zhao Quan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Eagle Sauce military has a base more than 2,000 nautical miles away from the Huacheng base. 2 months ago, their military diplomats made a special trip to the Huacheng base. Jiang Ning was surprised. The Russian Bear said it was the Eagle Sauce military, and it also built an underwater fortress. The two sides fight every now and then, so it shouldn't be wrong. Underwater fortress? Zhao Quan was flying with a mission, and he quickly understood what was going on. Yes, they are indeed the Eagle Sauce military, but they are only a branch of the military, and they are traitors to the military. So they are traitors. No wonder they are so weak, making her almost think she is invincible in the universe. Jiang Ning immediately became interested. How did they become traitors? Zhao Quan didn't know either. But one of the missions of the voyage was to help the Eagle Sauce find warships and transport ships, and even gave the specific models. What the military leaders talked about was a secret that could not be made public. But knowing that the Eagle Sauce rebels had built an underground fortress, Zhao Quan probably guessed what was going on. The new Chinese homeland was to build an offshore platform, reclaim the sea and build an island to return to the mainland, while the Eagle Sauce plan was to build an underwater fortress. But the warships and transport ships carrying the materials took advantage of the storm at sea to escape. Chapter 513. The escaped logistics team and transport team found another place to occupy their own territory and become the boss. The Eagle Sauce was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood and wanted to tear these bastards to pieces. But he couldn't find them. In desperation, he had to put aside his pride and ask Huacheng base for help. Jealousy is jealousy. But who can blame Huaxia for having the most survivors and the most intact military strength? It is said that there are thousands of submarines swimming around in the ocean. It is rare that the Eagle Sauce is willing to lower its proud head. And the senior military officials in Huacheng are also willing to help. It should be more than just hunting down the traitors and taking back the building materials of the fortress. As for the truth, it is not something that a soldier of Zhao Quan's level can know. Jiang Ning and Huishan looked at each other and had the answer in their hearts. It was still a question of who was the top and who was the second, and it was related to the right to survive in the future. How could the Chinese military help them find materials for the fortress? The only possibility was that the Eagle Sauce promised something else. For example, the things in the arsenal and the material warehouse were divided in half. And more importantly, it might be the animals in the hibernation warehouse. Those animals are indispensable for ecological recovery and the safety of the human food chain. The Earth has changed beyond all recognition. It may take thousands of years for a new species to evolve. And those animals are the products of the past thousands of years. At this moment, their preciousness is far more valuable than high technology. So, Huacheng base is willing to help. It's a pity that they are a step too late. And those things have all been placed in Jiangning space. Zhao Quan didn't know. Are the bears occupying the base friendly? Jiangning thought for a while before speaking. I know a little about medicine, and I happened to save a few bears. Their attitude towards us is pretty good. Zhao Quan's eyes lit up. Do they have anyone who knows how to repair airplanes? The water in the Arctic is too deep, and Jiangning didn't want to wade in it. But he remembered that he was from Huacheng base, which is the new home of the Chinese people, where he lived for a few months. And there are many friends there. They are all ordinary people. They probably don't know how to repair airplanes. But there are warships in the joint base. And there must be airplanes or parts in the warships. Zhao Quan wanted to try his luck. What if there happened to be one? It was related to the safety of the entire warship and his compatriots in the Arctic. so he had to rush back as soon as possible. But if Mao Xiong really wanted to be naive, he would not have repeatedly tested Jiang Ning and the others. If Xiao Quan came forward, let alone whether he would give it, it would be a problem whether he could get out of it safely. They kept recruiting soldiers, and even if they couldn't fly a plane, they couldn't give it to others. Jiang Ning considered. I ask for you tomorrow. It was getting late. Hui Yishan took a blanket to Xiao Quan, told him to have a good rest tonight, and the two returned to the house, knowing that it was a pilot from Huacheng base. Dowda couldn't help but think of his friends in the maggot breeding group and the plantation, and wondered how they were doing now. Of course, she was just thinking about it, and she didn't say anything. Kei Lei and Bai Shui stood by the door, listening to the noise outside. The two returned to their room, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Jiang Ning looked at the ceiling. If Mao Xiong is willing to help, maybe he Tianming and the others can leave? Hui Yishan hugged Jiang Ning in his arms. No matter if it succeeds or not, we just tried our best. Slept very late. Woke up at almost 9 o'clock. Xiao Quan was so anxious that he didn't sleep all night. His eyes were black and his mouth was full of blood bubbles. He got up early and was so anxious that he kept turning around. But he was embarrassed to disturb the two. Hui Yishan gave him a cup of hot water and 3 baked potatoes. I take you for a walk after you finish eating. Xiao Quan thanked him repeatedly and ate very quickly. He asked the bear for help, so he couldn't leave empty-handed. Jiang Ning was thinking about packing vegetables for them, but he heard the sound of a motorcycle outside. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Evante limped down and cried, Jiang, help me. The medicine of eagle sauce was completely ineffective. His leg bitten by the crocodile did not reduce inflammation after taking medicine for a few days, but became infected and festering. Jiang Ning opened the door, glanced at his legs wrapped like dumplings, and said seriously, with such a serious injury, it is estimated that amputation is necessary to save his life. Evante was so scared that he almost knelt down. No, I can't amputate. If he had an amputation, he would be useless and abandoned by the team. He was so shocked that his voice changed. Jiang, you have to find a way to help me. She didn't say it firmly. Come in and check it out first. Leading people into the snow house. Jiang Ning looked through the medicines he brought. Eagle Sauce's medicine is fine. They are all anti-inflammatory and analgesic. The effect may not be as good as before the end of the world, but it won't hurt your legs. Evante untied the wound to show her. It was indeed red, swollen and festering. Jiang Ning frowned and said speechlessly, You have been eating barbecue and drinking a lot these days? How do you know? Evante was surprised. Oh, aren't all the Russians like this? They dare to drive tanks across the nuclear-contaminated area without any protection. Eating meat and drinking alcohol are nothing to them. It is impossible to abstain from them. Not having alcohol to drink is the most fatal. Jiang Ning checked his wound. It was not serious. He just needed to dig out the rotten flesh, suture it again and take medicine, and abstain from food for half a month. But thinking of Xiao Quan in the next room, she suddenly became a dramatic person. You are also confused. It's okay that you don't control your diet when you are injured. Red-eyed crocodiles are mutant species contaminated by ancient viruses. Their teeth carry various viruses. But you eat medium-rare barbecue every meal and drink a lot of wine. If you amputate your limb quickly, you may be able to save your life. If you delay it, it will probably cause organ failure. Then even gods can't save you. Evante was really scared and grabbed Jiang Ning's hand tightly. Jiang, think of a way. As long as you can save my leg, any reward is fine. Wine, meat, or anything else is fine. Jiang Ning was very embarrassed, and finally said, I have an antiviral injection in my hand, which was brought from the military base before the land sank. I can give it to you to try. But Evante has been in China for several years. How could he not understand what she meant? You say, I can perform surgery on you and give you special medicine. But you have to do me a favor. Evante was anxious. What favor? China has set up a base and sent soldiers out to look for survivors. The plane had a malfunction and made an emergency landing when crossing the Arctic yesterday. The pilot is now at my house. The plane couldn't take off, but he had to rush back to the warship at sea as soon as possible and ask the warship to take the survivors in the Arctic home. Jiang Ning looked at him sincerely. Evante, Xiaohua is my hometown where I was born and raised. I want to do my best to help the hundreds of Chinese survivors stranded in the Arctic return home. Evante was shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. He thought for a long time. Jiang? Are you leaving too? Chapter 514. Hearing Evante's question, Jiang Ning shook his head and said, I am used to freedom, and don't want to live a restrained life. If I get tired of living in the Arctic one day, I may go somewhere else. Evante gritted his teeth. There are planes on the base warship, but they won't agree. As long as you are willing to help, I will definitely find a way to save your leg. Are you sure you can save my leg? Jiang Ning didn't say it definitely. Medical treatment has risks. I can't guarantee it 100%. But you and I have known each other for so long. You should have an idea of what kind of person I am. Evante was silent for a long time. I want to see the pilot. Jiang Ning called Xiao Quan in. She was waiting outside the snow house. Evante looked at Xiao Quan. Is your base big? It's big. It will be built into a city of hundreds of thousands of people. And now it's reclaiming the sea and building islands. Evante is familiar with Chinese culture. In ancient times, there was Jingwei filling the sea. And now it's building islands. The Chinese survivors are so lucky. They drifted to such a faraway Arctic. And the country sent you to pick them up. He couldn't help but envy. And at the same time with a little hope. Does our country have a base? Xiao Quan spoke tactfully. We have it. And so does the Eagle Sauce. Your country is militarily strong and the people are so united. So I believe you will have it too. Evante told him the model of the fighter on the warship. Can you fly it? Xiao Quan's eyes lit up. I can. The fighter model is not the most advanced. And the Eastern Air Force Flight Brigade actually trained them before the natural disaster. Even if 10 years have passed. As long as he can touch the operating instrument. He is confident that he can fly into the blue sky. Evante dare not guarantee it. So he can only find a way to negotiate. Worried that it would not be convincing to bring Xiao Quan alone. He asked Jiang Ning to go together. Jiang, I need you. Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment and agreed. Wei Yishan wanted to accompany him. But she refused, fearing an accident. Jiang Ning had a space to hide in danger. So he stayed to guard the base camp. Don't worry. Evante is still waiting for me to treat his leg. He shouldn't play tricks. She dared to go. She was still very confident. Wei Yishan warned. Be careful. The snowmobile turned around and took Jiang Ning and Xiao Quan to the joint base. It took more than an hour to arrive at the base safely. The bears lived on the warship, while the transport ships and other ships were converted into planting areas. Many survivors worked in the cold wind. However, in a short period of time, the team of less than 100 people has expanded to more than 400 people, and their ambitions are constantly expanding. Jiang Ning saw it, but his face did not show it. After parking the car, Evante asked the two to wait in the security booth at the sentry post, and he went in to discuss with the higher-ups. In the warship, several men patiently listened to Evante's business, and one of them irritably sarcastically said, Did you eat too many vegetables? What nonsense! Evante said calmly, Grieve. I do this for the good of the base. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Who are you going to be the sucker for? You just gave a fighter jet to someone else for nothing. Evante looked at the captain. First of all, none of us can fly a plane, so it's useless to keep it in our hands. Secondly, the Chinese are good at keeping a low profile. There are hundreds of them staying in the Arctic, but they are unwilling to join us. This is a great threat to us. Once they accumulate strength, if they really fight for territory one day, what are our chances of winning? Graf was a man of bad temper. Then destroy them all before they become strong. Evante looked at him as if he was an idiot. You seem to have forgotten how the joint base was destroyed and how we won. There is an old Chinese saying that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The reason why the joint base was destroyed for more than 20,000 people was not because their weapons were not strong enough, but because everyone had their own calculations and people's hearts were like scattered sand. The Chinese civilization has stood for 5,000 years because they can always unite in the face of great disasters. Although they are not warlike, they are good at fighting. Once we fight them, both sides will suffer, and it will be easy for others to take advantage of us. The last sentence was well known to the Russians present, and they won by picking up the leak. The real culprit who destroyed the joint base was not found. The Russians checked all the survivors and still felt that the Chinese were the most likely, especially Jiang Ning and Wei Yishan. They were not soldiers, and there were less than 100 people left. They did not dare to act rashly without absolute certainty. Although they suspected, they did not dare to confront rashly. After all, the end of the joint base was too bloody. Thinking about it now, I still feel scared. So, they treated the Chinese people in the base well, but also kept a distance from them. Ivan, who had severe leg pain and did not want to have his leg amputated, was particularly sober. China is friendly with our country. They reclaimed islands to build a national base, and sent warships to search for survivors around the world, trying their best to bring them home. It can be seen that their military strength is very strong. The Chinese warships are only more than 100 nautical miles away from the North Pole. If they kill their citizens in the North Pole, do you think they will come to kill us? That's the truth. But the Russians are always fearless. How can they give away fighter planes for free? They don't care about face. How can it be given for free? After analyzing the pros and cons, Ivante saw that the captain's face eased a little, and he persuaded further. Give a fighter plane and let the pilot go back to report the news. They will drive the warship over and take away all the Chinese survivors. This will solve the big hidden danger for us. After the Chinese leave, who else can be our opponent in the Arctic? We only need to send a fighter plane to send hundreds of Chinese away. This is a profitable business. Anyone who doesn't agree is a fool. The bears thought it was right. The captain thought for a moment and softened his attitude. Jiang and Ho are leaving too. Ivante had to tell the truth. They are not leaving. No, Gref said loudly. We can give the Chinese planes, but Jiang and Ho must leave. They can't stay in the Arctic. Others echoed in agreement. Even though there was no evidence, they believed in their hearts that the destruction of the joint base was related to the two. But they didn't dare to act rashly. Ivante felt suffocated and said speechlessly, Our probing is obvious enough. Even if they really did it, if they had the ambition, they could have occupied the base at that time. But they didn't. The crowd refused to give in and insisted on letting Jiang Ning and Hui Tuquan leave before they were willing to give the plane. Okay, then don't give it to us. Ivante also had a temper. Just wait and see. You guys continue to probe. If you piss them off one day, they can join forces with the Chinese survivors in the Arctic and kill us with a snap of their fingers. Keep doing it. You will get yourself killed one day. The captain was still rational and said calmly, Ivante, do you have any better ideas? No. Ivante was angry. Give them the plane. Let the Huaxiao base take all the survivors away first. Then even if Jiang and Hui choose to stay, if a fight really breaks out one day, won't it be much easier to deal with them? Chapter 515. A bunch of idiots. They can't think straight. They only see the gains and losses in front of them. Ivan was furious and simply stopped talking. At worst, he could just have his limbs amputated. The conference room was extremely silent. The captain thought for a few minutes. Give them the plane. Help people to the end. Send Buddha to the west. Ivan spoke again. Send away the Chinese survivors at the base as well. The most valuable planes were given, and a batch of supplies were sent to the survivors at the base. And the hunting team escorted them to the Arctic coast. Since we have done it, we have to do it well, so that Jiang Ning and Hui Ishan will feel that they are sincere. The captain has no objection. You go and arrange it. Ivante breathed a sigh of relief. Please rest assured. I will do this well. Let the survivors of other countries see that we are friendly and peaceful. And I guarantee that they will follow us wholeheartedly in the future. The captain agreed. Let's do it. Zhao Quan waited anxiously, feeling extremely anxious. After waiting for about an hour, Ivante hurried out. Jiang, I have spent a lot of effort. And the captain finally agreed. Jiang Ning was relieved. Thank you. It's my duty. We are friends. Ivante smiled generously. In addition, all the Chinese survivors in the base can also leave. We will organize a team to escort them to the Arctic landing port and let your compatriots return home safely. This answer was expected by Jiang Ning, but he was still very touched and gave him a big hug. The fighter plane needs enough space to take off. The Russians have good execution ability and immediately sent people to the warship to clear the runway. Ivante was very scheming and specifically asked the Chinese survivors to clean up. Dozens of survivors were stunned when they saw Zhao Quan wearing an Air Force uniform with a 5-star badge on his chest. Their numb and weathered faces were shocked at first, and their cloudy eyes soon became misty. Ivante said loudly, Friends, your country has established a safe base, and he is here to take you home. Bala bala. Saying things like the friendship between the two countries will last forever. Thanking the Chinese survivors for helping to build the base with their sweat. Etc. It sounds better than singing. They know each other well. But they are just acting for others. The weather in the Arctic is cold. And the survivors can't cry even if they want to. Many people bite their lips tightly. It's hard to tell whether it's reality or a dream. Fellow compatriots, I was sent by watching base. When crossing the Arctic, the plane broke down. Fortunately, my compatriots and my friends in Russia helped me, so I had the opportunity to return. Looking at the compatriots who suffered from the weather, Xiao Quan was also excited. Don't worry. The country's warships have arrived in the Arctic area and will take you home in a few days. Many survivors looked up, trying hard not to let their tears fall, or their faces would freeze. After the emotion subsided, they actively cleaned the runway. He Tianming was among them, and he looked at the person standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Quan. Although she was wrapped up with only a pair of eyes exposed, she could still be recognized as Jiang Ning at a glance. It was really her, just like a few years ago, silently lending a helping hand behind the scenes, but without asking for anything in return. Safe base? It should be the dawn she mentioned before. The elevator door slowly opened, and a fully fueled fighter was pushed out. The runway was cleared. The plane was in place, ready to take off at any time. Xiao Quan took a deep breath and saluted Jiang Ning. Thousands of words turned into one sentence. Thank you. Take care. He didn't know why she didn't want to leave, but he could only choose to respect her. Without her help, he would have no chance to return to the blue sky, and the hundreds of survivors in the Arctic might not be able to go home. The black fighter slid, speeding up, flying over the curved runway, and rushing into the sky like a sharp blade. Jiang Ning looked up at the sky, unable to recover for a long time. Goodbye. Hometown that I can never go back to. The news that China has established a base, and the country has sent troops to the Arctic to take the survivors home soon spread throughout the base. The survivors from other countries were both envious and disappointed. What about their countries? Some kimchi were unable to accept it, and banged their heads against the wall. The southern monkey was furious, but pretended to be indifferent, but was jealous to the point of madness. The little notebook had a quick mind, and found the Mao Xiong who was managing the survivors, and gestured in poor Chinese. I, yellow skin, black hair, am Chinese. I can sing the national anthem. The alcohol-intoxicated Mao Xiong had a bad temper, and whipped him hard. Get out of here. The runway of the warship was cleared, and a group of emotional Chinese survivors returned to their residence. The Mao Xiong was very good at superficial work. From now on, not only did they not have to work, but even the food was improved by 2 levels. Yang Weiman kept taking deep breaths, but he could not calm down. He murmured, Old he, you didn't lie to me. There is really hope. Our country is still there, and we have a new home. He buried his head and cried. We can go home now. Ajay is waiting for me at home. Compared to the excited Yang Weiman, He Tianning was much calmer. He knew that it was Jiang Ning and Hu Yishan who made everything happen today. If they hadn't dealt with the bear, they wouldn't have been able to leave. I just don't know if they will leave. Evante was eager to treat the disease, so he drove the snowmobile to the sky. From a distance, Jiang Ning saw 2 figures standing on the snow hill, Hu Yishan and Daodu. As soon as the car stopped, Hu Yishan came to meet him. Before Jiang Ning could speak, Evante shouted, Hua, I almost broke up with them for you, and I got it done. Hu Yishan said politely, Thank you. You're welcome. We are friends after all. The igloo was lit with a fire, and it was very warm. Hu Yishan chatted with Evante, while Jiang Ning went into the house to prepare for the operation. There was no special antiviral drug, but it still had to be done. Jiang Ning took a needle to draw a tube of saline, and then went to the igloo after getting ready. Evante's eyes widened. Jiang, is this the special medicine that can fight viruses? It doesn't look like it. It looks cheap. Jiang Ning remained calm. Yeah. Evante was highly suspicious. Does it look like this? Jiang Ning was unhappy and rolled his eyes. What's wrong? What do you think it should look like? This is a military drug. The raw materials are very precious, so the output is scarce, and soldiers with insufficient ranks are not qualified to use it at all. There have been natural disasters for many years. So where is the fancy outsourcing? That's a trick you Westerners use to fool consumers. We Chinese don't like to play that game. Don't underestimate its cheapness. The key is that it can cure diseases and save lives. If you don't believe it, why not just give it up? It's safer to amputate, he said, pretending to throw away the needle. Evante was so scared that he quickly stopped him. No. Of course I believe you. I'm just curious. I'm very disappointed in you. Jiang Ning was relentless. You questioned our friendship. Evante, who didn't want to amputate, quickly apologized. Jiang, I'm ashamed of my behavior. Huishan next to him couldn't bear to watch it. Embarrassed and afraid of being exposed, he turned his head and looked away. Chapter 516. Evante brought a lot of medicines, including anesthetics, all from the joint base. Jiang Ning first injected the special medicine, then gave an injection of anesthesia, and then cleaned the festering wound, disinfected it, and sutured it. Evante, if you want to save your leg, you must avoid eating, not eating meat or drinking, and eat more vegetables. Jiang Ning adjusted his medicine, then gave him 5 kilograms of vegetables, and told him to come back to change the medicine in 2 days. After closing the door, she told the brother and sister what happened at the base. If everything goes well, Zhao Quan has already returned to the warship at sea. Jiang Ning was tired and went back to bed to rest. Huishan saw that she was not in a good mood and envied those who could go home. Not only Jiang Ning, Daodu was also obviously depressed, but just pretended not to care. Huishan patted her shoulder. Daodu was very sensible. Brother, I'm fine. There is gain before loss. If I hadn't left, the situation might have been worse. There is nothing wrong with the Arctic except that it is a little cold. Huishan went back to the house and tried to counsel Jiang Ning, but she had recovered. He didn't say anything more. 2 days later, Evante came to change the dressing. He didn't forget to tell them the news. Yang and he have left. There were more than 30 Chinese people in the base, and they all chose to leave. Evante was very generous, giving each of them 5 kilograms of potatoes and 3 kilograms of seal meat, and asked them to set off with the hunting team so that they could take care of them on the way. If everything goes well, they will arrive at the landing port the day after tomorrow and follow the other survivors back to your country. All that talk is just a favor. Jiang Ning decisively satisfied him. Evante, thank you for your help. Otherwise they can't go home. Ha ha ha. We are friends after all. If the Chinese leave the Arctic, they can also sleep peacefully. 2 days later, in the Arctic, the wind blows and light snow falls. The coast is densely packed with people, wearing worn-out cotton jackets, with frostbite all over their hands and feet. Some people are wrapped in animal skins, and some people hold their bags with holes in their arms tightly. A pair of turbid and numb eyes looked at the vast ocean from time to time. A 5-star red flag was flying on a ship not far away. The red flag had faded and was damaged, but it still fluttered in the cold wind. There were also many survivors gathered on the ship. The middle-aged man at the bow shouted loudly, "Compatriots, don't squeeze or panic. The country promised to take us to our new home, and it must do what it said. Everyone, keep an eye on your luggage and packages. The closer you are to going home, the more you should pay attention to safety. Don't get separated from your companions, and give others a chance to take advantage of you." He stood on the boat, looking at the huge crowd below, frowning more and more. The staff next to him worriedly said, "Captain, including the people sent by the Russian bear yesterday, we are no more than 300 people. How come so many people suddenly appeared?" Zhou Jijia had a bad feeling. The Arctic environment is too harsh. Knowing that China has established a new home and has specially sent people to pick them up, who would not want to leave this damn place? Not to mention people of other skin colors. There are also many people from other eastern countries who have drifted to the Arctic, with the same skin color and faces. They are usually wary of each other and stick together, so their relationship is rather delicate. He has seen many faces in the crowd. They are not Chinese at all, but now they are mixed in the crowd to try to get through. They want to pretend to be someone else and get on the ship. Zhou Jijia was worried. Pretending is secondary. I am worried that they will take advantage of the chaos to steal the luggage of our compatriots, or documents or other things that can prove that they are Chinese. After saying that, he spoke loudly again, reminding his compatriots to pay attention to safety and prevent others from maliciously stealing. "Captain, not only are there many Oriental faces, but there are also several foreign gangs, all of whom are carrying weapons. These gangs usually bully the coast and make a living by robbing with a few guns in their hands. What do they want to do today when they all show up? Just as I was worried, a black fighter plane flew over from the horizon, flying low. The roar was deafening. The fighter plane circled over the Arctic coast, and at the same time, a huge warship came from a distance with a whistle. A bright 5-star red flag fluttered in the wind on the sea. The coast was boiling instantly. They are coming! The army of the new homeland is coming. Faces that were only skin and bones. Eyes were dizzy, but they tried their best not to fall. The reconnaissance fighter plane returned and landed accurately on the warship, reporting the situation urgently. The warship slowly approached and stopped at the sea surface more than 300 meters away from the ice shore, releasing 3 military assault boats that could carry 50 people each. 120 armed soldiers came by boat. The leader was surnamed Liao, the deputy captain of the warship. He held a loudspeaker and said to the crowd on the shore, "Fellow compatriots, we are here to take you home." Instantly, the survivors on the shore cheered. "Don't worry. Retreat and line up first. As long as you are Chinese compatriots and willing to go to a new home, we will take you home without exception." He quickly locked onto the ship with a 5-star red flag flying on it, and 3 assault boats came over. Zhou Xian excitedly got off the ship and asked the survivors on the ship to hold hands and form a human wall to persuade the crowded crowd to retreat and clear a place for the soldiers to land. He hurriedly went up to shake hands with Deputy Captain Liao and shook his hand tightly. "Hello, comrades. We are survivors of the official base of Sichuan province, who drifted to the North Pole for 2 months. There are a total of 219 compatriots on the ship." Afraid that the other party would not believe him, Zhou Jijie shivered his frozen hands and took out the documents he had put inside his clothes. "This is my ID card. Work permit." After checking, Deputy Captain Liao was extremely impressed. "Thank you for your hard work and for leading your compatriots to survive tenaciously in the Arctic. We are here to pick you up." The words "thank you for your hard work" made Zhou Jijie's eyes soar. He finally waited for it in his lifetime. When entering the sea, there were nearly 1,000 people on the ship, but now there are only 219 left. If they had not believed in the power of the country, they might not have been able to hold on until today. Too bitter. Natural disasters are too bitter. He quickly calmed down and told the actual situation. Except for the dead, there are less than 300 compatriots along the Arctic coast. But today there are 500 to 600 people, many of whom are not from our country. At the same time, he did not forget to inform that there are several evil gangs who bully others by taking advantage of their power. They must be planning something. You must be careful. Deputy Captain Liao comforted. "Don't worry. We have a response strategy." It was precisely because of the fear of accidents that the warship did not land in advance, but waited until the agreed time to arrive. Xiao Quan, the aircraft scout, had already reported the situation. He asked carefully, "I heard that the Russians have a base in the Arctic. There is a team of Chinese survivors in the base. Have they come over?" "They came over. They arrived last night. The leader's surname is He." After learning the name of the person in charge, Deputy Captain Liao called out the name directly. "He Tianming. Please come over here." He Tianming, who was squeezed in the crowd, hurriedly squeezed over with other survivors. "Hello. I am He Tianming. There are 31 of us in total. All of us are from Jiaqing Base in Guangdong Province." "Jiaqing Base?" Deputy Captain Liao looked at him. "Where are you from?" "Fengcheng, Guangdong Province." "Fengcheng?" There happened to be someone from Fengcheng on the warship. He looked around the team and pointed to another one. "You? Come here." The soldier who was named came over. "They are 31 people from Guangdong Province. You are responsible for verifying them. Once they are correct, they can board the ship directly." The young and thin soldier looked at He Tianming and asked in surprise after a while, "It's you?" Chapter 517. He Tianming looked at the soldier in front of him, but he had no impression. "Do we know each other? I am from the Rong family in Fengcheng." The third young master Rong hurriedly searched in the crowd, but he did not find any trace of the Rong family. He could not help but feel a huge loss in his heart. He Tianming had some impression in a trance. Isn't this the third young master of the Rong family? The hope in the eyes of the third young master Rong faded, but he still couldn't help it. "Deputy Mayor He, have you seen my family in Jiaqing?" He Tianming shook his head. "I haven't seen them. But the Jiaqing base is very large. There were more than 300,000 people living there before the land sank. It's normal that we didn't meet them. We can survive in the Arctic. I believe your family is still alive and well. One day we will be reunited. Life is unpredictable. Only with hope can you go further. When Yang Weiman learned who the soldier in front of him was, his eyes lit up, and he quickly squeezed over. Hello, Third Master. I am Yang Jie's father. Yang Jie used to work as a security guard in the New Town Villa district. May I ask if you have seen him in the new home? Rong Sanxiao was comforted by Yi Tianming's words, and spoke with some consideration. I haven't seen him. But the new home is very large, and is divided into more than a dozen residential areas. He may be in one of them. After a few simple greetings, Rong Sanxiao stabilized his emotions, and devoted himself to work, and began to verify their identities one by one. No problems were found. So they were asked to line up to board the ship, and then transferred to the warship. Next were the 219 survivors on the ship. Although Zhou Jijia had guaranteed them, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. Those who had ID cards or could prove their identities could be given priority, and those who were verified to be okay were released directly. The scene was extremely chaotic, and many survivors were anxious. It's been 10 years since the natural disaster. Who still has their ID cards? I don't know where they were lost. Zhou Jijia helped to calm everyone down. Don't worry. Don't panic. Everyone line up. Even if you don't have ID cards, as long as you are Chinese, you can identify your identity. There were only a few people with documents, so the remaining 10 formed a team, and the two teams stood back to back. The evacuation routine began with the national anthem. The soldiers stared at their mouth shapes, and Vice Captain Liao asked Zhou Jijia and the crew on the ship to see if there were any unfamiliar faces. Not to mention, some people couldn't sing the whole song. Asked about nationality and province, and then selected from the survivors who passed the checkpoint to have a conversation with a fellow villager. Most of those who came out of the Sichuan official base were Sichuan survivors. And even if they were from other provinces, they should be able to listen and speak after being on the same ship for so long. And it wouldn't be difficult for them at all. The survivors on the ship all form teams when they go in and out. And few fools would sneak in and pretend to be one. The next problem is that Deputy Captain Liao has learned from Zhao Quan that there are more than 300 Chinese survivors in the Arctic. This number is given by the Russian bearer, and it may not be accurate. The coast is in chaos, and people die every day. Zhou Jijia can't tell the exact number, but it is estimated to be less than 300 at most. In other words, among the 300 or 400 people in front of him, only a few dozen are Chinese, and the rest are all pretenders. However, they squeezed in desperately, and kept shouting that they were Chinese. So why couldn't they get on board? Not only did they have to prepare to pick out the survivors from their own country, but they also had to prevent people with ulterior motives from taking advantage of the chaos. The task was quite arduous. If they were not careful, they would be used by people with ulterior motives. Zhou Jijia selected a group of survivors to stay and help, and the others were transferred to the warships for resettlement. The survivors at the scene were noisy and desperately pushed the human wall formed by the soldiers, trying to get in. Those with ill intentions sneaked into the crowd and kept inciting the masses, wanting them to rush over and attack the Chinese soldiers, so that they could reap the benefits. Rong Sanxiao, who was maintaining order at the scene, was almost trampled, and his temper suddenly came out. He stepped back a few steps, unbuttoned his military coat, revealing the detonators and explosives tied to his waist. Do you have to squeeze in? Come on. Today, whether it's life or death, I accompany you. Zhou Jijia was so scared that his eyes fell out. Captain Liao. This. Deputy Captain Liao coughed lightly. Ahem. You get used to it. Not only Rong Sanxiao. Several other soldiers stood up one after another, and without exception, they all had detonators and explosives tied to their waists. One person every 10 meters, forcing the crowded crowd to keep retreating. Rong Sanxiao shouted, "Those who think they are Chinese, come to the front in groups of 20. Some people really came in without hesitation, and soon they formed a group of 20. Rong Sanxiao led them inside, 50 meters away from the crowd, and still stood in a row of 10 people, with 2 rows standing back to back. Many people were full of confidence, silently reciting the national anthem in their hearts. Rong Sanxiao walked around them, taking in everyone's expressions. Get ready. A big river with wide waves. In an instant, 2/3 of the people sang wrong. Rong Sanxiao called for a stop. Do it again. All 20 people opened their mouths. But only 7 or 8 of them sang. And their voices became smaller and smaller. And finally disappeared completely. A few soldiers were sharp-eyed and accurately picked out the ones who sang. You stand in another line. When they stepped out of the line, the other soldiers pointed their guns at the lip-syncers. Several people were dissatisfied. What are you doing? It's been 10 years since the natural disaster. How can we still remember what song this is? Didn't we agree to sing the national anthem? Rong Sanshao rolled his eyes and glared at him, saying sternly, What are you yelling about? Even if you forgot your mother, you can't forget this song. The ones who were picked out can't pass easily, and need to proceed to the next level. Rong Sanshao said to the first one, Palace Jade Liquor. The other party blurted out subconsciously, 180 per cup. The code matched, and he passed the level successfully. The next one was the second one, and Rong Sanshao smiled at him. Sold it. The other party was startled, thought for a while, and then said, sold it. One by one. If they really couldn't answer, there were still a variety of questions waiting for them. As long as they were Chinese, there was always one they could answer. The lip-syncing group was dissatisfied at first, but later they didn't dare to say anything. Rong Sanshao walked in front of them with a cold face, took out his pistol and shouted, All of you squat down with your heads covered. Otherwise don't blame my gun for not having eyes. Everyone was frightened and squatted down with their heads covered. Damn it. I thought I only needed to sing the national anthem. But they not only changed the song, but also asked other questions after singing the song. Chinese people are cunning. Several gangs of different skin colors were dissatisfied, and some of them quietly pulled out guns to kill the one squatting in the distance with his head in his hands. Misunderstandings broke out between the two sides and caused unrest. What if the warship came? They only had more than 100 soldiers, but there were more than 3,000 Arctic survivors. If all the imposters were killed, it would inevitably arouse the anger of all the Arctic survivors, and more than 3,000 people would rush forward. Just as they were about to start, there was a loud bang. Countless people were frightened and looked into the distance, and were shocked to find that there were more than 20 gun barrels sticking out of the warship. A shell landed in the distance, blowing up a small Iceland. Those who drifted to the North Pole were either ordinary people or demons. They were not the military after all. They thought they were so powerful and fearless when they got the upper hand. But when they really saw it with their own eyes, they knew that in the face of the crushing of absolute power, they were just ants in front of an elephant. The so-called 3,000 versus more than 100 soldiers. Only 2 shells from the warship could wipe out 3,000 people. Deputy Captain Liao picked up the loudspeaker and said in a gentle and polite voice, Fellow Chinese, please come out and line up as soon as possible. The shells are not renewable. Which really hurts him. Thinking of a peaceful evacuation, they just tied a few fake detonators and explosives to demonstrate. After all, this is what they usually do when encountering pirates, who knew that the water in the Arctic is too deep, and the various forces can't stand others doing well, and want to shake the big tree with an ant. As soon as the shells were fired, the evil spirits gave way. No one dared to mess around anymore, and the counterfeiters even retreated quietly. And the compatriots, who were squeezed behind the crowd, were able to pass smoothly. Comrade, I'm from Qing Province. Comrade, I'm from Liao Province. Comrade, I'm from Han Province. The crowded crowd dispersed like birds and beasts, and the verification work was quickly completed. All 296 survivors boarded the warship. They lined up in the cold wind and received fish cakes distributed by the soldiers to fill their stomachs, as well as steaming hot water. Deputy Captain Liao continued to broadcast on the loudspeaker for half an hour, and only returned to the warship by boat after confirming that there were no stranded survivors. The whistle sounded, and the warship sailed away. Young Master Rong was facing the pig-hunting sea breeze, watching the North Pole gradually disappear. It was said that the warship's aircraft malfunctioned because the Chinese in the North Pole came forward to coordinate and let the Russian bear give away the fighter plane for free, so that the pilot had a chance to come back. The person who coordinated was very mysterious, and even when the pilot asked, he did not leave his name. But from the voices, it was a young man and woman, and the Russian bear called the woman Jiang. The cold wind was like a knife, and young Master Rong took a breath of cold air. Was it his sister? His only sister? Chapter 518. The bears came to pick up vegetables. Ivan didn't come, but he didn't forget to send a message that the warships from Huacheng Base really came. Take away all the Chinese people in the Arctic. After dealing with each other for a long time, the bears can speak a few simple Chinese words, but nothing else. They talked in a gibberish, and their expressions were vivid. Although Jiang Ning didn't understand, he could guess from their body language that the evacuation was probably not very smooth. But anyway, they finally left safely. Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing more except thank you. The vegetable trade continued. Every time there was a trade, Evante would send a box of cultural relics. At first, it was from China, and later it appeared from other countries. No matter what was sent, Jiang Ning accepted it all, until the Russian bear sent a mummy. Jiang Ning really couldn't help it, and threw the mummy back to the Russian bear. There were a few more neighbors around. From time to time, they would stare at Jiang Ning mansion, wondering how many supplies there were inside. But because the owner of the mansion had close contacts with the Russian bear and the dog tycoon, they had the intention, but not the courage to steal. As more and more neighbors came, more and more people came to exchange vegetables. No matter who came, they were treated equally, and no one was cheated. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. It was already the end of spring and the beginning of summer, and the temperature in the Arctic was gradually warming up. There was less wind and snow, and Jiang Ning would take a walk around the front and backyards every day. The 3 little ones ate a lot and grew fast. They followed the butt of the poop shovel and fought with each other in the snow. Jiang Ning sat in the snow pile, staring at the ice house not far away and thinking quietly. The ice layer was getting more and more crooked, and it was already visible to the naked eye. The ball for testing balance rolled faster and faster. The nutrient solution in the hydroponic container tilted more and more. In the middle of the night, the body occasionally shook. At first, I was alert to whether there was an earthquake, but later I got used to it. The compression caused by crustal movement is still very different from an earthquake, and it feels much milder. But Jiang Ning knew very well that the land was constantly rising. Where there is a rise, there will be a fall. The survivors who migrated inland from the Arctic can no longer break through the ice to hunt crocodiles. The heart that was originally calming down began to beat actively again. Jiang Ning would come out to take pictures almost every day, and before taking pictures, he would sweep away the snow around the igloo, looking at the containers that were tilting more and more to one side. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Waiting was tormenting. Even if the body had adapted to the cold of the Arctic, the heart was getting more and more impatient. Dowdu was the same. Sometimes he stood on the snow hill and looked into the distance for a long time without coming back to his senses. The temperature continued to rise. The wind and snow stopped, and the rare sunshine came out. Evante, who had not come for a long time, came here again on a snowmobile. He came to exchange vegetables, and there were several boxes tied to the back seat. Jiang, this is the last artifact left in the joint base, and it was almost used as a fire starter. Some of the words were on paper, and some were on parchment. He didn't recognize the culture of which country, so he threw it in the corner. After so many years of communication, these boxes are not a big deal, so he just gave them all to Jiang Ning. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning was not happy. Evante, why do you send all the garbage to me? Evante laughed. How about I take it back? Jiang Ning said with some disdain. Move in. Those wooden boxes are good. They can be chopped up and used as firewood. It will be more fuel consuming if you take them back. Since the successful evacuation, the Russians have completely put aside their suspicions, and the exchanges between the two sides have become more friendly. Moreover, we have to admit that the Russians are quite generous. As long as they don't need it, they will not be short of money in exchange for supplies. And sometimes they will give more. Ming Ming's favorite is vodka, and they have given Jiang Ning several bottles. The fragrant crocodile egg fried rice was served. Jiang, what good day is today? Evante was so surprised that his eyes dropped. He was flattered and said, no reward without merit. Just say it if you have something to ask. Jiang Ning smiled. Eat. I really have something to ask. After dating for half a year, Evante still understands her. You go first. It's not a big deal. I just want to find out about the current situation in the Arctic. A person who didn't even let him in the door was now feeding him fried rice. Evante was afraid that she would dig a hole for him. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked directly, are there many people coming to the Arctic now? Until last month, there were boats coming over continuously. But this month there are almost none. Evante did not find it strange. Many people have no experience in surviving at sea. And the land has been submerged for so long. There will be fewer and fewer survivors. This is a sad topic. The 10-year natural disaster is like a dream. A long nightmare from which one cannot wake up. No one even knows whether the natural disaster will end. Jiang Ning looked at him. I think you have lost weight. Have you not eaten enough during this period? Yes. He really has not eaten enough. There are more than 400 people in the base. And a lot of food is consumed every day. The Arctic environment is harsh. And it is impossible to grow crops at all. But there are 2,000 or 3,000 survivors. And they can only reach out to animals. Due to continuous overhunting, the number of crocodiles and seals has dropped sharply. The hunting team brought back fewer and fewer prey. So Ivan could eat less. Jiang Ning followed his words and said, Summer is coming. The ice and snow outside will melt. And the prey will be more abundant. Ivan didn't think so. Jiang, the temperature rises. The ice and snow outside will melt. And the survivors will only move inland. No matter how rich the prey is. It can't catch up with the speed of being hunted. I'm afraid the Arctic will be even more dangerous by then. There are hundreds of people in the base. At least no one dares to make a move. But Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan should be careful. Evante has survived the natural disaster for 10 years, and has seen all kinds of bloody scenes. He kindly reminded, you must pay attention to safety. After eating egg-fried rice, the snowmobile roared away with the exchanged vegetables. The two put the box into the box, which was full of ancient documents. Jiang Ning couldn't understand the specific text, but it was indeed a Chinese cultural relic, and it was at least more than 1,000 years old. Hui flipped through several volumes and said seriously, these may be from ancient Xixia. In addition to valuable documents, there are also several exquisite Thangkas and Buddha statues, modeled with thousands of years of wind and frost. They were all stolen by foreign countries a long time ago. As for how they went around and finally ended up at the joint base, it is unknown. Looking at the boxes of cultural relics in front of him, Jiang Ning was stunned. The civilization is still there, but the homeland is gone. After all, after 10 years, the mood quickly adjusted. Jiang Ning pondered what Evante said. Is it true that there are fewer survivors at sea? So they didn't drift to the North Pole? Hua Yishan disagreed. Maybe there are reasons for this. But most of the survivors, who can survive 3 months at sea, can survive a year. Those without skills and wisdom died at the beginning. Which of the survivors has no experience? Without food, they will find ways to fish from the ocean. Hua Yishan flipped through the photos she took and vaguely guessed. Is it possible that land has been formed in other places? So there are fewer survivors in the Arctic? Chapter 519. Jiang Ning thought so too. Compared to the Arctic, which is covered with ice and snow all year round, the land is more suitable for most people to survive. I wonder what the situation is outside now. Hua Yishan thought. Do you want to go and see? Jiang Ning certainly wanted to, but was worried that now was not the right time. Hua Yishan held her hand. We can prepare first and wait for the best time. We can't leave in a hurry like the Huacheng base. The earth is round, and we may meet one day. After all, there are 2,000 or 3,000 people in the Arctic. Now they have nothing in their hands. And if they want to leave, they have to make preparations. But the two did not expect that the opportunity would come so quickly. 2 months later, in the middle of the night, they were suddenly awakened by the shaking while sleeping in a daze. This time the shaking was very loud, as if something exploded. Jiang Ning did not have time to think about it. And he and the 5 of them hurriedly hid in the space. They stayed in the space until almost dawn, and then took the escape capsule out. The container was intact, but the furniture was moved, and some hanging decorations fell to the ground. Jiang Ning opened the door and heard someone shouting not far away. He didn't understand what they meant, but they sounded happy. Jiang Ning walked to the snow hill and found several neighbors running, rolling and cheering on the snow. He took out a telescope and found a brown object standing on the ice and snow about 1 kilometer away. The dog owner was dancing around it happily, and the rare gems on his 10 fingers reflected dazzling light in the sun. Jiang Ning stared at it for a while, and it was indeed a brown reef. There are mountains in the Arctic, breaking through the ice. Hearing that it was a mountain, Hua Yishan and Dao Du were equally moved. After putting on their clothes and locking the wolf in the house, the 3 of them quickly ran to the reef. Not only them, but many survivors ran over, their faces filled with excitement and surprise. It looked close, but it was far away. It was difficult to walk in the snow, and it took a lot of effort to reach the reef. The rock looked small from a distance, but when you walked in, you found that it was 5 or 6 meters high, and more than a dozen people couldn't hug it. Yesterday's tremor should be due to excessive compression on the seabed, which forcibly broke through the ice layer of several meters, and the reef broke through the ice. The ice cracks around were quite large, and no one dared to get too close, fearing that they would accidentally fall in. Everyone stared at the reef, and their eyes, which had been dead in the past, had light. The bears got the news and rushed over on snowmobiles. They were shocked at first, and then cheered. The land has risen! The land has risen! Worried about the 5 at home, the 3 hurried back. Dowda hugged the dog and laughed non-stop. Cola! The land has risen! Cola ran around in her arms, and then excitedly pounced on Jiangning. Huishan was calm. Do you want to leave? Dowda didn't say anything, but looked at Jiangning. Jiangning smiled. Dowda, do you want to leave? Dowda was a little shy, and nodded after a while. Yeah. She didn't want to grow vegetables in the Arctic anymore. Jiangning also thought, we can go out and maybe find a suitable place to live. So, the 3 of them started to make a plan. Just take out the plane and run away, which undoubtedly tells others that I have a golden finger. The cruise ship was given to Huacheng Base. There are fishing boats and yachts. But what's the difference between that and taking a plane with bare hands? There are 2,000 or 3,000 survivors in the Arctic. Jiangning was so mean. Take another fighter plane from the bear? Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you really think I'm omnipotent? You can't fly a fighter plane, but you can take a helicopter. Right? At worst, you have to take a warship from them. Otherwise they will stay in the Arctic. Before Jiangning came to the door, Evante came over. Jiang, the land is rising. Jiangning had already dug a pit, waiting for him to come. Yes, we plan to leave the Arctic. Leave? Evante was startled and asked subconsciously, how are you going to leave? Jiangning didn't say anything, just smiled at him. Evante had a bad feeling. What do you want now? He was a little excited. I can't make the decision. Don't make any random plans. Last time he gave a fighter jet for free. Groff and his team regretted it afterwards, and have been looking for reasons to squeeze and ridicule. They said he had selfish motives, and cheated the plane in order to let Jiangning treat his illness. Evante did not rule out this reason, but the main reason was to solve the hidden dangers of the base. As a result, this group of bastards, who picked up the bowl to eat meat, and put down the chopsticks to curse. Jiangning got straight to the point. I want a helicopter. Or a warship. Evante was shocked. Jiang, are you crazy? It's not for nothing. I can exchange it with the technology of growing vegetables. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They can only eat potatoes and corn. Don't worry. Go back and discuss it with them. Jiangning didn't force it, and smiled and said, if there are no planes or warships, we can only stay in the Arctic for the rest of our lives. Ivan's head was about to explode, and he had no choice but to say helplessly, I go back and ask. The Russian bear base. Gref went berserk in an instant, and almost overturned the table. Ivan, you traitor who betrays your own people. Don't forget, she used medicine to cure your illness. Ivan had tolerated him for a long time, and he slammed the table and said, don't turn the table in front of me. If you have the guts, use the table to hit their heads. A group of people were talking about it, and they were getting more and more angry. They rolled up their sleeves and wanted to do it. The captain was particularly calm. How many planes do we have? There are 5 fighters in total, including warships and transport ships. 2 Black Hawks and 1 Apache. Give them a Black Hawk. But they must teach us how to fly it. The captain made the decision. Moreover, they must give us a portion of the vegetable seeds they have, especially peppers. Groff disagreed. You are crazy. Who is the captain? The captain's eyes glared. I have the final say here. Everyone was so proud that they forgot that Jiangning and Huishan had quietly dealt with the members of the joint base, who had repeatedly come to provoke them. In the past 6 months, the 2 sides had a pleasant exchange, but he could never forget how the joint base was destroyed. We have already sent a fighter plane, so what's wrong with sending another helicopter? Evante seemed to have said that there is an old saying in China, spending money will eliminate disasters. Only when the 2 of them leave. The North Pole will completely belong to them. The captain's happiness shocked even Avante. But he quickly understood. Actually, personally, he was reluctant to let Jiang Ning and Huishan leave. He regarded them as friends from the bottom of his heart. But there was a problem with his stance. It was better for them to leave, so that they would not be picky. Avante could not help but feel envious. If only his country could be as strong as China. Since the destruction of the joint base led by Eagle Sauce, he could still feel the changes in his companions. But he seemed out of place. It was better for the two to leave. And he had no idea what the Arctic would become in the future. Chapter 520. Jiang Ning had a feeling that the bears would agree. But he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Huishan also agreed to teach the bears how to fly a plane. They made an agreement that a few bears would come to learn how to grow vegetables, while Huishan would go over to teach them how to fly a helicopter. With snowmobiles, they could go back and forth on time every day. Huishan would go around the reef that broke through the ice every day, and then mark the ice surface, feeling it rising every day. It didn't grow fast, but there were new discoveries every day. The latest news from the bear hunting team was that with the arrival of summer, the ice and snow along the Arctic coast began to melt, and some teams that had stored some food in the winter had already started to go to the ocean. They yearned for land and wanted to find a new place to stay. However, the fleet's fuel had already run out, so they could only follow the wind and the current. No one knew where they would drift to, but hope had already been ignited in their hearts. Are there risks at sea? There are no risks on the day of natural disasters. Goda, who had intelligence and learned that Jiang Ning and others were leaving, and he was also ready to move. Their team was not bad, and hundreds of people were left to guard the ocean-going ship along the coast. There were not only planes on the ship, but also fuel. The richest in the world, living a good life in the Arctic. But who doesn't want a better life? So they sent someone to inquire about where they wanted to go. Jiang Ning was very Versailles. I'm tired of living in the North Pole, so I'm going back to Huacheng Base for a vacation. The dog owner was so angry that he turned around and left with a dark face. Jiang Ning smiled. If she said she would go wherever she wanted, would they believe it? They might even think she was hiding something. Dowdu always thought that growing vegetables was a simple thing. However, teaching the bears to grow vegetables made her, who was always good-tempered, collapse. Sister-in-law. They really are. The little cutie couldn't help complaining. It's fine to take notes, but you have to use a measuring cup to add nutrient solution. And you have to weigh the fertilizer. I said you can just do it by looking. But they said you can do it by looking? Each vegetable has different needs, so you can just figure it out slowly. Who knew they were particularly serious, and thought her attitude was problematic, hiding things and not willing to teach. Same questions. Every vegetable has to go through it again, including the temperature and humidity every hour. And different fuels will produce different heat. Besides the language barrier, many times they can only gesture with their hands. Dowdu is going crazy. Why is he so stubborn? Worried about driving Dowdu crazy, Jiang Ning had to call Avante over. Who knew that Avante, this bastard, would not only be obsessed with Dowdu after spending half a day with him, but also said that he didn't want to go home at night. Dowdu, you are so beautiful. Jiang Ning almost stuffed his mouth with crocodile feces. After learning the truth, Huishan wanted to use the wing to roll his head off. Avante finally woke up after noticing the murderous eyes of the two people, and said with his hands on his chest, Jiang, are you really going to leave? It took my heart with it. Damn. He actually fell in the natural disaster. Is this love? Avante didn't think so. It was like, how to say it? Dowdu was like a blooming icicle flower, not only attracting people's eyes, but also making people yearn for it. It was beautiful. And it was full of hope. Anyway, Avante learned how to grow vegetables, and took the hydroponic utensils back. Huishan teaching also came to an end. Mao Xiong asked the two to stay for a few more days, until they had mastered the technology thoroughly before leaving. For several days, the helicopter hovered over the Arctic, making many people jealous. On a new day, the Black Hawk landed from the sky and landed steadily outside. Ivan got off the plane with a few bears. Instructor Hua, the vegetables planted by the bears have sprouted, and the helicopter is also flying very smoothly. Ivan came up and gave a bear hug, including Dowdu. The plane was fully fueled and flew directly from the base. Ivan was reluctant to leave. I wish you a safe journey, and see you again if we are lucky. At the time of parting, Jiang Ning sincerely said, Avante. Thank you for your care all the time. After sending the plane off, the Mao Xiong did not rush to leave, but wanted to stay to help. Jiang Ning did not stop them, and asked them to come into the house to help move things. The containers and things that should not appear have been put into the space, leaving only compressed tents, waterproof cloth, clothes, food, and a few boxes of antique civilization sent by Avante. The ice house is also fake, and there is no corner made by the container. The luggage was loaded onto the helicopter. Huishan checked the flight instruments, and Jiang Ning said goodbye to the Mao Xiong's. Many neighbors came to watch, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. The propellers turned, and the wind blew snowflakes. As soon as the helicopter took off, the neighbors rushed into the mansion. Mine? I got there first. Bullshit. I was the first one in. Several groups of people started fighting, vying frantically for the ice and snow mansion, their eyes full of evil, wishing to kill each other. Ivan blew them all out and carefully checked the mansion inside and outside. A lot of things fell in the mansion, including unburned crocodile feces, bones thrown in the corner, cultural relics boxes chopped into firewood, and broken urinal porcelain. Apart from that, there was nothing. Avante laughed. Groff and the others were just suspicious. Not only did he lose 2 friends, but even the beautiful Dowda flew away. He looked up at the sky, and the Black Hawk had already gone. The helicopter rose to 600 meters, and looking down was an endless ice field. Dowda released the 5 in the box. Guzi was used to riding in helicopters, and he hummed to comfort his frightened wife and children. Snow White was panicked and kept scratching the floor with her claws. Ah! Woo! The voice was filled with sadness and reluctance. Perhaps it said goodbye to the North Pole in this way. The 3 cubs snuggled beside it, looking around with curious eyes. For safety reasons, Dowda put on the parachute and tied the ruthless couple with a rope. The 3 were put into a cage, tied to the rope, and handed over to Jiang Ning. In order to save fuel, Jiang Ning put all the other supplies into the space. The North Pole is very large. Even if the Black Hawk is fast, it still took more than an hour to see the blue sea. Along the glacier, there are many ships of various shapes and tints. The ships that arrived early were completely frozen by the ice and snow. They have no ability to break ice, and can only move after the ice and snow melt. Those who arrived late are closer to the ocean. Jiang Ning holds a telescope and sees all kinds of life in the end times. The bear was generous and filled the main and auxiliary tanks with fuel. Huishan switched the flight mode to emergency mode and turned on other auxiliary power sources. The fully armed Black Hawk can fly up to 2,000 kilometers. For more than an hour, all you can see is the vast ocean. The helicopter was traveling very fast. Dowdu was worried that the height of the land squeeze was not enough, so he kept looking in the ocean with a telescope. After nearly 1,000 kilometers, Jiang Ning vaguely saw a brown object on the sea. Land. Chapter 521. It is called land, but it is more accurate to call it an island reef. But the area is very small, estimated to be only a few hundred square meters, and it is difficult to even stop the aircraft. The Black Hawk did not stop and continued to fly at full speed. It took more than 1,500 kilometers. If it can't find land again, it will have to find a way to stop the aircraft. The fishing boat is not big enough to stop the Black Hawk, but the yacht may try. Just as Jiang Ning was thinking, Dowdu suddenly stood up excitedly. Brother. Land. Continuous mountains appeared on the blue sea. The mountain was not big, and the sea blocked off the islands one by one, but it stretched to the horizon. The helicopter slowly descended and flew towards the islands. The mountains were undulating and varied in shape, and the black helicopter was large and not suitable for parking. After flying for half an hour, we finally found a valley with a relatively flat terrain. As the helicopter landed, the strong wind from the wings blew dust all over the sky. As soon as Jiang Ning jumped down, he was greeted by not only sand but also heat waves. From the Arctic at -20 to 30 degrees Celsius to the hot summer islands, it was really unbearable. Even after taking off several layers of clothes, hot sweat still seeped out of the pores. If you are not careful, the wind and sand will blow into your eyes, stinging. Jiang Ning squatted down and grabbed the soil on the ground. The brown soil has no stickiness and becomes very loose with a little force. This is soil that has been soaked for more than a year. It has become alkaline soil under the action of seawater and various microorganisms. Even if the land is reborn, The plants and animals have been extinct. The bare soil is affected by the sea breeze, sunlight, and moon, and desertification and soil erosion are particularly serious. Jiang Ning sighed in his heart. The land rose, but it was a wasteland. It was not easy to recover. But no matter what, it was a good thing for humans to return to the land. Facing the scorching sun, looking at the mountaintops blocked by the sea, Jiang Ning was in a good mood. And everything started from the beginning. However, Bai Shui was not in a good mood. As soon as she landed, she vomited. It was not enough to be uncomfortable with the water and soil, but she also had heat stroke. The 3 little ones were not in a good condition, and they were very wilted. The dog was fine. After experiencing 10 years of cruel natural disasters, it had adapted long ago, but it was anxiously accompanying his wife and children. Jiang Ning quickly put away the helicopter and took out the RV. Get in the car and turn on the air conditioner. Snow White grew up in the Arctic and could not adapt to the hot summer at all. She fell to the ground and stuck out her tongue. Being away from home, she couldn't stand it mentally or physically. Jiang Ning had prepared in advance and specially stored a lot of snow in the space. She quickly took it out and put it in the big bathtub. Snow White and the 3 little ones lay in it. And then they felt a little better. For fear of heat stroke, each person had a glass of watermelon juice, which was refreshing. After a long journey, they ate something to fill their stomachs and went to take a bath and rest. It was already evening when she woke up, but the sun was still very scorching. The red sun alerted Jiang Ning that the atmosphere would be damaged if the natural disaster was so severe. Worried that her skin would be damaged if exposed to the scorching sun for a long time, she found all the sun protective clothing, hats, summer clothes, sunscreen, and barrier cream, and told Huishan and Daodu, these are all standard equipment for going out. In the evening, she opened the window of the RV, and the salty sea breeze blew in. The RV was very close to the beach, only 300 or 400 meters away. The sunset was beautiful, but the family had grown tired of it when they were drifting on the sea. Jiang Ning checked Bai Shui and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with her health before he went out wearing a sun hat, blowing the sea breeze and stepping on the soft soil. It felt like a world away. The two walked slowly along the narrow coast hand in hand. Daodu squatted in the distance and didn't disturb his brother and sister-in-law. Gozi was worried about his wife, so he lay in the RV and watched silently. After the walk, the snow had already melted into ice, and Jiang Ning decisively changed the pot. After dinner, Daodu brought a plate of cut fruits over. Brother, sister-in-law, are we going to settle here? This is indeed a question, and the two of them couldn't help but ponder. Huishan pondered. A few months ago, there were many survivors in the Arctic, which shows that the land has just emerged. Even if there are new mountains in other places, it is estimated that they are similar to this place. We will stay here first and observe for a while. If it is not suitable, we will find another place. Jiang Ning supported his idea. The new land is barren, and there is wasteland everywhere. We can improve the living environment first. Daodu had no objection. Well, this will be our home from now on. I knew it was difficult to live in a wasteland, but I didn't expect it to take so long. Not only was I woken up by the wind in the middle of the night, but when I opened the curtains in the morning, it was gray outside. The sea breeze was blowing, and the sky was full of sand and dust. Jiang Ning was still thinking about planting grass and trees today, starting with the surrounding environment, but he didn't expect it to be all ruined. The wind continued to blow for 3 days, and the power supply of the RV was used up. Jiang Ning had to find a power box from the space to continue to use it for fear that the wind and sand would damage the solar panels. Although there was sand and dust, the weather was extremely hot and humid. The air conditioner was not allowed to be turned off, fearing that Bai Shui and the cubs would die. On the 4th day, the wind and dust finally stopped, but the sky was overcast and the heavy rain continued. Jiang Ning, who wanted to work, the rain with mud continued to flow into the sea. Jiang Ning highly suspected that if the heavy rain continued, would the mountain top that had just squeezed out of the sea level be swallowed up again? Fortunately, the heavy rain stopped after 2 days. Jiang Ning did not say anything, rolled up his sleeves and started working. Over the years, the seeds of flowers, plants and trees in the space have not been thrown away, and all have been preserved intact. Jiang Ning dragged out several large snakeskin bags and spread the seeds as if they were free. The soil was wet, and the seeds easily stuck to it. The three of them worked separately, and spent a day to sow all the nearby hills. I hadn't worked for a long time, and my whole body was sore. I took out a 7-digit massager to reward myself. I woke up early, and took the dog out for a walk. When I came back, I was in a bad mood. Brother and sister-in-law. The soil outside is dry again. In just one day, the soil was cracked by the sun. In the soil without water, the seeds didn't even have a chance to germinate. Jiang Ning had a headache. The soil was not sticky, and there was no vegetation covering it. So it naturally could not retain water. Since we had chosen land, we could not give up easily. Jiang Ning was very serious. Don't be afraid. We will try again. She found several drought-resistant plants that were not demanding on the soil, such as alfalfa, sorghum, and dogtooth grass. Dig a hole. Plant them in clusters. Water them. And then cover them with hay to prevent them from being killed by the scorching sun. Not only grass, but also trees are indispensable. Liquidambar formicana, heather, scales, oleander, etc. They were all dug by Jiang Ning from parks or forests, and they have been well bred in space over the years. Finally, 2 plots of land were turned over not far from the RV, and dandelion seeds were scattered. Dandelions grow and bloom very quickly. As long as the wind blows, the seeds can be blown far away, so there is no need to worry about them not being able to reproduce. Dowdu spread hay first, then watered the 2 plots of land. After so much effort, I don't believe there will be no harvest. Even the Arctic can grow vegetables, so I don't believe that the wasteland cannot be conquered. However, ideals are full, and reality is skinny. Chapter 522. Dowdu was very diligent every day, watering twice a day, but more than half of the grass and trees died in just a few days. Apart from the high temperature and lack of water, the biggest problem is the soil. Jiang Ning is not an agronomy expert, but he is still optimistic. Don't be afraid. There is still 50%. As a result, in broad daylight, crazy hail came. Bang, 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 hitting the RV non-stop. Jiang Ning was distressed that there was only one house, and immediately put it into the space with the people. After 2 hours, the hailstones on the ground had almost melted. A hailstorm killed another 30% of the plants. They were not killed by the hailstones, but they were still in the transplanting period and were constantly attacked by extreme weather. They could not adapt at all. Not to mention plants. Even the human body could not stand it. Jiang Ning cooked some herbs for conditioning the body. She was stubborn, and after all the plants died, she planted a new batch. This time, she learned a lesson. She was not in a hurry to plant in alkaline soil, but transplanted them into flower pots with soil, took them out for a few hours every day, and put them back in the space when encountering bad weather. Let them slowly adapt to the bad weather outside. After raising them like this for 10 days, the grass and soil were planted in the pit. This time, 50% of the grass and trees survived successfully, but the growth was not very good, and they were wilted and withered, and it felt like they could die at any time. The germination rate of dandelions in the 2 plots was very low, and some always died inexplicably. Jiang Ning's self-confidence was hit every day. Hui, on the other hand, was very calm and repeatedly flipped through books to check information. There are mulberry trees, cypress, winter melon, and wheat in the space, which are just suitable for planting in saline alkali land. We can give it a try. It is impossible to determine whether this new land was land or seabed before. The soil is not saline, and the alkalinity should not be very high. Only because Jiang Ning has abundant resources can he withstand repeated waste. So, the third batch of planting plans started. The situation is slightly better, but the survival rate is still very low. The wilted ones who survived are infuriating. Fortunately, Bai Shui and the cubs survived. They are gradually recovering their vitality after overcoming the acclimatization. When the weather is mild in the morning and evening, the ruthless couple will run on the hilltop with the 3 little ones. Oh! Jiang Ning spent his time planting, and more than a month had passed by the time the plants he planted had stabilized. At sunset, the 2 went for a walk on the beach. As Jiang Ning walked, he looked back from time to time to see where he was going. Has the mountain grown taller again? When he first came, it was 300 or 400 meters away from the beach, but now it feels farther away. Wei Shen pointed to a rock in the distance. It's possible. The last time he came, The reef was right by the beach. But now it's more than 50 meters away from the sea. Not being a geologist, he couldn't tell whether the mountain was rising or the sea was retreating. I live and work in the RV, but I still feel it occasionally. I don't know if my body has gotten used to it, or if the vibration is too mild. Jiang Ning stood on the reef and looked into the distance. There was still an endless sea, and behind her were continuous mountains. Yes, in just 1 month, more mountains were exposed. The environment is bad, but as long as the land is still there, hope will spread. She planted a few cypress trees by the reef, and after watering, she put a handful of fertilizer next to them. Facing the sunset, walking quietly on the beach, my eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of green. A weed. It was only half an inch of grass. But the seaside was relatively humid, so it grew well. It should be the seeds that several people sowed on the mountain more than a month ago, and were later carried to the seaside by the wind. It was just a weed, but it made Jiang Ning very happy, and he had a big meal in the evening. This barren land finally grew grass. The first phase of the planting plan came to an end for the time being. Jiang Ning was interested in the endless hills, and wanted to know where the end was. The sun was scorching during the day, and he came out at dawn, with limited leg strength. I was tired after walking up and down the hills for less than half an hour. Jiang Ning took out the predator. He made his way through the mountains and bravely went forward, rushing up the peaks. It was really fuel-consuming, but it was really exciting. After driving for half an hour, he saw a peak in the distance, and he didn't hesitate at all. Go up. So he left the dust all the way. The predator roared up and successfully reached the top of the mountain. The three got off the car and were shocked by the scene in front of them. This is a circular mountain with a steep drop of hundreds of meters, and below is a bottomless sea. No, it should be called a lake now. This mountain has more rocks, and soil erosion is not that serious. The mountain is steep, and the mountain range is like an arc, connecting to the low and continuous mountain on the other side. Daodu was surprised. We are already on the top of the mountain. Jiang Ning smiled. Maybe, perhaps decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years later, this mountain will be thousands of meters above sea level. It rained 3 times in more than a month, and the big lake below should have become a freshwater lake. Jiang Ning scattered the mixed seeds in the bag. There are tree seeds, grass seeds, and even medicinal seeds. Whether they can take root and sprout depends on fate. The 3 people looked at the distance with high-powered binoculars, and all they saw was endless brown. The wind blew, and the dust filled the air. They did not move forward and drove the predator back to the camp. They scattered a handful of winter melon seeds, but only about 20 of them survived. The aunt and the sister-in-law carefully dug them up with the roots and soil, and planted them in different places. A lot of wheat seeds were scattered. Even though the survival rate was not high, green sprouts grew in every pit. After the harvest, wheat stalks, corn stalks, potato seedlings, etc., all were cleared out and buried in the soil for composting. As long as you have the patience to raise them for 2 or 3 years, the barren land can become fertile. Daodu is very serious about farming, and he commands the 5 Bs in a methodical manner. Kola, Baishua, you can't poop everywhere. If you want to poop, go to the composting land. The fruit peels that we eat are no exception. All of them are poured in. With the growth of green seedlings, the roots can wrap around the soil, and the water evaporates less quickly. The little bees are so busy that they can't stop, wanting to hatch chickens, ducks, geese and other poultry. If it were just 3 people and a dog, the meat they had stored a few years ago would be enough. But the 3 little ones are almost adults, and Baishua's appetite is not small. They are all carnivores, and they are all gluttons, consuming a lot of meat every day. The ruthless couple flirts with each other every day, and it seems that they can have a second child at any time. If they continue to reproduce indefinitely, all the gold and silver will be squandered. A bunch of spendthrifts. It's a pity that Jiang Ning is not a veterinarian. Otherwise they must be sterilized. The space can produce wheat, corn, etc. So raising poultry is not a problem at all. But Daodu is serious about breeding. Sister-in-law, when the poultry hatches, I can raise maggots for them to eat, and they don't need the food and the space. Oh my god! The little bee has great ambitions, and we must fully support it. Jiang Ning wanted to test her. Daodu, how do you plan to raise maggots? Chapter 523. Dowdu is not someone who talks without thinking. She already has a plan in mind. We can go fishing. Dry the fish to kill the parasitic virus completely. And then bury the salted fish in a pit. And maggots will grow soon. This is how the watching base does it. And she has learned it a long time ago. When the maggots grow out, they can be fed to poultry. And the poultry can continue to reproduce. 10 years of hard work have not been in vain. Dowdu did not think of lying down and relying on space. Jiang Ning supports her unconditionally. Chickens, ducks, geese, and quails. Each took 10 and put them into the incubator. After discussion, Jiang Ning and Huishan decided to go fishing. The ocean without overfishing is particularly rich in fish. Tian Mengmeng got up, rowed a wooden boat to a deep water area, and then took out the fishing boat. He had never learned to fish, so even throwing the net was a problem. The two watched the video several times and tried to throw the net several times, and finally succeeded. The net was cast down, and the fishing boat was slowly circled. When the net was collected, hundreds of kilograms of fish were harvested. There were several species, some deformed and some normal. Jiang Ning was a little worried. Dowdu, are deformed fish okay? Yes. Dowdu was confident. Fish caught at Huacheng Base with good appearance are sent to the food factory, and deformed ones are used for fermentation and maggot breeding. She gave her brother and sister-in-law a popular science lesson. Maggot breeding experts say that most viruses continue to multiply and divide, and their toxicity will become weaker and weaker, and many infected hosts will produce antibodies. Jiang Ning scratched her nose after being educated, and felt that it made sense. Right or wrong, practice will show results, and it will never undermine her confidence. After casting the net several times, they harvested more than 1,000 kilograms of fish. After returning from the boat, the three put on one-piece raincoats to protect themselves from being scratched by the fish and getting infected. They put more than 1,000 kilograms of fish into the space, spread them on the beach after landing, and let them be exposed to the sun. After finishing all this, Jiang Ning covered his nose and used a stick to turn over the fish carcasses, and whispered to Huishan, "Do you think that compared to the fish we encountered when we first wandered, they seem to be less deformed?" Huishan nodded. Maybe the sea area is different. Or it may be true as Dowdu said. The ancient virus is getting weaker. Jiang Ning lowered his voice. "Do you dare to eat poultry raised with maggots?" Huishan couldn't discourage his sister's enthusiasm. Poultry can be raised for a longer time. No problem to feed the wolf puppies. There are a lot of supplies in the space. It's not too late to eat when the day comes. Jiang Ning looked down on him. Cunning. Huishan looked back. "Do you want to eat it?" Jiang Ning was very smooth. "I listened to you." The two of them smiled low-key and worked actively. They came out for half a month, dried more than 2,000 kilograms of salted fish, and closed the boat and no longer went out to sea. When the poultry hatched, the landmark reef was already more than 100 meters away from the sea. It drizzled for a few days, and weeds sporadically emerged on the bare brown soil. They looked extremely thin, but they had an indescribable tenacity. Jiang Ning would water them every time he passed by. Some died, and some were still strong. Dowdu dug a hole, laid a waterproof cloth on it, then poured dozens of kilograms of salted fish, sprinkled chopped potato seedlings, stirred them evenly, and poured appropriate amount of water to ferment. The wind blew, and the smell of salted fish wafted from afar. After a few days, live maggots really came out. Dowdu went to pick them up every day, and then took them back to the shack to feed the poultry. Fertilized eggs were originally laid by poultry during natural disasters. After experiencing various disasters, the eggs they produced had excellent genetic genes. After hatching, it is easier to keep them alive. Huishan made the chicken and duck sheds by himself when they were still in the new city villa area, and now they just happened to be used. It was sunny during the day and windy and cold at night, so just having a shack was not enough. Huishan wanted to build a shed with bamboo, but Jiang Ning was too lazy to take a military tent from the space. "I bought them for free from the warehouse of the joint base. I have so many that I can't finish them in several lifetimes. I don't feel bad at all. When the poultry grows up, Huishan will weave a fence to surround the tent so that they can move freely. The brother and sister are farming outside, while Jiang Ning is busy in the space most of the time. The hot and sultry summer is spent in torment, and the gradually cooling autumn is coming. The dandelion is ugly, but it still blooms, and the white fluffy flowers flutter in the wind. It rises with the wind and falls with the wind. Some of them fell nearby. And there was a faint sense of green. Salted fish that had been raised with maggots and completely rotted was a good fertilizer. And doubt it was scattered all over the wheat field. The land was barren and the planting season was wrong. So the wheat seedlings were sparse and weak. But some of them still had ears. Jiang Ning didn't expect to harvest wheat to feed her stomach. And it was good enough that she could grow it. With Huishan's support. She didn't worry about Dowdu at all. But Bai Shui was a headache. Take the 3 little ones, who are almost adults, to the beach to fish. Jiang Ning just picked up its ears and scolded it at first. The fish in the sea are not safe. You will die if you eat them. Unexpectedly, just after driving them back home, Bai Shui took the cubs out again. Jiang Ning was so angry that she hit it twice with a bamboo stick and cursed, "Do you want to die?" Bai Shui did not resist. The dog pressed down her bamboo stick and bared his teeth to attack his wife. Unexpectedly, Bai Shui suddenly went crazy and fought fiercely with the dog. She beat the dog so hard that she bit the dog's leg. She beat him in front of Jiang Ning, as if she had killed her father. In the past, she would not dare to bite the dog in front of her even if she had 10 courage. But now it did bite. The noise was so loud that Huishan and Dowdu ran over. Seeing Bai Shui possessed by a shrew, they were both horrified. Was she crazy? The dog also had to have some dignity. Seeing that his wife was not giving in, he immediately turned on his full fighting power. In a few seconds, he threw her to the ground, bit Bai Shui's throat, and threatened and cursed her. Bai Shui was beautiful and would always pester the dog like a vixen. Today, she was possessed by a tigress and refused to give in. The parents were fighting, and the 3 cubs stood by anxiously, not knowing which side to help. The incident happened suddenly, and no one knew what happened to Bai Shui. Since returning from the joint base, it has been completely domesticated and lives a peaceful life. When they came to the beach, Jiang Ning arranged all the food and drink. He never went fishing and never brought the children here. Why did it suddenly become a demon? Huishan was a trainer and probably guessed what was going on. He did not try to stop the fight, but said to Jiang Ning, "Bai Shui wants to expel Sanbao." What? Jiang Ning was stunned. Huishan explained, "Wolves and dogs are the same species, but the essential difference is very big. Dogs have been domesticated by humans for thousands of years, and with continuous evolution, they have become domestic animals. But wolves are still wild animals, and they have extremely high IQs. Although Bai Shui lives with humans, her animal nature has not changed. Not only is reproduction and nurturing an instinct, but cultivating the independence and survival ability of offspring is also an instinct. But dogs are more subordinate, and they are good at relying on and pleasing humans." Jiang Ning frowned. "You mean the couple fought over the issue of child education?" Chapter 524. I'm afraid things are not that simple. He looked at Bai Shui, who refused to give in even if she was defeated. Bai Shui has not been domesticated. She just bowed to reality temporarily. The Arctic is harsh for survival. If she fights alone, she will be wiped out by humans sooner or later. But later she met Coke. It's true love. She chose to stay. But she may not be willing to let her offspring live this kind of life. So she raised the children to adulthood and began to train their survival skills. Jiang Ning understood. Bai Shui wants to expel the 3 treasures and let them return to nature. Huishan thought so. Otherwise the couple who had been together for a long time would not have fought so fiercely. The heartless couple still fought, and neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Jiang Ning had mixed feelings. Sanbao was actually quite attached to her. If he was really expelled, she would not want to let him go. It was not an exaggeration to say that she loved him as a good grandson. But Bai Shui was Sanbao's biological mother, and the survival significance of each race was different. She had no right to make decisions for them. Jiang Ning suddenly thought of Gu Tinglin. He had already walked to the Civil Affairs Bureau and could get the certificate by stepping in. But he finally chose to accept the national mission. Suddenly, it seemed that he understood Bai Shui's behavior. Although he felt bad, Jiang Ning did not stop him, but turned around and left. If Bai Shui was Sanbao's mother, Dowdu was half of their mother. She could not understand, but she listened to her brother's words. In the evening, the couple took the children home. Although the fight was fierce, there were only a few minor injuries on the body, but the couple had a cold war. The next day, Bai Shui took Sanbao out again. Not surprisingly, the couple fought again. But Kailei did not run to Jiang Ning to complain. She probably knew that Jiang Ning always protected her shortcomings, and was afraid that she would punish Bai Shui. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't intervene. However, she was paying attention to Bai Shui secretly. Bai Shui was very smart, and she didn't know whether she had taken her previous lecture to heart. It was probably taught by her mother before she grew up. She was very skilled in fishing, and she would not eat even deformed fish. She would pass on her fishing experience to her cubs from time to time. San Bao was raised by Jiang Ning. He was very timid when he first started fishing, but the blood quickly aroused his wolf instincts, and he gradually became excited. After more than half a month of training, they have become skilled at catching live fish. Debao held a live fish in his mouth and ran towards Jiang Ning happily, throwing the fish at her feet. Jiang Ning was somewhat moved, and suddenly thought of Kailei catching a live fish from the water when the natural disaster just started. She squatted down and stroked Debao's head, and said reluctantly, "Learn from your mother. If you really want to live alone, don't get close to humans." After a few days of fighting, the dog became weak. It felt very sad, but seemed to have compromised. Bai Shui went out every day, taking her children to the sea or to the mountains, and she walked briskly in the mountains. This training lasted for 3 months, from autumn to winter. Winter was still unpredictable. Sometimes you could wear short sleeves. Sometimes it was several degrees below zero. But there were more and more green plants around the RV. Jiang Ning stood in front of the RV, staring at the sea in the distance with a telescope. It was really invisible. I remember when I first came here, it was only 200 or 300 meters away from the sea. But now it is more than 10 kilometers away, and I can no longer smell the salty smell of the sea, less affected by the ocean. The howling wind is not as frequent as before. Nature is amazing. Previously bare mountains actually grew weeds similar to seaweed. Not much, but found in several places, and growing slowly. While I was distracted, I heard a cry in the distance. Bai Shui was driving San Bao away, biting him if he didn't leave. San Bao kept wandering, but was bitten again and again until he was driven several kilometers away. Because of the child, the couple had a few more fights, and no one was talking to each other. Not only was there a cold war, but also a hunger strike. It was obvious that Bai Shui was in a bad mood, but she still did it. San Bao came back secretly in the middle of the night, but was chased away by Bai Shui before he even got home. A mournful voice. Jiang Ning covered her ears. Ah! Her precious grandson. After chasing him away for about a week, San Bao really left. Bai Shui looked at the heavy rain outside the window, and stood there for a whole day without eating or drinking. The dog walked forward and gently scratched its head with its paw. It was freezing cold in winter, and it rained for half a month. But San Bao never showed up. However, the ruthless couple reconciled. As time went by, Bai Shui became lively again and ate more and more. Bai Shui recovered, but Dao was in trouble. Since San Bao left, she became more and more silent, and several times she burned the dishes. She often sat on the stone, staring into the distance in a daze, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Jiang Ning thought she was reluctant to leave San Bao at first, but later found out that she had lost her soul. After thinking it over again and again, he still told Huishan. She asked, but Dao just smiled. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Huishan also asked, and the answer was still the same. But her day's time was getting longer and longer. No longer planting vegetables and watering. No longer feeding poultry. Seeing her sitting on the stone in a daze again, Huishan walked over and sat down beside her. He gently touched her head. Is there anything you can't tell your brother? Dao came back to her senses and forced a smile. Brother, I'm fine. Don't you think of me as your brother? Huishan patted her shoulder. I promised my parents that I would take good care of you. And your sister-in-law is also worried about you. Dao remained silent. Huishan was right beside her. After waiting for a long time, Dao stammered. San Bao is gone. Huishan thought she was missing San Bao, and was about to say a few words of comfort when he suddenly realized something. Dao, do you want to leave too? Dao didn't answer directly, but looked at the vegetable field and poultry shed not far away. Brother, I water and grow vegetables, raise maggots and feed poultry. Is it really meaningful to do these things? How can it be meaningless? Are we short of vegetables and meat? Dao asked. Will we eat the vegetables we grow and the poultry we raise? Of course not. Firstly, We are afraid that it is not safe. And secondly, there is really no shortage. Huishan was speechless, not knowing how to answer. Doubtful couldn't tell what she felt. What I do is meaningless. The reason why her brother and sister-in-law fully supported her was just because they were worried that she would be bored. Huishan was silent for a while. Doubtful. What do you want? Doubtful looked into the distance. Brother, I want to go out and see the outside world. Do you agree? Of course he wouldn't agree. Doubtful stopped talking and stared into the distance. She felt that she was bound by an invisible thing. She wanted to struggle, but was powerless. She felt very depressed and painful. Huishan didn't say anything either, but he could empathize with her. In the evening, Doubtful returned to her room after dinner. Huishan washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen. After taking a bath and returning to her room, Jiangning was concerned about Doubtfu's matter. Did you find out? She found out. But there was no way to solve it. The end of the world is not a joke. Huishan couldn't let Doubtfu see the outside world. After learning about Doubtfu's heart knot, Jiangning also fell silent. After a while, he spoke. Doubtfu may have depression. Chapter 525. Huishan was shocked to learn that Doubtfu had depression, and his head was buzzing. In her previous life, Jiangning lived alone. And not only did she suffer from depression, but also anxiety. These two diseases are no joke. Otherwise, she would not have prepared medicine after her rebirth. For 10 years, even though she had enough food and drink, loneliness still knocked down the smiling Doubtfu. Not to mention Doubtfu. Jiangning, who was accompanied by his lover and dog, also felt shrouded in loneliness. Without worrying about livelihood, and with no shortage of gold, silver and treasures, you can be a salted fish and lie down until you die. But she often felt uncomfortable for no reason, and felt that life that ate when hungry and slept when tired was meaningless. The variety shows, movies, and TV series that she downloaded had been played out in the past 10 years. And the more she watched them, the more irritated she felt. Even the things she did after turning off the lights became boring and uninteresting. And sometimes she suddenly lost interest halfway through. Not only herself, she could sometimes feel that Huishan was perfunctorily handing in his homework. So, even though she hadn't played cards for almost 3 months, she didn't have the urge to do it. She just ate and waited for death. And life seemed to have lost its desire. She has everything that others don't have, but she still feels depressed. Jiangning looked at Huishan and said in a daze, "We still have a few decades left. What should we do?" Perhaps this is the complexity of human nature. When dying, we desire immortality. When hungry, we are greedy for food. And when sick, we want health. In the endless ocean, she longs to abandon the ship and return to the world, and waits for land in the Arctic to return. But when she returns to land, she questions the true meaning of life. It's only been 9 months, and she still remembers the great joy when she stepped on land. But now it's gone. This is the fickle human being. In the final analysis, Doubtfu is too lonely, and the poverty of her soul makes her long for the outside world. It is true that they spend every day together, but the gap between them is getting thicker and thicker. She and Huishan have their own world for 2 people, and there are some places that Doubtfu can't squeeze into. Doubtfu has grown up and has her own spiritual world and pursuits. Whether it is Jiangning or Huishan, they can't break her hand to seek help from the outside. This is depression, and if it is serious, it is easy to make people commit suicide. Jiangning was silent for a long time, and hugged Huishan's neck and said, "Then let's go to the outside world to see. Not only for Doubtfu, but also for herself and Huishan." Huishan held her in his arms. "There will be bloody storms outside. Aren't you afraid?" Jiangning thought for a while. Maybe the meaning of life lies in tossing and turning. There is nothing wrong with this place, but it is just a rest stop, not a terminal. The next day, Doubtfu forgot to add salt when cooking rice noodles. Jiangning patted her gently. "What are you thinking about? Add salt quickly." During the meal, Jiangning announced while eating, "We have been here for more than 9 months, and even the sea has disappeared. Are you tired of it?" Hui glanced at her. "Do you want to go out for a walk?" "Sure." Jiangning smiled. "You and Doubtfu have done all the work. I either eat or sleep every day, and my limbs have degenerated. Why not go out for a walk and see if there is a better place to settle down?" Doubtfu was not stupid. Seeing that the 2 of them were singing the same tune, she couldn't help but feel guilty and said, "Brother and sister-in-law, Are you doing this because of me? She blamed herself a little and said quickly, maybe I have a little free time recently. So I have wild thoughts. I will plant more land and raise more chickens in the next few days. What a sensible and pitiful little girl. Don't think too much. It's for us. Jiang Ning patted her shoulder. We are still young now. Go out more often. One day your brother and I will be old and can't run anymore. Daodu's eyes suddenly turned red. You won't get old. If you really get old, I will take care of you. Jiang Ning encouraged her. So, if our Daodu wants to withstand the ups and downs of life, you have to become stronger. Daodu felt relieved and showed a bright smile. At this moment, her spirit was relaxed. She left as soon as she said she would, and put all the unused things into the space. After being happy, Daodu was worried about the poultry she raised. Sister-in-law, what should we do with them? Jiang Ning thought for a while. Let's release them. After 9 months of hard work, the dandelions and weeds increased. Dozens of trees survived, and a new round of weed seedlings were still growing. Whether they can live and reproduce in nature depends on their fate. Jiang Ning opened the door of the fence and let all the poultry out. There was no sunshine. The sky was gloomy, and the three of them set off with a carefree heart. Going up another hill, Daodu looked back at the place where he had lived for several months. He could vaguely see the poultry shed, roosters pecking at each other, geese chasing ducks. Snow White felt that it was time to leave, so it ran to the highest peak. Oh, it should be a farewell to the three treasures. But I don't know if they can hear it. After wandering on the top of the mountain for a while, Guzi took it down. There was no destination, so they just picked easy places to walk and walk slowly. Rest when tired, eat when hungry, and take out the RV to rest when it gets dark. The next day, the sun was glaring, and Huishan drove the Predator on the road. It was bumpy all the way, but only his heart was wandering, and he didn't feel tired physically. After walking for a few days, he found a not very big freshwater lake with unknown sparse water plants growing on the lakeside. Jiang Ning took out the mixed seeds and scattered them around the lake. The day after leaving the lake, it was raining and snowing, and the weather dropped sharply. Jiang Ning hurriedly took out the constant temperature clothes. It was raining and muddy, so we just rested in the car. After 3 days of rest, we continued on the road. In the endless wasteland, you can see all kinds of plastic garbage, mineral water bottles, half-buried cars, and even various animal or human skeletons from time to time. On the 25th day on the road, Jiang Ning stood on the top of the mountain and looked around with a telescope, and found a big stone standing in the distance. After a few more glances, the straight rectangular body did not seem to be a stone. It was probably a large container. Seeing that she was staring, Huishan suggested, let's go over and take a look. Not in a hurry. The three of them and the dog headed for the big object. After winding around a few hills, Daodu said with a sharp eye, there. The container was very large, and Jiang Ning seemed to have seen it before. The fire container. The container at the southern military base. Daodu was very excited. Brother and sister-in-law, this is the fire container from our Guangdong province. In other words, a fire planter once passed by this sea area, and because of irresistible risks, he broke the riveting connection with the submarine. It fell to the bottom of the sea, but it was re-seen due to the compression of the Earth's crust. Guzi rushed over. Woof! Jiang Ning looked very small standing in front of the huge fire box. The outside of the container was full of dirt and dried seaweed. The three of them looked around and carefully scraped the mud on the lower right corner of the side with a knife, revealing a row of printed words. Fire Material 1037 of the Southern Military Base of China. It was the material carried by submarine number 1037. Daodu was extremely curious. I wonder what's in it. Chapter 526. No matter what is in the firebox, it cannot be opened by brute force. It is made of special materials and crowbars. Electric saws or impact drills are useless. The induction remote control and password are in the hands of senior military officials. It's okay if you haven't encountered it, but it's impossible to ignore it if you encounter it. Jiang Ning put 1037 into the space. Perhaps even she didn't expect that because of the appearance of 1037. Both people and dogs were very happy, and they had a big ocean dinner to celebrate in the evening. Jiang Ning had a dream. At that time, he left Fengcheng to go to the military base. There was a military vehicle parked on the road, and the guard waved to stop the car. Gu Tinglin stood beside the car, his figure erect. When he saw her get out of the car, surprise flashed across his serious square face. He knew who she was at that moment. It was still midnight when he woke up, and there was a patter of rain outside the window. Huishan woke up too. What happened? Jiang Ning hugged his waist. Dream. What did you dream about? It happened a long time ago. Feeling that she was a little depressed, Huishan hugged her in his arms. Good or bad? Jiang Ning thought for a moment. It should be considered good. The two slept until they woke up naturally, and heard Daodu exclaiming outside. Kola, where did you get the dead snake? Snake? Jiang Ning was completely awake, and quickly got up. The ruthless man went out to play early, and actually brought a snake back. Not only did he not know the danger, but he was so excited that he kept shaking his tail. Jiang Ning carefully examined the two. Fortunately, there were no wounds on their bodies. The couple was fighting, and the snake was bitten badly by the man who used it as a teether. The snake was not big, but the species could not be identified, and there were no venomous teeth in its mouth. It should be a snake that swam into the ocean before, and came ashore to live and reproduce after getting up on land. Crocodiles, seals, and snakes all came ashore one after another. Jiang Ning had an unprecedented premonition that the natural disaster might be over and the ecosystem was gradually recovering. This realization made her happy. After confirming that the wolf-hearted dog lung was not poisoned, the family continued on their way. As they walked, they found an abandoned broken fishing boat. The interior of the fishing boat was relatively clean, without the silt that had been soaked in the seabed for a long time. Jiang Ning looked around and found fish bones on the ground. It was estimated that there were survivors landing, and they could not survive on land, so they could only abandon the boat and live in the sea. Jiang Ning's birthday was spent on the road. The cake was made by Daodu again, and there were a lot of fruits on it. Jiang Ning's birthday wishes changed. She hopes that the people she cares about are still alive and well, and they can meet again one day. On New Year's Eve, she was thinking about having a good new year, but she encountered a desert. Endless desert. Desert is also good. It's like a trip. The newly formed desert is not as clean as in later generations, but more like a plateau basin formed by severe water shortage, and dried silt lumps can be seen from time to time. As we walked, we saw the skeletons of marine life and the ruins of collapsed cities. This may have been a prosperous city, but now it is a desolate desert. We were almost always on the road. Jiang Ning was too lazy to cook the New Year's Eve dinner, so the family went into the space to eat ready-made food. After watching the party, we washed up and slept in the space. There was nothing fun in the desert. After breakfast on the first day of the new year, we took out the helicopter and crossed the desert. Jiang Ning drove the helicopter, and Huishan assisted him throughout the journey. It took more than 2 hours to successfully cross back to the vast wasteland. Sometimes the sky was filled with yellow sand. Sometimes it was scorching hot and rainy. There was no end, and I didn't know how long it would take. In the third month on the road, although we stopped and started, several people had lost weight and their skin was slightly darker. After passing through the col, the wolf-hearted and dog-lung suddenly pricked up their ears and issued a warning. 2 of them were particularly vigilant and led the 3 people to go quietly. When they stopped moving forward, Huishan found a hiding place and surveyed the situation in the distance. A group of ragged people with brown skin, mumbling something in their mouths. His face was haggard. His body was emaciated, and he was holding a stick. He looked like a zombie, and it was hard to tell who he was. After a long journey of 3 months, and after experiencing countless wind, frost, rain, and snow, he finally saw a living person. Why was he inexplicably excited? Kale gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at Jiang Ning, as if asking if he wanted to do it. He couldn't help but think of that sentence. Refugees are not human beings. Jiang Ning felt that there was no need to challenge the humanity of the hungry. Huishan suggested, let's take another route to avoid them. Jiang Ning had no objection. So, the 3 of them quietly got up and left. However, before the family had taken a few steps, the other party noticed them with sharp eyes. They chattered and chased after them with a stick in their hands. They were about to charge, but they found that the trainers and others ran faster than rabbits, which really shattered their worldview. Jiang Ning took them away and ran. Who said that today was a good day? So it was not appropriate to kill. Although the other party was thin, he was very fast and chased for half an hour. Jiang Ning hadn't run for a long time. He was panting and sweating. But he felt a sudden enlightenment, as if the clouds had been cleared and the sky was clear. The three looked at each other. And although they were in a mess, they couldn't help laughing. Especially Dowdu, who was like a sunflower waving in the morning sun. This run made me feel sore all over. The next few days were all driving. The road was desolate. But we met several groups of survivors one after another. Either Jiang Ning and others ran away, or they slipped away. Those who can survive until today are either the sons of luck or the king players. As long as there is a way to survive, Jiang Ning will not be a reaper. Cross the mountains, cross the desert, and wade through the rivers. After wandering for half a year, from winter to late spring, even Jiang Ning didn't believe he had done it. Whether fresh or dull, every day was fresh. Dowdu became active, and no longer dazed like before. When he came across a water source, Dowdu would stop and plant a few trees. Brother and sister-in-law. Maybe when we come back one day in the future, they will have grown into towering trees. Even if they don't come back, they will bloom and bear fruit, and will become an oasis in a long time. Yeah. Ever since learning that his sister had depression, Huishan has taken extra care of her mood. Maybe we can fly back by plane or high-speed rail like before the disaster to see their descendants. Bring Coke and Snow White back. Woof. A woof. We stay in the RV tonight. Huishan hugged Jiang Ning and kissed her. Aining? Thank you. Since we got out, Dowdu has been in a much better mood. He didn't take medicine, but treated the migration as a trip. Was humorous when getting along, and adjusted Dowdu's mood in time. Jiang Ning smiled. In fact, it was not just Dowdu who was sick. After so many years, everyone has some problems. It would be great if we could heal each other. A new day, with wind and sand and scorching sun. The temperature was not suitable for hiking, so Jiang Ning wanted to drive forward. Dowdu used a telescope to observe the surroundings. Sister-in-law, there seems to be a fire box over there. Jiang Ning observed in the direction she pointed, and it did seem to be a fire box. After staring for a long time, why did it seem like there was someone? Chapter 527. The fire box is in the official base in the south. It is impossible to open it without a sensor and password. Even if an outsider gets it, it is useless. It is the civilization that China has put a lot of effort into. If you don't encounter it, forget it. If you encounter it, you still have to find a way to collect it. After discussion, Jiang Ning and Huishan planned to go and take a look. At any time, safety comes first. Wear a constant temperature suit as a base. Then put on a bulletproof vest. And the outer suit is torn. And then the face is dirty. As for the wolfish heart and dog lungs, forget it. It can't be hidden. It's 2 or 3 kilometers. And you can walk there on foot. As they get closer, the two look alert. Bai Shui is cunning, and she and Gozi take a detour to outflank them. Jiang Ning believed it, and asked Huishan to take them around, while he and Do Do attracted the other party's attention head-on. Division of labor. Each taking their positions. The two pretended to be long-distance migrants, walking weakly and slowly. Look! There seems to be a box ahead. The two hurried over, and Jiang Ning found footprints around, but not too many. Just as he was about to get closer, a man in a tattered hat rushed out from the side with a gun in his hand. Hey, I found this first. A bit fierce, but just a verbal warning. No direct shooting. A foreigner. And he speaks English. Yellow hair. Hooked nose. Thin body. Jiang Ning raised his hand and said in plastic English, "Don't shoot. We have no ill intentions." The man emphasized, "I found it first. This box belongs to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by Huishan from behind with the butt of the gun, and fell to the ground with a bang. He didn't faint, but screamed in pain. Huishan picked up his broken gun. There was no bullet in it. Now it was Jiang Ning's turn to point the gun at him. "You seem to be very interested in the box." The man raised his hands and begged for mercy in panic. "Don't kill me. We can split the reward in half." Jiang Ning was surprised. "Reward?" Seeing her puzzlement, the man explained, "I am a bounty hunter, and I come out to find boxes." Jiang Ning mind buzzed. "Who asked you to find boxes? Could it be the Huacheng base? They are reclaiming land to build an island. Do they have the time? Even if there is, it is 108,000 miles away from here. How can they transport it back after finding it?" The reward issued by Fengcheng. As long as you find the box, you will get a batch of food. Or you can become a citizen of the base. Fengcheng? The three were shocked. Jiang Ning put away his gun, took a deep breath to calm himself, and softened his tone. Where is Fengcheng? Who is their leader? We have no ill intentions. Seeing the man was stunned, she calmed down and explained, we used to live in Fengcheng, China. The man came back to his senses and rubbed his numb neck. I don't know who the leader of Fengcheng is, but this city was built by the Chinese military. It is more than 500 kilometers away from here. Most of the people living in it are soldiers. And there are ordinary survivors. The man's name was Kos. He and two other partners formed a bounty hunter group and came out specifically to find the fire box. If they found it, they could go back and report it. The military would bring people to open the box and transport the supplies inside. The three of them were lucky and really found the box. They were afraid that someone would get there first. So they left Kos to guard it, and the other two hurried back to report it. They had been gone for more than 10 days, and had not returned yet. It was hard to say whether they died on the way. Jiang Ning's head was buzzing. Huaxia had already established the Huacheng base. So who established the Fengcheng base? She remembered Zhao Quan said that one of the chiefs of the 5 major military bases had died of illness. And there were 2 left to be found. Gu Tinglin was one of them. And the remaining one was the chief of the Northwest military base. If it was from the Northwest military base, how could he have chosen this name so coincidentally? But if it was Gu Tinglin, why would he use this name? Jiang Ning was a little distracted, until Hui Yishan patted her. She came back to her senses. Hui Yishan opened his backpack and handed over a bag of dried crocodile meat. We won't compete with you for the reward in the box. But do you want to know how to get to Fengcheng? Kos had been out of ammunition and food for 2 days, and his eyes lit up when he saw the dried meat. As a bounty hunter, he had met many survivors who were eager to find a base to stay. Unfortunately, Fengcheng was strictly managed, and it was difficult for non-Chinese people to enter, unless they made great contributions to the base. So many people set up camp outside the base. Kos generously told him the route, and said with some envy, "You are Chinese. If there are no major problems, it should be easy to get in." Jiang Ning picked up another bag of crocodile dried meat, and asked him for more specific information about Fengcheng. Kos's team lived outside the city, and the situation in the city was still inquired by Fengcheng residents, who were also bounty hunters. Fengcheng has a total of about 10,000 people, more than half of whom are soldiers, and basically mainly soldiers from the southern military, and the rest are all ordinary survivors. Among the ordinary survivors, some were rescued by soldiers at sea in the early days, and some came here after hearing the noise after the land was formed. Kos chewed on the dried meat, his eyes showing envy. I admire you Chinese people. I heard that there are already stone houses and brick houses in the city. We can only live in rotten tents in the city, which can't block the rain and snow. Now I am counting on this box to exchange for some supplies. It would be even better if I have the chance to become a citizen. There is land in the city for planting. It is said that when they first landed, all they saw was wasteland. But the Chinese soldiers and the survivors built a city in just over a year, turning the wasteland into treasure, and even started planting. By the way, more than a year ago, they set up a food factory, went out to sea to catch fish and made food, in addition to supplying it to residents. They also formed a foreign gold hunting team to go out and look for boxes. Anyone who finds a box can be given 300 kilograms of dried fish cakes. At first, the survivors on the periphery were not convinced and went to the sea to fish. As a result, they vomited and had diarrhea after eating, and even died several times. However, the ones made by the food factory did not. Jiang Ning thought, did the bounty hunters find many boxes? Not many. It seems that we only found more than 20 in total. But our team was lucky. This is the second box. Dowdu was very curious. How did they get it back? Kos didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he admired it very much. Ants moving. As long as the box is found, Fengcheng will send troops. The farthest seems to be more than 1,000 kilometers, and it is impossible to go back and forth in less than half a year. Dowdu was shocked. What his sister-in-law could do easily with a wave of her hand. But the troops they sent needed half a year. Thinking of his own trek in the past 6 months, he could rest at any time when he was tired, and he had warm food when he was thirsty and hungry. But they had to carry things on their shoulders and hands. travel thousands of miles regardless of wind and rain, and even at the cost of their lives. Even the soldiers were like this. But what about ordinary survivors? Daodu subconsciously held Jiang Ning's hand, which felt delicate and warm, but also extremely powerful. After asking about the situation, Jiang Ning planned to leave. Aren't you afraid that others will come to rob you if you keep guarding like this? Chapter 528. Of course Kos was afraid. But there was nothing he could do. In fact, if he encountered a group of bounty hunters, it would not be so dangerous, as long as his partner told the soldiers the box number and address. Even if someone robbed it later, the soldiers would only recognize the first person who reported it. In other words, if someone intercepted the box, he would not be able to take the credit unless he killed the person who reported it halfway. Kos was most afraid of encountering scavengers and robbers, who would kill him without saying a word and then try to open the box themselves. In the end, the box could not be opened, and the person died in vain. He secretly thanked his luck that the group of people in front of him were not robbers. Kos watched the three people leave, but two dogs suddenly appeared on the road as they were walking, which frightened him so much that he broke into a cold sweat. In the end times, if you can still keep dogs, you must be either rich and inhumane, or you are robbing people on the road and eating two-legged sheep. They didn't have much luggage, but the dogs they kept were shank meat, which was very likely. So, was he blessed by God to escape? Lord, Amen. Please continue to bless. Huishan didn't speak until the fire box completely disappeared from his sight. Are we going to Fengcheng? Jiang Ning did not hesitate. Let's go and have a look. The one who can command thousands of soldiers is definitely not an ordinary officer. She had a hunch that it might be Gu Tinglin. Thousands of soldiers, such a large team, might be the army responsible for protecting Gu Tinglin when the land sank. The earth is so big, meeting each other requires fate. They did not get the specific coordinates of their new home, but they might be lucky to find the shallow sea area, and then meet other survivors one after another. Later, the land rose, and the team went ashore and took root. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Ning added, if Fengcheng is really built by the southern military base, Zhang Chao and Liu may be there too. Let's go in and ask. Huishan saw through it, but didn't say anything. Okay. 500 kilometers would take half a month on foot, trekking through mountains and rivers, strong winds and scorching sun. Not only is it slow, but also unbearable. Huishan is a good driver, so Jiang Ning took out the Predator. So Huishan was responsible for driving, while Jiang Ning and Daodu were responsible for keeping watch on both sides. The road was not easy to walk on, and it was shaky. Bounty hunters have been to places 1,000 kilometers away, and they may appear in other people's territory at any time. The family was particularly vigilant on the road. Except for the predators, Jiang Ning no longer easily took things out, and even ate and drank in the car. He would get off the car to observe the surroundings during breaks. He stayed in the car at night, opened the skylight, and looked at the starry sky. The unpolluted starry sky is really beautiful. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning had no mood to appreciate it, and his mind gradually drifted away. In fact, in addition to Gu Tinglin, there are many senior officials in the southern military base. He didn't know if he could survive with his illness, although she knew the answer very well. She regretted not preparing more medicine or giving him a good face when she thought about it many years later. And Zhang Chao, Liu Yu and others. After so many years of natural disasters, not everyone can survive. Many survivors lost their hair and teeth due to lack of vitamins and minerals, and suffered from all kinds of diseases. She had seen people with all their teeth falling out, their eyesight almost blind, their joints aging, etc. She thought too much and subconsciously held Huishan's hand. His hands were large and calloused, but warm. Huishan knew Jiang Ning well. She was stubborn and stubborn. He gently covered her with a blanket, hugged her in his arms and whispered, "Sleep. We'd be there tomorrow." Jiang Ning cleared her mind and fell asleep in his arms soon. We set off at dawn and sat in the car to enjoy the sunrise in the wasteland. There was a special beauty. Tragic, desolate, but also full of hope. After crossing the mountains, there was an endless wasteland plain. The predator was heavy, causing dust to fly. Jiang Ning used a telescope to keep watch, and he could see the endless sea a few kilometers away. The plain road was much easier to walk on, and he was afraid that the predator would be too ostentatious and attract attention. So he deliberately changed to a light and fuel-efficient old off-road vehicle. At around 3 p.m., the car stopped on a high hillside. Jiangning found a bay with several warships, large transport ships, and dozens of submarines parked through the telescope. Jiangning had seen both warships and transport ships before, and they all belonged to the southern military base. At that moment, the hand holding the telescope was shaking. If cost didn't lie, they could reach the Fengcheng border after walking for more than 10 kilometers, where there was a security post. Jiangning took the car away, a little worried about the couple. What should we do with them? Huishan also had a headache. Ta said that there are foreign refugees living around the border. Let's stuff them into the bag first, and then think of a way when we arrive at the post safely. There was no better way. Jiangning took out 2 mountaineering bags and let the couple get in. Stay inside and don't make any noise. The dog movements of drilling into the bag were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. Bai Shui was a little reluctant, but she still drilled into it obediently after the dog bared its teeth. Jiangning and Huishan each carried one on their backs and set off. Daodu was worried about danger, and he hung a broken submachine gun on his shoulder, while the two of them had simple pistols. The wolf's heart and the dog lungs were not light, but fortunately the two of them exercised regularly and had very good physical fitness. Otherwise they would have been exhausted to death. They walked 1 step deep and 1 step shallow, and it was already sunset when they arrived at the border. When they were still 2 or 3 kilometers away from the border, they began to see tattered tents, wooden sheds, rusty and broken cars, and houses made of rotten iron sheets. Even if you don't want to use it, you know that the materials are all fished out of the sea. Most of the survivors are foreigners, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and various skin colors, including oriental faces. Jiangning even heard familiar Chinese language, probably because they failed the interview to enter the city and were forced to live in the periphery. I have seen many people in the end of the world, and it is easy to distinguish good from bad. Many of them have cold and sinister eyes, and there are many growths on their faces. You can tell at a glance that they are cruel or stained with a lot of blood. Letting such people in will easily cause problems. This is the consistent style of the southern military base, to eliminate potential risks as much as possible. Jiangning has sharp eyes, and so do they. As soon as the three appeared, they were stared at by countless eyes. Although they were dressed in rags and looked dusty, they could not hide the flesh on their bodies. Especially the two of them were carrying bulging backpacks. 3 fat fish. Who doesn't want to eat meat and drink soup? The eyes with ulterior motives were fixed on the 3 people. Dark, bloodthirsty, greedy, calculating, jealous. Some people even took out rusty knives, homemade bamboo arrows, and sharpened sticks. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared to death. However, the heads of these 3 people were harder than rocks. Daodu smiled, raised her broken submachine gun, and fired a shot into the sky. She didn't even raise her head, but something fell to the ground with a bang. A seabird flying in the sky. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Some people reacted and rushed over to grab the seabird, and even started fighting. Chapter 529. A small test, and then move on. The sound of gunfire will attract the attention of the sentries. No one dares to do it, even if they are unwilling. Who made Fengcheng Base so arrogant? Even if they are in the periphery, they will be expelled if they commit a bad crime. In serious cases, they will be hanged directly. They didn't believe it at first, but many of them were really hanged. They are not in his territory, but they must unconditionally abide by his rules. How can you reason with them? Despite this, many survivors still came, especially those who were weak. As long as the Fengcheng army takes care of it, their safety will be guaranteed, even though they were far away. Huishan had a strong feeling. We are being watched. Jiangning also felt it. It should be the patrol troops on the sentry platform. The 3 of them pretended nothing happened and continued to move towards Fengcheng. There was a huge stone in front of the city gate, with the words Fengcheng carved on it. The font was vigorous and powerful, with dragons and snakes flying, which showed the skill of the carver. Jiangning stood in front of the stone, and his eyes couldn't help but feel a little sore. There used to be a stone at the entrance of Fengcheng Park, and even the handwriting was almost the same. In a trance, the prosperous city that nurtured her finally sank in the natural disaster. But it seemed to be back again. Many memories rushed into her mind frantically. Jiangning stood in front of the stone for several minutes before she calmed down. In the twilight, She looked at the city in front of her. It stood on the wasteland. The city gate was a stone wall, and the electric grid extending to the distance was connected by a mud wall in the middle. Judging from the appearance, the time of the pile should be less than half a year. A faint light was on the right side of the city gate, and it could be vaguely distinguished that it said Reception Office for Chinese Survivors. The three walked over in the night. The staff inside was wearing military uniforms. Welcome to Fengcheng. Jiang Ning stated his purpose. Hello. We are from other places. What conditions do we need to enter Fengcheng? Is it temporary residence or becoming a resident? Jiang Ning thought for a while. What's the difference? The audit requirements are different, the staff explained. Each temporary resident needs to pay half a pound of food per day, and the stay in the city cannot exceed 5 days. No dangerous weapons are allowed to be brought into the city. As long as the residents pass the interview, they do not need to pay any food, and they can also be allocated land. But all dangerous weapons they carry with them will be confiscated. To be honest, Jiang Ning still has a psychological trauma from the assessment of the southern military base. She really dislikes the oppressive feeling of not even leaving you with underwear. She thought about it for a while. First, apply for temporary residence. If you want to stay, can you change to a resident? Yes, but you need to re-interview. Jiang Ning thought it was okay, so she signed up for the interview. The interview turned left from the reception desk, and the staff kindly reminded, agree. You need to answer truthfully during the interview. If you are found to have made a big lie, you will lose the chance to enter the city for life. This is not an interview. It's like interrogating a prisoner. Jiang Ning frowned, but still expressed her gratitude. There was only one interview room, and you had to wait in line. Jiang Ning was the first one. She knocked on the door and walked in. The interviewer was a man, about 45 years old, wearing a military uniform, but with a very elegant and easygoing face, without the seriousness and fierceness of a normal soldier. The opening was simple. The man smiled and asked, "What's your name?" After more than a decade of natural disasters, who still carries an ID card? Jiang Ning wanted to make up a random name, but his approachable attitude reminded her of He Tianming. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a military psychologist. The military psychologist is more sensitive than ordinary ones. He seems easygoing and easy to get along with. But he is just trying to relax you. He can capture the information he wants from your words and deeds. No wonder many Chinese survivors were turned away, Jiang Ning said truthfully. Jiang Ning. The man's eyes were slightly startled, but he hid it well. How old are you? He asked about height, education, household registration address, etc. easily but carefully. Jiang Ning answered truthfully. He suddenly asked, "Have you killed anyone?" "Yes." Jiang Ning did not lie. "And quite a few." "Why do you kill people?" "They provoke me first, and I had to kill them if I didn't want to die." The interviewer changed the subject. "Your condition is better than 99.9% of the survivors. How do you maintain it?" "We used to stay at a military base in the south. We exchanged our points for a submarine and stored a lot of food. After the land sank, we drifted in the ocean. Later, we drifted to the Arctic. The submarine broke down and ran aground. We caught crocodiles and seals there. True and false. False and true." Jiang Ning mixed them all in. "After leaving the Arctic, we found a new land to live on. When we got bored, we walked and stopped along the way, and unknowingly arrived in Fengcheng." Interviewer Jingjing heard it, but didn't refute. "You came in with 2 big bags on your back. What's in them?" "What a joke. Who dares to lie to a military psychologist?" "There is a dog inside. We have been raising it. And later we met a wolf in the Arctic. And now they are a couple." The interviewer did not ask any more questions and asked Jiang Ning to go out and wait for news. In total, they talked for almost 20 minutes. When she came out, she said a few simple words to Huishan and Daodu. However, one person came out in less than 5 minutes. 10,000 alpacas were running wildly, and Jiang Ning thought that they were targeting her alone? The results came out quickly, and the 3 people were qualified to enter the city. But the weapons were kept by the reception desk, and they did not recommend bringing wolf-hearted and dog-hearted people into the city. If you want to leave, you must tie them up. If someone is injured, they will be shot if the situation is serious. In special circumstances, they can take care of them, but they have to pay for supplies. Jiang Ning did not hesitate. "We will tie them up and take responsibility if something happens. They asked for a temporary stay for 3 days. And they needed a total of 4.5 kilograms of food. The staff suggested. The main urban area is more than 10 kilometers away from the entrance. The security in the city is good. But it is recommended that you go in tomorrow. There is a public lounge at the reception, which is free. Jiang Ning didn't expect Fengcheng to be so big. The restroom was not big. There were a few wooden beds inside. But there were no other survivors. The three of them sat down to rest, taking a few bites of dry food, like-hearted and dog-lung. He was very alert, lying quietly without moving. But his ears were erected high, carrying dozens of kilograms of meat for a long journey, and being highly focused along the way. Jiang Ning felt tired, and wanted to take out a piece of cloth to spread on the wooden bed to rest. Who knew that the sound of a car engine shutting down came from outside? Then, steady and powerful footsteps were heard. It sounded like they were heading for the rest area. Jiang Ning stood up and turned her head to look, only to see a tall and straight figure walking in, with a sharp gaze that locked onto her accurately. After seeing her appearance clearly, his gaze gradually softened. He moved his lips and teeth, and it took him a long while to find the voice. Jiang Ning. Chapter 530. Jiang Ning's mind was blank. When she decided to come to Fengcheng, she had imagined meeting Gu Tinglin countless times, and even thought about what kind of occasion she would meet, and how to greet him casually. But when she really saw him, she couldn't say a word. He was old, thin, and even had a few strands of white hair on his temples. But he seemed to be in good spirits. Gu Tinglin's long military career made him calm and restrained. But he couldn't help but step forward and hug Jiang Ning. "How are you doing?" He tried every way to find her, but he couldn't find her. Instead, she came, alive and well. Gu Tinglin was so nervous that his heart was paralyzed. He had seen her in his dreams so many times, but they were all bloody nightmares without exception. After waking up, he kept his eyes open until dawn. Except for Huishan. It was the first time that Jiang Ning was hugged like this by someone else. His shoulders were thick and his embrace was broad. This feeling was completely different from the love between a man and a woman when Huishan hugged her. Is this the so-called father's embrace? Jiang Ning was a little confused and felt dizzy. Gu Tinglin let go of her hand and looked at her carefully. As expected, she took good care of herself. Compared to the last time they met, he seemed much more enthusiastic, which made people feel uncomfortable. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and calmed down after a while. "How are you doing?" "Fortunately, I just couldn't find you sooner." Gu Tinglin had been sick several times, and his illness was very serious. Every time he felt that he might not survive. He had done his best to complete the task given by the country, which was considered to be a fulfillment of his mission. At the critical moment of life and death, the biggest regret in life is that he had never taken care of his own daughter for a day. He thought he would die with this regret, but he didn't expect there would be another chance. Facing life and death, he never frowned. But he was afraid of being rejected when facing his daughter. He said with an unconcealable self-blame and guilt, "Jiang Ning, I'm sorry. I didn't accompany you when you needed me the most." Jiang Ning wanted to say, "It's okay." She didn't need it anymore. But when she saw the white hair on his temples and thought of his dedicated life, she couldn't say the words that came to her mouth, asking herself, she really didn't hate him. As a Chinese survivor who benefited from it, she was even grateful and admired him. Secretary, he was still with Gu Tinglin. Seeing that the atmosphere between father and daughter was a little awkward, he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Chief, it's getting late. Comrade Jiang and his friends have traveled a long way. So let's go back to the city to rest." Gu Tinglin came back to his senses, looking forward to it and feeling nervous. "Yes, we go back first." Jiang Ning refused. "Don't bother you. We stay here for one night, and it won't be too late to go into the city tomorrow." "No trouble." Secretary, he was very perceptive and quickly picked up Jiang Ning's bag. "The chief's house is a little more spacious. We have reserved a room for you from the beginning. There is no need for family members to be so formal." Gu Tinglin invited. "Let's go. Stay for one night. If you really can't get used to it, I will find another place for you." Jiang Ning wanted to refuse, but he said, "Jiang Ning, I have a lot to say to you. You don't have to feel burdened. Just treat us as ordinary people. Whether you find rare metals for the base or leave medicine for me, you deserve gratitude in return. I hope you can give me this opportunity. At this point, Jiang Ning couldn't say no, but looked at Hui Yishan and Daodu, as it was about the father-daughter relationship. The brother and sister had no objection, and Hui Yishan even hoped that she could give Gu Tinglin a chance to make amends. He knew her. If she really had no feelings, she wouldn't have such a big emotional fluctuation when Kos mentioned Feng Chung. In addition to its own meaning, Feng Chung was also a signal sent by Gu Tinglin to find her. There was not much fuel left. Even if Gu Tinglin was the leader, he would not use a motor vehicle unless there was a special situation. After getting the news from the reception, he was worried that Jiang Ning would leave. So he drove over overnight. Secretary, he almost drove the car as fast as he could. But Gu Tinglin still thought it was too slow. When the land sank, he could command the base to retreat in an orderly manner without changing his expression. But when it came to the issue of his daughter, he was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Seeing that Jiang Ning was willing to go back with him, the leader of a region actually walked with his hands and feet in the same hand. Secretary, he held back and didn't dare to remind him at all. After finding Jiang Ning, the leader finally felt relieved. Secretary, he accompanied him all the way and had a deep understanding of the bitterness. If it weren't for his firm belief, the leader might not have been able to hold on. Putting the luggage in the trunk, Secretary, he drove. Gu Tinglin sat in the co-pilot, and Jiang Ning and the other two squeezed in the back seat. The dirt road was bumpy and shaky all the way. It was dark all around, and weeds grew on both sides of the road. Probably also a soil and water conservation project. When the father and daughter met, they didn't know what to say to each other, and the car was extremely silent. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, a piece of abandoned car area was vaguely visible, and it seemed that people lived in it. Secretary, he tried to ease the atmosphere. This continent has been rising for less than 2 years. In the first year, the sky was covered with yellow earth. Many survivors had no place to live. They could only look for broken cars outside and pick up wood, iron sheets or plastic boards from the beach to transform them into simple homes. Now the situation is much better. We found several sticky yellow mud. We refined the yellow mud and mixed it with hay to make mud bricks to build houses. We also brought back a lot of stones. He introduced the situation of Feng Chung to Jiang Ning, worried that several people would dislike it. Under the leadership of the chief, we recently tried to make red bricks. The base will get better and better in the future. Secretary, he had been with Gu Tinglin for more than 20 years, and he had seen all kinds of people. He had trained his eyes to be sharp. So how could he not see that Jiang Ning and his friends were living well? Even the wolves and dogs were fat and strong, and people could not help but drool at the sight. Of course, he was just thinking about it, and he didn't dare to have any bad thoughts. The car continued to drive forward. After about 20 minutes, brighter lights came from a distance. Rows of neat mobile cabins, and armed soldiers were on duty at the sentry post. A little further away, there were rows of solar panels. Secretary, he continued to introduce. This is the office area of the military. The large green tents in the distance should be where the soldiers live. The land is sunk, and it is not easy for human civilization to restart. Solar generators, tents, anything with a little bit of technology should be the supplies brought by the army when it evacuated. All you can see is wasteland. If it is not by the sea, it is simply a fantasy to want to feed tens of thousands of people. It is true that Feng Chung has a food factory, but who can guarantee that the fish cakes produced are without any problems? But there is no choice. The natural disaster seems to be over, but the test for mankind is continuing. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, or even longer. Chapter 531. While Jiang Ning was lost in thought, the car had already stopped in front of the single-family courtyard. The stone outer wall was about 2 meters high, but the courtyard was very large, about 500 or 600 square meters. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a mobile cabin with a total of 5 rooms, and a solar power generation device was installed on the roof. This was the home of the head of Feng Chung Base. Before the natural disaster, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a construction site shack. But after the natural disaster, it was already a top treatment. One of the rooms had a light on, and someone hurried out when they heard the noise outside. She had short hair, dark trousers and a light-colored short-sleeved shirt, and looked about 40 years old. Old Gu, did you pick up Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning was slightly startled. It turned out to be Shu Shueching. Looking at her homely appearance, It seemed that the lovers finally got married. In the night, it was hard to see Gu Tinglin's expression. Yeah. Shu Xueqing came over enthusiastically and wanted to help carry the luggage. But she was frightened by something that jumped out of the darkness and quickly stepped back. Secretary, he explained. Sister Shu, these are the wolves and dogs raised by Jiang Ning. Raising wolves and dogs in the end times? Shu Xueqing was surprised. But then she thought that Jiang Ning should be living a good life. Old Gu can rest assured that Jiang Ning didn't suffer. There were only 2 large backpacks, all carried by Huishan. Jiang Ning, you are finally here. Shu Xueqing smiled and walked forward. It's good to be reunited. Old Gu has been worried about it for the past 2 years. She led the few people into the house. I've cleaned up the house. Come in quickly. The house was not big, with an iron bed more than 1 meter wide. And the sheets, quilts and pillows were all new. This is the leader's house. Ordinary people can't even have half new towels. It can be seen that he really cares about it. Jiang Ning's impression of Shu Xueqing is not good or bad. But she can form a partner with Gu Tinglin to take care of each other, which is also a good choice. 5 rooms, a master bedroom, a kitchen, a study, and the remaining 2 are used for office reception from time to time. Now they are moved to Jiang Ning and others. Shu Shui cleaned it very clean, fearing that she didn't care enough. She said attentively, "Are you hungry? I make a midnight snack." Jiang Ning called her. "We've eaten." Being a stepmother for the first time, Shu Xueqing was very nervous, fearing that she would not do enough. At the base, Jiang Ning even resisted her biological father, let alone her, an outsider, standing next to Gu Tinglin. Shu Xueqing did not speak easily, but observed the atmosphere between the father and daughter. However, his daughter did not speak, and Gu Tinglin did not know what to say. He was silent for a long time before he said, "Jiang Ning, if you see anything missing, let your Aunt Xueqing make up for it tomorrow." Jiang Ning said calmly, "It's already very good. No midnight snack. No shortage of food." Gu Tinglin had to say, "It's a bad time. You should go to bed early today." Shu Xueqing was very considerate. "I go boil some water, so you can wash your face and rest. You will sleep more comfortably." There was a hot water kettle, and it was quickly brought over with some cold water. Huishan thanked him, and sent his father-in-law out. I don't know what the 2 said in the yard. He came back several minutes later, and didn't forget to close the door. He was exhausted, covered with dust and sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. Jiang Ning took Daodu to the space to take a shower first. After washing, Daodu took Lang Xingdalu to rest next door, turn off the lights, and Jiang Ning and Hui go deep into the space again. After coming out and lying on the bed, she said, "What did he say to you?" "Ask you how you have been doing in the past few years, and let me take good care of you." It can be seen that Gu Tinglin cares about Jiang Ning very much. But the father-daughter relationship is too unfamiliar. He doesn't know how to express his concern, and he is even more worried that it will make her unhappy. Jiang Ning was tired and sore all over, but she was not sleepy at all. "Did you promise him? You are my wife. It is natural for me to take care of you." Huishan hugged her in his arms. "But he does care about you." Jiang Ning rebelled. "You are on his side?" Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aining, whether you decide to go or stay, I will respect your decision. But if you don't dislike his care, I hope you can give him a chance. Humans are emotional animals. Even if she has lived 2 lives, she still has regrets. Even without Chief Gu, you can live well. But I hope your life can be more complete. Just like you gave me a chance that year. Don't rush to reject his care. There is nothing wrong in letting the world have one more person who cares about you. The key is that he thinks Jiang Ning needs this family affection. Her personality is not as sharp as it used to be, but she still has many flaws. And these are all caused by the absence of her parents in her early years. If she can make up for it, the rest of her life should be happier. Of course, if you are very resistant, we can leave at any time." Jiang Ning didn't say anything, opened his eyes, and looked at the dark ceiling, wanting to examine his heart. Does she really need this family affection? On the other side, Gu Tinglin lay in bed, but didn't feel sleepy at all. Shu Xueqing was afraid that she hadn't done her job well. "Old Gu, Jiang Ning should have lived well in the past 2 years. I'm afraid she can't get used to the food at home. How about making some porridge tomorrow morning?" "Okay." Gu Tinglin didn't know how to cook. Jiangning and Huishan are both capable. And they won't have a bad life. The conditions at the base are a bit worse now. I asked the guards to send some supplies tomorrow. Xu Xueqing couldn't make up her mind. She's new here. Does she need me to accompany her around? But the hospital is just starting out. And there are many things to do. Gu Tinglin stopped him. No. She's used to being independent. Jiangning grew up in an orphanage, acting independently and indifferently. And her upbringing made her resist people who approach her too enthusiastically. Too much is as bad as too little. Thinking of the suffering she had suffered due to her parents' absence, and the harm Song Yiling had done to her, Gu Tinglin felt very guilty. If he had been able to conduct a thorough investigation at the beginning, he might have been able to see through the truth that Song Yiling had concealed. But later at the base, he worked hard to keep more survivors alive. But he couldn't even protect his only daughter. Gu Tinglin felt mixed emotions and couldn't sleep. Xu Xueqing consoled him. The past cannot be undone. Now that you and your daughter are reunited, you can make up for what she lost before. People are all made of flesh and blood. As long as you treat her well, she will definitely feel it. Don't worry. Take your time. I hope so. Gu Tinglin thought of Jiangning's growth experience, and his mood became more and more restless. In a daze, Jiangning was awakened by the military training in the distance. The heroic and high-spirited voice made people dream back to the time before the natural disaster. Jiangning stretched himself and found that it was just getting light outside. But there was a noise in the yard. The board house was not very soundproof. And Xu Xueqing had already gotten up to do the housework and make breakfast. The ruthless people next door opened the door by themselves and played in the yard. Jiangning was used to sleeping late. But it was not his home after all. So he couldn't stay there. The two changed their clothes and opened the door. Xu Xueqing was almost busy in the kitchen. She even prepared towels and toothbrushes. But there was no toothpaste. But she could dip them in salt. She reminded, this place is not far from the sea. The well water doesn't taste very good. I'm afraid there are parasites. It's best to boil the water before drinking. The land has only risen for more than a year. The ocean has ancient viruses. No one knows what the water is like underground. In the past, many people with poor physiques would have stomachaches after drinking it. Gu Tinglin has a special status. And his family's food, clothing and daily necessities are better than ordinary people. He was assigned a solar power generation device. And Xu Xueqing cooked by herself. And she would pay special attention to everything she put into her mouth. This is the best condition in the base. But it is still a far cry from Jiangning. But she did not despise it because she followed the local customs. Xu Xueqing was not sure what she was thinking. But at least she looked impeccable. After washing up, she went to the table for breakfast. White porridge, boiled sweet potatoes and yams, canned luncheon meat, canned black beans, and a plate of fish cakes. Poor land does not allow good crops to grow. Sweet potatoes and yams are not only small, but also taste bad. Even so, it is not something that ordinary people can eat every day. Not to mention white porridge. There are dry rice fields in Fengcheng Base. But the weather is bad and pests are frequent. Even if it is well managed, 1 acre of dry rice does not even yield 200 kilograms, let alone saving seeds for expansion. It is estimated that even Xu Xueqing can only eat it a few times a year. But she still took it out to treat Jiangning. The canned food was made before the ocean was polluted. And it is estimated that there are not many brought out from the base. Jiangning didn't say anything. But he saw it all. She drank white porridge and didn't touch anything else. Xu Xueqing was very enthusiastic, asking her to try this and that. Jiangning nodded, but never touched his chopsticks. The wolf-hearted, dog-hearted man didn't eat anything last night, and he was hungry now. So he ran in to ask Jiangning for food. Woof! Oh! A breakfast was the most sincere thing Xu Xueqing could show. But Jiangning didn't even touch the chopsticks except for the porridge. Either he was disgusted, or he just didn't like her and Lao Gu. Xu Xueqing wanted to please them. So she took a sweet potato and invited the wolf-hearted and dog-hearted to eat, who knew that they didn't even glance at each other. Chapter 532. Xu Xueqing was embarrassed and took another piece of fish cake. The dog sniffed twice, turned his head away in disdain, and barked at Jiangning. It wanted to eat the legs. Jiangning said, "Don't worry about them. They will be fine after a few meals." Then he said to the wolf-hearted dog, "Get out." The two went out obediently and continued to show their love in the yard. Gu Tinglin put down his bowl and chopsticks after eating. Aining? Xiaohua. Fengcheng is quite big. Do you need me to arrange someone to take you around? Jiang Ning shook his head. No. We will go out for a walk later, he said with concern. What do you need? I have someone bring it over later. No. I'll let you know if I need anything. Gu Tinglin left the table. Your aunt and I have to go to work. If you have anything, just come to the military headquarters. Jiang Ning nodded and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Xu Xueqing cleaned up and said gently and considerately. Aining, what do you want to eat for lunch? I come back to cook. Jiang Ning was not used to the meticulous care of family members. You guys just focus on your own things. Don't worry about us. After the two left, she felt relieved. Back in the house, she brought the dog some steaming legs, and the three of them ate a bowl of steaming pork offal noodles. It was too inconvenient to be in someone else's territory. She could feel Gu Tinglin's care, but she didn't know how to respond. Forget it. It's not too late to make a decision after a walk. It's too eye-catching to take the two out. So Jiang Ning put them in a cage and put them in the room. Anyway, no one should dare to come to the leader's house to steal things. It's hard to see clearly at night. And you don't know how big Fengcheng is until you go out. And you can't see the end at a glance. The base is surrounded by planting areas on all sides. The military office and living areas are strictly divided. The hospital is still planning to build the outer wall. The external office is temporarily built with containers. There are mud brick houses and stone houses, but they are very rare. Almost all of them are built by the military on the base. Private people either have very good conditions, otherwise they can only live in rotten tents, broken cars, or houses mixed with wood and hay. Jiang Ning looked at the soil on both sides of the road. It was still wasteland without stickiness. It took thousands of years for mankind to prosper in the future. Now it has been torn down and rebuilt. How can it make a qualitative leap in 1 or 2 years? This place is different from the Huacheng base. They had completed the preliminary tasks of building a new home before the land sank. They just needed to find a good place to work together to assemble and build it. The mission of the southern military base is the fire plan. And the concentrated essence is placed on 3,000 submarines. No matter how powerful Gu Tinglin is, at most, he can only load a few warships and transport ships with supplies. How easy is it to quickly recover and develop? There are not many idle people in the center of the base during the day. Most of the survivors are in the plantation. And the soldiers, in addition to patrolling and protecting safety, are either on the front line of construction or in the military planting area. But the appearance of the three people attracted special attention. Jiang Ning walked and inquired, and walked towards the base service center. There were more than a dozen red brick houses, divided into different external windows. Jiang Ning found the lost external liaison office. Hello. Please help me find a friend. The service center has a solar power generation device, and a computer is placed on the desktop, which contains a list of all the personnel in the base. Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, Ding Qi, Zheng Weili. None. Jiang Ning was dazed, and reported the names of Qin Chuan and his son without giving up. No. Jiang Ning didn't believe it. So she reported to Grandma Zhong's house. Still no result. Seeing Jiang Ning's gloomy expression, the staff comforted him. Don't worry too much. The person you are looking for is very likely in Huacheng base. If there is a chance, we will find a way to contact them. Jiang Ning was surprised. You have contact with Huacheng base? She thought that Gu Tinglin didn't know the coordinates of Huacheng base. So he chose to settle down here. That is the new home of China. Since he knew it, why didn't he go there? We got in touch accidentally more than a year ago. The staff explained. At that time, one of their warships had a problem and drifted along the ocean current. We tried to fix it and gave them the scarce fuel, so they could return home smoothly. The staff registered the information and comforted. Huacheng base is very far away. You may need to wait for a long time, and we will notify you once there is news. Jiang Ning thanked them, and the three left the work center. Gui Yishan analyzed. Huacheng base has good conditions, and sent a fleet to find survivors. Zhang Chao and others are very likely there. Jiang Ning hoped so. It was still early, and the central area was not large. So the three of them walked to the planting area in the south. Unexpectedly, the soil in the planting area was good, and you could tell at a glance that it was the result of hard work. On the left were large areas of potatoes. In the middle were sweet potatoes, and on the right were Shanghai greens, Chinese cabbage, and oats. Seeing that the people working in the fields were all wearing military uniforms, Jiang Ning realized that this was the military planting area, and they were fertilizing and turning the sweet potatoes. The squad leader stood in the field, grabbed the mixed farmyard manure, and demonstrated in person. Be careful. Don't spread the fertilizer on the roots. Be careful not to burn the seedlings. Damn. What a voice. Jiang Ning thought he was hallucinating and looked over subconsciously. He only saw the side, but the figure was straight, and sweat was running down his face. Not to mention only seeing half of the face. Even if it was burned to ashes, he would recognize it. Jiang Ning's face changed instantly, and he turned around and leapt in fear. The soldier's eyes were sharp. Squad leader? Someone is watching us over there. The squad leader was still holding the farm manure in his hand. And when he turned around, he saw only 3 shadows leaving in a hurry. The strange whereabouts must be demonic. The squad leader looked closely, and was so shocked that the dung bucket fell over. And he ran out in a hurry. Sister? He chased. She ran. It seemed like there was a ghost chasing her from behind. Jiang Ning ran faster than a rabbit. The squad leader chased her to the corner. But there was no one there. Strange. Did he see it wrong? Half an hour later, Jiang Ning came out of the rotten wooden shed, and was relieved to see that there was no one around. Oh my God. She seemed to have never been so embarrassed as today. It was so scary. After leaving the wooden shed, she cleaned the grass scraps on her head and walked forward with lingering fear. Not far away, a shadow suddenly jumped out from the mud brick wall and stretched out his hand to block her way. Sister! Jiang Ning quickly covered her nose and kicked. Rong Sanshao dodged flexibly and said with a smile, Sister, why are you hiding from me? Jiang Ning was extremely disgusted. You are covered in feces. Stay away from me. Rong Sanshao patted the dust on his body. What are you afraid of? This is the ash of grass and wood from the pile of urine fertilizer. Not feces. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes at him. Why are you here? I missed you. So I came across the ocean to find you. While being frivolous, he did not forget to greet Huishan. Brother-in-law? She smiled even brighter at Daodu. Little door. You've grown more beautiful again. The 3 of them stood together, all looking down on him. As expected of the 3rd young master Rong. Every time they met, he looked more miserable than the last time. Last time he moved bricks. This time he grabbed manure with his bare hands. The 3rd young master Rong was very hurt. Sister, you are my sister. How can you look down on the people's soldiers? This hat is put on. Jiang Ning was impatient. Stop talking nonsense. What's going on? Chapter 533. The smell on young master Rong was too strong. Jiang Ning took out a bottle of boiled water from his bag and asked him to wash his face and hands. After finding a place to sit down, young master Rong told his story. I went out to sea to participate in the mission of finding survivors. The warship went to the Arctic to evacuate overseas Chinese, but we encountered a big storm on the way back. They survived successfully, but the warship parts were damaged and could no longer operate normally. What's worse is that the big storm changed the ocean currents, and it was the windy season. There was no choice but to go with the flow. After drifting on the sea for almost 3 months, I unexpectedly encountered a new continent. Not only the new continent, but also the southern military team that I had been looking for in my dreams for thousands of times. The team had just landed and was actively building a base. The captain told the coordinates of the new home, but for some reason, the leader did not choose to go to the Watchung base, but firmly chose to stay. However, they provided a lot of help, not only repairing the warship and giving up fuel, but also saving a batch of supplies from their teeth. Young Master Rong was originally a soldier at the southern military base, and after learning the name of the base, he applied to stay. At the same time, Fengcheng base would not stop anyone who was willing to go to Watchung base. Sister, besides me, Deputy Mayor, he also chose to stay. The conditions at Watchung base were much better, but the 2 were originally from Fengcheng, and they felt more at home at the southern military base. Jiang Ning thought that in addition to a sense of belonging, he should also want to find his family. If the Rong family knew about the existence of Fengcheng base, they would probably choose to come, and the chance of reunion would be greater. She asked, Have you found Master Rong? When the 3rd son of Rong was mentioned, the 3rd son's eyes instantly turned red. The old man? In fact, his choice was right. The Rong family really came. But there was no Master Rong anymore. The Rong family had dozens of people. But in the end only the daughter of the first and second sons of Rong were left. They came to find him half a year ago. The former richest man in China, the leading figure in the business community of Fengcheng, was defeated in the apocalypse of natural disasters. In fact, they were not the only ones. After more than 10 years of natural disasters, it is estimated that less than 1% of the world population has survived. Although Master Rong often uses a cane to serve him, he actually dotes on this playboy son the most. And young Master Rong is rebellious and unruly. And he has the closest relationship with Master Rong. The son wants to support his parents, but they are no longer there. Jiang Ning didn't know how to comfort him. She tried to change the subject. How are you farming now? Young Master Rong concealed his sadness and smiled. I promised the old man that I would support the Rong family. What's wrong with farming? After all, I am the squad leader now. I am proud to farm. In the past, not to mention picking up manure with hands, even diamonds and jade were too much trouble. But now that the old man is gone, he has to live on his own and carry the Rong family on his shoulders. Jiang Ning continued to change the subject. Where is Deputy Mayor He? With my eldest brother and niece in the East District plantation. Rong Sanshao explained. I live in the military camp, and the three of them live together to take care of each other. Jiang Ning sighed. The dude has really transformed. Sister, brother-in-law, where do you live? Rong Sanshao said positively. I take a few days to rest, and then I find you. Huishan said. We just arrived and haven't found a place to stay yet. We want to take a look at the base first, and then decide whether to stay. The conditions here are difficult, and there are no hotels yet. But the management is strict, so the security is good. Mr. Rong couldn't leave his post for too long, so he gave his home address. If you don't have a place to stay, come to this place at night, and I find a way to give you a tent. After he left, Jiang Ning's face darkened. What do you think he meant? This is indeed a problem. No one expected to meet young Master Rong. Moreover, it was hard to figure out his thoughts for a while. Although young Master Rong was a playboy, he was very smart. He must have guessed something. Otherwise, he would not have tipped off Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't know how to comment on this person. Before the end of the world, he was a second-generation man who had memorized half of the criminal law, had countless beautiful cars and beauties, spent money like water, and yelled at his employees without any respect. But he was very loyal to his friends. After being slapped repeatedly by the natural disaster, he did learn how to behave. After meeting in the Xinqing villa, he flattered her and gave her benefits. But his loyalty remained unchanged. After getting along for a long time, Jiang Ning, who was grateful for the favor, occasionally took extra care of him. In the end, she was still lost in his affectionate call of sister and recognized him from the bottom of her heart. But the most complicated thing is the human heart. In the past, the third young Master Rong could feed the whole family. But now he has an elder brother and a niece, and is responsible for the task of reviving the Rong family. After not seeing each other for 2 years, who knows if he is still the same Rong Sanshao? Dowdu was at a loss. Brother and sister-in-law, are we leaving again? Find an open and deserted place and sit down to discuss. Where to go? Humans are social animals. Because he has a secret and chooses to stay away, Dowdu suffers from depression and anxiety. Jiang Ning has a lover and a dog to accompany him, so his symptoms are relatively mild. But he suffers from low desire syndrome. After more than 10 years of natural disasters, everyone has problems. Even the dog is no exception. Leaving the base and mixing with the mixed survivors outside, where you either stab me or I stab him every day. Neither is a good choice. Jiang Ning had a headache. Huishan thought deeply. I think you can stay. After being together for so long, he has a certain trust in Rong Sanshao. But it is undeniable that the most fickle thing in the end of the natural disaster is the human heart. Unless it is a close relative or loved one, Huishan will not be at ease. No matter whether Rong Sanshao is sincere or not. As long as he can grasp the weakness, there will be no big problem. Family is a double-edged sword. It has become the motivation of young Master Rong. But it is also his weakness. Aining. Fengcheng base is different from Huacheng base. You are safer here. Jiang Ning knew what he meant. Gu Tinglin was the head of Fengcheng base. Young Master Rong is a smart man. Whether he is sincere or not, he will choose what is most beneficial to him. Unlike Watching Base, which is a mixture of the 5 major military forces, Fengcheng was established by the original team of the Southern Military Base, and Gu Tinglin has always been the head. As long as the team is easy to lead, there will be no major problems in the base. In addition, whether it is living habits or regional culture, perhaps the management model of the base is more suitable for the 3 to stay. How could Jiang Ning not understand Huishan analysis? She looked at Dowdu. Do you like it here? Dowdu thought for a while. Yes. Jiang Ning smiled and asked, why do you like it? It is not as advanced as the Watching Base, but you can hear the long-lost dialect from time to time, which makes people feel very familiar. It makes people dream back to the Southern Military Base. And I believe that one day, it will be able to restore its previous strength. Jiang Ning thought for a while. Okay. We stay. Chapter 534. It was already noon. The sun was scorching, and the 3 of them were walking back. Xu Xueqing had come back from work, and was picking vegetables in the backyard. There were many natural disasters and insect pests, and the vegetables that were not sprayed with pesticides were bitten and spotted. It was good to have something to eat. Who would complain about it? In fact, the hospital had a cafeteria, but Xu Xueqing still rushed back to cook. Gu Tinglin had someone send rice and flour over, and she quickly steamed the rice. Jiang Ning knew that she was being taken special care of. At noon, there were stir-fried vegetables, 2 cans that were almost untouched in the morning, and a pot of white rice. As for the fish cakes that even dogs wouldn't eat, Xu Xueqing really didn't feel comfortable serving them, even though most people couldn't even eat them if they wanted to. Jiang Ning pretended to be puzzled and asked, are the fish cakes produced by the food factory really safe? No problem. It was rare for her to take the initiative to find a topic, and the atmosphere at the dinner table wasn't so awkward. Xu Xueqing explained, this is the production technology they left behind when the warships from the Huacheng base drifted over. After a long period of high-temperature baking, the protein and other nutrients in the fish meat were almost lost, and the taste was not good. But at least, it was enough to fill your stomach. Old Gu was also worried at first, but the food on the ship was exhausted at that time. And if we didn't eat, we would starve to death. Over the past 2 years, the doctor has done physical examinations every once in a while, and there is nothing wrong with our health. Jiang Ning paused. Has anyone come to Watching Base in the past 2 years? Gu Tinglin never told her about military and political matters, and Xu Xueqing would not ask about it specifically. Probably not. Even if there is. I don't know. She quickly changed the subject. Aining, how have you been these years? We drifted to the North Pole, where we hunted crocodiles and seals for a living, and left only after the rise of the land. Chatting casually, after lunch and cleaning up, Xu Xueqing rushed back to the hospital to work. Jiang Ning asked Longxing Gofei to go out to guard. Since he decided to stay, he had to plan well. Gu Tinglin is now the head of the base, but who knows what will happen in the future. After living 2 lives, Jiang Ning knows that relying on others can only add icing on the cake, and relying on oneself is the real ability. No matter when, she likes to hold the initiative in her own hands, rather than passively being beaten, since you can't live in seclusion and cut off all contact with the outside world. If you want to keep the secret, you can only build your own power and become a godlike existence. Even if the secret is exposed one day, others dare not covet it. Creating gods. Jiang Ning and Huishan did it in Aoyuan before, and now they are just doing it again. Compared with peacetime, it is much easier to create gods in the end of natural disasters. Food, medicine, weapons, and teams. Jiang Ning already has the first 3 things. As for the 4th, in the early stage, he relied on Gu Tinglin's protection, and in the later stage, he cultivated his own power. The base is in a state of disrepair, and it is a good time to show off our skills. Once we plant herbs and open a pharmaceutical factory, we will have weapons. Why should we be afraid of no one? After closing the door, Jiang Ning told her plan. Her idea coincided with Huishan. Dowdu was very happy. Brother and sister-in-law, I can take care of the food and herbal planting, which are urgently needed in the base, instead of spending more effort in vain like in the past. It was a happy decision. But before implementation, we had to test Gu Tinglin's attitude before making specific plans. In the evening, Gu Tinglin came back on time. This surprised Jiang Ning. You know, he used to work day and night in the Southern Military Base. He even went to the hospital for gastric bleeding, but still handled his work as usual. Seeing the two walking the dog in the front yard, Gu Tinglin smiled knowingly and called them into the study. "How was your outing today?" "Not bad." Seeing her perfunctory, Gu Tinglin explained, "This is not like the watching base. The conditions are a bit worse at the beginning, but it will get better." He was confident about the future. "Have you decided to stay?" Jiang Ning thought for a while before nodding. "Let's see first, and we talk about the rest later." This was a promise, and Gu Tinglin was happier than ever. "If you need anything in life or want a job, I find a way to arrange it for you." Jiang Ning was really rude and took the opportunity to say, "We are used to living alone. We can't bother you all the time. We want to find another place to live." Living under the same roof, they had to sneak around if they wanted to eat the food they had stored. Moreover, she really didn't know how to get along with him and Shu and felt very awkward. Gu Tinglin was stunned, but thinking of her distant and indifferent personality, he didn't force it. Take it step by step, and don't expect her to recognize him as her father after a short time together. He retreated to advance. "You can get land if you live alone, and there is still an empty land next door. I have someone allocated to you. You can live close and take care of each other." "Live next door to the leader?" Jiang Ning wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. "Thank you for your trouble." The base was in need of people. Gu Tinglin knew that his daughter and son-in-law were both capable. He wanted to arrange jobs for them, but he was worried that Jiang Ning would think too much. While considering how to deal with it, Jiang Ning spoke again. "I heard that the conditions at Huacheng Base are very good. Why don't you take them there?" Gu Tinglin was stunned. He never discussed official business at home. But this was not a military secret. Long before the land sank, he knew that the Huaxia new home plan would be implemented by the Eastern Military Base. Where the new home will be built, and whether it will be built depends on whether natural disasters will give humans a chance. Even if there is a chance, will it take 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years? The team has limited fuel, so it is impossible to search aimlessly around the world. They can only drift on the sea, experience countless storms and disasters, and finally settle in a shallow sea area. Every day they wait, and people die every day. The torment cannot be described in words. For more than 2 years, more than 700 days and nights, hope was repeatedly ignited and shattered until the land rose again. They waited for the dawn and went ashore to build a new home. Gu Tinglin briefly mentioned the past. Later, when we met the warships of Huacheng, we learned that the new home of Huaxia had been completed. But when they came out to look for survivors, the base was still reclaiming the sea and building islands. With tens of thousands of people going there, Huacheng's resources will only be more scarce. In addition, humans are better at surviving on land, and there are too many constraints on the sea. And there is an old saying in China that eggs should not be put in the same basket. No one knows whether the natural disaster is really over. What if it is not? If one day, the new home of Huacheng encounters a disaster of force majeure, what will be the end of mankind's inability to turn the tide? The mission of the Southern Military Base is the Spark Plan. And the most important thing about the Spark Plan is people. He has to lead the Chinese survivors to survive. After careful consideration, the top leaders of the Southern Military Base unanimously decided to take root in the New World. So, Gu Tinglin wrote a letter and asked the warship to take it back. Jiang Ning thought, didn't the Huacheng Base send anyone over? Chapter 535. Gu Tinglin's expression showed no clues. No. Jiang Ning eyebrows relaxed and began to talk about his own affairs. Both the Russian Bear and the Eagle Sauce have built bases in the Arctic, and they would fight every now and then, with constant casualties on both sides. We drifted to the Arctic and settled down, accidentally saving a few injured Russian bears. But who knew that we offended the Eagle Sauce, which was looking for trouble everywhere and wanted to kill us. Later, by chance, we joined forces with the Russian Bear to take down the Eagle Sauce's base, and thus received a portion of supplies. So we have lived quite well in the past few years. The land has risen again, and we are out looking for a new place to stay. After encountering this continent, we went ashore several times, but did not find a suitable base to live in. Instead, we encountered many dangers. We walked and stopped, and met a bounty hunter who was out. So we found it all the way here. There are too many supplies to carry ashore. So we hid the submarine and fishing boat in a hidden bay hundreds of kilometers away. And we have to get them back as soon as possible. fearing that there would be patrols near the base. Jiang Ning did not dare to say it too close to avoid being exposed. There is no shortage of space. But since we have decided to stay, we have to go through a clear path. It is true that Gu Tinglin wants to make up for the missing family affection. But he has always put the country before his family. And now he has formed a new family. He is a man worthy of admiration for dedicating his life to the country. But who can guarantee that he will not sacrifice his daughter for the country? Jiang Ning will not make an impulsive game just because of a short time together. She is willing to share the past with him, and decides to stay in Fengcheng. Gu Tingling can't hide his happiness. Do you need me to send someone to protect you? No. We will go and come back quickly. But Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, we got a lot of medicines and weapons. Is it appropriate to bring them back? Medicines are definitely fine. But the confiscation of weapons is a hard requirement of the base. This is done for the safety of the base. But this is only a requirement for ordinary survivors. There are always special cases. Gu Tinglin didn't know how many weapons she had. And after a little consideration, he said, you could issue a gun certificate, but the number of weapons cannot exceed 6. And the number of bullets cannot exceed 100. The specific model needs to be registered with the military. Jiang Ning knew that this was his biggest concession. Okay. There were too many medicines looted from the joint base. And the 3 of them could not use them all in a dozen lifetimes. But the base was in urgent need of them. We got a lot of medicines. Can we exchange them with the base? After more than a decade of natural disasters, the most lacking thing is medicines. Slight illnesses are endured. And serious illnesses are waiting for death. Not to mention ordinary survivors. Even soldiers have sacrificed a lot. It can be exchanged. But the hospital will give a plan on how to exchange it. What do you want? I want a red brick house with an area of no less than 100 square meters, and a wall no less than 2 meters. If there is enough space, I would like to buy land for planting. Gu Tinglin did not expect that she not only had high requirements, but also had long-term ideas. She was indeed not the kind of person who would compromise herself. Okay. I arrange it. The conversation was almost over. And Xu Xueqing had already prepared dinner. Seeing his relaxed expression and a smile on his lips, Xu Xueqing knew that Jiang Ning was willing to stay. In his memory, he had not smiled like this for many years. He always had a serious face. Like a machine that never needed a break. And he wore himself out. It was rare for him to get off work early. Thanks to Jiang Ning, the two decided to leave tomorrow, and went back to the house to rest early after dinner. He didn't want to bring his ruthless behavior out to make people hate him. But he was worried about leaving him alone, knowing that his brother and sister-in-law were just going through the motions. Dada took the initiative to take on the task. I stay and take care of them. Jiang Ning left dog food, dried meat, and some light-tasting long-lasting food, and didn't forget to give her a pistol to protect herself. The next day, Jiang Ning and Huixing got up early after hearing the noise from the other end. After breakfast, they took their backpacks and went out. Gu Tinglin reminded them, be careful. Deciding to stay, Jiang Ning knew that she would have to rely on his strength in the future. And she tried to accept his care. She felt strange in her heart. But she didn't seem to reject it. Walking hurriedly along the road, she suddenly turned around and found that Gu Tinglin, who was almost late for work, was still standing at the fork in the road. Seeing her turn around, he smiled and waved goodbye. Jiang Ning felt an inexplicable emotion. It was really inconvenient to go back to the days when people had to walk on their legs. Even though they hurried, it still took 2 hours to reach the city gate. The two took back the weapons they had deposited, and walked quickly along the coast under the complicated gazes of the peripheral survivors, who had their own ulterior motives. When they reached a deserted place, they took out the rusty 28-inch bicycle, and let Huixing carry them to travel through the wasteland desert. Sun protection clothes, sunscreen, and sun hats. Let's go! Not to mention, Huixing has great stamina. He didn't feel tired even after walking on the bumpy ground for a long time. This guy is really bad. He only picks the hard-to-walk places. He almost knocked Jiang Ning off, causing her to hug his waist quickly, and then punched him lightly in anger. You are old bacon. Why are you still so coquettish? Huixing saw that she was in a good mood, so he couldn't help teasing her. Bacon is bacon. It tastes better. At noon, they found a hill outside to avoid the wind and sand, and Jiang Ning took out a fruit plate and a lunch box. We have only walked a few dozen kilometers. When will we enter the sea? Wait till night. And find a deeper bay. After talking about 400 or 500 kilometers. It seems that we still have to do it. The two discuss while eating what supplies to take out. They are used to enjoying the space. Even if they settle down in the base, they can't live too badly. And they have to prepare all kinds of daily necessities. Luckily, there is the big enemy, eagle sauce. So it is not too abrupt to take out luxury items. With Gu Tinglin's amulet, even if the people in the base are jealous, they probably won't dare to do anything. After eating, they continued on their way, and finally found a suitable bay before dusk. When it got dark, the two put on diving suits, swam to a deep enough sea, and then entered the space, and then drove the submarine out, and hovered after sailing more than 10 nautical miles. Started to buy supplies for the new home. Not only are the conditions in the base difficult, but there is no flush toilet, dry toilet, and the kind that ferments fertilizer. The smell and the scene made Jiang Ning almost vomit bile. No. Let's go for the $10,000 biodegradable toilet. I heard that the water after degradation can meet the drinking hygiene standards. Otherwise, how can it be sold for $10,000? It seemed unreasonable not to give him one, since he was under Gu Tinglin's protection. So Jiang Ning took out 2 coffee beans, coffee cups, coffee pots, a complete set, various canned foods, sugar, cigars, wine, large hams, sealed rice, oats, nuts, Western food, etc. bought for free. 6 submachine guns, 100 rounds of bullets, military tents, cloth, clothes and shoes, etc. Medicines include anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing, hemostatic and analgesic, antibiotics, as well as gauze, surgical instruments, iodine and alcohol, etc. Chapter 536. This is the most. After all, it is used to build houses and exchange land. Anyway, there is a lot of space. And it happens to be what the base urgently needs. There are too many freebies. And the space is about to burst. Many materials are collected in a hurry. And even Jiang Ning himself does not know how much assets he has. Just when he is free, he asked Huishan to help sort it out. When collecting the warehouse of the joint base, Huishan seemed to remember that there were boxes of solar power generation devices. But he just glanced at it at that time. After searching for a long time, he didn't expect to find it. The one I used before was easy to be exposed. So I changed to an Americana and got 2 sets. I need a car to go out. And I can't use the Predator until I figure out the position of the third master. Jiang Ning set his sights on the high-end military Hummer. A total of 5. And the performance of each one is comparable to that of an off-road armored command vehicle. Eagle Sauce is great. This car has no other problems except fuel consumption. So you must prepare more fuel. The submarine can't put the Hummer and the fuel tank. So after thinking about it, I can only put them on the fishing boat. Coming from the Arctic, it's not too much to have submarines and fishing boats. Right? Fortunately, the fishing boat was not small. And it could barely fit in. A Hummer. Several tons of fuel. Covered with waterproof canvas. It was too exhausting to organize the supplies. And Jiang Ning was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. They woke up naturally the next day and had breakfast in front of the observation window. There were no sharks in the offshore area, but other fish were still abundant. It had been a long time since I stayed in the seabed, and the scenery that I used to be tired of seeing became pleasing to the eye again. After filling their stomachs, the two checked for omissions and stuffed everything that might be useful in their future lives into the submarine and fishing boat. Of course, priority is given to those taken from the joint base. When it is almost done, they start to replenish food in time. After all, they will live under the eyes of others in the future. Everyone is so poor that their pants are worn out. No matter how rich the leader's family is, they can't let the smell of food spread 3 miles in the wind. Kindness should be used on the cutting edge, not on the details of life. Jiang Ning steamed and cooked rice and various buns, while Huishan was responsible for various frying and deep frying. Thinking back to when he was a kitchen killer, he is now a 5-star chef. Time flies. It takes about 4 or 5 days to go back and forth for thousands of kilometers. This is a real world for 2 people, without doubt and Guzi. And they can do anything. Perhaps the unpredictable new life rekindled the fighting spirit and passion of the 2 people. And it was suddenly very strong. After not communicating for half a year, they were like meeting on the Magpie Bridge. And it seemed like they had traveled thousands of miles across the ocean to see you. The strong wind met the heavy rain, and the thunder and lightning hit, releasing themselves to the fullest. Jiang Ning was drunk several times, and slept until noon the next day, half awake, and felt sore and tired that he couldn't even curl his fingers. Huishan was busy harvesting fruits at Haitua. He turned over lazily, and went back to sleep. After 3 days at the bottom of the sea, he had done what he needed to do, and stockpiled what he needed to stockpile. It was time to go home. Jiang Ning had observed the current, which happened to be flowing towards Fengcheng Harbor. In the pitch-dark night, Jiang Ning came out of the submarine, and put the fully loaded fishing boat into the sea. The fishing boat had a heavy load and drifted slowly along the current. The submarine adjusted its power to the lowest level, and crawled like a turtle behind. It was only about 100 kilometers away from Fengcheng, so even if it drifted slowly, one night would be enough. Therefore, at dawn, when it was still more than 10 kilometers away from Fengcheng Harbor, it was discovered by the patrol sentry stationed at the spot. 360-degree observation without blind spots found that there was no figure on the fully loaded fishing boat. Could it be the legendary ghost ship? Just when I was wondering and wanted to lock the fishing boat with firepower, something slowly floated up from the sea. Could it be a whale? Not sure. Let's take a look. As the line of sight got closer, it turned out to be a submarine, and it was specially made by the Southern Military Factory. The sentries cheered immediately. Another submarine is coming. That's right. Fengcheng has been established for more than 2 years, and dozens of submarines have arrived one after another. The sentry at sea quickly sent a signal. The signal was trained, and Jiang Ning and Hui replied in a deep voice, "We are one." Fengcheng Wharf is purely natural, and there is no deep-sea mooring wharf. Submarines can only moor according to their draft. Fishing boats with shallow draft can dock. Through hand gestures and signal communication, fishing boats were allowed to enter the bay. After parking the submarine, the two drove the fishing boat over. "Comrade, we are already residents of Fengcheng. We came to understand the base some time ago, and now we are here to settle down with supplies." The soldiers at the sea sentry post then realized that the two were not the spark planners, and couldn't help but wonder, how come you have a submarine unique to the Southern military? So Jiang Ning explained from beginning to end. After learning the situation, the soldier took the walkie-talkie to enter the contact information. And there were indeed 2 names, and their identities were not simple. The chief's daughter and son-in-law. Not only did they get the green light, but they also helped unload the goods. There were too many supplies, and it was not easy to move them back to the city. Jiang Ning saw a military truck in the distance, and smiled and negotiated with the soldier. "Comrade, can you rent your car?" This made him very embarrassed. The car didn't matter, but the key point was that gasoline was more expensive than life. His comrades had to rely on their legs to carry fire materials 1,000 kilometers away. Without the approval of their superiors, no one dared to use the car privately, even though the two of them had special identities. It was the duty of a soldier to obey orders. So he refused. "There are wheelbarrows and carts at the dock, which can be lent to you. When will such primitive tools be moved?" Jiang Ning saw his concerns. "How about I use the gasoline to pay for the car rental?" The soldier was alert and surprised. "Where did you get the gasoline?" "It's all on the boat." Jiang Ning didn't hide it. "We came from the Arctic. There are large and small survivor bases there, and there are all kinds of supplies." Several soldiers boarded the boat, lifted the canvas that Jiang Ning had made old, and were shocked by the supplies in front of them. It was related to the safety of the base. So such a large amount of gasoline could not enter the base unless the two could produce the approval slip from the relevant department. There was no choice but to continue communicating through the intercom. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the superior gave a reply, "Special approval. The approval will be added later." The gasoline was just unloaded halfway, and the guard post was handed over. Another team of soldiers took over. "Sister, why are you here?" The voice was surprised. Jiang Ning had a toothache. He really was haunting. She smiled, but not really, looking at Rong Sanshao, who brought the soldiers to hand over. "Aren't you collecting manure to farm?" "Collecting manure is fine." He didn't feel ashamed. "Sister, I'm on duty." He farmed for the first half of the month, and was sent to the bay for duty after 2 days of rest. "Sister, brother-in-law, where are you going?" Mr. Rong looked at the military Hummer on the fishing boat. As a senior off-road vehicle fan, he couldn't help but say, "Damn, this is the American Desert Lion. A limited edition high-end custom-made one. Boom, boom, boom. Ouch. My heart is beating so fast." Mr. Rong's eyes glowed green. "Sister, how did you get it?" Jiang Ning rolled her eyes at him. "Stand at your post and don't meddle in other people's business. Eagle Sauce is not dead yet. She can't hold a loudspeaker and shout everywhere, saying that she choked his kidney." Chapter 537. Young Master Rong, who was scolded by his sister, came back to his senses. He was on duty. He went to hand over and learned that it was a special approval. He also had to arrange a military truck to help with the transportation. He hurriedly pulled the squad leader of the opposite squad aside and whispered, "Brother, who is my sister? I have never seen such a thing before." The military rarely approves special approval. The other party was amused. "You are playing with me, calling me sister so intimately. But you don't know who she is?" Young Master Rong was not ashamed and said modestly, "My sister is the ultimate idol. The kind that deserves me to carry her shoes. As long as he wants. He can call pigs and dogs brothers. Not to mention comrades. The two have a good relationship in private. And the other party did not hide it. The chief's daughter. Serve her well. Fuck. Shit." Rong Sanshao almost bit his tongue. Who can tell him when his sister's identity is so awesome? "I'm afraid she can't carry shoes now. She has to lick feet. A tiger father has a dog daughter. She is worthy of being his sister." After the handover was completed, the duty continued to unload the cargo and discuss how to unload the Hummer from the fishing boat. Inadvertently, Jiang Ning and young Master Rong made eye contact. Well, she knew that this guy was shrewd and calculating, and his titanium alloy dog eyes were almost blinding. After great efforts, the uncrowned king of the apocalypse was finally unloaded. Young Master Rong touched the wild apocalypse war car, and his saliva almost dripped onto the hood. Ouch. Thinking of the 3 lost cars, I was so heartbroken that I couldn't breathe. The two were too lazy to care, and drove the fishing boat with a few soldiers to the submarine to continue moving the goods. The fishing boat was full of goods again, with a variety of supplies, almost crushing the 3 military trucks. And even the Hummer was full. Jiang Ning was not stingy, and gave 5 barrels of gasoline totaling about 800 liters, as car rental and hard work fee. She threw the key of the uncrowned king to Rong Sanshao. "Send us back?" Rong Sanshao was stunned when he received the key, and then excitedly said, "Sister, brother-in-law, I promise to complete the task and send you safely." The green channel was opened, and the registration of gasoline and guns and ammunition was smooth. The Hummer led the way in front, and 3 military trucks followed behind, causing countless exclamations along the way. Envy and jealousy. Where did this rich family come from? They are so rich. Even the chief's family is not so rich. Young Master Rong's hands were shaking as he held the steering wheel. This car was so cool to drive. The top configuration was simply amazing. Not to mention bullets. It was probably not even armor-piercing bullets. Blood rushed to his head. It had been many years since he had driven such an awesome car. It felt like he had returned to the time before the natural disaster and met his own life of luxury again. It was less than 20 kilometers, and he arrived very quickly by car. The car was really parked next to the chief's house. Jiang Ning didn't expect that Gu Tinglin was so efficient. He built the house in just a few days. The 2-meter-high outer wall and the 100-square-meter red brick house are being finished. Without steel bars and cement, they can only use colored steel plates to seal the roof. Dowdy was preparing lunch for the workers. Hearing the noise, he hurried out and said in surprise, "Brother, sister-in-law." The new house was being finished, and the goods of 3 military trucks were unloaded and moved in. The Hummer drove indecisively, and I don't know how many people envied it. Jiang Ning moved out a box with sugar, soybeans, mung beans, red beans, and dried grains in it, as a reward for the hard work of these lovely soldiers. Young Master Rong was flattered. "Sister, we are the people's soldiers who serve the people. How can we take a single needle or thread from you? Don't be so stingy. Take it back first. If you don't know how to deal with it, ask your superiors." "Thank you, sister. Then we won't be polite." With the mission in hand, they didn't stay long, and drove away in a hurry in the military truck. Dowda came over with steamed sweet potatoes and potatoes. "Uncles and brothers, you have worked hard." The little girl was sweet and beautiful. and she made them happy. And they finished the final finishing work together. There is really no comparison between people. They only eat 2 meals a day and are only half full. But the supplies from the chief's house are so hard to get. The boxes are all in foreign languages, and it is hard to tell what is inside. But it is definitely good stuff. The brave ones asked, "What are these handsome men and beautiful women? They all have to go through the open road." Jiang Ning said arrogantly, "This is what we have earned by fighting foreigners for 300 rounds in the past few years around the world." The bragging is so exaggerated, but it is indeed in foreign languages. And it doesn't look like Chinese goods, so they can't say anything more. Of course, there are many who were fluent in English in their early years, and were successful in the workplace. How could they not see that this was a special foreign military product? It was just that considering the identities of several people, they didn't want to speak and offend others. Busy earning food, the workers didn't stay long and left with the sweet potatoes they were given. The foreman came over to take over. "The house has been completed. We will leave first if there is nothing else," Jiang Ning politely said. "Okay. We will check the house later and contact you if there is anything. The door is also a color steel plate, which is not strong enough to resist collision. I will change it later if I have the chance." After a whole morning of moving and lifting, I was exhausted and thirsty. So I quickly closed the door and had a hearty meal. The 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms were spacious enough. And there was also a kitchen and utility room. Unfortunately, there were no floor tiles, but the mud floor was rammed solid. And the wooden lattice windows were not as good as the glass before the disaster. But it was unique in Fengcheng. Even the chief's house was not so good. So why would he need a bicycle? It was so tiring that Jiang Ning took out a 7-digit bed to take a nap. After waking up from a nap, the 2 men who had recovered their strength began to sort out the supplies that filled the front yard. A room was cleared for valuable supplies, and it was stuffed full. Gasoline is a dangerous substance, so all the corners of the front yard were covered with waterproof shade cloth. And then a solar power generation device was arranged on the right side of the house, specially supplied by the military. It not only has high efficiency and light energy conversion, but also can store 500 kilowatt hours of electricity at high power. But the AC voltage is different from that in China. If you want to use the old domestic electrical appliances, you need to convert them. There are a lot of supplies, all kinds of strange things, and I actually found a converter in the space. After finishing her work, Xu Xueqing got off work and was very happy to see the 2 of them coming back. She was surprised but asked about the car in the front yard and the solar power generation system. She had been living with Gu Tinglin for many years, and her character had been formed long ago. She would not ask questions that she shouldn't ask, especially after the completion of the base. It was no longer a simple military management, but involved people's livelihood and management. The situation was much more complicated than before. She was not very generous and just wanted to live in harmony with Gu Tinglin. So she loved his children and asked, "Is the journey smooth?" Old Gu has been worried these days. Jiang Ning nodded. "It's okay. I go back and cook. You guys come over to eat in the evening." Jiang Ning understood. "We cook our own food. You guys come over later and have a meal together." It was rare for her to take the initiative to invite him. This was an opportunity to promote the relationship between father and daughter. Xu Xueqing was so happy that she couldn't refuse. Chapter 538. Jiang Ning went back to the house and took out the folding table and chairs and placed them in the living room. Huishan installed a range hood in the kitchen. It was a high-tech product of Eagle Sauce. The range hood was not big, but the machine could directly absorb and convert 98% of the oil smoke smell. And the air discharged was almost odorless. After the installation was completed, he fried a plate of dehydrated compressed vegetables. It was exaggerated, but it was no problem to exceed 80% to 90%. The front and back yards were far apart, so it was estimated that the smell would not escape. Except for the particularly strong smell, other things could be cooked without worry. Dowdu went to move things next door, and seeing that no one was around, he brought the wolf locked in the house over. After not seeing each other for a few days, the 2 desperately pounced on their mother. Jiang Ning stroked the dog with his left hand and held the wolf with his right hand, having a lot of fun. However, Bai Shui's belly seemed to be bigger again. "This guy is pregnant again." Jiang Ning estimated that she would give birth in another month. Gu Tinglin came back after dark, with a tired body. He had a stomachache, but when he heard that Jiang Ning was back, His worries of the past few days disappeared, and he agreed to come without saying a word. Seeing that he was in low spirits, Xu Xueqing couldn't help but complain. You know that you have an old illness, but you repeatedly give away the medicine that Jiang Ning made for you. Now you have finished the stomach medicine, and the hospital is even less likely to have it. What do you think we should do? It's okay. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Xu Xueqing was worried about his health. Why don't you go? I make some porridge for you to nourish your stomach. Who doesn't have a problem these days? Gu Tinglin didn't take it seriously. Much better. Not to mention the stomachache. It is estimated that gastric bleeding can't stop him. Xu Xueqing had no choice but to accompany him. She went to the backyard and picked up a lot of green vegetables and took out a bag of rice. Compared with ordinary people, the food at home was actually quite good. But Jiang Ning was not used to the conditions. She only touched these 2 dishes. When the 2 came over, Huishan was still busy in the kitchen. Jiang Ning said to the dozen or so cartons piled in the corner of the living room, "These are the medicines we brought back. Do you think they are enough to pay for the house and land?" As the head nurse, Xu Xueqing was very surprised when she saw the medicines. Anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing. Antibiotics. Blood circulation and blood stasis. Anesthesia. Gauze. Surgical instruments. Iodine. Alcohol. Each of which is urgently needed by the hospital. The most scarce thing in the end times is medicine. And this pile of medicine in front of her can save many lives. Especially when she saw the painkillers. Xu Xueqing did not hesitate. Aining, your father has stomachache from time to time recently. Can you exchange a few boxes of this medicine for me? Stomachache? Hasn't she prepared a lot of stomach medicine before? It shouldn't be finished so quickly. Jiang Ning reacted and realized that it was either lost when fleeing at sea or given to someone else. She looked at Gu Tinglin and found that he was indeed not in good condition. Gu Tinglin blamed Xu Xueqing for being too nosy. He didn't want to make Jiang Ning worry. It's just an old problem. It's nothing serious. If the medicine is not suitable for the disease. Ginseng and deer are also poisonous. Jiang Ning knew from his complexion that there was something wrong with him. One was that he was worried about the country and the people. And the other was that he was exhausted by the natural disaster. Jiang Ning sat down and felt his pulse. Asked him about the symptoms of stomach pain. And then went into the room to get 2 bottles of medicine, which were made at the southern military base before. Take 2 pills before meals. Her concern was more effective than a panacea, and she felt her stomach pain go away instantly. After taking the medicine, Gu Tinglin explained to her, "Tomorrow, let the hospital director and the land management department come over, and you can discuss it in detail then. I don't know what to talk about." Jiang Ning thanked him. Dinner was ready, and Dao served the dishes. Stir-fried dried vegetables, shredded potatoes, fried eggs with ham, steamed salted fish, and white rice. Xu Xueqing was surprised. Where did the eggs come from in this day and age? But she didn't dare to ask. Jiang Ning explained, "We found it when we raided the joint base. They had stored a lot of fertilized poultry eggs in a high-tech sleeping chamber. I didn't expect that they were still intact. We were given a box. We can hatch them and raise them. How can we fry them and eat them?" Not to mention Xu Xueqing. Even Gu Tinglin's expression was, "Forget it. We've already fried them." Jiang Ning looked indifferent. "There are still dozens left. You can take some back to eat later." Xu Xueqing couldn't help but, "Is there any way to hatch them?" Jiang Ning thought for a moment. "It should be possible," Gu Tinglin suggested. "You could open a breeding farm." Jiang Ning was slightly surprised that she was not asked to contribute to the base. But to open a breeding farm. "Okay. I check it out later. I think there is an incubator. I wonder if it has been brought back. This meal is quite rich. And it's not too much to be considered a family meal. My daughter lives next door." Gu Tinglin's upturned mouth corners have never dropped. Her always stern and hard facial features are extremely soft at this moment. And there is a trickle of joy flowing through her heart. Jiang Ning felt it, but didn't know how to respond. Let it be. After dinner, Jiang Ning brought things to the 2 of them. A $10,000 biodegradable toilet, a complete coffee series, and several bundles of dark-colored fabrics that can be used to make clothes. Gu Tinglin was suffering from illness, and taking medicine alone was not enough. The most urgent thing was to keep up with nutrition. Fish cakes without nutrition. Either potatoes or sweet potatoes. Canned food once every 10 days or half a month is good. Severe nutritional deficiency. Long-term use will affect life expectancy. Canned pork, lunch canned meat, canned fruit, nuts, and dried fruit. Pu'er tea for stomach nourishment. American ginseng for qi replenishment. Freeze-dried milk powder. Some were picked up by the Joint Base, and some were bought for free in the early days. Take these back first and eat them first. Every item in front of him was not something that ordinary people could take out. Gu Tinglin knew that she had risked her life to stock up on these. He didn't go through it with her, but he was terrified just by listening to it. How could the Joint Base headed by Eagle Sauce be so easy to deal with? Facing life and death. Gu Tinglin didn't even frown. But he didn't want his daughter to go through this again. No. Keep it for yourself. No need to be polite. I give it to you when I have more talent. And you've helped me so much. Gu Tinglin felt like his lungs were being stabbed. She wanted to cut off the relationship? Jiang Ning suddenly thought of something. Took out a set of silver needles from the room and handed them to Xu Xueqing. He's not in good health. He can be treated with acupuncture. Xu Xueqing looked ashamed. Sorry. I don't know how. Jiang Ning was surprised. But she thought that she studied nursing, not Chinese medicine or acupuncture. So it was normal that she didn't know. There must be someone in the hospital who knows how to do it. Right? Yes. Lao Gu went there a few times. But the effect was not great. Xu Xueqing looked sad, and her tone was somewhat helpless. Chinese medicine is extensive and profound. And acupuncture alone is a very profound subject. For the same disease, different doctors have different treatments. And there are many requirements for acupuncture techniques. Treatment is about medical affinity. There are only 2 people in the hospital who know acupuncture. And they have tried it. Jiang Ning didn't know how to respond to this. How about I give it a try? Okay. It's convenient to have a doctor at home. Old Gu's health will be handed over to you in the future. Jiang Ning wondered if it was too late for her to change her mind now. Xu Xueqing was a little scheming. But in the end, it was all for Gu Tinglin. It's difficult for a stepmother. And there is still a gap between father and daughter. Don't expect Jiang Ning to take her feelings into consideration. Xu Xueqing retired after her success. Old Gu, don't let Aining down. I'm going back first. Chapter 539. Jiang Ning had just taken Gu Tinglin's pulse and knew the physical condition of Gu Tinglin. He was familiar with acupuncture to help him regulate his body. But he also knew that he was selfless in his work. Acupuncture treatment will not be effective in 1 or 2 times. Come over when you are free in the evening. Don't take the pain lightly. No matter how old he is. He is still so willful. Gu Tinglin was scolded by his daughter. But he was not angry. He felt warm in his heart. He had dedicated his life to the country. Even though he had a partner now. Xu Xueqing was the one who took the initiative to manage his relationship and family. He really didn't know how to get along with his daughter. After decades of military career, his personality was tough and stern. But Jiang Ning's personality was just like his own. Gu Tinglin was afraid that if he said something wrong, he would upset her. So he changed the subject. The medicine you brought back should be able to exchange for a lot of land. What do you plan to do with it, Song? Look. He is really a dead pig that is not afraid of dead water. And he always doesn't take the disease seriously. She is really worrying about nothing. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a little angry. I don't know. I will just plant some sweet potatoes and potatoes when the time comes. Gu Tinglin suggested. Anyone can grow these. But the harvest is poor because of the bad weather and poor soil. Once these 2 conditions improve, the food problem can be solved. What you are doing is not very meaningful. Jiang Ning thought that he was too nosy. He was always concerned about the country and the people. But he didn't care about his own health. But she still held back. But her voice became cold. I wonder what Chief Gu thinks. The field troops found a fire box yesterday. Inside was a box of specially treated silkworm seeds. And most of the silkworm seeds were still alive. Gu Tinglin pointed out. When the army evacuated, they brought a lot of seeds on board. When they landed, they wanted to recreate an oasis on this continent. Unfortunately, everyone worked hard for 2 years, but got half the result with twice the effort. They almost squandered the seeds. After 2 years of seedling cultivation, the trees were repeatedly destroyed by the bad weather. About 90% of them died. And the remaining 15% was half dead. Among them were mulberry trees. Silkworm seeds have been found. But there are no mulberry leaves to feed them. If we wait any longer, more and more silkworm seeds will die. Jiang Ning was slightly startled. You want me to plant mulberry trees and raise silkworms? Gu Tinglan has this plan. If it doesn't work, planting cotton is also fine. I will arrange it then. People live in the world. Nothing more than food, clothing, shelter and transportation. After more than 10 years of natural disasters, there are many problems that need to be solved in the base. The clothes worn by the survivors are as tattered as beggars, and some are even naked. Jiang Ning thought. I stockpiled mulberry and cotton seeds when I was at the base, but silkworm seeds are very precious. If you arrange them for me, will others have any objections? Gu Tinglan rubbed his forehead. There are nearly 5,000 soldiers in the base. Before the natural disaster, their mission was to defend the country. It is understandable that they work part-time in other positions during the disaster, but they are not omnipotent. The base must move forward, and at a fast pace. Otherwise, natural disasters will come again. Will humans still have a way to survive? Ordinary survivors are currently struggling to even have enough food and clothing. So someone must lead them forward. 5,000 soldiers have to open up wasteland and cultivate land, protect the safety of the base, and go out to find fireboxes, burn bricks, and move stones. Even if they are omnipotent machines, they must be able to move wherever they are needed. Jiang Ning understood that he had to train and select talents to take on the people's livelihood needs that the base needs to develop. Military and politics are completely different fields. The military is responsible for national security, while politics is responsible for management and development. Now that the two have been combined, they are indeed exhausted in the end times of natural disasters where everything is waiting to recover. But it is also the best time to create a god. Jiang Ning did not refuse. If you trust us, we can try. Gu Tinglan was willing to recommend people who were good at agriculture in the disaster. There are several people in the base who are good at agriculture. Ask them more. The base also has books on this subject, so you don't have to worry about it. After acupuncture, Huishan helped to send the toilet to the next door. After closing the door, Xu Xueqing asked, what is the effect of acupuncture? Very comfortable. I feel much more relaxed. Gu Tinglan was in a good mood, but he was puzzled. You obviously know acupuncture. Why do you say you can't? Xu Xueqing glared at him. You are really stubborn. If I say I can Jiang Ning give you acupuncture? Gu Tinglan thought about it and smiled. Xu Xueqing sorted out the things said by the next door, and couldn't help but feel happy for him. Old Gu, Jiang Ning still cares about you, but he can't get away with it. It is said that a daughter is a father's little cotton-padded jacket. Don't be sulky if you have nothing to do. Spend some time to comfort her, and the gap will gradually disappear. Gu Tinglan knew her efforts during this period. You have worked hard. It doesn't matter whether it is hard or not. She just loves him and wants him to be happy. She arranged his future diet. Jiang Ning gave a lot, but it is enough for you to eat for 2 or 3 months. If you get enough nutrition, your body will definitely be in good shape. Gu Tinglan corrected her. It is for us. Her health is not much better, and she has suffered a lot in recent years. Xu Xueqing said no. I appreciate your kindness. These are all good things. It would be a waste if I ate them. He was serious as usual. What are you talking about? Why do you have to distinguish them so clearly? Xu Xueqing was not angry either. It was estimated that only Jiang Ning could control his temper. Okay. I listened to you. Seeing that he was busy in the study room late at night, she got a headache again. He really treated herself like a machine. The next day, the hospital director and the land management came to the door. Seeing that the drugs were not expired, the director was very excited. Comrade Jiang, are you really willing to trade this batch of drugs? If you decide to create a god, you must be aware of it. Jiang Ning nodded and smiled. I am a resident of Fengcheng, and I have the responsibility and obligation to contribute to the development of Fengcheng. This batch of medicines is produced in America. It is fine if someone has used it before, but we still need your professional inspection. The dean looked through it carefully and saw that none of them had expired. He was very happy. No problem. We will find a way to inspect it. It was determined on the spot that all of them were needed. He carefully calculated and then reported the number to Director Xiao of the land management. Director Xiao is in his 40s. You can tell from his standing posture that he is a military man. Comrade Jiang, do you want to exchange for wasteland or fertile land? Wasteland is land that has not been cultivated and needs to be fertilized by yourself. Plantable land means land that has been cultivated and fertilized. In addition, you can choose to buy it out in one lump sum or pay taxes every year. If you buy it out in one lump sum, you can get much less land, and the tax will be paid in installments. Jiang Ning was surprised, but it was understandable. Chapter 540. Before the natural disaster, the army was supported by the state, but now it is self-sufficient. It costs money to protect the base and develop and build, so it is natural to collect taxes from residents. If taxes are not included, excluding the cost of building houses, 50 acres of wasteland can be obtained, and only 20 acres of land can be planted. Director Xiao calculated. If taxes are included, a one-time buyout can get 25 acres of wasteland, and 10 acres can be planted. The annual tax is calculated based on the specific crops planted, and 20% of the harvest of the year is converted. Jiang Ning frowned, not expecting agricultural taxes to be so heavy. Gu Tinglin told her that it was impossible to cheat her, saying that everything was difficult at the beginning of a base, and that even if 50% was collected, it would be difficult to sustain in the apocalypse, not to mention 20%. In fact, Jiang Ning didn't care about the tax amount. After all, she didn't care about it, and there was still room for cheating. The more difficult the situation, the easier it was for the plan to succeed. I want land that can be planted, and I just need to pay taxes every year. After choosing the plan, Director Xiao allocated land for her. As long as the drug inspection is okay, 20 acres of the southern plantation will be allocated to you. South District Plantation? That area seems to be planted by the army, and young Master Rong even collected manure there. Thinking of the instructions from above, Director Xiao took the initiative to show concern. The land in the South District is the best. What do you want to plant? I just happen to have herbal and cotton seeds. If I can successfully grow seedlings, I plan to give it a try. These are urgently needed at the base. And Director Xiao looked at them with admiration. The base has a farmer, and the hospital has a herbal plantation. If you need it, you can ask at any time. The dean actively extended an olive branch. If you can really grow herbs, the hospital will be responsible for purchasing them. Jiang Ning smiled shyly. Thank you. Please take care of me in the future. After the negotiation, Director Xiao issued a paper contract. Both parties signed and sealed it, and the dean arranged for someone to take the drugs away. It will take 2 months before the sweet potato harvest, and the land can be handed over at that time. Director Xiao discussed that they could first raise seedlings and then seamlessly connect to planting. After the people left, the family discussed the planting plan. Cotton likes warmth and light, and is afraid of waterlogging and drought. Now there is a strange climate with snow in June and heat stroke in winter. Many herbs have high requirements for the environment. It feels like there are almost no plants that can be cultivated except mulberry trees. It's painful to think about it, but it is precisely because it is difficult to grow that the rarity of the crop and the unique ability of the landlords can be reflected. So we need to find honest and simple workers who are not cunning. Otherwise it will be very troublesome to cheat. And we need to improve the environment as soon as possible. We can't live by luck and lose all our capital. The two of them calculated how many seedlings to grow on 20 acres of land, whether crops need to be interplanted, etc. Dowdu diligently turned the soil in the backyard. She planned to turn the front and backyards, and use them all for seedlings. Before we finished discussing, Dowdu came back covered in dust. Brother and sister-in-law, a sandstorm is coming. I'm not kidding. It really is a sandstorm. It was more severe than any other in the past 2 years, with howling winds and flying sand and rocks. I just closed the front and back doors, and felt sand stains on my face. The only thing to be thankful for is that the base has had a sand prevention and protection project in the past 2 years, so the sand content is not particularly high. The sandstorm blew for 3 days, and when the wind was strong, it was like ghosts howling, and from time to time, coarse gravel, bang, hit the color steel door. If you are unlucky enough to get hit while walking outside, you can easily get hurt. When Gu Tinglin comes over at night, he has to shake off the sand on his body. When the acupuncture leaves, Jiang Ning finds 2 military raincoats. You can wear them too, and from get off work without getting your clothes dirty. The raincoats are very thick, so you won't get hurt even if you get hit by gravel. In fact, there are raincoats at home. But when he came over, Xu Xueqing refused to let him wear them. Gu Tinglin doesn't like to play tricks, but it's very useful at this time. Well, I wear it. After the sandstorm, Jiang Ning cleaned the sand in the front and backyards, which was almost as thick as the soles of the feet when stepped on. Less than half a day later, The temperature started to drop again. Even people can't stand such unpredictable weather, let alone the crops that are tortured to be extremely fragile. Raising seedlings is even more difficult. But we can't give up trying because of difficulties. Hoarding pondered. Maybe the glass house we built before can be taken out. It just needs a proper reason. There was a lot of glass stored before, and it should be possible to build several glass greenhouses. If the seedlings are raised well, the survival rate will be higher. Just when I was about to rest at night, the door banged. Jiangning came out to open the door and found a person sitting on the ground. The weather was suddenly cold, and one could still smell the sweat on his body. Hearing the noise, he raised his pitiful face like an abandoned puppy. "Sister, I'm hungry." What's the matter again?" Seeing that he was so cheap that he couldn't be kicked away, Jiangning said unhappily, "Come in." Rong Sanshao followed behind his sister with a tired and smelly body. It was impossible to treat him with good food. So I cooked him a bowl of multigrain noodles and didn't forget to put a handful of dehydrated vegetables. The bowl was huge, and young Master Rong gobbled it up ravenously. Smelling the stinking sweat on his body, Jiangning frowned and asked, "Did you go stealing?" "To harvest the crops." After 3 days of dust, the green vegetables were almost buried in the sand. A bunch of them that had been crushed and cooked could be sent to the canteen if they were cleaned up in time. Otherwise they would have rotted. This batch of green vegetables was carefully cared for, and we hoped that they would be used for seeds. But they were only half grown. It was freezing cold, and we were sweating all over in the rush to harvest, and despair was overwhelming. After drinking 3 large cups of water and eating the steaming dumplings, young Master Rong felt that he was still alive. But I felt bad. "Sister, did you say the natural disaster is over?" I don't know if it was the hot soup or the tight string in my heart that broke, but my vision suddenly became blurred. Why is it so difficult? Seeing that he, who has always been heartless, had an emotional breakdown, Jiangning didn't know how to comfort him. She silently went to the kitchen to cut a thin half plate of ham. The disaster may be 99% over, and there is only one step left. Faced with the temptation of ham, Rong Sanshao wanted to take it all in one whirlwind. But thinking of his former identity, he gradually became gentle and noble. The meat is firm, the red meat is deep, and the aroma is soft. The top-notch feast for taste buds makes Rong Sanshao intoxicated. If it's caviar and red wine, it will be even worse. He dreamed of the luxurious life before the natural disaster. He gave him face? Jiangning glanced at him. "Why don't you go to heaven?" He was sent back to hell with one move. Rong Sanshao said aggrievedly, "Sister, I am having a daydream. But you have to be cruel to not get drunk. Let's go quickly after eating." Rong Sanshao held out his open-toed shoes. "Sister, the shoes are broken." Jiangning was so annoyed that he asked Huishan to match him a pair of shoes. Who knew that the bastard would go even further? "Sister, the slippers you gave me are left at the watching base." Jiangning took a pair of 9.9 yuan slippers from the room and threw them in his face. "Get out." The bastard not only didn't get out, but actually took off his shoes and changed in public. Well, slippers really suit him best. The living room was smelly, and she almost sent Jiangning away on the spot. She couldn't bear it anymore and kicked him away. "Get out as far as you can." Huishan was still rational and sent him out of the yard. Rong Sanshao held the slippers and hesitated. Brother-in-law? Chapter 541. Huishan listened attentively, but did not wait for young Master Rong to speak. So he took the initiative to ask, "How has the Huacheng base developed after we left?" Young Master Rong was slightly startled. "It's pretty good." Not long after, they started to reclaim the sea and build an island. Later, when I went to the hospital for treatment, Professor Ma asked about your whereabouts. You and your sister are both talents favored by the base. Director Jiang sighed from time to time, saying that when you went out, you either encountered pirates or your submarine broke down. Most of the time, it was a disaster. God is jealous of talents. Huishan looked deep. Do you believe it? Was Sanshao leaned against the wall tiredly, holding his shoes, looking a bit lazy and ruffian. Brother-in-law, can I come here to eat when I'm hungry in the future? Come over when you're hungry. After getting his brother-in-law's promise, Rong Sanshao waved his hand and left. After closing the gate, Huishan returned to the house and pondered, if you want to build a glass greenhouse, the least suspicious way is to be a scavenger. Jiangning had thought about it. People have searched all over the area within 800 kilometers. There is a place where few people are looking for it. Jiang Ning suddenly realized. Ocean. The survivors have no tools. And the military is limited in fuel. It's not too much to see a ghost ship carrying supplies in the vast ocean. Right? First, it won't steal from the military. And second, Gu Tinglin's identity is there. Who dares to question and investigate her easily? Do it. And do it immediately. And set off tomorrow. After discussing the business, Jiang Ning mentioned the third young master Rong. And he was not sure. What do you think he means tonight? Hui Yirong rubbed his brows, holding thighs. Jiang Ning frowned. Want to threaten me? Young Master Rong is a smart man. If he really wanted to plot against you to gain merit, he wouldn't have reminded you at Huacheng base. Loyalty is important. But he comes from a business family after all. So it's impossible to say that he has no idea at all. Jiang Ning's secret is like a plate of braised pork. While young Master Rong has been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. He resisted the temptation once out of friendship. But how many times could he resist? Even if he really resisted, wouldn't his elder brother and niece be hungry? If we never meet in this life, we won't be able to find anyone even if we want to find a solution. But the braised pork was not only in front of him, but the aroma was rushing straight to his nose, which was simply tempting to commit a crime. Hui Yishan didn't want to say bad things about Rong San, but he had to be on guard in the end times. Aining, Rong San Xiao is a hidden danger. Either kill him or make him your own. Jiang Ning did not expect it. But she didn't want to think about it deeply. She kept calling him sister every day. And she didn't even believe herself when she said she had no feelings. But when Hui Yishan said this, she was somewhat surprised. But if she really wanted to do it, she really couldn't bear it. The most important thing was, the second generation was quite cunning. Who could guarantee that he didn't tell the secret to others or keep it behind his back? I'm afraid that a single stone will cause 1,000 waves. For a moment, she was a little undecided, and asked with a headache, what do you think? Hui Yishan thought for a while. So far, he is still more loyal. And he has a strong mentality. So it's understandable that he wants to cling to someone. God-making needs helpers. And there will be more and more people who question it in the future. It's unrealistic to kill them all. There are no eternal friends in this world. Only eternal interests. Rather than him going against us one day, or even resenting us for it, it's better to pull him in and tie up the interests. Jiang Ning frowned, subconsciously wanting to refuse. She let Hui Yishan know the secret because he had rescued her many times, and they were in a tense life-and-death situation. She could not think too much and did it subconsciously. She chose to disclose it to Daodu because she loved him and trusted him for many years. And the situation could no longer be concealed. Rong Sanshao wanted to get close to her. And if they were bound by interests, there was an 80% chance that he would not betray her. But Jiang Ning still felt that it was a bit risky to consider the unpredictable human heart in the end times. Conflicted, she didn't rush to make a decision. I think about it, and make a decision after I come back from the sea. Going to the sea was a sudden decision. So she had to tell her neighbor. Jiang Ning got up in the morning, and happened to meet Gu Tinglin coming out. Knowing that she was going to the sea, his cold expression revealed confusion. The sea is unpredictable. You are not short of supplies. Why do you insist on going? Of course we are short of supplies. And we are in this business. Gu Tinglin disagreed. What do you lack? I find a way. Whatever we encounter, we need it. Jiang Ning couldn't tell the truth. So she could only say tactfully, if we don't go out to look for it now, it will be more difficult to find it in the future. The weather is bad during this period. And the seedling plan cannot be carried out. It's just right to go out for a walk. Gu Tinglin knew that he couldn't persuade her because the feelings were not there. Do you have to go? Well, Daodu will stay. And we can turn the soil and raise seedlings when the weather is good. Gu Tinglin restrained his emotions and reminded, take care of yourself and come back early. He was really worried that she would not adapt to the base and just leave like that. Jiang Ning's lips moved. If you feel sick, you can come to Daodu. There are regular medicines at home. Afraid that he wouldn't ask, she went back to the house and took out several boxes of emergency medicines and asked Daodu to deliver them to the next door later. Driving to the dock, the two boarded the fishing boat and quickly disappeared under the sea level. The fishing boat drifted with the ocean current, and Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan took out the glass. The glass was collected from the factory. and the outer packaging had long been soaked in water and rotten, and needed to be repackaged before transportation. Now they are precious and cannot be bumped. When the entire factory was swept clean, no piece of glass could escape Jiangning clutches. Not even the cutting machine was spared. There were all kinds of materials. But fortunately the sizes were not very different. The two took the cartons and pearl cotton and resigned themselves to doing the hard work. It took more than 3 days to pack all the glass. But the capacity of the fishing boat was still overestimated. Not to mention one. Even if there were 3 more, there would not be enough space. Thinking of the bad weather, Jiangning put the fragile ones aside and chose explosion-proof and bulletproof glass. So he was not afraid of flying sand and rocks. The ocean at night was pitch dark. As long as there were waves. After 3 days of exhaustion, they didn't care about one night. They had a delicious meal to reward themselves, and then went back to the room to rest. They were half asleep, and suddenly they were hit hard. In an instant, the 2 people who were awakened turned over and got up, quickly put on their bulletproof vests, and picked up their weapons. There were a few bangs outside, and then there was a big noise soon. There were about 10 people listening to the footsteps, panting and talking incomprehensible words. The 2 people wearing night vision goggles looked at each other, and they didn't expect to run into pirates when they came out. Jiangning was still quite cautious. He packed and sorted all the glass and put it in the space. The whole fishing boat was empty. Soon, the pirates came down from the deck. The lower deck of the fishing boat was narrow. The door of the room was quickly kicked open, and 2 men holding torches walked in. The 2 men standing against the wall rushed forward and quickly broke their necks, and at the same time pulled out their guns and shot outside. Chapter 542. The 2 men came in a bloody storm. They were very accurate with their guns and had silencers. Several people fell down with headshots. Jiangning put the bodies into the space. The people above felt something was wrong and shouted a few times to the people below, but got no response. They muttered to themselves, took out their weapons, and walked down. In the darkness, Jiangning hid under the stairs. There were 4 people coming down in total. When they saw the bloodstains on the corridor and the open door, they subconsciously looked over. Jiangning shot them all from behind. After collecting the bodies, they climbed onto the deck carefully. Wow! There was actually a large cargo ship on the other side. Seeing that there was no movement on this side for a long time, the people on the other side were shouting with torches. When the ship is needed, it is regrettable that there is not enough. She was still thinking about the cruise ship left in Huacheng base. But she didn't expect that a large cargo ship would be delivered to her door. It would be a shame if I didn't take it for free. If there is no response, send another group of people over. The cargo ship is very large. There are more than 30 people on the deck alone, and it is unclear whether there are others. Some of them have guns, but they are mixed, and they are probably stolen from others. The 2 retreated to the bottom cabin and waited for the opportunity. Seeing that the first batch of robbers did not respond, the people on the other side had a bad feeling in their hearts. Could it be that the ghost ship was haunted? They make a living by robbing at sea. They have encountered all kinds of situations in these years, and have experienced countless bloody storms. In the past year or so, there are fewer and fewer survivors at sea. The survivors have come ashore when they encounter the mainland. They have not opened for business for 3 months. If they don't make a profit, they will have to eat the northwest wind. Ghosts are afraid of nothing, but they are afraid that when they encounter a good treasure, their subordinates want to take it all for themselves. The leader was anxious and quickly sent the second group of people over. This time Jiangning did not hide under the stairs, but took advantage of the cover of night and crawled on the bow of the pirate ship hooked by the iron hook. Hearing the sound of climbing outside, there seemed to be 7 or 8 people. When they almost climbed up, the 2 of them hid in the space. After about 3 or 4 minutes, they sneaked out again. Jiangning fired a black gun, and Huishan threw a fuel bomb at the cargo ship. With extraordinary arm strength, he moved quickly, throwing 2 in a row and then a tear gas. Facing the ghost ship, the pirates were already alert enough. Just as the subordinate said that there was no one on the fishing boat, gunshots suddenly rang out. The incident happened suddenly, and there was some distance between them, so the vision was not clear at night. All they heard was a loud explosion, and flames ignited all around. The pirates dodged in panic, but after the explosion on the left, the right exploded, and several people were on fire on the spot, screaming and rushing around like headless flies. They retreated one after another and hid behind the bunkers. But they smelled a pungent smell. The pirates in the downwind position covered their mouths and noses, but it was useless. They were choked to tears. More and more people were on fire, and the cargo ship was blazing with flames. At this time, Jiang Ning had already fired cold shots and easily dealt with the second group of pirates, and put them into the space with the people and the ship. Judging from the tattered equipment, these pirates were not professionals, but half-weight pirates. It should be an ordinary evacuation ship of the nature of a country or city. Later, they experienced many difficulties at sea, and the cruel environment forced them to become pirates. Of course, Jiang Ning would not take it lightly. A few fearless pirates rushed out of the sea of fire and fired at the fishing boat. After firing several times, they found that the sea was empty and there was nothing. See, what a ghost! Everyone was extremely shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. When they reacted, they rushed to put out the fire. Gasoline burning cannot be put out just by wanting to. After the firefighting failed, they went to look for the boss again, but looked around and found nothing. Damn, that guy is on fire. They hurriedly rescued the boss, but his body was burned horribly, and he was so black that he couldn't even speak. They didn't die, but they probably won't survive for a few days. A total of more than 10 people were burned to death, and with those who disappeared with the ghost fishing boat, more than half of them were killed. The bandits were leaderless, and they were angry and scared for a while. Damn it! They had robbed so many times, but they didn't expect to be defeated in the gutter this time. The remaining people looked at each other, and after a brief quarrel, they were horrified when they confirmed that there were no fishing boats on the sea. Let's go. Now. Immediately, they had been drifting along the ocean current, and at this moment, they didn't care about saving fuel. So they turned around and set sail to leave the sea area. The cargo ship turned around in the dark and sailed at full speed. In the dark, the surviving pirates cleaned the deck and threw their burned and seriously injured accomplices into the sea. As they threw them, everyone tacitly lifted up the boss. Anyway, they couldn't be saved. So what difference did it make if they threw them early or late? The sooner they died, the sooner they would be reborn. Apart from the crew, there were more than 20 people left. After throwing the boss away, everyone had their own thoughts. But everyone was tired. What if the ghost ship appeared again? Let's talk about it. After leaving the sea area, what they didn't know was that there was a tail following them not far away. When the sky in the east was white, it was the time to fall asleep. The wind was blowing on the sea. The waves were not big, but the hull was shaking slightly. The eagle's claw flew up, firmly grasped the ship's rope, and the fully armed black shadow climbed up quickly. Jiang Ning thought he would be in danger, but he landed easily. Through the night vision goggles, the two found 2 pirates sleeping in the sheltered place far away from the deck. They should be on guard, but because they left the ghost ship, they were more alert. Or maybe many people died and no one took over. Anyway, the snoring was deafening. Jiang Ning walked over and harvested easily. After putting away the Tang Dao and exchanging weapons, the two checked on the deck at night and found that there was no one else except the 2 sentinels. It was estimated that this group of pirates was not large. The two gestured and walked down through the deck. As soon as they got down to the second floor, there was a scream, and the noise was not small. Jiang Ning was surprised, probably because she was shy. She was used to being picked up by others, and it was rare for her to be the one picking up the spoils. She was very happy to see it happen. The two did not rush down, but waited at the stairs. The screams became louder and louder, and it felt like a pig being slaughtered. The tools used to commit the crime might be very primitive, and there was no gunshot. It lasted for an hour, and Jiang Ning's ears were buzzing. This happened every day, and he had long been immune to it. After waiting for a while, there was finally no movement. The two went down to the second floor, and the strong smell of blood hit them. The corridor and the walls were covered with blood. There was a room door open, and Jiang Ning stood at the door, only to see that the room was extremely bloody, and the man on the bed was chopped to pieces. This kind of death. Either there is a deep hatred or there is no gun in hand. The two searched row by row and found that everyone died in a very miserable way. Got it. It was the original murder weapon. After checking one by one, a total of 20 bodies were found. Where did the murderers go? Passing by one of the rooms, Jiang Ning accidentally saw a tattered national flag drop on the ground. It turned out to be Gao Lu. No wonder she didn't hear it. Jiang Ning thought for a while, and then walked towards the driver's cabin. Chapter 543. When they were almost at the cab, they heard voices, and they were several voices intertwined. The two approached quietly, and found that the door of the cab was ajar. There were about 10 people sitting inside, covered in blood, like sure-ass from hell. The romantic Gao Luring could not escape becoming a butcher in the apocalypse of natural disasters. From the blood-stained clothes, they could barely be identified as crew members. In other words, the crew members killed the pirates. I couldn't understand, but they seemed to be very involved. Jiang Ning pushed the door open, holding a bomb in her left hand and charging with her right hand. She half leaned against the door and said in English with a half smile, "Excuse me." The crew members were startled. Some holding butcher knives, some holding guns. Who knew that a man with a flamethrower appeared behind the woman who suddenly broke in? Anyone who dared to act rashly would immediately turn into a fragrant roasted pigeon. The bombing seemed to be real. What if it came in a riot of colors? The superiority and inferiority of firepower was too obvious, and the crew members were indeed confronting each other. But no one dared to take the initiative. Jiang Ning was not a man of honor. He shot a crew member holding a broken gun and injured his right hand. The crew member screamed, and the gun fell to the ground. Jiang Ning smiled. "Since there are no bullets, why are you showing off? I give you one more chance. Put down all your guns, or don't blame me for being rude." The captain knew English. He concealed his panic and pretended to be calm. "What are you going to do? Don't panic. I don't want your lives." Jiang Ning was polite and courteous. "I just want you to turn the boat around and take us to a place." "Where to?" "You know when the time comes. But I bother you for a minute now." Jiang Ning threw a bunch of ropes over. "Tie each other up." Fighting the pirates had already exhausted their strength, and several of them were injured. The captain could only retreat. "I can send you there, but you can't tie us up. And you have to ensure the safety of all of us." Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows and pointed the gun at his head. "Are you negotiating with me?" The captain had no choice but to follow her request and let the crew tie each other back to back, and tie a knot. Huishan stepped forward to check the knots and search them one by one. Jiang Ning guessed correctly that the broken guns had no bullets at all, but were used for deterrence. All the knives, sticks, and other things were confiscated. However, Jiang Ning was even more outrageous, and he actually used ether to smother all the crew members. "I have done what you asked." The captain was shocked by her trick and was angry. "What do you want?" Jiang Ning shook the gun in his hand and smiled. "Don't worry. I just want to know why you have become like this today." With his head held low by a gun, the captain had no choice but to tell the truth. This was the escape boat of the Gaolu government. At first, there were more than 3,000 people on board, trying to survive in the ocean after the land sank. The government had more than 30 boats, and at first everyone worked together to deal with the storm at sea. But slowly, more and more people got sick. Supplies became increasingly scarce. All kinds of bloodbaths began to unfold, and the survivors began to turn their weapons against their own people. The crew resisted violence at first, but later they were powerless, and could only watch the survivors being slaughtered in despair. Because the crew members knew the technology, they were able to escape by chance. Otherwise they would have been wiped out. Later, in order to survive, the remaining survivors on the ship became pirates, constantly robbing the survivors they met at sea, and turning around and running away if they met a strong one. They also went ashore, but it was even more difficult to survive in the wasteland where there was no grass. So they had to return to the ocean to wander again. Jiang Ning listened quietly. "Did you kill anyone?" The captain shook his head. "We didn't, but we were powerless to stop them from killing and robbing." Jiang Ning always had a faint smile on his face. "You're lying." He always insisted that he didn't have any, and that all of this was the result of a long period of oppression before he rose up to fight back. They all experienced the end of the world, and you can tell at a glance if they have blood on their hands. I believe that as early as when the survivors became pirates, they forced the crew to kill, and they definitely killed a lot. Only when their hands were stained with countless blood, the pirates would not be vigilant against them all the time. Otherwise, they would not be killed so miserably. Jiang Ning couldn't say she sympathized with their experience, as such bloodbaths were not uncommon. She used ether to smother the captain, to prevent fraud. More than a dozen crew members were thrown into a house converted from a container and locked from the outside. The cargo ship was very large, and the two carefully checked from the second floor down. The third and fourth floors were the warehouses, which were piled with a mess of things. A few sprouted potatoes, moldy wheat, blood-stained or worn-out second-hand clothes, shoes and socks, etc. There was also a large portion of wood in the cabin. That's right. Wood of different lengths and shapes. Probably salvaged from the sea for firewood. What a bunch of cowardly pirates. So poor. If he didn't want the ship, Jiang Ning wouldn't have the heart to take it, and would have picked up all the scraps. The fourth floor was the lowest cabin, full of dangerous items. But the two accidentally found more than 200 large barrels of fuel. The fuel looked quite a lot, and the cargo ship wouldn't last long if it really started sailing. It was probably saved by the pirates from their teeth. After checking all the places and making sure there were no hidden dangers, the two returned to the cockpit and released the crew. After waking them up from unconsciousness, he put the cold muzzle of the gun against the captain's forehead and reported the coordinates. Go to this place. Don't play any tricks. As long as you get us there safely, we will let you go. Affected by ether, the crew had splitting headaches and were in a daze. Jiang Ning was not harsh and gave them 2 hours of rest. When the sun rose in the east, the freighter turned around and headed for the designated coordinates. The weather was clear, and standing in the cockpit facing the rising sun, the sparkling waters were as far as the eye could see. The two did not restrict the crew, and almost responded to every request from those who needed to go to the toilet or cook. The cargo ship was moving at a moderate speed, and Jiang Ning did not seem to be in a hurry at all. After sailing for 2 days, Huishan took out a high-power telescope and said, "We are almost there." During these 2 days, Jiang Ning and Huishan took turns to rest, and one person was always left in the cockpit to supervise. The crew members were coming in and out, and they were particularly vigilant and afraid at first. But when they saw that the two did not stop them, they slowly let down their guard. The captain and the helmsman had good skills, and they encountered a moderate storm on the way, but they actually made it through steadily. Jiang Ning and Huishan seemed to be supervising, but in fact they were not idle. They asked the captain to teach them how to sail. The captain was a little embarrassed. This is a cargo ship, and it requires the cooperation of many people at the same time. Jiang Ning was very patient. "It doesn't matter. I can learn every position." The captain wondered, "If you don't know how to sail, how did you get on board?" Although he complained in his heart, he was not sure in his heart that these two people should be on the ghost ship. The captain believed in God and secretly tried to use a cross, but it had no effect on the two people. So the ghost ship was fake, but it was a pirate who had upgraded his robbery and crushed them with shocking means. Not only did he kill them silently, but he also caused psychological trauma to the other party. And then, he could easily harvest them. As for how the ghost ship disappeared, he has no scientific explanation yet. Two people can kill a whole ship if they are taken into the pirate's nest. Is there any chance of survival? Everyone was very nervous, but they could only pretend to be calm, seeing the two people holding hands and looking into the distance. The crew members conveyed information with their eyes. Huishan's eyes were sharp. It seems that there is someone in front. Chapter 544. Jiang Ning looked in the direction he pointed and vaguely saw a speedboat patrolling on the sea. The people on the boat seemed to be wearing military uniforms from the southern base. It was true that there were patrols at the sea outpost, but it was still more than 10 nautical miles away from the dock. The base was so short of fuel that the patrol area would not be expanded so much under normal circumstances. Did something happen? Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, and several crew members fell in a pool of blood. One of them was holding a sharp screwdriver and stabbed Jiang Ning back fiercely. Hui fired a gun. Jiang Ning turned around, quickly took out his weapon, and killed all the crew members who fled to the cockpit. They were always pooping and pissing. Did they really think she didn't know what they were up to? Just give them a chance. The captain was so scared that he retreated again and again, trying to explain something desperately. Jiang Ning raised his gun and sent him to God. The speedboat at the sentry point was patrolling, and if they moved forward, they would soon find the cargo ship. Without any hesitation, Huishan was responsible for stopping the boat, and Jiang Ning rushed to the bottom cabin to put out all the packed glass, not forgetting to do some disguise. He went to the third floor to put other supplies, including steel plates stored in the early years, several hundred kilograms of old grains and wheat, medicines, etc. This is a pirate ship that picks up scraps. So it's not surprising that anything appears. After putting everything that should be put, he slid down the rope without stopping, put the fishing boat into the sea, and took great pains to hook the two boats together with a big iron hook on the cargo ship. When he climbed up again, the assault boat was closer and gradually slowed down and stopped. The patrolman picked up the telescope and was observing. 10 minutes later, the speedboat approached the freighter and started shouting with a loudspeaker. Friends on the cruise ship, please note that you have entered the waters of Fengcheng Base. If you are not a Chinese survivor, please leave immediately. Jiang Ning ignored their shouting and arranged the scene to be a scene where he and Hui Yishan disguised themselves as fighting pirates and won a thrilling victory. Then he walked to the bow and raised the red flag in his hand. We are one family. Don't shoot. As the speedboat approached, the two unexpectedly discovered that young Master Rong was also among them. When young Master Rong saw the people on the boat, he waved his hands excitedly. Sister, brother-in-law. There were 5 patrolmen in total. Young Master Rong struggled to climb up and asked anxiously, how did you get a cargo ship back? Don't mention it. Jiang Ning had a gloomy face and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his blood-stained sleeves. Your brother-in-law and I came out to try our luck and think if we could find some supplies. But we encountered pirates hijacking the ship and almost lost our lives. When they heard about the pirates, several people subconsciously pulled out their guns. Are you okay? We had a fight the night before yesterday, and more than half of them were injured. So we were tied up. Who knew that they were fighting among themselves, and we seized the opportunity to kill them back. Several people climbed up and saw the traces of gasoline burning and bullet holes on the deck. It was not difficult to guess that there was indeed a fierce battle. They were about to continue asking, but Major General Rongsan pulled Jiang Ning to the side and lowered his voice. Sister, the commander is in trouble. I came out to find you in the name of patrol. You and your brother-in-law should hurry back. Maybe you can still make it in time. Jiang Ning choked. What happened to him? He's sick, with a serious lung infection, and has been in a coma for 2 days. Mr. Rong was anxious. I'm afraid the base will be in trouble, and Shu hasn't announced it yet. But the hospital doesn't have any life-saving drugs, so the situation will only get worse. Jiang Ning's head was buzzing, and he almost couldn't stand. Hui Yishan beside him hurriedly helped him up. Mr. Rong patted his chest. You go back immediately. I take care of this ship. As long as it's not a firebox, the base will not take a cut of the supplies brought back by the wastelanders. Jiang Ning came back to her senses and hurriedly jumped onto the speedboat. Young Master Rong asked his soldiers to send the 2 back and find a few more who could drive cargo ships. The speedboat rushed forward, and the whistling wind blew on Jiang Ning's face, and her hair flew in front of her forehead. She sat up straight, her lips tightly pursed. When she left, Gu Tinglin had no major health problems. So how could he suddenly become unconscious due to a lung infection? Lung infections can be serious or minor, but it is definitely not a good sign to be unconscious. Hui Yishan held her hand, but found it extremely cold. 10 nautical miles. More than 40 minutes to reach the shore. When landing, if Hui Yishan hadn't been quick, Jiang Ning would have almost fallen. The car stopped at the dock. Hui Yishan got the car and came over. Aining, you don't have to worry too much. There will be a way. Jiang Ning's mind was confused, and he leaned against the car window quietly without saying a word. The car was driving very fast and stopped at the gate of the hospital soon. Jiang Ning got out of the car and rushed into the yard. Xu Xueqing was there, and the director of the hospital was also there, discussing Gu Tinglin's condition. Seeing Jiang Ning coming back, Xu Xueqing, with dark eyes, reddened her eyes. Aining, your father. Jiang Ning pursed his lips. What happened to him? He's been waiting for you. Gu Tinglin's condition was very bad, but the hospital had no medicine, and the antibiotics Jiang Ning left didn't work. The dean said it was a miracle that he could hold on until now. Even if there was medicine, it was too late. Xu Xueqing had been guarding for several days in a row, and she was on the verge of collapse both physically and mentally. She couldn't hold back her tears when she saw Jiang Ning coming back. Jiang Ning said nothing and walked towards the room with a gloomy face. The two subconsciously wanted to follow him in, and Hui Yishan took a few quick steps to guard the door. Aining wants to accompany her father alone. Gu Tinglin was still unconscious. His face was pale and bloodless, and he had lost a lot of weight. As a doctor, Jiang Ning felt that the situation was not optimistic just by listening to his breathing rhythm. Without thinking too much, she brought Gu Tinglin into the space. The CT machine has radiation, so Jiang Ning specially installed it in the container of the black soil garden to give him an emergency examination. Seeing the image results, people can't help but gasp. Wide lungs. Jiang Ning warned herself to stay calm. It was not the worst yet. First, use the ventilator to supply oxygen. And there is also a cardiopulmonary monitor. Ordinary antibiotics were useless, so he was given an 4 drip immediately. He was given hormones and 4 or 5 bottles of other drugs. Jiang Ning stayed by his side, watching the medicine slowly flow into his body through the 4 tube. She was slightly relieved until the monitoring indicators improved. In the past, he stood with a hard look and a straight posture like a pine tree. When they looked into each other's eyes, she never observed him carefully. Now he was unconscious. The evil spirit on his body disappeared. His facial features were much softer, and a sense of fragility swept over him. It turned out that mountains would fall. He was no different from ordinary people now. And life and death were unpredictable. Jiang Ning held his hand against his forehead, which was broad and thick, but without the warmth of the past. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but he couldn't say anything. Chapter 545. After the injection, the monitor maintained a stable value. Jiang Ning took Gu Tinglin out of the space. The hospital director had left, but Rong Sanshao came. Sister, how is the chief? Jiang Ning did not answer, but looked at Xu Xueqing, who looked uneasy next to him. I have medicine. It is more convenient to take care of him. Xu Xueqing wanted to say that moving around was not good for the patient, but thinking of Gu Tinglin's situation, she nodded and agreed. Okay, you stay with him more. Even if they find him, the time they spend together as father and daughter is too short. I always thought there was still a chance, and I didn't rush to take it slow. But the accident came earlier than tomorrow. Huishan carried the unconscious Gu Tinglin back to the house next door, and Rong Sanshao lent a hand. Jiang Ning followed him and left, seeing Xu Xueqing sitting in a daze. All her energy was drained away. He couldn't help but turn back and comfort her. He won't die. This sentence seemed to be said to Xu Xueqing, but more like it was said to herself. Xu Xueqing nodded, but tears were already streaming down her face. After everyone left, she dared to cry. Old Gu. Jiang Ning vacated a room, moved a camp bed from the warehouse, and the 3 of them worked together to settle Gu Tinglin. She took out the medicine and asked Huishan to help feed it. Dao cooked noodles and brought them out to fill the 3 people's stomachs. She looked worried and said, Can Uncle Gu's illness be cured? Brother and sister-in-law were not at home, and she went to the next door from time to help these days. No one expected that Uncle Gu would fall ill when brother and sister-in-law were away. She took out all the medicines at home, but it still had no effect. Jiang Ning was a little dazed. Dao, how could he suddenly get sick? Dao also heard about it. Uncle Gu went out to inspect the base. The weather was fine, but it suddenly rained and got wet. He had a fever that night and couldn't be reduced. Fever-reducing medicine didn't work at all. Jiang Ning had a headache. His illness has turned into pneumonia. Dao told what he had heard in the past few days. Many people who were caught in the rain got sick. Vomiting, fever, body aches, diarrhea. But there was no medicine in the hospital, so they could only use physical methods to reduce fever, such as acupuncture or acupoint massage. But Uncle Gu's case is rare. Jiang Ning frowned. There was even corrosive acid rain in the sky, so it was not uncommon for it to carry germs. Gu Tinglin's body was damaged, and he was easily infected by germs. Viral infection is very troublesome, if it is a new virus. Jiang Ning had a splitting headache and hoped that everything was still in time. She had no appetite, but now was not the time to fall down. Jiang Ning forced herself to eat the noodles cooked by Dao. Rong Sanshao comforted her while eating. Sister, the chief is blessed with a long life and is protected by God. Besides, your medical skills are so powerful that even the king of hell would have to avoid you. Comforting Huishan, whose identity was stolen. Mr. Rong continued to nag. He is the leader of the base. He has a daughter and a family to take care of. He is a man of integrity. Nothing will happen to him. He had said all the good things. What else could Huishan say? Dao added another bowl for Mr. Rong. Uncle Rong, you have been busy these days. You must have a lot of work. Right? When Uncle Gu gets better, We will treat you to a big meal. It's okay. I have work. Being pierced by thousands of arrows. Rong San Xiao's heart was bleeding. Xiao Dou. Call me brother from now on. I'm still young. But you are older than my brother. Rong San Xiao was stabbed with holes. But Dou Dou's face was full of innocence. Forget it. My sister and brother-in-law are in a bad mood. He will not argue with Xiao Dou today. After eating and wiping his mouth, Rong San Xiao briefly talked about the supplies on the ship. Sister, the cargo ship has returned. There are a lot of glass, a lot of fuel, a few water towers, and a few useless guns. He reported the cargo ship's supplies after counting them. Sister, what are you going to do with it? Just tell me and I arrange it. The blood on the ship showed that it was a fierce battle. It was only my sister and brother-in-law who could take it down. If it were someone else, I'm afraid there would be nothing left. Jiang Ning was in no mood. Let's put it aside for now, and talk about it in a few days. Young Master Rong didn't stay long and hurried back to work. Jiang Ning returned to her room and entered the space to count her medicines, thinking about how to use them most effectively. Over the years, she has never abandoned traditional Chinese medicine, and has studied with Professor Li and Ma Guangyan, and has done in-depth research on classical prescriptions. After writing the prescription, she searched for the prepared herbs and boiled several doses in the existent space. It was almost dark when she came out. Jiang Ning checked Gu Tinglin's pulse. First fed him half a bowl of chicken soup as a base. Then gave him a nutritional injection. And then fed him Chinese medicine. Xu Xueqing specially cooked porridge and brought it over to take care of him. Jiang Ning had to put away the monitor and cover Gu Tinglin with a quilt. Xu Xueqing asked nervously, Aining, how is your father now? The fever has subsided temporarily. Jiang Ning explained, I use special hormone drugs to suppress it. And I have to continue to observe. Xu Xueqing's heart was tightening. And she breathed a sigh of relief. I made some porridge. And I want to feed it to your father. And then wipe his body. I have already fed him the nutritional powder, which is good for physical recovery. Ashen can do the wiping later. It's not that he doesn't want her to take care of him. But there are needle holes on Gu Tinglin's body. And there are traces left by the monitoring equipment. As the head nurse, Xu Xueqing will be easily discovered if she takes care of him personally. Jiang Ning didn't want to cause trouble. Aunt Xu, you have worked hard these days. And I will take care of him from now on. Come and accompany him when you are free. And your own health is also important. Xu Xueqing put down the porridge and went into the room to look after Gu Tinglin. She was indeed the head nurse. But she was undoubtedly half a doctor with her experience. She knew the harm of pneumonia very well. The dean even issued a critical illness notice. And she thought she could not escape this time. Now the condition has not worsened. And the fever has subsided. Xu Xueqing's tormented heart calmed down. She gently held his hand. And her voice was extremely gentle. Old Gu, Aining is back. You must get better. The future is good. Jiang Ning stood outside the door, listening to her talking to Gu Tinglin. With mixed feelings, she returned to the room and let the two of them spend time together quietly. Xu Xueqing stayed for half an hour, then got up and went back to the next room. Pneumonia is prone to repeated deterioration. Jiang Ning did not dare to take it lightly. Set up a bed next to him, and took turns with Hui Yishan to keep watch. Sure enough, he suddenly had a high fever in the middle of the night. The pills didn't work, so Jiang Ning quickly gave him a fever-reducing injection. As soon as the fever subsided, the blood oxygen level dropped alarmingly again, and oxygen was quickly supplied. After a night of tossing and turning, it finally stabilized at dawn. Xu Xueqing next door did not rest all night and came to visit early. Dao had prepared breakfast, and Jiang Ning invited her to sit together. Aunt Xu, you should go to work when you need to. I take care of the house. Nothing will happen. Xu Xueqing was in no mood to go to work. But there were many patients in the hospital, and medical staff were in urgent need. So they didn't even have time to rest and kept working. Besides, it would be inconvenient for Jiang Ning to take care of her if she was there. So it was better to leave more space for the father and daughter to be alone. After weighing the pros and cons, Xu Xueqing decided to go to work, so that she wouldn't be so worried when she was busy. Aining, if someone from the military comes to visit, just say that your father's illness is not very serious, and he will be well in a few days. Chapter 546. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. He didn't expect her to be so comprehensive. Seeing through Jiang Ning, Shu Xueching said awkwardly. The army is not as complicated as the outside world. But your father's identity is special. And one move can affect the whole body. I was anxious and at a loss at the time. I wanted to ask Daodu to help send your father to the hospital. I happened to meet your friend. He mentioned it. So I kept it a secret, and only said to the outside that your father had a cold. Different perspectives. Different things. The friend she was talking about should be Rong San Xiao. The military is a closed-loop society. Even if the discipline is strict. As long as there are people, there will be interests and conflicts. The southern military was established and led by Gu Tinglin. He was the top leader appointed by the state from the beginning. And the team was selected and trained by himself. With him in charge. Even if there are some active people under his command, they have to hold back and serve the common goals and interests. But what if he falls? Who doesn't want to move up a level? Will the third brother be convinced by the second brother? Or will the second brother tolerate the third brother presumption? If people are not ruthless, their position will not be stable. If Jiang Ning had not appeared, Gu Tinglin would have died. And Shu Xueching, as the chief's widow, would not have been treated badly. But now Gu Tinglin has a daughter and son-in-law, and has brought a large amount of supplies. Even if Jiang Ning has no ambition, will they really not think too much? From the fact that Shu Xueching has waited for Gu Tinglin for 20 years, it is not difficult to see that she is a person who puts feelings first. Apart from work and Gu Tinglin, her world is not complicated, and she does not deeply perceive the complexity and cruelty of people's hearts in the end of the natural disaster. She was not wrong. But once Gu Lin entered the hospital, the truth could not be hidden. Once they had thoughts that they shouldn't have, it would be impossible to suppress them. Even if Jiang Ning came back in time and pulled Gu Tinglin back from the brink of death, the team would have changed. Whether it was for Jiang Ning's God-making plan or for Gu Tinglin's future management, it was definitely not a good thing. Jiang Ning sighed. The second generation of slippers was actually reliable at the critical moment. Well, when all this is over, I treat him to a meal to thank him. After Shu Xueching left, Jiang Ning went into the room to give Gu Tinglin and 4 drip, acupoint massage, acupuncture, etc. After everything was done, half a day passed. Shu Xueching came back to visit at noon, and saw that Gu Tinglin's condition was stable, and hurried back to the hospital to work. In the afternoon, someone really came to visit. It was not the second in command of the base, but Secretary He. He accompanied Gu Tinglin on an inspection a few days ago, and also fell ill after being caught in the rain. He had a fever, vomited, and was sore all over. But he was relatively young and had a good physical foundation, so he managed to get through it. Secretary, he was weak and pale from his illness. He just got out of bed and struggled to come over. Comrade Jiang? How is the chief? Jiang Ning invited him into the room. He is stable and needs to continue treatment. He was Gu Tinglin's secretary. He had nothing to hide. Hesitating would only make people suspicious. So he let him in. When will the chief wake up? Pneumonia changes too much. Jiang Ning was not absolutely sure, but he could not show it at the critical time. He pretended to be relaxed and said, it could happen at any time. Then he asked with concern, I heard that Secretary He was also ill. How are you now? Secretary He covered his mouth and coughed, breathing rapidly. Much better, Jiang Ning said enthusiastically. If you don't mind, I can treat you. Secretary He was more than happy to do so, because she had prepared the medicine that the chief had used to regulate his body in the past 2 years, and the effect seemed to be very good. Jiang Ning treated him carefully. You have just recovered from a serious illness, and your body needs conditioning and nutrition. She went into the storage room and grabbed 3 doses of herbal medicine for regulating the body, as well as 2 canned fruits. Secretary He was scared to death. This was a luxury item. How could he dare to accept it? Take it. Jiang Ning forced it into his hand. Health is the capital of revolution. You have worked hard these years. You can devote yourself to work better after you recover from your illness. Come back after taking 3 doses of medicine. We will make adjustments then. As the secretary of the chief, this position is extremely important. He must have something extraordinary to be able to follow Gu Tinglin for so long. You can't really just treat him as a secretary, but you have to use both kindness and force. Secretary He had no choice but to accept it. He said tactfully, several leaders are worried about the chief's health and want to come to visit. Since the chief needs to rest, I will reply to them. Jiang Ning was very satisfied. Thank you. You've worked hard. Secretary, he left. He looked down at the things in his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he couldn't help but feel relieved for the leader. He finally waited for this day. In the evening, Xu Xueqing was busy until dark before she came back. Dao had already prepared dinner. She felt very embarrassed that she couldn't help at all. Jiang Ning said calmly, Aunt Xu, we are a family. There is no need to be so formal. Xu Xueqing was surprised for a moment. She felt that she seemed to have changed a lot this time. Not as cold and distant as before. It is probably related to Lao Gu's illness. Life is unpredictable. I hope there is still a chance for everything. During the meal, she talked about the current situation of the hospital. The rain in the past few days was problematic, and many people in the base got sick. Jiang Ning followed her words. Is there any treatment? Drink more boiled hot water, acupuncture or massage, and only use medicinal treatment if the condition is very serious. The medicine was still exchanged with Jiang Ning. The harvest of the herbs planted in the hospital was not good, but they were still used. It is not very complete, but I hope it will be effective. Jiang Ning didn't know what to say. I hope everyone can get through it. Hu Yishan kept watch for the first half of the night. Jiang Ning patted his waist. You've worked hard these days. Hu Yishan held her in his arms. It's only natural to take care of your father-in-law. The situation is getting better, and everything will be fine. Don't be too nervous and worried, or you get yourself sick. I'm fine. Jiang Ning returned to the room, but tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Hu Yishan didn't call her and kept watch all night. After breakfast, Jiang Ning continued to give Gu Tinglin hormones after Xu Xueqing left, and then pushed him into the space for a CT scan to check his lungs. Judging from the latest imaging data, the area of white lungs has been greatly reduced. The drug has taken effect. Jiang Ning couldn't suppress her excitement and took several deep breaths in a row. She walked into the inner room and wanted to take Gu Tinglin away, but found that he slowly opened his eyes. The four looked at each other for a long time. After a while, Gu Tinglin sat up from the machine, raised his hand to wipe Jiang Ning's face, and said in a hoarse voice, Don't be afraid. I'm still here. Jiang Ning realized it later and burst into tears. She lost control for a while and hugged him tightly, her throat choking with sobs. She was afraid that this was also a dream. She had been dreaming for the past 2 days, dreaming that the monitor showed 4 straight lines, and the harsh sound of the machine was like a sharp knife. When she woke up, her heart ached. Dad? I'm sorry. Chapter 547. Gu Tinglin was so dizzy that his whole body was spinning. But he was sober when he heard her voice. Was this a dying dream? Or, Gu Tinglin was a little bit unbelievable. But the person holding him was trembling all the time. He tried to hug her back with a broad mind. Dad is here. When Jiang Ning woke up, he was actually quite embarrassed. He didn't expect to live 2 lives again. He thought he had seen through feelings a long time ago. Such illusory things are the most useless in the end of the natural disaster. She closed herself off and faced this broken world with indifference, thinking that she would not be hurt. But when the hard shell that wrapped herself was broken, she found that she was still an emotional animal in the end and could not control herself. She let go and stepped back 2 steps, turned around and wiped her wet face. Gu Tinglin came back to his senses and looked around. Shocked, but not particularly shocked. Where is this? Jiang Ning's head was buzzing, and she was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to answer. She took a deep breath and calmed down after a while. You can walk out of this door. Gu Tinglin was thoughtful. Are you sure? The space has a connection with him, but she is the only beneficiary. Gu Tinglin was so perceptive. Maybe it's just a dream. Jiang Ning understood what he meant, but since he had discovered it, there was no point in hiding it. The scenery outside is nice. Gu Tinglin pushed open the door, and the rich crops and medicinal fields came into view. He saw helicopters, cruise ships, submarines, fishing boats, countless military trucks, various containers, and even fire boxes. Countless materials were stacked neatly and orderly, dazzling the eyes. Wherever he looked, even the leader, who was used to seeing big storms, was still shocked. Gu Tinglin looked at her, unable to hide his pity in his eyes. Is it very tiring and dangerous to collect these? Jiang Ning was stunned. He didn't expect that this would be his first reaction when he saw the space. Even Hu Yishan didn't say this back then. His heart was a little numb. and the heat kept rushing to his brain, making his eyes sore. It's okay. Being used to being rational. She quickly calmed down. Do you know how this space came about? Gu Tinglin didn't know. You gave the jade pendant to Song Yaling. And when she sent me to the orphanage, she left the jade pendant with me. Jiang Ning told the truth. 2 days before the typhoon came, I accidentally activated it. At that time, it was only about 80 square meters. The space area and materials were slowly collected later. After saying that, she stared at Gu Tinglin. If you trace it back to the source, the space is strictly yours. But it is bound to me by fate. Maybe you can find a way to take it back. Gu Tinglin looked calm. The jade pendant is a family heirloom, passed down from generation to generation. It eventually gave rise to a space in your hands. This is your fate with it. Since it chose you, it already belongs to you. I won't covet it. Thinking of her experience, guilt surged in his heart. Besides, you and I are father and daughter. And what's mine is yours. I missed your growth. And I was really derelict in my duty as a father, with it to protect you in the end times. I feel a little less guilty. His answer surprised her. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. After calming down a little, Jiang Ning spoke again. You have served the country and the people all your life. Don't you want to use the materials in the space to create humans? Gu Tinglin was silent for a while before saying, Of course I want to. But haven't you already done it? Jiang Ning was speechless. If the land sank, in order to save more humans, he might really not be able to help but speak. But now, he has stabilized. The space is only about 20 acres. But the base has more than 10,000 people. Even if it is fully supplied, how many people can it feed? Natural disasters have been going on for more than 10 years. And people's evil has long been common. Getting something for nothing will become a matter of course. Once the desire cannot be satisfied one day, hatred will follow. Gu Tinglin will not take risks with his daughter's life. Even if you have to do it, you have to find a balance point. Aining, I am very pleased that you can still keep this heart after going through so many things. Do whatever you want. Don't worry about it. Gu Tinglin patted her shoulder. As long as I'm still standing, you won't have to suffer. Jiang Ning turned around and raised her head slightly, trying to calm herself down. Does he know something? That's right. She exchanged rare metals for submarines at the southern military base. After coming out of the space, Gu Tinglin lay back on the bed to recuperate, and he soon fell asleep tiredly. Unlike the previous sternness, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his body was in an extremely relaxed state. Jiang Ning turned the door and found Hui Yishan guarding in the living room. Back in the room, she told him what had just happened. He knows about space. Hui Yishan was not surprised. From the moment he decided to stay, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. Even Gu Tinglin's decision was not surprising. He had completed the national mission. The Chinese region no longer existed. But its culture and nation would never disappear, and would be passed down from generation to generation. He dedicated the first half of his life to the country, and the few remaining years made up for his family. As early as when Gu Tinglin named the base Fengcheng, some seeds had already taken root and sprouted. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. After this, Jiang Ning has accepted Gu Tinglin from the bottom of her heart. Hui Yishan was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. This was something Jiang Ning had been missing for 2 lifetimes. And now she finally had the chance. Xu Xuechen came back at noon, and couldn't hold back her tears when she saw Gu Tinglin waking up. Jiang Ning didn't bother her, and went into the kitchen to cook attentively. What shouldn't have appeared was not on the table. After lunch, Jiang Ning brought Gu Tinglin a bowl of medicinal pork rib soup. Gu Tinglin was afraid that she would have some concerns. Your Aunt Xu is not a complicated person, and she never asks about things that she shouldn't ask about. This is the way they get along, and they have been used to it for more than 10 years. Jiang Ning nodded. Yeah. After this incident, they both knew that with Jiang Ning's arrival, many things would change quietly with the situation. In the afternoon, Secretary he came again, and almost cried with joy when he saw the leader wake up. Gu Tinglin was able to get out of bed and walk, so he moved back to his own home to recuperate. Jiang Ning did not stop him, and put the medicine and the injection into the bag, and did not forget to tear off the production date on the drip bottle. As expected, several high-ranking military officials came to visit. Besides, Gu Tinglin had been ill for so many days, and he probably had a lot of unfinished business. Jiang Ning could only listen carefully. After all, the base was so big that even if he was sick, he couldn't just give up. When it was dark, an uninvited guest came. Sister. Seeing his smile, Jiang Ning's teeth hurt badly. She was surprised that this guy could always arrive at mealtime. No one else could do that. This time, it was not a matter of just beating the dough. Jiang Ning asked Dowdu to fry an extra egg, half a plate of ham, canned luncheon meat, and canned fish. Rong Sanshao drooled. Sister, you are so kind to me. He was really rude, eating with big mouthfuls. Brother-in-law, I haven't eaten eggs for more than 10 years. He finished the fragrant fried eggs in 2 bites. Xiaodou, your cooking skills are amazing. He devoured them in no time, his mouth full of oil. After finishing 2 bowls of fragrant and soft rice, Rong Sanshao slowed down. Sister, is our father's illness healed? Our father? Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes. Chapter 548. Jiang Ning was speechless about Rong Sanshao's shamelessness and familiarity. Better now. Rong Sanshao didn't think so at all. I've always said that our father is blessed with a long life, and he fights against diseases with a righteous spirit. The king of hell would retrieve 7 points when he sees him, and there is no problem for him to live to be 100 years old. Jiang Ning couldn't help rolling his eyes. Sister, the bodies on the cargo ship have been dealt with, and I asked someone to clean up the cabin. Rong Sanshao got back to the point. There are a lot of supplies inside. How are you going to deal with them? Gu Tinglin's illness is not serious anymore. He just needs to continue treatment until he is fully recovered. It's time to deal with the cargo ship. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. Leave the fuel on the ship, and help me transport all the glass, steel, wood, etc. Throw away the moldy food. Give me half of the good ones, and give you the other half. If the army is responsible for the glass, the hard work fee will be paid with fuel. If ordinary people are asked to move it, it will be paid with food or medicine. Our class can handle it, and the fuel fee will be handed over. Rong Sanshao is shrewd and cunning, and his calculations are loud and clear. You can ask for less fuel, and then give each soldier 2 kilograms of food. How about it? What can Jiang Ning say? He handed over fuel oil to win the appreciation of the leader, and gave his soldiers benefits to win people's hearts. Such a person is so smart that he can get along anywhere. It's just that the beating came too late. If the natural disaster hadn't come, his business achievements would be no less than Master Rong. Of course, it's also possible that he would be sentenced to half of the criminal law and put in jail to operate a sewing machine, or crash in a bumper car. Sister, you and your brother-in-law are so good to me. How can I take your things anymore? He said righteously. Don't worry. The supplies on the cargo ship have been counted, and I guarantee that nothing will be missing. Jiang Ning was annoyed by his noise, took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. The food will be divided in half, and the soldiers' wages will be paid from my share. Sister, how can I do that? You and your brother-in-law exchanged your lives for this. Give half of your share to Captain He. I will visit him in 2 days. Young Master Rong spoke faster than his mind could think. Okay. Sister. He didn't even have time to cover his mouth. He was very proud to be commanded by his sister. Sister, where should we put the glass after it is transported back? Your yard can't hold it. I want to use glass to build a greenhouse, but there are only glass and no accessories to rivet. Sister, don't underestimate the wisdom of our Chinese people. Can a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Young Master Rong patted his chest and promised. Leave it to me. I promise to build dozens of glass greenhouses for you. Thinking of his carelessness, Jiang Ning's heart sounded a warning bell. Are you sure? What's there to worry about? There are tens of thousands of people in Fengcheng base, with endless wisdom. Building greenhouses is not a difficult task. Just wait and see. Thinking of the god-making plan and his recent performance, Jiang Ning decided to give him a chance. Okay. Let me see what you can do. Young Master Rong was very happy. His mouth stretched to his ears. Jiang Ning suddenly felt a little sad, thinking about how glorious he was in the car modification club, wearing diamond slippers, surrounded by beautiful cars and beauties, and traveling in a luxury car worth tens of millions. But now, he is as happy as a 3-year-old child because he has received a project. Time. Sister, the glass was transported directly to the plantation in the southern area. There was a sandstorm earlier, and the rain a few days ago was problematic. All the green vegetables turned yellow and withered. It can't be saved. Fortunately, After a few months, it seemed that it would be harvested after a little more perseverance. But it was ruthlessly destroyed by the bad weather. It can be predicted that the survivors will have a harder time in the next period of time. After the second generation had eaten and drunk enough, Jiangning gave 6 bottles of canned fruit. No share for you. 4 bottles for your eldest brother and niece. 2 bottles for Captain He. Having gotten used to calling him that in Aoyuan, Jiangning still called He Tianning that way. Eating and taking. Rong Sanshao was not polite at all. Thank you, sister. Transporting materials and building glass greenhouses are time-consuming and labor-intensive. I can't spare so much time on duty. So let my eldest brother and niece run errands. But don't worry. I will definitely do a good job. Otherwise you will twist my head off and kick it like a ball. Jiangning really disliked his noise. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Turn off the lights and rest at night. Seeing that she had no needs and was not sleepy, Huishan asked in confusion, Are you worried? Jiangning thought for a while. Young Master Rong is quite reliable this time. I decided to give him a chance. Tie him to our interests? Yes. Gu Tinglin's illness was like a heavy punch to Jiangning's heart. Some things should be rushed rather than delayed. Young Master Rong was arrogant and boastful, and he approached her for a purpose. But a person's true character is revealed in times of crisis. It was because he had a plan in his mind that he could be safely brought into the team. Whether it's socializing or survival, he has his own unique way. As a partner, he should be a good choice. After making this decision, I felt relieved. I hope he won't let her wield a knife one day. After breakfast, when Xu Xueqing went to work, Jiangning went to the next door. Why didn't you give me an 4? Gu Tinglin explained. There are too many patients in the hospital. Your Aunt Xu said she would come back at noon to give me an 4. Jiangning took out the stewed chicken soup to nourish him, and then hung up the 4. Seeing the handwritten documents on the table, her face darkened. You work so hard every day. Are you really not going to die? Gu Tinglin denied. I have already let my subordinates handle the unimportant matters. After coming back from the brink of death again, and with his daughter's concern, he was willing to talk about the difficulties at work. Military affairs are no problem, but government affairs are a headache. Jiangning has been paying attention to this issue for a long time. Even the southern military base with 300,000 people can be handled. And now there are only about 5,000 soldiers, which is just a piece of cake for Gu Tinglin. But the southern military base is purely military managed. Even if there are countless scavengers composed of small forces, no one dares to act recklessly in the base, thanks to his iron-fisted approach to governing the base. But Fengcheng is different. It is not a military base, but a base led by soldiers. It is not realistic to militarize all survivors. But if the army is socialized, the base will also be in chaos. The reason why modern society can develop rapidly and civilized is that the military and politics must be separated first. These are two parallel lines. They intersect in turmoil, but are parallel in peacetime. They complement each other, but do not interfere with each other. To manage society, iron and blood are not practical, but more wisdom is needed. Under the eyes of the soldiers, the survivors dared not kill or set fire. But today you stole firewood. Tomorrow he stole torn clothes. Or there was a quarrel on the street. You punched me and I kicked me. Such trivial things happened every day. If you let the soldiers with hard and stubborn personalities judge right and wrong, it would only intensify the conflict. It was not a serious crime, and you couldn't point a gun at them. But they were exhausted by these chaos every day. Jiangning didn't want him to die of overwork. Have you ever thought about completely separating the military from politics? Chapter 549. Gu Tinglin had thought about it a long time ago, and even had been implementing it. But the effect was very bad. It was true that they were father and daughter. But Jiangning's words hit the nail on the head. You divided it. But you didn't. The functions seemed to be separated. But the soldiers were still managed. People's thinking and personality will be solidified and cannot be changed in a short time. Every profession has its own expertise. A military general who is vigorous and resolute may not even be as good as an ordinary person in another industry. Gu Tinglin understood what she meant. We have selected among the survivors, and we have not found any particularly suitable government management talents. Jiangning asked. Really? Gu Tinglin was sharp-minded. You mean He Tianming? His people had actually invited him, and they had invited him 3 times. But He Tianming refused every time. Rejected? Jiangning was surprised. But he quickly realized it. Before you invited him, were you prepared for the transfer of power? This made Gu Tinglin pause. It's not that he didn't want to, but it was about power and trust. And there were too many aspects involved. He thought. Do you trust him very much? Jiang Ning told all about He Tianming's experience in Fengcheng. He is a rare talent in government affairs. But the military and government affairs are two completely different management systems. He knows that the power of government affairs is not in his hands. In the end, he is afraid that he will not only fail to achieve results, but also get embarrassed. That's why he keeps rejecting you. Gu Tinglin thought for a while. Aining, military and political reforms affect the whole body. Especially drastic reforms. The obstacles encountered are huge. But Fengcheng needs to develop rapidly. And the trend of reform is imperative. In fact, he knew in his heart that Jiang Ning made the suggestion because he was worried that his body could not bear it. Reform is what he has always wanted to do. First, he was trapped by the small number of people in the base and the bad climate. And he could not even solve the problem of food and clothing. Second, all his subordinates were talented generals. It was no problem for them to fight and charge. But they had no way to adapt to the government positions. Gu Tinglin looked at Jiang Ning. His eyebrows and eyes were soft and he said, "This matter takes time. I will arrange it." Some words do not need to be said. And they can understand each other with a glance. After the drip, Jiang Ning left him a bag of finely packaged rice and flour, Cantonese cured sausage, and 2 pounds of pills. I will ask Ashen to come and install the range hood later. Gu Tinglin opened his mouth to refuse. But in the end, he didn't say it. Even if they were next door. Walking back and forth would attract too much attention. Jiang Ning thought, open a door on the courtyard wall? This was what Gu Tinglin was happy to see. Okay. So Hui should open a door on the courtyard wall to facilitate the two families to come and go. Then he installed a range hood for his father-in-law. Jiang Ning calculated the time. But he didn't come back for most of the day. When he came back, he seemed to be different. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. As if his posture was more upright. But his eyebrows were more relaxed. As if he had returned to the scene on the 18th floor when they first met. She couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened? Huishan poured her a glass of water and said calmly, Aining, Dad wanted me to join the military. And I agreed. Jiang Ning was surprised and said after a while, you are not. In his previous life, he missed the opportunity to go home to pick up his sister because of disaster relief. And Dowdu was left with only a skeleton. He participated in the rescue for 10 years with grief. And ended up being eaten alive. He chose the same path again. The father-in-law and son-in-law talked heart to heart. And what they said was even more to the point. As early as when Huishan stepped into Fengcheng. He had expected that there would be such a day. So he agreed very readily. He said calmly, Aining, whether it is the escape from Huacheng or the experience in the Arctic, I don't want you to experience it again. I am your husband. And it is only right for me to protect you. Instead of choosing to run away when the secret is exposed. Or risking my life to confront. As long as you are strong enough. Even if there are jackals around. They can't hurt you at all. Huishan wanted to give Jiang Ning a home. A place where he could live in peace. Instead of endless wandering. Even if the two did not mention the god-making plan. How could they really hide it from Gu Tinglin? He has already started to make plans to help Jiang Ning. The reason why he first went to Huishan was to test the bottom of the two. All fathers-in-law are the same. Hoping that their sons-in-law can be strong enough to protect their daughters from wind and rain, and be her harbor for life. This is just a preliminary battle. As long as Huishan agrees. It will no longer be a problem for Gu Tinglin to talk to his daughter heart to heart. Jiang Ning did not object. What department does he plan to assign you to? Not yet. But if you want to climb up the merit list, there is no simple way. Jiang Ning knew that Gu Tinglin was paving the way for the two of them. At night, just as the food was served, the freeloader arrived on time. Sister, brother-in-law, he brought the medicines found on the cargo ship. I just finished my duty. What could Dowdu say? Silently adding another set of bowls and chopsticks. Young Master Rong eyebrows curved. Shiodor is really smart. The freeloader was really rude. Flattering. Sister, your cooking skills are really amazing. I can live 3 more years with 1 bite. Jiang Ning ruthlessly exposed. Your brother-in-law made it. Well, sister and brother-in-law are really in love. Not only do they look more and more like a couple, but even their cooking skills are indistinguishable. Jiang Ning and Huaishan, After flattering, young Master Rong got back to the point. Sister, the glass has begun to be transported to the plantation in the southern area. My eldest brother has found a few people who know carpentry. We want to build a glass greenhouse. But we are still short of some materials. However, many survivors in the base will go out to scavenge for things. Some things can barely be exchanged. We can just give them food or herbs when the time comes. In addition, the steel bars and steel plates found on the ship can also be used to build a greenhouse. The old master calculated that the glass brought back could cover about 20 acres of land. Jiang Ning had no objection. Well, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to report everything. I just want to see the results. Don't worry. Sister, it will be beautiful. After dinner, Daodu went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and Rong Sanshao sat there and didn't seem to plan to leave. Seeing Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, he quickly sat over. Sister, I met an old acquaintance at the dock today. Guess who it is? The mysterious look probably had something to do with her. Jiang Ning said casually. Who? Su Kai-tai. Jiang Ning thought about it in his mind. It turned out to be Instructor Su. He had been affiliated with Huacheng Base for a long time. Why did he come to Fengzhou Base? Could it be that he was looking for Gu Tinglin? Jiang Ning frowned. What is he doing here? Young Master Rong met Su Kai-tai at Huacheng Base. After all, the big leader of the southern military did not come. Even if the base was okay in all aspects, it was still common for the region to stick together. People are divided into groups, and things are gathered together. Even dogs are in groups. Not to mention humans. But the strange thing is that Su Kai-tai disappeared less than 2 months after Jiang Ning, and he never came back after the mission. There are no secrets in this circle. Young Master Rong found out that Su Kai-tai accepted the task of going out to sea to find the leaders of the southern military. But he has disappeared since then. Chapter 550. No one knows whether Su Kai-tai was not found or encountered danger in the ocean. There are countless such things. Some people never come back after leaving. But today, Rong Sanshao saw Su Kai-tai again, and he didn't look like he had just landed. He couldn't help but be curious. So he asked privately, and then he found out that Su Kai-tai had appeared in the southern military base before the land rose again. In other words, he not only found Gu Tinglin a long time ago, but also chose to stay. This is understandable. Everyone has roots. He originally came from the southern military base, so he naturally feels more at home in the old base. Just like when Rong Sanshao drifted to Fengcheng Base, he decisively chose to stay. But why did Su Kai-tai still drive the submarine out? It is said that every time he leaves, it will last for several months. Jiang Ning was a little dazed, and then suddenly enlightened. Why was Gu Tinglin shocked, but not particularly surprised when he saw the space scene? It turned out that he had guessed it long ago. When Su Kai-tai was in the southern military, he knew that she was being specially cared for by the chief. He found the southern military team in the vast ocean and told Gu Tinglin everything about the Huacheng Base. Gu Tinglin knew that Jiang Ning would never return to the Huacheng Base in her life. And he also knew that the 5 major military forces gathered at the Huacheng Base, and their ranks were equal. But the base needed a leader. Even if the major chiefs could sit still, could the people below sit still? In the end times, all parties work together to fight disasters, build civilization together, and the goal of working together to move forward will not change. But under the general trend, it is a team composed of armies from all sides. And as long as there are people, there will be conflicts and selfishness. As a leader of one side, how could Gu Tinglin not know? It is good to know that Chinese civilization is continuing. Construction is construction wherever it is. And it is even more prosperous when it blooms everywhere. For Huacheng Base, it doesn't make much difference whether he is there or not. Not only he thinks so, but also his generals think so. He dedicated the first half of his life to the country, and Huacheng Base has risen. For the rest of his life, Gu Tinglin wants to protect the people he owes. Therefore, Gu Tinglin established the Fengcheng Base, and Su Kai-tai went out to sea to find her. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. He really didn't say a word. Is this the fatherly love that moistens things silently? If so, it makes sense that he wants Huaishan to join the military. Having lived for 2 lifetimes, Jiang Ning has never been cared for by such heavy love, and his emotions are churning for a while. Speaking of Su Kai-tai, Rong Sanshao couldn't help but think of his brothers in the Huacheng Base. I wonder how Lu Cheng and the others are doing over there. Jiang Ning calmed down and said calmly, no matter where they are continuing the Chinese civilization. Seeing the truth but not saying it. Young Master Roan left with a full stomach. Next door. Xu Xueqing worked overtime until the evening before returning. She was afraid that Gu Tinglin would be hungry. But he not only cooked for her, but also left some for her. Xu Xueqing was surprised. Old Gu. The sun is rising from the west? Gu Tinglin knew how to cook. But not much. When he was young, he often went on missions. And even when he returned to the team, he would eat in the dining hall. Later, as his military rank increased, he was often busy all the time, and had no leisure time. All these years, Xu Xueqing took care of his daily life. Just 2 simple dishes, and his cooking skills were not good enough. But Xu Xueqing was particularly happy, because this was the first time he cooked for her. Gu Tinglin was looking forward to it. How was it? As they were an old married couple, Xu Xueqing told the truth. It was salty, but edible. Next time you cook, remember to call me. Gu Tinglin was a little disappointed. But then he suddenly said, I learned a few dishes. Xu Xueqing was very happy at first, but paused when she heard his words. Want to cook for Jiang Ning? Gu Tinglin had good intentions, but his cooking skills were really bad. To be honest, Xu Xueqing felt a little disappointed. But she quickly adjusted. How could she be jealous of Jiang Ning? He had always felt guilty for missing his daughter's growth and for the hardships she had suffered. But at least she had him by her side for more than 10 years. Today, you don't know what will happen tomorrow. He is willing to spend time on Jiang Ning. And he is a responsible person. Gu Tinglin smiled. I cook for you and aiming in the future. With his words, Xu Xueqing was satisfied. After dinner, she washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen, but found new supplies in the kitchen. Exquisitely packaged rice, noodles, sausages, bacon, and fresh dandelions. Xu Xueqing was surprised. When did the base have such good treatment? She opened her mouth to ask, but seemed to think of something. Squatted down and put the supplies where no one could see. At night, lying on the bed with the lights off, Xu Xueqing could feel that he was in a good mood. But he didn't seem to be sleepy. Old Gu, are you still not asleep? Gu Tinglin nodded. You go to sleep first. I want to think about something. Xu Xueqing couldn't sleep, so she hugged him sideways. Ning and the others have settled down, and they are not young anymore. Shouldn't we find a chance to have a child? The conditions in the end times are harsh, and she has no chance to give birth. The natural disaster was too tragic, and there were not many children as old as Daodu in the base. The youngest and most suitable for childbearing were Jiang Ning group. If she didn't give birth again, who knows if there would be a chance in a few years? Gu Tinglin didn't think about it. Now is not the best time. Let's talk about it in the next few days. It will get better and better in the future. But childbearing is indeed a big problem. Although there are still young and strong people now, there are very few women in the base. And the living conditions are poor. Many people have already collapsed. I am afraid that even if the conditions are better in the future, they may not have a chance. This reminded Gu Tinglin. Your hospital can do research in this area. When conditions improve in the future, you can use medical means to allow more women to have children. Xu Xueqing nodded. I will discuss with the dean tomorrow and make medical preparations in advance. Gu Tinglin rested at home for 2 more days. Although the pneumonia was not completely cured, he still went to work. With a family and a daughter, he did not dare to work as hard as before. He went home to rest after dealing with the important things at hand. During the illness, good news came. The soldiers who went out to look for resources sent a message that a limestone was found more than 100 miles away. We can find a way to build a lime kiln. Calcine the limestone at high temperature into lime, and use it as building material mud and sand to further solve the problem of mud and sand shortage. In addition, there is better news that a coal mountain was found more than 300 kilometers away. But it is not an open-pit coal mine, and it is estimated that a lot of manual excavation will be required. This news is extremely exciting. Coal can not only solve the fuel problem, but also is the source of kinetic energy for many machines. But the problem is that there are not enough people. After the excitement, the senior executives were left with a difficult situation. Fengcheng Base started from scratch, and there was no mechanical assistance. The number of people was even worse. The soldiers were already split into 2. And if this continued, everyone would be scrapped. Since you have to move bricks and have to eat and wear, it is really difficult to choose. Gu Tinglin listened to their discussion quietly. There are too many things to do and too few people, so make appropriate choices. Chapter 551. Gu Tinglin was not feeling well and could not manage the details, so he directly assigned 3 tasks. First, the base should realize industrial development and collect more fire boxes as soon as possible. Second, the lime and coal mines must be mined. Third, solve the problem of insufficient manpower. Throw out the problem and ask them to come up with a feasible solution within 3 days. Gu Tinglin went home to recuperate, and the senior executive stayed to continue the discussion. Jiang Ning was worried about the glass greenhouse project. After all, he had seen how outrageous he was in the past. She planned to go to the South District planting area, but she ran into Director Xiao of the Land Management Department just after she arrived at the door. After experiencing sandstorms and problematic rain, the crops in the South District plantation were ruined. The weather was bad, and the harvest cost was already low. And now it was even less. Fortunately, potatoes mature quickly, so the reduction in production was not so serious. But the sweet potatoes were only half mature. Facing the mess of the plantation, Director Xiao was heartbroken. When will this bad weather end? People really can't hold on any longer. Seeing that he was worried, Jiang Ning smiled and comforted him. When the glass greenhouse is built, I will give you the first batch of the best sweet potatoes. Director Xiao looked at the stacked glass and couldn't help but rekindle hope. I hope this is a new beginning. Please rest assured, Director Xiao. Our victory will come soon. Jiang Ning painted a rosy picture for him. By then, 10 acres of land will be planted with potatoes and sweet potatoes. 10 acres will be planted with herbs. And 10 acres will be planted with mulberry trees. Mulberry trees grow fast and are not picky about the growing environment. They grow in greenhouses and then are transplanted to wasteland. They can not only prevent wind and sand, but also eat mulberries and raise silkworms with mulberry leaves. In a few years, Fengcheng will become a green city. All the crops grown will be exchanged with the base for other materials, and life will get better and better. Jiang Ning is not only optimistic, but also extremely confident. Director Xiao believes it, not because she is the daughter of the leader, but because her ability is obvious to all. In a short period of time, she brought back 2 batches of materials, including medicines, glass, fuel, cars and guns, all of which are urgently needed in Fengcheng. Now, she has become famous in Fengcheng. If it weren't for his special status, the threshold would have been trampled by people long ago. If the 20-acre greenhouse is really built, it may not be able to feed tens of thousands of people in the base, but it will definitely alleviate the danger to a great extent. This is a huge project for the base. Thinking of the future, he couldn't help but relax his brows. Comrade Jiang, when the crops are abundant, what do you want to change? Anything is fine, as long as it can solve the people's livelihood problems in the base. Everyone will work together to restore Chinese civilization. Jiang Ning smiled calmly and said, everyone is good. It's really good. I don't want to be blown full of sand when I eat, or die in the rain when I go out. As long as the land is greened again and the food chain returns to normal, the extreme weather will gradually improve. There are people in the planting area. Seeing Jiang Ning coming, a man and a woman hurried over to greet him. The man was thin and old, looking like he was in his 40s, and the woman was only in her teens, with a flat body and no flesh. And her condition was a far cry from Daodu. In the villa area of the new city, Jiang Ning had seen young Master Rong several times. It had been a few years since the natural disaster, and the Rong family was supported by the old man. So young Master Rong lived a relatively comfortable life, and even gained a little weight. Unlike now, when he is so thin that he looks unrecognizable. Seeing Jiang Ning again, young Master Rong was also in a complicated mood. She was just living at the end of the villa, but she was so successful in the end times, and even the daughter of the head of the base. Life is so unpredictable. But it was just a sigh in his heart, and he quickly put away his emotions. The natural disasters over the past 10 years have already beaten him all over. Now, he just wants a stable job and can eat and wear warm clothes. He promised his father that he would live well. Young Master Rong was grateful to Jiang Ning. If it weren't for her help several times, the third brother might have died long ago. Even the food that the third child brought back a few days ago was given by Jiang Ning. He had to admit that his father and the third child had a good vision. If they hadn't been friends, the Rong family might have been wiped out. Miss Jiang, He greeted her warmly. Jiang Ning was still not used to it. We are all old acquaintances. Just call me Jiang Ning from now on. Young Master Rong quickly introduced. This is my niece Tingting. Helping out. Rong Tingting smiled and greeted. Aunt Jiang. Jiang Ning. Who was called Aunt Jiang, Time flies. She has also grown from a beautiful girl to the age of being called Aunt. Aunt Jiang. You are really beautiful at your age. And you look only a few years older than me. From now on, I will call you sister. Right? Jiang Ning took a breath of cold air. This kid must have been raised by young Master Rong. And already has a shadow. Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing. Young Master Rong introduced the process to her. I found a few carpenters and people who know technology. And exchanged some things at the exchange market at the base. If there are enough tools, it will not be a problem to build a glass greenhouse. He is honest and loyal. But he has also managed the wrong group. This project is just a trial run for him. Jiang Ning asked. What is missing? I find a way to fix it. The glass cutting machine has been delivered. But there is no power supply. In addition, there are tools for carpenters to eat. Some tools for making riveted parts. Etc. He reported the things he couldn't solve. Jiang Ning nodded. Okay. I find a way. After returning from the planting area, she went with Director Xiao to handle the land transfer procedures. And completed the registration on the computer before signing and sealing. Not long after arriving, Jiang Ning became a landlord with 20 acres of land. When she left, she did not forget to flatter him. Director Xiao, you insist on working despite being ill, which is really admirable. Director Xiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The hospital has no medicine. You can only hold on when you are sick. And you will have to close your eyes one day. I studied under Professor Ma Guangyan and have some knowledge of Chinese medicine. If you trust me, I can treat you. The chief's own daughter treated him? Director Xiao was flattered. After more than 10 years of endurance. Who really wants to die? Although the fact that the chief was seriously ill was not made public. Many people speculated privately. Even the dean was frequently in and out, which showed that he was in critical condition. But when Jiang Ning came back, the chief was out of danger, which showed that she was not only an excellent doctor, but also had medicine in her hands. Director Zhao's illness had not improved, and he was really afraid that he would develop pneumonia. He said a few polite words, and then happily agreed. Then I trouble you, Comrade Jiang. So Jiang Ning took his pulse and acupunctured his acupoints. When it was time to stop the needles, she did not forget to remind him when she left. There are some herbs at home. I will have someone bring them to you later. Director Xiao thanked her profusely. I don't know if she is really an excellent doctor, or if it's just a psychological effect, but I feel that the fever seems to have subsided a lot, and my consciousness has become clearer. Comrade Jiang, the medicine is very precious. I wonder what you want to exchange. Chapter 552. Listening to his words, Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. Director Xiao, no matter how precious the medicine is, it is used to save people. If it can't save people, it will be of no value. I don't need anything in my life for the time being, so I will repay you for your hard work in building and defending the base. Watching her leave, Director Xiao couldn't help but sigh that the chief had such a good daughter, which was a blessing from 3 lifetimes. Thinking of his wife and children, who had passed away many years ago, he couldn't help but feel sad and envied the chief in his heart. Jiang Ning returned home and got 3 doses of medicine for Director Xiao, asking Dowdu to help deliver them. Due to the gun control management, the safety of the base is still very guaranteed. Besides, Dowdu is quite skilled and has a weapon on him. So if something really happens, it will be others who suffer. Jiang Ning went into the space to search, and after spending most of the day, he really got together what young Master Rong wanted. Fortunately, the stockpiling was done before the natural disaster. Otherwise people would really be suffocated to death. The next day, young Master Rong came with a few workers to move things. After a series of attacks, many survivors have given up on planting, and they are so busy that they can't even eat enough. Therefore, many people squat on the roadside to find work. Rong Dashao has also worked as a part-time worker and knows a lot of people. He chooses those who work hard and don't slack off. In just a few days, the frame of the glass greenhouse was erected, attracting a lot of onlookers. Although the glass greenhouse is not his own, as long as the energy is continuously produced, he can always benefit from it. In any case, The appearance of the glass greenhouse has comforted countless people in the base spiritually, as if there is a glimmer of hope in the tormented life. They were all curious about who the owner of the greenhouse was. It was so awesome. Someone who was well informed said, "I heard that she was the daughter of the chief. With the chief's father's support, she would be amazing." You don't know this, right? The father and daughter just got to know each other. She doesn't seem to rely on her father, but her husband. Who is her husband? You are also crazy. They can even get the car and the glass back. They don't lack food and drink. They must have gained weight. One is young and the other is beautiful. Ah, I think I've seen it. The man is tall, cold and handsome, like a movie star. And the woman looks very young, with a fair and sassy face. It's hard for Jiang Ning not to be famous now. She stood up with Huishan and calmly inspected the construction site. Young Master Rong was quite reliable. The workers he hired were not cunning. They rushed to work hard, hoping to earn more food. And it would be best if they could become farm workers after the greenhouse was built. The frame of the construction was very solid, and the Rong family was in real estate. Young Master Rong used to go to the construction site frequently, and he knew the ways inside very well. He watched closely, and Rong Tingting was no exception. Young Master Rong came over. Jiang Ning, the frame of the greenhouse is almost built, and it will be completed in 3 days. Do you need to start planting immediately? Jiang Ning nodded. Sure. I asked Daodu for planting later. Daodu has grown up, and even Rong Tingting, who is a few years younger, can take charge of things on her own. It's time for her to be truly independent. When Rong Tingting saw Daodu, her eyes lit up, and then she felt a little inferior. Daodu was young and beautiful, but she was as shabby as a beggar. However, Rong Tingting quickly adjusted herself. Natural disasters are not easy for anyone. Daodu is a unique case in the base, and there is nothing to compare. Uncle San has created opportunities. As long as you work hard in the base, your life will get better and better. Daodu took the initiative to take the task and said happily, "Brother and sister-in-law, I can do it well." Jiang Ning put his arm around her shoulders, and the sister-in-law was as close as sisters. "Work hard. It's time for you to show your skills." After returning from the plantation, Daodu began to work on the planting plan. Each glass greenhouse covers an area of 1 acre, and the first one is used for mulberry seedlings, herb seedlings, and sweet potato seedlings. The poultry eggs hatched in the incubator will hatch in 10 days, and the green vegetables and grasses will also be sown. High-temperature fish cakes have no nutrition, and protein intake mainly depends on raising maggots. People in both bases are eating them, so safety issues should be guaranteed. Daodu plans to resume his old business, and he still has to raise maggots to make poultry grow faster. As for cotton, potatoes, etc., they can be put into production immediately as long as the greenhouse is built. Daodu handed the plan to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning pointed out several details that needed to be revised. Not bad. Just follow your plan. Daodu was full of confidence and took some dry food to the site to follow. When he came back at night, he would discuss the construction progress and details with his brother and sister-in-law. Being raised by his brother and sister-in-law, Daodu also developed a meticulous character and would identify those who deliberately flatter, stay away from those who should stay away, and show favor to those who should be favored. Heart to heart? Not possible. After all, the sister-in-law has a secret. 3 days later, Daodu said happily, "Sister-in-law, the greenhouse has been built. I asked Brother Rong to recruit some temporary workers to help sow and raise seedlings tomorrow." Jiang Ning understood immediately, and took out several bags of seeds that had been prepared long ago from the space. Daodu remembered another thing today. "Sister-in-law, the military is recruiting soldiers today." The workers who built the greenhouse said during a break that the base had discovered coal and lime mines. Due to the lack of excavation manpower, they recruited survivors outside the base to mine. Jiang Ning was thoughtful. It seemed that Gu Tinglin had taken action. Daodu started to make a plan. They are recruiting soldiers now, and supplies will be even more scarce. The food and herbs grown in our greenhouse will be in great demand. Then we can exchange for more land and grow more food. In short, full of energy. Looking at Daodu, who is so lively and bright, Jiang Ning and Huishan are full of hope. Just after dinner, Gu Tinglin came over. He called Jiang Ning into the study. "Do you know about the military recruitment?" Jiang Ning nodded. "I just heard about it." Gu Tinglin got straight to the point. Aining. Natural disasters are unpredictable. I have lived to this age, and I don't know what will happen tomorrow. You have to become strong yourself so that others dare not covet your secrets. As early as when he went to find Huishan, Jiangning knew that he would be named. The base needs to take off and develop. And your supplies also need a clear way. So I hope you and Ashin can join the army. Jiangning had expected it. So he was not surprised. Which department? The Firebox Search Team. A newly established department. Jiangning thought. A department specially established for me? Gu Tinglin did not deny it. The climate continues to be bad. And the development of the base is stagnant. If you want to break the predicament, you can only find the fireboxes scattered everywhere as soon as possible, and use industrial civilization to break the predicament. Jiangning has a lot of space stored, so he can only do it this way. The most important thing is that it is really difficult for ordinary soldiers to be promoted by years of service or military merits. The only way to take a shortcut is to find fireboxes. Chapter 553. If there is a choice. Gu Tinglin does not want his daughter to travel far, but she needs military merit to strengthen herself. It is true that the fireboxes are lost, but the fire planners have recorded the relevant longitude and latitude. It is not difficult to find them, but the difficult part is salvaging and transporting them. Jiangning thought for a while. Will they have any objections to you doing this? The overall situation is at hand. The focus is on development, and the plan was decided after their discussion. Development is not bad for anyone. The problem raised by Gu Tinglin has been discussed countless times, but it was shelved due to the reality. And this time he issued a military order. There is no problem in public or private. If Jiangning and Huishan want to move up, they have to rely on their own abilities to earn military merit. If the two are idiots, he will harm them by force. Those who have risen by strength, no matter how dissatisfied others are, they have to hold back. Jiangning has no objection and decides to sign up for the military department. I have selected a team for you. Their relatives have all died in the natural disaster. They have no worries and no weaknesses. You don't have to worry about exposing your secrets in front of them. You can take out the materials in your space as appropriate. All will be converted into military merit. Jiangning had no doubt that it was not uncommon for someone who could sit in Gu Tinglin's position today to have a loyal team. After returning from next door, Jiangning sat quietly on the sofa, slowly digesting Gu Tinglin's good intentions. The hardness deep in her heart was quietly disintegrating. This feeling was very strange, like running in a heavy rain. And suddenly, there was an umbrella above her head, and the person holding the umbrella would rather get wet in the rain. She closed her eyes and hugged her knees, as if there were arms protecting her. After turning off the lights and lying on the bed, Huishan held her hand. Aining, Dad is really thinking about you. Jiangning leaned in his arms and whispered softly. I know. We will go to sign up tomorrow morning. The next morning, Huishan talked to his sister openly. Daodu, your sister-in-law and I have decided to join the military. We may drift all over the world in the future. Can you handle the greenhouse planting and management? Daodu was reluctant to leave them, but she knew that everything was for the future. Brother, I can do it. Seeing her hesitant expression, Huishan comforted her. Don't be afraid of making mistakes at the beginning. As long as you gain experience, you will grow up. Your sister-in-law and I have confidence in you. Besides, everyone knows that soldiers are treated better. So there are quite a lot of ordinary people who come to sign up. They are so skinny that they feel like they can be blown away by a sandstorm. Jiangning and Huishan filled in their information and signed up. After verification, they took a physical fitness test on the spot. Climb, run, jump. The assessment was too low level, and it was like playing for the two of them. They passed it easily. The recruitment department entered the information. Report in 2 days. After leaving the recruitment office, the two walked around the center of the base and found that there were civil servants recruiting, and they were all senior positions. Jiangning couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Gu Tinglin is serious about reform. To be able to make such a drastic change, it must have taken a lot of thought and courage to deal with it. Hope to open up a new situation. It's still early, so the two went to the plantation to take a look. Daoda guided the planting on the spot, but seemed to be struggling with others, and the busy workers surrounded him. Jiangning and Huishan were worried and hurried over. Daoda was not young anymore, and it was impossible for her brother and sister-in-law to solve problems. The two of them had a tacit understanding and did not rush to her. but stood behind the crowd. From the sound, it seemed like they were arguing. The thin woman with a sallow face sat on the ground, beating her chest and stamping her feet and crying, "Is there any justice? What's wrong with the chief's family? Can they bully the common people?" She kept howling, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Young Master Rome, who was building a new greenhouse, rushed over. "What's going on?" Dowdu ignored the woman crying and calmly explained, "She stole the medicine seeds." The woman cried and said, "Oh my God! She is so young and dares to say such empty words. She is not afraid of thunder and lightning." It is true that young Master Rome was born into a wealthy family, but he has seen all kinds of people in the apocalypse of natural disasters. He immediately frowned and said, "Why are you crying? Whether you stole or not, just tell me clearly." The woman stood up and searched her tattered pockets excitedly. "What can I steal? Where can I put it if I stole it? She is just bullying people by taking advantage of her power." Mr. Rome knows Dowdu well, and he will not wrongly accuse someone for no reason. But the middle-aged woman searched all the pockets on her body, and there was indeed no seed. This kind of thing is not uncommon. The seeds of the end of the world are very precious, especially the herbal seeds. Few people can resist the temptation. It is very likely that seeing that Dowdu is a little girl, she thought that she was innocent and easy to be deceived. So she had the wrong thoughts. She stole it and hid it on her body. Dowdu said firmly, "Don't play this trick in front of me. If you want to quarrel, go to the police station. They will investigate. Yes, there are police at the base, but the law enforcement is transferred from the military." The middle-aged woman howled even louder, crying and making a scene, swearing to the sky, and putting herself in the position of a victim. The workers watching whispered. They were all survivors from the bottom, and many of them subconsciously stood in the position of victims. But it was hard to earn food in the end times, and no one dared to speak for her, fearing that they would lose their hard-earned jobs. Rong Tingting pushed through the crowd and walked in, pulling Dowdu aside and whispering, "Sister Du, did she really steal it?" Dowdu nodded, and she knew where it was hidden. Rong Tingting had crawled through a pile of dead bodies, and she understood immediately after seeing Dowdu's expression. She rushed over without saying a word and started to tear at the middle-aged woman. Although she was young, Rong Tingting had been able to eat well recently, so she was quite strong. She rode on top and started to pull at the waistband of the middle-aged woman's pants. The middle-aged woman panicked and tried to protect her pants. "You are a hooligan. You are shameless." Rong Tingting tore open her pants and lifted up her torn underwear. There was an inner bag sewn inside, which contained a handful of Chinese medicine seeds. The cloth was torn too hard, and the herbal seeds were scattered everywhere. The middle-aged woman was stunned at first. Then she covered her face and cried heartbreakingly, "I didn't want to do this either, but my family was sick and died, and I survived. Really survived." She cried louder and louder. "Do you think I want this? I graduated from a 985 university. I earn 1,000,000 yuan a year in a foreign company. I have 2 houses and 2 cars at home. I have donated blood and money. Who doesn't want to be glamorous and eat meat every day? But God doesn't give me a way to survive." Everyone was shocked and fell silent. Stealing herbs is wrong. But who among them doesn't want these things? Rong Tingting spit at her and scolded her. Stealing is stealing. Everyone has no food to eat due to natural disasters, and everyone has suffered for 3 days and 3 nights. Are you the only one who is miserable? My grandfather used to be the richest man in China, and I was born into a wealthy family with a golden key. Now I am not picking up garbage and digging manure. Chapter 554. Who doesn't have a lot of bitterness in the end of the world after natural disasters? How many times do you want to die in your dreams at midnight? Rong Tingting walked to Dowdu. "Sister Du, now you are caught red-handed. Do you want to take you to the police station?" Dowdu walked towards the middle-aged woman. "Your salary can be settled, but the farm will not hire you again." After that, she looked around at the workers with a cold face, her young and beautiful face showing a bit of solemnity. "Today is the first time and the last time. If it happens again, take you to the police station without negotiation, and never hire you again." Young Master Rong waved his hand to disperse the crowd. "Everyone, go back and do what you need to do." After that, he called the members of the planting group aside for ideological education, and told them to cherish the opportunity to work. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan left quietly. Through this incident, Jiang Ning couldn't help but look at Rong Tingting with new eyes. I'm afraid that the little girl will have a better future than young Master Rong. She has a keen eye, is willing to be a vanguard, and has no image burden. Dowdu is calm and does not destroy her image because of trivial matters. She put herself in the position of a farmer. Unlike when she was at the Huacheng base before, she chose to remain silent when she saw her colleagues eating maggots. Different positions, different ways of dealing with, and at the same time keeping a goodwill. Jiang Ning was quite satisfied. How far she could go in the future depended on her own luck. In the evening, Gu Tinglin came home. Jiang Ning went to the next door and told him that the registration was passed. Report in 2 days. Gu Tinglin was concerned. The department was specially established, and the number of fire boxes and types of materials collected will be rewarded. You may have to travel all over the world by then. Are you confident that you can collect them? I will try my best to collect what I can, but I won't do anything that will cost my life. Gu Tinglin nodded. Well, you have to do things within your ability. He thought for a moment and said, Aining, are you interested in the hospital? Jiang Ning was puzzled. You are studying medicine. After collecting all the fire boxes you can go to the hospital to work. Jiang Ning opened his mouth and said after a while, Well? Gu Tinglin rubbed his eyebrows and eyes. I will go to He Tianming in person in a few days. After discussing business, Jiang Ning felt his pulse and examined him. The stern eyes gradually became kind, and Gu Tinglin couldn't help but worry. When you go on a mission, you must pay attention to safety and don't be stubborn. Jiang Ning couldn't help. What about you? Don't just talk about me. The father and daughter smiled at each other. Dowda came back very late, and she didn't say a word about what happened on the farm. She only reported good news and not bad news, saying, Sister-in-law, the #1 greenhouse will be planted tomorrow. I will go to the food factory to discuss raising maggots when I am busy. Okay. Don't worry. Take your time. After dinner, Jiang Ning carried a few canned fruits and went to find He Tianming with Huishan. He Tianming lived in the civilian area, sharing a 2-bedroom, 1 living room military tent with Rong Daxiao and Rong Tingting. Even so, it was considered good conditions in the civilian area. It was obvious that the military tent was brought by Rong Sanxiao. In a harsh environment, it is safest to stick together. He Tianming was not surprised by the arrival of Jiang Ning and Huishan, but he was happy from the bottom of his heart. He knew in his heart that if it weren't for the two of them, he would eventually die in the Arctic. He didn't tell anyone the details, including Rong Sanxiao. I believe the two of them would not want to say too much. Rong Tingting was very perceptive and quickly welcomed the two in. Uncle Hua and Jiang, our house is too simple. I hope you don't mind. Knowing that the two were looking for He Tianming, she quickly said, You guys chat. I and Uncle will go out for a walk to digest the food. The table and benches were made of picked wood, and He Tianming asked the two to sit down. There were no outsiders around. He sincerely thanked the two. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to return to my hometown in this life. Hometown? I didn't expect him to think so highly of Fengcheng. Or maybe, this Fengcheng is not the same Fengcheng. But I hope that in my lifetime, the two Fengchengs can be combined into one. Jiang Ning looked at him, darker and thinner, and although he was exhausted, his expression was calm and indifferent. As expected of a psychological counselor, his mental state is better than most people. She said step by step. Mayor He, we are going to apply for military service today, and we have passed the selection. He Tianming sincerely wished. The development and construction of Fengcheng cannot be separated from talents like you. Well, I hope that in the near future, the true charm of Fengcheng can be restored here. After sighing, she changed the subject. The base is recruiting civil servants. I saw a position that is particularly suitable for you. Have you signed up? He Tianming laughed. I am an old man. I find it incredible that I can live to this day. How can I have the energy to toss around? Jiang Ning did not expect that he would also persuade people one day. Everyone who stays here has their own Fengcheng dream in their hearts. Don't you want it to come true as soon as possible? He Tianming said calmly. As long as there is good soil, there will be no worries about not having good crops. Without good seeds, no matter how good the soil is, there will be no harvest. How could Jiang Ning not see that He Tianming had intentions? The reason he refused was that he knew better at his heart that without real power, no matter how high his position was, it would be empty. In the end, no matter how hard he tried, It would be in vain. He was not just smart. And he saw things clearly. So he was so indifferent. Jiang Ning came today, not expecting to convince him to come back with just a few words, but just paving the way for Gu Tinglin. She said some trivial things in a tactful way. Anyway, the frame was set up, and it was up to you to decide whether to get in the car. When she left, she smiled and said, Mayor He, Shin and I will go out to collect the scattered fire boxes after reporting. We will come back to see you. He Tianming saw them off. Have a safe journey and a safe return. They understood each other, and Jiang Ning didn't say anything more. He Tianming couldn't help but smile as he watched them leave. When they got home, Dao hadn't slept yet, but sat on the sofa in a trance. Hui was concerned. What's wrong, brother? I'm fine. Dao came back to his senses. I'm reviewing what happened during the day, what I didn't do well, and what I can do better next time. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you feel that you haven't done well enough, you can tell me and your sister-in-law, and we can find a solution together. Dao nodded happily. I will. Once you pass the enlistment, you will sail away soon. There are too many uncertainties, and it is unknown when you will come back. Jiang Ning took inventory of the space and prepared 2 copies of everything that might be needed for food, clothing, housing and transportation. One for Dao and one for the neighbor. Gu Tinglin's physical deficiency cannot be made up in a short time, and it will take a long time to recuperate. Prepare all the supplements, medicines, and everything that can be used, especially fresh meat, eggs and milk. Jiang Ning took out the large refrigerator to prepare the goods, and asked Dao to send some over from time to time. Chapter 555. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the 2 reported on time. Only more than 100 people were recruited this time, except for Jiang Ning and Huishan, who had excellent test scores. The others were barely recruited because the standards were relaxed. Groups were divided on the spot, and each department came to pick up people. Huishan and Jiang Ning were internally selected, and today they were just going through the process. But they didn't expect that the person who came to claim them was an old acquaintance, Su Kai-tai. When they met each other, their eyes met, and everything was self-explanatory. Su Kai-tai stretched out his hand to the 2 and smiled. Welcome to join us. The newly established special department didn't even have an office space for work, so they set up a temporary military tent. When the 3 arrived, there were already 11 soldiers waiting, 2 women and 9 men, and their ages were not much different from Huishan. Su Kai-tai took the initiative to greet and introduce. Hello everyone. I am the deputy captain of the special lady. After taking turns to introduce, after waiting for about 5 minutes, a senior military commander of the same age as Gu Tinglin came over, with a serious square face. Everyone hurriedly saluted. Hello everyone. I am Yu Changzheng, and I am also in charge of your department. After introducing himself, Yu Changzheng said a few passionate military words. I am for Feng Cheng. Feng Cheng is for everyone. And then said to the crowd, now let your captain comrade Huishan speak. From now on, he will lead you to find the lost fire box and build a better Feng Cheng. After the applause, Huishan stepped out. Jiang Ning was surprised, but not surprised. After the official words, Yu Changzheng handed Huishan a confidential document and left. You should make a detailed plan first, and report to me when the plan is ready. Huishan and Su Kai-tai opened the file, which recorded the specific coordinates of the missing fire box. Of the hundreds of coordinates, only more than 10 were successfully found, and the rest were waiting to be excavated and salvaged. Looking at the dense data, they are really scattered all over the world. They just rose from the land, and I don't know whether they are now standing on the mountains or sleeping in the deep sea. Everyone knows their real mission and just cooperates to implement the plan. Huishan did not act arbitrarily, but sat down to make a plan with the team members. There are more than 80 fire boxes. Even with Jiang Ning's space cheat, it is impossible to bring them back in one go. Besides, there are tens of thousands of eyes watching the base. Su Kai-tai pondered. The fire boxes are very large, and we need to dispatch transport ships and lifting equipment, etc. Huishan nodded. The lost coordinates are too complicated. We have to start from the nearest one. We need to plan a route. If the sea area is complicated, we need to change the plan temporarily. Everyone came from the sea and told the sea area they passed through. Jiang Ning listened carefully, then drew a map by hand, marked the coordinates of the lost fire box, and divided it into 20 routes according to the principle of recent salvage. After the plan was completed, the materials needed for the voyage had to be listed. After repeated verification, Huishan and Su Kaitai went to see their superiors. It took a whole day to discuss it, and Jiang Ning went home to lie down and eat watermelon. Huishan came back at night. The superiors agreed, but the materials they can provide are very few. We have to find a way ourselves. A large transport ship. Su Kaitai drove a nuclear attack submarine, and Jiang Ning 2688 was a backup in case of an accident between the transport ship and the nuclear submarine. Yu Changjun served as a friendly person, and the plan was approved so smoothly, which shows that he obeyed Gu Tinglin's arrangement. Just give it in place on the surface, and think of other ways. Jiang Ning pondered. Do you think they are really reliable? Huishan thought for a while. Dad will not make a hasty decision, since the arrangement should be reliable. We will see as we go. If it is really unreliable, it is normal to die on the mission. Jiang Ning was amused and gave him a thumbs up. I listened to you. There were only 2 days to prepare the supplies, and Huishan went out early and came back late to lead the team to work. The chief's daughter seemed to be at home, but in fact, she was constantly making room. After all, it was a large transport ship, and it was not something that could be put down just like that. Fortunately, many large items such as glass and fuel were vacated before, but it was still very difficult. Jiang Ning turned into a compression expert, and finally managed to move it out like playing with building blocks. The first trip will take at least 1 month at the fastest and half a year at the slowest. I hope everything will go smoothly at home and abroad. Sister. Young Master Rong showed up on time. Jiang Ning had long been immune to his elusiveness. As usual, let the starving ghost have a good meal first. As the departure was imminent, Jiang Ning couldn't let go of either Gu Tinglin or Daodu. She said, there are still a lot of clothes on the cargo ship, many of which are old, but can be worn after washing. If you don't mind, you can take them and deal with them yourself. In addition, there are many things in the cabin that can be used. Ask your eldest brother and captain he if you can take some away to improve living conditions. Especially he Tianming. He can bear it mentally, but not physically. Young Master Rong was really lacking. Not polite at all. Thank you, sister. I know you are the best to me. Jiang Ning was thinking about saying a few more words, but he interrupted her and said, Sister, brother-in-law, don't worry. I will take good care of our father and Zidar. He rushed to say everything that should and should not be said. What else could she say? Young Master Rong continued to nag, telling the two to be careful when going up the mountain and into the sea, and finally said, Sister, why don't I go with you? Jiang Ning head hurt. Yes, as long as the military agrees. Rong Sanshao curled his lips. The special department was decided and established by the military's top brass. The team members were carefully selected, and their abilities were extraordinary. He was a little discouraged, but his naturally optimistic character quickly cheered him up. Sister, one day I can do it too. Jiang Ning was happy to see it happen. Come on. When she sent Rong Sanshao away, she stood at the door and reminded him. Please keep an eye on the farm. The second generation of slippers was rarely serious. Don't worry. Sister, Daodu is young and inexperienced, but very smart. With my eldest brother and niece to help, nothing will go wrong. If there is anything that cannot be handled, I promise to be the first one to go. After saying that, he fixed his eyes on her. You and your brother-in-law. No matter what happens, it is not as important as your own life. You must return safely. Don't be stubborn. Jiang Ning's face was expressionless, but she was a little touched in her heart. Well, thank you for your trouble. The supplies have been prepared, and the captain and the deputy captain have decided to set off tomorrow. In the evening, Jiang Ning cooked a meal and asked Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueqing to come over. Gu Tinglin, as a father and a person who has experienced it, knows the risks of going out. But if an eagle wants to fly in the blue sky, it must go through countless storms. Otherwise, even if you feed the meat into her mouth, she will either not be able to chew it or choke. Fengcheng is a camp formed by soldiers, whose fighting power and will are far superior to ordinary survivors. To conquer this city, you can't just rely on guns. So even if he is reluctant, he has to let go of his hand. After dinner, Gu Tinglin called Jiang Ning to the side and handed over a palm-sized bag. The password is your birthday. Chapter 556. Jiang Ning opened the waterproof bag and found a remote control sensor. It was undoubtedly used to open the fire box. And the password was her birthday. It should have been set before the land sank. There were several copies of the remote control sensor and password, all of which were in the hands of the top leaders of various military bases. Jiang Ning suddenly became a little willful and wanted to know what was in the fire box in the space. She really did it. Press the sensor. Enter the password. And the sturdy and heavy fire box was opened. It seems to be a huge machine. Jiang Ning dug around for a long time before he found the words engraved on the machine: Seawater Desalination System. It is not particularly large, but it is completely sufficient for a base with tens of thousands of people. The base is not far from the sea. The water quality is not very good, and the harsh climate breeds countless germs. And if you drink it accidentally, you will get sick. Not only people, but also the land is affected. The desertified alkaline wasteland makes it very difficult to grow crops, and it is impossible to retain the soil and lock in moisture. And the vicious cycle repeats itself. Gu Tinglin was very relieved. Aiming with it, there will be an oasis soon. Seeing him smile, Jiang Ning felt a warm current in his heart. I will bring it back. The next day, Dao got up early and endured the reluctance and worry of parting, and forced a smile to see them off. The wolf-hearted dog kept pulling at the two, unwilling to let the shit shoveler leave. Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueching went out to see them off. Be careful. Go early and come back early. Jiang Ning couldn't say anything too sentimental, so she gave him a hug. The two drove to the dock and picked up a few teammates who were walking on the way. There were 14 people in the team. When Jiang Ning arrived at the dock, the other teammates were almost there. Those who were specially selected had good skills. They drove cargo ships, submarines, airplanes, tanks, etc. They were the real special forces, who could reach the moon in the sky and catch turtles in the 5 oceans. Jiang Ning envied and respected them. I forgot to mention that the cargo ship was equipped with a helicopter. Rong Sanshao and the soldiers on duty saluted them and said, "Return safely." Su Kaitai selected 2 team members to enter the nuclear submarine. Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan drove 2688. And the rest drove the cargo ship, setting off for a location 500 nautical miles away. Gu Tinglin had sent people there before, but judging from the box number records, they were all filled with seeds. The existing conditions made it impossible to lift the boxes, and it was too difficult to open the boxes on the seabed. And the seeds would go bad once they were soaked in seawater. Su Kaitai's nuclear submarine led the way in front, and the cargo ship followed slowly behind. Everyone had lunch separately, and dinner was eaten on the nuclear submarine. As the captain, Huishan took the initiative and said, "My cooking skills are good. I show you some today." Accustomed to military life, they were restrained and couldn't let go. Su Kaitai was very relaxed. Not everyone can taste Captain Hua's cooking skills. Now is the mission period. There is no need to be so nervous. The team members relaxed, and the 2 female team members took the initiative to help Jiang Ning. There were only 5 dishes for 14 people, but the portions were quite large. Everyone ate and chatted. After the meal, the 2 male team members cleaned up the dishes and agreed to take turns cooking and washing dishes in the future. After chatting for a while, they were ready to return to the transport ship. But the sea was empty, with only the sea breeze and waves. Such a big transport ship disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Such a big transport ship could not be stolen. But it seemed that the 2 captains and Jiang Ning had come out during this period. Several people looked at each other and had to go back again. Seeing them come back, Su Kaitai was not surprised at all. It's late. The captain has gone to bed. You can also choose a room and get up tomorrow morning to change shifts. Before the mission, everyone guessed that it was not realistic to salvage the fire box from the seabed. Otherwise the base would not have waited until now. But this mission is highly confidential, and the department only reports to the head. They are all young people who are not much different, and each of them has a vague guess in their hearts. But the military and natural disasters have tempered their personalities. Everyone tacitly found a dormitory to rest. It soon became quiet outside, but Wei Yishan in the room did not relax. "You rest first. I will keep watch." Jiang Ning was not polite and rested on his thigh. Wei Yishan smiled knowingly and tucked her hair behind her ears. When she woke up the next day, breakfast was ready. Simple sweet potatoes and potatoes. Jiang Ning and Huishan ate breakfast leisurely, as if nothing had happened. After a night of thinking, the team members had calmed down and greeted each other calmly. They were subordinate to the chief, and the chief could send his daughter and son-in-law out, which would not harm the construction and development of the base in any way, both publicly and privately. The truth of incredible things will come to light sooner or later. It takes more than a day for a nuclear submarine to reach the first coordinate point in the afternoon for a distance of 500 nautical miles. According to sonar monitoring, the seabed is more than 100 meters deep, and the height difference is not large. The place is very large, and the terrain is undulating. The nuclear submarine searched around the coordinates and took more than 2 hours to detect it. The water depth is less than 200 meters, so professional diving equipment is required. Sukai has it, and together with Jiang Ning and Huishan, they decided to dive down and take a look. The team members who know the goods saw that the diving suit on Jiang Ning is worth millions, and silently said in their hearts, "Awesome." After tying the rope, the three jumped into the water and swam in the direction of the detection. The team members who stayed behind divided the work and cooperated with each other. Some watched the underwater operations, some patrolled, and some stayed in the nuclear submarine's driving room. The further downstream, the darker the light, Jiang Ning turned on the searchlight above his head, adjusted his breathing, and continued to dive. Sukai explored the way ahead, and Huishan was responsible for the rear. The land was not far away, more than 100 meters away, but the seabed was completely different. The deeper the pressure, the greater the pressure. After diving to a certain depth, every meter down was very uncomfortable. The searchlight swept the angular giant object, and the three people gestured and swam over quickly. It was undoubtedly the fire box, but the box was full of silt and seaweed. The pressure was too great, and the body could not bear it if they stayed any longer. And there was no time to clean it up. Jiang Ning and Huishan looked at each other and reached for the fire box at the same time. Then, the giant box disappeared out of thin air. Sukai, who witnessed it, was almost choked by the sea water, but fortunately he reacted quickly enough. The three of them swam up. On the way back, they passed by the rocks on the seabed, which were covered with dense kelp. Sukai paused for a moment, then swam towards the kelp and pulled a handful of it. The captain hurriedly pulled the three people up and asked anxiously and concernedly, "Have you found the fire box?" Seeing that Huishan didn't say anything, Sukai said, "Well, it's collected." Everyone was so excited. "Yes." Female team member Zhang Li responded quickly. "Captain Su, the kelp you picked is really good. Can it be eaten?" Sukai didn't know either. Kelp is rich in nutrients and grows well. It should not be contaminated by ancient viruses. I want to try it. Crops are in short supply due to climate disasters, and fish cakes lack nutrition. If kelp can be eaten, it can alleviate the food crisis to a certain extent. Everyone's eyes lit up, as if they had discovered a new continent. The world was turned upside down before, and now kelp is growing. Is the environment developing for the better? Chapter 557. Having survived natural disasters for many years, everyone has life-saving experience. Jiang Ning recovered his strength and carefully looked at the kelp. It was indeed not deformed. Zhang Li suggested, "Why don't we give it a try?" Everyone had no objection, and was even eager to try. They chose the best-looking one, washed it repeatedly, cut it into sections, and then blanched it for 10 minutes. Added salt and stewed it for a full hour. In 1 hour, all viruses were killed. But when it was really served on the table, everyone was a little hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. Team member Huang Mao stood up and slammed the table. "I do it." After saying that, he picked up a large chopstick and stuffed it into the chopsticks, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it into his stomach. Everyone was nervous. "How do you feel?" Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. "Even if there is a virus, it's dead. At most, it's just a stomachache. I have medicine here. You don't have to worry too much." Zhang Li breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, Aining is a doctor." After sitting for half an hour, Huang Mao didn't feel any stomach discomfort, so he took another big bite. After another half an hour, he took another big bite. After eating for 2 hours, he felt no discomfort, so he ate another bowl. Jiang Ning told him not to eat any more. Just eat in moderation. Don't really upset your stomach. When they went to bed at night, Huang Mao had no adverse reactions, and everyone agreed to eat kelp soup the next morning. The next day, Jiang Ning ate kelp soup as promised. The fire box had been salvaged, and Su Kai suggested collecting kelp as a food supplement. Most kelp grows in shallow sea areas, where there are few dangerous large marine organisms, so it can be picked with confidence. It didn't take any time to salvage the fire box, but it would be inappropriate to go back too early. Huishan didn't object. Okay, let's spend some time to collect the kelp to supplement the sailing supplies. It didn't take much effort to salvage the fire box, but everyone raised their hands to salvage the kelp. So, 11 team members went into the sea, and 3 of them took over on top, spreading what they had salvaged on the nuclear submarine to air dry. It took 2 days to salvage, and there were almost more than 4,000 kilograms. 1 kilogram of dried kelp is only about 4 ounces, and after 2 days of hard work, there were almost 1,000 kilograms. Although they were a bit sick after a few meals, they were still very happy to improve their diet and supplement the body with many nutrients. Drying kelp, heading to the second coordinate point, more than 400 nautical miles away. They were all about the same age and quickly became familiar with each other. 12 single dogs, watching the captain show affection from time to time. It was simply a large-scale dog slaughtering scene. They cried out in pain. Even in the natural disaster, the 2 were so sweet that they wanted to get married on the spot. After observing people for several days, the team members did not have any abnormal behavior, and Su Kai helped to cover everywhere. When Zhongli and her friends were chatting, they even dreamed that the fire boxes they collected could be useful for the development of the base. There are 3,000 fire boxes in total, but we only have about 100 coordinates. I wonder how many have been collected by Huacheng base. Captain, we should not only look for the known lost coordinates, but also those that have not been discovered. Huishan nodded. Good suggestion. The submarine sonar has monitoring. The next morning, we arrived at the coordinate point. The depth of the seabed was okay, but the bad thing was that from the sonar response, half of the fire boxes were buried in the mud. Jiang Ning was not absolutely sure, but he had come from a long way, so he had to try no matter what. The trio went into the sea in diving suits and swam to the bottom of the sea in coordination with each other. Jiang Ning swam to the side of the box and tried to take it in, but failed. The suction of the mud on the bottom of the sea was too strong. After several attempts, he finally took it in. Her energy was too much, and her body could not control her falling towards the surging sea water. Huishan was quick to catch her. Su Kai came to help and pulled the rope hard at the same time. The team members on the submarine received the feedback and pulled the rope up with all their strength. The 2 people on the seabed held Jiang Ning and swam up to avoid various marine animals. As the pressure decreased, Jiang Ning energy recovered a little, holding the oxygen mask tightly and breathing deeply. Back in the submarine, Huishan asked her to lie down and rest, and did not forget to stuff a few pieces of chocolate to replenish her energy. Jiang Ning slept for a whole day and night, and only when she woke up did she realize that she had left the 3rd coordinate just now. She was surprised and said, "Why didn't you wake me up?" The fire box fell more than 3,000 meters below the sea. No matter how good the diving suit is, it can't reach it. Huishan asked worriedly. "Are you feeling better?" Jiang Ning is recovered, but he is so hungry after not having sex for a day and a night. Hurry into the space and have a feast to reward yourself. When you open the door, you are greeted by the worried eyes of the team members. They gathered around and cared about Jiang Ning. Ning, are you okay? For so many days, everyone has already accepted the superpower in their hearts, but they don't know who among the 3 people has it. But no matter who it is, they are all contributing to the base, and they admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Ning exhaustion let the team members know the truth, and they all gave up the 3rd fire box. It fell too deep. Even with supernatural powers, it could not be salvaged. I'm fine. Jiang Ning, who ate alone, felt a little guilty, and subconsciously wiped the corners of his mouth, fearing that there would be oily residue. After walking for more than a day, the nuclear submarine was forced to stop. Discovered a new continent. At this time, it was 300 kilometers away from the 4th fire box. The nuclear submarine could not dock and could only stop in the deep sea, and there was a shallow sea area ahead. Jiang Ning decisively changed to 2,688, and the team continued to move forward. When 2688 could not move forward, they changed to assault boats to land. After discussion, Jiang Ning, Huishan, Su Kai and Huang Mao landed, and the others stayed to guard the submarine. There was no other way. The helicopter at the base could only carry 4 people, and there were many edible sea cabbages in the shallow sea area, and the people who stayed could pick and dry them. After landing, several people surveyed the surroundings to eliminate danger. After confirming that there were no traces of people, Jiang Ning took out the helicopter, and Huang Mao became the captain. The 4 flew up to a height of 1,000 meters and headed towards the coordinates. Huang Mao flew the plane, while Jiang Ning and others observed the ground situation. After flying for more than an hour over 300 kilometers, helicopters landed one after another. There were wasteland and ruins everywhere, and there was no end in sight. Several people stood on the high slope and looked around with binoculars, but did not find the fire box. Su Kai frowned. Is it possible that it is buried underground? No one had an answer, so they just kept looking. They divided into groups of 2 and searched around the coordinates, hoping that it was not really buried deep underground. Jiang Ning and Huishan searched for more than 2 hours, and finally found a convex angle in the distance with a telescope. They ran over and saw that it was indeed a fire box, but it was buried 2/3 of the way, and there was a lot of silt on it. If you didn't look carefully, you would think it was a raised hill. There was really no way to collect this, so you had to take out the shovel and hoe. After receiving the news, Su Kai and Huang Mao hurried over and waved their hoes to dig desperately. Chapter 558. For people started working at the same time, and they were all in good physical condition and worked without laziness. But the fire box was too big and took a lot of time. However, the waste soil lost moisture, and Jiang Ning cheated to the extreme. The loosened soil was temporarily stored in the space, which greatly improved the efficiency. Who knew that they were too happy too early, and they didn't dig too deep, and a rock layer appeared. The fire box was stuck in the cracks of the rocks, and there were a lot of rocks, which pressed against the box body. It was not easy to dig it out. Jiang Ning changed his equipment and took out 4 pointed steel rods, which were just right for prying rocks. Just pry them loose and take them away. But it still took a lot of time. During the day, he didn't even pry 1/3 of the rocks, and he was as tired as a grandson. There was no choice but to set up a tent and rest at night. Jiang Ning and Huishan guarded the first half of the night, and Su Kai and Huang Mao guarded the second half of the night. There was no trouble in the middle of the night, and the 2 fell asleep quickly after a day of tiredness. In the second half of the night, the tent was suddenly patted twice quietly. Huishan was sleeping lightly, and he sat up immediately. Su Kai lowered his voice. Something's going on. Jiang Ning turned over and quickly put on his night vision goggles, not forgetting to give them to Su Kai and Huang Mao. In the pitch dark night, shadows were quietly approaching in the darkness. Not just one, but a group of them, with weapons in their hands. The 4 of them gestured to keep the tent. Jiang Ning and Huishan hid behind the fire box, and Su Kai and Huang Mao quietly went around from both sides. Jiang Ning took out a micro recorder and threw it into the tent, and a snoring sound suddenly sounded. The group of shadows kept approaching, outflanking the tent. The tent was lifted up, and the swords and sticks were stabbed wildly. Then, a gibberish sounded, as if cursing. Well, not from my tribe. Jiang Ning was relieved, and the machine gun swept over continuously. Screams rang out one after another. Many black shadows turned around and ran, but who knew that gunshots were heard behind them? Jiang Ning had plenty of bullets and was wearing night vision goggles, so he swept until there was no figure standing. Ceasefire, but no rush to go out. The 4 people defended separately and waited for half an hour before going out, shooting at the same time from the front and back. The tent was shot into a sieve, and the bodies fell all over the ground. Black skin, red skin, white skin, a big pot of mixed. Some of them were not injured in the vital parts, and they still had a breath left. Jiang Ning was kind and righteous, and he finished them off in time to send them away. After such a commotion, no one wanted to sleep, and one of them was left to keep watch while the 3 continued to dig. Only more than 20 people died, and no one knew whether there was a large army. It was not advisable to stay here for a long time, so we had to work hard. As long as the stone was slightly loose, Jiang Ning would put it into the space. By dawn, they were sweating and panting like cows. Jiang Ning took out steamed buns and white porridge, and the 4 of them sat on the ground to eat. It was just a normal breakfast for her, but for Su Kai and Huang Mao, They hadn't eaten steamed buns with milk flavor for a long time. The porridge was thick and sticky. And there were pickled pickles. I suddenly felt like crying. What's wrong? I'm so useless. After filling my stomach, I continued to work hard. I dug hard and finally got halfway. And suddenly I saw wild people rushing in the distance. They were half-dressed. Their skin was tanned. And they rushed over with sticks. There were at least 200 or 300 people. And more than a dozen of them had guns in their hands. It's hard to say whether there are bullets or not. For people against 200 or 300 people? If it's just Jiang Ning and Huishan, they can bombard indiscriminately. But it's not easy for anyone to survive until now. As long as they don't force themselves to death. Jiang Ning is willing to give others a chance to live. Besides, she doesn't want to show off her amazing skills in front of the team members. Seeing the crowd hundreds of meters away, Su Kaitai and Huang Mao also became anxious. Even if they are not afraid of death, they are reluctant to give up bullets, which are non-renewable resources. Half of the excavation is over, and it is estimated that it will be loose in another half a day. Damn it. Why did they come at the critical moment? The two were unwilling to give up. This was a fire box that the southern military spent countless efforts to build. How could it fall into the hands of foreigners? They dug hard and tried their best to pry it out. Jiang Ning jumped down from the sentry post and tried to collect the container. Who knew that he didn't collect it after spending a lot of energy? But he felt it was loose. The second time. The third time. The savages were getting closer and closer. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and exerted force. And the fire box disappeared out of thin air. She exerted too much force and lost her balance. Stumbling twice and almost falling. Huishan quickly supported her. Wang Mao ran to drive the helicopter. Quick! The two of them supported Jiang Ning and hurried over. The savages obviously recognized the helicopter and chased them faster. And some of them were running and shooting. Just as they were about to pounce, the propeller kept turning, and 3 people climbed onto the helicopter. The helicopter left, and the savage, who was the vanguard, jumped over, grabbed the tripod and was suspended in the air, trying to climb up to snatch the aircraft. In a flash, Su Kaitai kicked the man who had climbed to the door and hung him down. As soon as the man was kicked down, another hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the door. They wanted the plane, regardless of the cost. Huishan pushed the door hard, smashing their hands. Screams accompanied by blood. The victim let go and fell from the air, slapping on the ground. It turned into a pool of meat paste. The savages did not give up, and raised their guns and fired continuously. The bullets brushed past the helicopter, but fortunately did not hit the fuel tank. Wang Mao rode steadily, and the plane quickly took off, getting farther and farther away from the wild people on the ground. It was a close call. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, superpower, I'm afraid I would have died here today. This bowl of rice is really not for everyone. After leaving the range, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ning looked down and saw hundreds of people on the ground. They did not disperse because the helicopter left. Some stood in front of the huge pit and muttered. And some dragged away the people who died last night. Well, dragged away. Not thrown into the pit and buried. Huishan pulled her back and asked with concern, "Does it feel bad?" Fortunately, the pressure was not as strong as the seabed this time, so the body was not that uncomfortable. But Jiang Ning still took a candy to replenish his energy. Thinking of the danger just now, everyone couldn't help but sweat. The group of people suddenly emerged from an ant nest. As the land rose, most of the survivors had landed and were also trying to find survival resources. With no laws and no social order, there was no humanity. If you want to find a firebox, it may not be that easy. But the base needs to develop, and it must rely on these precious resources. When the helicopter was halfway there, a strong wind blew over the sea, and half of the sky darkened very quickly. The heavy dark clouds moved quickly, covering the sunlight layer by layer, leaving only mottled sunlight through the gaps. The clouds around them continued to gather, and after the sunlight completely disappeared, lightning exploded in the clouds, flashing purple and blue. Chapter 559. Seeing the black cloud expanding rapidly, lightning becoming more frequent, and strong wind sweeping over the sea, Wang Mao said anxiously, "Captain, a thunderstorm is coming. Let's stop the aircraft and take shelter." The strong wind landed, blowing up countless wasteland and dust, and the vision gradually blurred. If the helicopter continues to fly, it is easy to be struck by lightning. or the dust will be rolled into the parts, causing malfunctions or crashes. Neither human life nor the aircraft can be revived. Huishan gave an order. Find a place to stop the aircraft nearby. The helicopter landed slowly in the dust. There was a large sand dune not far away, which was very suitable for sheltering from the wind. Jiang Ning put away the plane, and the four of them ran to the leeward sand dune in the wind with countless sand and dust. This is the impermanence of the climate. It was sunny just now, but now it is like night, and thunderstorms are dancing in the sky. Wearing goggles, Jiang Ning climbed up the sand dune to observe with a telescope, and saw the ocean roaring in the distance, with waves as high as more than 10 meters, rolling in with a devastating force. This continent is not high, and at this speed, the coast will definitely be submerged. Huang Mao was shocked by the scene in front of him and said with great concern, "What about our submarine?" Jiang Ning wanted to say, "Let's get through this first." The waves were getting higher and higher, and the four people were only a few kilometers away from the beach. Jiang Ning took out the escape capsule. "Come in quickly." Huang Mao had seen all kinds of disasters, but this was the first time he had seen a magician. At this time, his mind was empty, and he couldn't say a word of praise. The only thing that popped out was, "Fuck." The four people got into the escape capsule, and just after fastening their seat belts, they were pushed out by the surging waves of more than 10 meters. The gimbal spun wildly, and the escape pod was swallowed by the waves, shaking people dizzy. The waves carried a lot of mud and sand from the wasteland, and the sea water was turbid, making people's vision blurred. After several collisions, it felt like about 20 minutes had passed, and finally gradually calmed down. I leaned over to the glass to see how it drifted into the sea. However, the escape pod did not fluctuate. What I saw was water, and in the distance were wasteland dunes, most of which were swept into the inner sea lake by the waves. The escape pod was not far from the shore, and several people chose to go ashore. As soon as Su Kai-ai stepped forward, his hind legs were almost bitten off. Huishan was quick to pull him back. "Shark! There are sharks in the lake. This is not a freshwater lake, but an ocean lake formed when the land rose. Many marine creatures are forced to stay in the lake. The terrain is low and not far from the sea. It is estimated that tsunamis are commonplace. There are more than one sharks, and the tsunami triggered their bad tempers, and they kept attacking the dazzling orange escape pod." Su Kai-ai, who almost lost his legs, The lake is very large, and it looks like it covers hundreds or thousands of acres. It is not wrong to say that it is a large reservoir. After the tsunami, the lake water is not calm, and with the sharks crazy spraying and attacking, the escape pod gradually drifts to the shore. After not eating meat for a long time, the sharks decisively eat the fish and shrimp rolling in the lake and don't play with it. After confirming that it is safe, everyone quickly climbed ashore. Walking along the lake, we found traces of human life, broken wooden boats, black ashes that were not washed clean by the sea, and a destroyed vegetable field, on which we can see sporadic green and yellow wheat seedlings. Fearing unnecessary trouble, the crowd did not rush to take out the helicopter and leave, but instead quickened their pace and left in a hurry. After walking for less than half an hour, a cry for help suddenly came from a distance. "Help! Help!" Not only was it a cry for help, but it was also in Chinese. Several people were surprised and stopped in their tracks. The noise was getting louder and louder, and it seemed that there was more than one person, and there was a fierce dispute. Su Kai-ai stood up. "Why don't we go and take a look?" After traveling thousands of miles across the ocean, it was inevitable to be excited to hear the same hometown accent. Huishan said, "Yes, but you can't act without knowing the cause and effect. The accent is true, but there have been many people stabbing in the back for more than 10 years. It is most important to remember the purpose of this trip and the safety of the team." Su Kai-ai and Huang Mao have a plan in mind. The four of them quietly moved towards the scene of the incident. After crossing two sand dunes, they found two gangs confronting each other. All of them were in ragged clothes and disheveled hair. The number of Chinese compatriots was small, so they were obviously at a disadvantage. A teenager was hit on the forehead and bleeding. Both sides cursed each other in their own dialects, and then rushed to fight. Jiang Ning's ears were buzzing. She actually heard the three major dialects of Guangdong province rushing towards the other side, swearing and fighting. The two gangs lived around the lake. The terrain of the other side was slightly higher, and the terrain of the Huaxiao side was lower, but close to the water source. But the men, Women, old and young, were extremely hard-working, surviving by fishing and planting. The other side was not good at planting, and liked to plunder ready-made things, and they often planned to attack the Huaxiao people, taking advantage of the tsunami just after. Thinking that the Huaxiao people were affected by the disaster and lost sight of one thing while the other, and the young people went out to look for supplies. They rushed over to rob again. They were tall and strong, and showed no mercy to the old, weak, sick and disabled, who knew that the other party would fight to the death to protect the things. The two sides had a long-standing grudge, and the other party was merciless. The rusty axe was raised high and dodged towards the head of the teenager. Jiangning took out his gun and shot him in the head. The sudden gunshot and the splattering blood shocked both sides of the fight. If you don't fight, it's fine. If you fight, you must hit hard. Jiangning fired several shots and killed all the robbers on the opposite side. Everyone came to their senses and fled for their lives. Huishan said to Su Kaitai and Huang Mao, "Go and find out if their humanity is not yet extinguished. You can tell them the coordinates of Huacheng Base or Fengcheng and let them choose to go or stay. Our mission is to find the fire box. I don't know what happened to Zhongli and others at the beach. We have to rush back immediately." The two agreed and went with weapons. Jiangning warned, "Be careful." The two walked towards the crowd, and Jiangning and Huishan found a place to observe secretly. As expected, when fellow villagers meet, their eyes are filled with tears, especially when they see the people's soldiers. Many people gather around, and many people's eyes shine. The two were surrounded, and after talking for about 20 minutes, Su Kaitai said everything he should say, but he was stopped and not allowed to leave. "Comrade, you can't leave. If you want to leave, take us with you." Su Kaitai, who was forcibly dragged, had a headache. "Sister, we still have an urgent mission to perform. You can choose any base to live in." "No, you can come here. The conditions are much better than ours." "Yes, we are all Chinese, and we should be conscientious." Everyone asked to take them away together, as if no one would leave today if they didn't agree. This is not a joke. There are hundreds of people staying in the camp, and there are still 50 or 60 people going out to find supplies. But the two were entangled and refused to leave. This is also the reason why Jiangning and Huishan did not show up. It's not that these people don't know how to repay their gratitude, but they have been trapped in the dark for a long time, and finally saw a beam of light. So how can they save letting go? Huishan reminded. "Someone is coming." Chapter 560. A team appeared in the distance, dragging firewood, rotten tents and other materials. They should be those who went out to find supplies and returned. Seeing the team coming out, the survivors in Guangdong province were very happy. The leader was a bit old, but his back was still straight, and he actually shook hands with Su Kaitai. He seemed to be a reasonable person, and he was also very prestigious. When the survivors saw him coming back, they all became gentle, not as naughty as before. It was far away, so it was unclear what the two said. Not long after, Su Kaitai and Huang Mao were freed. Jiangning stared at the face of the leading man carefully. He was very thin and vicissitudes, and was tanned by the sun, but he always felt familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. The two came back with mixed feelings and said, "They are the survivors of the official base in Jiaxing." The skinny faces, begging eyes, and weak eyes wished they could kneel down to save them and take them away. To be honest, I felt really bad, but they had their own tasks and were really powerless. Fortunately, the leader was courageous. Otherwise it would not be so easy to leave. Even if they leave by force, they will feel uneasy. Huang Mao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They have a boat and have been trying to repair it. It will probably be repaired in a few days. Huishan didn't say much. "Let's go. It's getting late." They were far enough away. Jiangning took out the helicopter and rushed back. In less than an hour, the helicopter landed on the beach. There were no human figures. Only a few sea cabbages washed up on the beach. Could it be washed away by the tsunami? The four people quickly separated to look for it. After searching for half an hour, even using a high-powered telescope, there was no trace of them. Could they have been washed away by the tsunami? Those were 10 lives. And when they parted, they hoped that the four of them would find the fire box and come back soon. They didn't spend much time together, but the atmosphere was very harmonious, and they were specially selected by Gu Tinglin. Jiangning couldn't help but feel discouraged and sad. and agreed to make dumplings with sea cabbage. Captain, look! Huang Mao suddenly waved excitedly. They are there. He pointed to the end of the sea. Jiang Ning stood on the reef and quickly used a telescope. A periscope stretched out of the sea. 2688 is still there. And in the deep sea. He waved his hand, and 2688 surfaced. Jiang Ning took out the speedboat, and the four of them immediately went out to sea. 20 minutes later, the submarine hatch opened, and Zhang Li jumped out first, hugging Jiang Ning with joy. Great! You are all right. Jiang Ning smiled. Are you all right? Thinking of the experience not long ago, everyone couldn't help but sigh that they had escaped another disaster. After Jiang Ning and others left, 2 people were left to guard the submarine, and the rest were picking sea cabbages in the shallow sea. Most of them were picked yesterday, and today they had just picked almost all of them when they found that the ocean weather had suddenly changed. After drifting in the ocean for 2 years, they had a certain understanding of climate change. No one dared to take chances, so they all got into the submarine and quickly fled the sea area. However, they were still swept away by the tsunami. Fortunately, the submarine was originally designed for tsunamis and super earthquakes, and survived without any danger. 10 people, not one is missing. All are safe. Upon learning that the 4th fire box was successfully obtained, Zhang Li suggested, let's make dumplings to celebrate. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. It is not pure flour, but sweet potatoes and wheat ground together into flour, which is not very sticky. Even so, not everyone can eat it. The supplies are still specially approved. Jiang Ning was a little tired, and took a bag of flour from the room to Zhang Li, and did not mix in making dumplings. It is not refined flour, but flour ground from the wheat harvested in the space. The bran was ground and mixed in, but it was an absolute luxury for everyone. They knew each other tacitly, but they were all happy. I thought it was an impossible task, but I didn't expect it would be so easy to follow the captain and Jiang Ning. And there would be extra meals. Maybe it was God's blessing on China that allowed the superpowers to appear and let the suffering Fengcheng residents see hope. Several people divided the work. The men kneaded and rolled the dough, and the women were responsible for making dumplings. Huishan and Su Kaitai sat at the observation window, analyzing the last stop of Route 1. More than 300 nautical miles is not far, but there are several ocean currents that meet, and the seabed terrain is a bit complicated, so it is necessary to avoid certain tidal phenomena. Jiang Ning took a nap and woke up late at night. Hui did not disturb her late at night, but left a bowl of dumplings. Seeing that she was in good spirits, he suggested, would you like to try it? Jiang Ning did not refuse the kindness of her teammates. There were no ingredients, and the sea cabbage was a bit fishy, but the dumpling skin was good, not only with wheat flavor, but also very chewy. Jiang Ning ate 3 and fed the rest into Huishan's mouth. He is not picky and accepts all. Jiang Ning took 2 bowls of chicken soup and drank slowly with Huishan. You seem thinner, but he seems more energetic. She touched his short hair, which was hard and prickly, and she liked it very much. Men, it is true that they are most attractive when they are engaged in career. I feel that he was wronged in the past few years. Huishan also felt sorry for her. If it is too risky, you can't be stubborn. Jiang Ning knew it. When he woke up the next day, he was full of energy again. Just as he sat down to eat breakfast, he suddenly shook and the potato in his hand flew out. Su Kaitai nervously reminded, be careful. There is a sudden storm at sea, and the ocean currents have changed. Oh no! The storm at sea caused the ocean currents to change and collide violently. If the power is overwhelming, it is very likely to tear the submarine apart. He rushed into the cockpit and gave tactical guidance. Another violent shaking. Even if everyone grabbed the fixed objects in time to stabilize the body. But the internal organs were very uncomfortable. Pots and pans flew around, and all the loose objects banged. Some hit the wall, and some hit the body. The submarine seemed to be turning over. Jiang Ning, whose body was suspended in the air, collided with someone else. His body was sore and numb, and his head was buzzing. His body turned upside down, and his wrist hurt a lot. Suddenly, Jiang Ning bumped into a broad chest and was hugged tightly. A Ning! It was Huishan. The two hugged each other tightly, and he protected her head with his hands. It felt like the whole person was turning upside down, like being thrown into a washing machine and rolling non-stop. Jiang Ning found the fixing belt and tied them tightly. After the extreme collision, the submarine began to stabilize, and Su Kai in the cab wiped the cold sweat. Finally got through. Congratulations. We beat the god of death again. The men in the cab screamed. They rushed out to hug each other, and then shouted excitedly, I don't know who started it. Vomiting all over the other person. Then, most people couldn't control themselves, and the unpleasant pungent smell filled the air. No one was disgusted, and everyone was celebrating their survival. But a few people were still injured and bleeding.